Chapter 1. I am the director of this hospital. In a room shrouded in impenetrable darkness, all the curtains were drawn tightly, and a layer of dust had settled on the furnishings, indicating a long absence of visitors. The air was thick with a stale odor that weighed heavily on my chest. I pushed open the door and silently sat on the cold bed, retrieving a photograph that lay on the bedside table. In the image, a blissful family of 3 was captured. The man, clad in a black leather jacket, wore a radiant smile, while the woman, adorned in a beautiful red dress, exuded grace. A daughter, delicate and endearing, nestled closely beside her father, and their child, approximately 12 or 13, beamed with the same bright smile, full of youthful exuberance. My fingers caressed the photograph, brushing away the dust that had settled upon it, stirring a tumult of emotions within me. The child depicted in the photograph was none other than myself. My name is Liu Xiaochuan, and my family resided in a small, obscure county far removed from the bustling world. My childhood was relatively idyllic. My mother was a gentle soul, her features not striking but undeniably charming, possessing a beauty that grew more captivating with familiarity. She embodied the perfect woman, attentive and nurturing, maintaining our home with meticulous care. Yet, a decade ago, that idyllic existence was shattered. On that fateful day, I cried out in anguish and questioned my father, only to be met with an answer I could not fathom. My mother had been afflicted with a severe mental illness and had been taken away by the staff of a psychiatric hospital. To this day, I find it incomprehensible that my mother, a woman of such kindness and grace, could be deemed insane and confined to such a place. Rumors spoke of that institution as akin to a prison, a place utterly devoid of humanity. My father, however, remained indifferent, and he was particularly evasive when it came to discussing my mother's fate. He even forbade me from visiting her, as if their years of love had evaporated overnight. Consequently, my adolescence was marred by constant conflict with my father, prompting me to leave our hometown in search of a new life in the city, where I worked tirelessly to support myself. The memory of my mother's confinement lingered like a thorn embedded in my heart for a full decade. Now, at last, I possessed the means to alter this reality. I submitted my resume to the psychiatric hospital for a position as a security guard. Given my qualifications, I was exempted from the interview process and was promptly hired, with a notification to commence work the following day. I was indifferent to the meager salary. My 4 years at university had already secured me a lucrative side income. My sole intention was to extricate my mother from that inhumane place. Gazing nostalgically at the photograph, I recalled my father, Liu Guofu, who had transformed into a different man since my mother's departure. He had succumbed to alcoholism, his temper volatile, and I harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him. At that moment, the door was thrust open with unceremonious force, and a middle-aged man, swaying unsteadily, leaned against the doorframe. His prematurely aged face bore wrinkles that belied his years, and he clutched a bottle of liquor in his hand. This was my father, his breath reeking of alcohol. "Xiaochuan, I heard you submitted your resume to that psychiatric hospital?" He slurred, his face flushed with a hint of anger. I regarded him with a stoic expression. "Yes, I must uncover the truth about my mother's past," I replied resolutely. To my surprise, instead of unleashing his usual wrath, he fell into a long silence before hoarsely uttering, "Xiaochuan, I beg you. That hospital is no place to go. Your mother was lost there, and I cannot bear to see my only son follow her into that abyss." I furrowed my brow, puzzled by his words. He beckoned for me to follow him into the living room. His statement suggested that there were deeper secrets surrounding my mother's ordeal. He sank into the sofa, appearing as if he had aged a decade in an instant. His eyes were devoid of drunkenness, they were sharp and alert. "For 10 years, I have not had a single day without thinking of your mother. But that psychiatric hospital, it is cursed. There was a fire there years ago. Your mother was visiting a friend and never emerged." I leapt to my feet, eyes wide with disbelief. "Are you saying my mother is dead?" Chapter 2. What nonsense are you speaking dressed in a white lab coat? Albeit marred by numerous dark stains, the elderly man bore a mane of graying hair and a face speckled with age spots. Upon observing his gaze, I felt an involuntary shiver run down my spine. I had never encountered such bulging, round eyes, as if they were on the verge of popping out. Old man, I am the security guard of this psychiatric hospital. And you are. I contemplated that he might be a seasoned physician, perhaps willing to share insights regarding my mother. To my astonishment, the old man's next words sent a chill of dread coursing through me, causing cold sweat to bead on my brow. I am the director of this psychiatric hospital. The director? Hadn't he perished in that catastrophic fire a decade ago? I stared in disbelief at the elderly figure within the security room, instinctively taking 2 steps back. According to my father, this old man was a specter. To think I would encounter him on my very first visit. You look rather pale, young man, with your youth and vigor. Being a security guard is commendable. Come in. I must share some crucial precautions with you. Otherwise, your life may be in peril, he said, a smile creeping across his face, which struck me as eerily unsettling. The age spots, combined with the deep-set wrinkles, rendered his visage even more grotesque. That I would prefer to remain outside. Please speak to me here, I replied, retreating 2 more steps, my expression one of wariness. If this man was indeed a specter, entering the security room would be akin to courting death. My years of study had instilled in me a firm belief. Spirits cannot withstand the light of the sun. If you were unable to emerge, his true identity would be laid bare. To my surprise, he seemed to sense my apprehension and furrowed his brow. Hey, young man, why do you regard me with such suspicion? He unexpectedly pushed open the door to the security room and stepped out. Standing boldly in the sunlight, he cast a shadow. I was taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, how could a spirit cast a shadow? Upon hearing my words, the old man's expression shifted dramatically. He spat on the ground several times and gave me a sharp slap on the back of my neck. You child, how dare you speak such nonsense? Who is a spirit? Such talk is highly inauspicious. It seemed I had misjudged him. Yet, my father had no reason to deceive me. I had heard that the former director of this psychiatric hospital perished in the fire 10 years ago. My apologies. Perhaps I misremembered, I offered with an awkward smile. Who would have guessed that my words would provoke such a drastic change in the old man's demeanor? He seized my arm and whispered urgently. Who told you this? My father. The old man's countenance remained grim, as though he harbored a deep-seated fear of the building housing the wards. He glanced in that direction several times as he spoke. Come inside. I need to explain this to you in detail. Upon hearing this, I followed him inside, as I was eager to uncover the specifics regarding my mother's situation from that long-ago incident. My father had not elaborated much on these matters. Even just yesterday, his expression grave. That fire a decade ago was shrouded in malevolence. You were too young to know, but at that time, there were homes nearby. Following the incident, everyone moved away, claiming that the fire was the result of supernatural forces. The little girl who perished was believed to be a spirit seeking vengeance, for the former director. He indeed met his demise. I am in my 2nd year here. You, my friend, must refrain from making baseless statements in the future. I have no connection whatsoever with that deceased individual. He shot me a piercing glance. Eager to hear the specifics of the story, I quickly offered my apologies. I beg your pardon, Director. It was not my intention to offend. Please do not hold it against me. What transpired afterward? The old man regarded me for a moment before continuing. Following that devastating inferno, the inpatient department of the psychiatric hospital was often filled with haunting screams and the crackling sound of flames. I had once worked at a crematorium, thus I recognized that sound all too well. It was the sound of burning flesh. My expression shifted, and my body tensed involuntarily. My mother has been in the inpatient department for the past decade. It was my father. I listened intently, realizing that my father had previously visited my mother. The old man continued, stating that a man named Lu Guofu seemed aware that he could not enter the inpatient department, yet he came every month, each time standing quietly outside, claiming his wife was trapped within. I investigated his wife's records, discovering she was a woman named Jiang Wanfeng, currently a patient in room 13 on the 4th floor. Before the old man could finish his statement, I abruptly stood up and grasped his hand. Room 13 on the 4th floor? May I visit? The old man was taken aback, withdrawing his hand. Are you insane? Aren't you afraid of such malevolent affairs? With tears welling in my eyes, I exclaimed, that is my mother. Lu Guofu is my father. Upon hearing this, the old man fell into a stupor, mumbling incoherently about fate, as if he had come to a realization. When he looked at me again, his gaze had transformed. He retrieved a yellowed piece of paper from his clothing and handed it to me. "This is what your mother left for you. She said that if you ever found your way here, I should give this to you." Having said this, the old man rose and exited. Trembling, I gazed at the letter before me. Upon opening it, I recognized my mother's handwriting that it contained only 2 brief sentences. "Son, if your father could not dissuade you, you have come regardless." After reading it, I clenched my fist tightly. The tone of the letter felt as if my mother were bidding me farewell. Noticing the date on the letter, an ominous feeling washed over me. Could it be that my mother had met with misfortune? My heart plummeted. Just then, a knock echoed through the air. A middle-aged man dressed in a security uniform entered. Introducing himself as Old Tang, he had a kind and amiable demeanor, resembling a good-natured fellow. Upon seeing me, he paused in surprise that I was too preoccupied to engage with him, merely offering a perfunctory smile. Old Tang, unfazed, remained cheerful. He patted my shoulder and said, "Come on, let's go to the meeting. We have a new, beautiful director. Her figure. Oh my. Beautiful director?" I was taken aback by his words. What beautiful director? Isn't the head of the psychiatric hospital an elderly man with age spots? We were just conversing moments ago. Old Tang's expression shifted dramatically, his face a mask of shock as he looked at me. "What nonsense are you spouting? Our hospital has been without a director for 10 years. The last one perished in a great fire a decade ago." Chapter 3. Finding a blind man. Upon hearing Old Tang's words, my expression too transformed, not out of fear. However, it is not merely due to that. If the old man I encountered earlier was a supernatural being, then the note he conveyed was certainly not from a living soul, rather than the prospect of encountering a spectral entity. I am far more concerned about whether my mother is still alive. Observing my pallid countenance, Lao Tang shook his head with a sigh and patted my shoulder. That I nodded silently. For now, I could only take one step at a time. Following Lao Tang, we ascended to the administrative building. I neglected to mention that this psychiatric hospital consists of only 2 small structures, one for inpatient care and the other for administrative purposes. Upon arrival, I looked up at the 3-story edifice before me, its walls bearing the charred marks of a past fire, rendering it quite dilapidated. Were it not for the fleeting shadows I glimpsed within, I might have genuinely doubted the structural integrity of this place, fearing it could collapse at any moment. The meeting room was located on the 3rd floor, devoid of an elevator. I followed Lao Tang upstairs. I noticed something peculiar. The doctors and nurses in the administrative building appeared to be unwell, their faces ashen and their movements hurried. Just moments ago, one nearly collided with me. Upon entering the meeting room, I found it to be a spacious hall, capable of accommodating dozens of individuals. The cursory glance revealed that all present were clad in white coats, with a woman standing at the front, her back turned to me, while her silhouette offered little insight. When she turned upon hearing the door, I was instantly captivated. Lao Tang had indeed spoken the truth. The newly appointed director was undeniably a striking beauty. Her loosely fitting white coat could not conceal her figure, and her visage was nothing short of exquisite. There was a resemblance to my mother in her features, and her perfect countenance epitomized beauty, akin to that of a celestial being. "Everyone has arrived. Please take your seats." The beautiful director smiled at me, gesturing for me to sit. After her self-introduction, I learned that her name was Qin, an airlifted director sent from above with the aim of rectifying the situation at the number 13 psychiatric hospital. Several doctors began exchanging pleasantries, attempting to ingratiate themselves with Qin. However, I found myself disinterested. My initial astonishment was merely a primal response. My mind was burdened with pressing concerns. My mother had been confined in this psychiatric hospital for 10 years, and I was left in the dark regarding her fate. The first person I encountered was none other than the former director, who had passed away a decade ago. Was the note he provided truly penned by my mother? And who exactly was Lu Sanju? These questions lingered relentlessly in my mind. A sound of someone rapping on the table snapped me back to the moment, leaving only Qin and me in focus. She approached me, exuding a unique feminine fragrance. Her brows arched slightly, her gaze fixed upon me. "You seemed distracted while speaking just now. What troubles you?" I shook my head, unwilling to divulge my concerns about my mother. After all, she was new and quite young. She likely possessed less insider knowledge than I did. Noticing my reluctance to speak, Qin refrained from pressing further, instead offering a reminder. "Since you are here, our psychiatric hospital operates on a 2-shift security system. I have already informed Lao Tang. He will oversee the day shift while you, being a young man, will take the night shift. There are a few important points I must share with you. First and foremost, regardless of what transpires, you must not enter the inpatient area. Moreover, The security dormitory is situated adjacent to the inpatient department at night. Regardless of any peculiar sounds that may arise, one should resist the temptation to investigate out of curiosity. Lastly, if someone were to knock on your door in the dead of night, no matter who it may be, feign ignorance, and under no circumstances should you open the door. Do you understand? Listening to Qin Qingyu's string of admonitions left me astounded that I had not anticipated that a newcomer like her would possess such an air of insider knowledge regarding the established rules. Why? I inquired tentatively. Qin Qingyu merely cast me a significant glance before departing the conference room, leaving me alone that I found myself bewilderingly transitioned into the night shift. Yet, it mattered little, for my purpose in coming to this place was to uncover the truth about my mother's past. The night shift might even facilitate my endeavors. Lao Tang awaited me, ready to hand over some items, a security uniform, and some basic necessities. Here, this is what the hospital has provided for you. From today onward, I will be on the day shift while you take the night shift. That we will exchange duties every day at 7 in the morning and evening. That I expressed my gratitude and accepted the items. Observing my pensive demeanor, Lao Tang seated himself beside me and spoke earnestly. Young man, I see a good nature in you that we shall be colleagues from now on, and I feel it is my duty to share something with you. I shook my head, but he leaned closer and lowered his voice. They all encountered the old director, and each received a piece of yellowed stationery with messages from their loved ones. Those who received such letters have all perished. Upon hearing this, a chill coursed through my body, and panic began to spread within me. The paper in my pocket felt increasingly scorching, igniting a sense of unease within my heart. Trembling, I withdrew the letter the old director had given me. Is this it? Lao Tang's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the stationery in my hand. Yes, indeed. That's the one. It seems you have become entangled in this. Terrified, I instinctively discarded the letter onto the floor. This implied that the handwriting on it, purportedly belonging to my mother, was in fact penned by the old director. The supernatural now appeared capable of mimicking human handwriting. A wave of dread washed over me. I was genuinely frightened, especially considering the number of lives lost. I could not assure myself that I would not be the next victim. Furthermore, if this paper were a forgery, I would lose the only lead I had regarding my mother. In that moment, I felt utterly lost and confused, unsure of how to proceed. Lao Tang, noticing my pallor, recognized my fear and continued, Child, while it is still daylight, you must take bus number 13 to a place called Xiezi. The proprietor, known as Zhang Xiezi, possesses certain skills that may save your life. Perhaps he can also provide answers regarding your family. Upon hearing this, I glanced gratefully at Lao Tang. It was our first meeting, and I had not anticipated such consideration from him. Thank you, Uncle Tang. Chapter 5. A Shroud of Mystery. Whom should I trust? With a newfound direction, my spirits lifted. I exchanged a few vague pleasantries with him before leaving the psychiatric hospital, intending to take bus number 13 in search of Zhang Xiezi. Upon arriving at the bus stop, I realized that this route serviced only one bus, that very same number 13, but after a considerable wait. The bus finally arrived, albeit tardily. The driver was a young man, not much older than myself. This was a round-trip bus, entering the city only from the psychiatric hospital stop, hence there were no other passengers aboard. I inquired, Excuse me, do you happen to know a place called Xiezi? The driver glanced at me and chuckled. Ah, the fortune teller, right? Yes, when we arrive, I'll let you know. By the way, that fortune teller has quite a peculiar temperament. If you go for a reading without bringing something, he might just throw you out. With the driver's affirmation, the weight that had been pressing on my chest finally eased somewhat. Feeling flustered, I deliberately chose a corner seat at the back of the bus. As we made our way into the city, the bumpy ride stirred the fatigue from my sleepless night that I leaned against the window and dozed off for a bit. Somewhere along the way, a hoarse-voiced old man woke me up, saying, The driver wants me to inform you. We have arrived at Xiezi. Groggy, I stood up to leave, expressing my gratitude to the driver. Once I stepped off the bus, the cold wind hit me, bringing me back to my senses. I surveyed my surroundings. There were numerous vendors, and most shops had their doors wide open, indicating a bustling old street. Directly opposite the bus stop was a fortune-telling shop, aptly named Xiezi. The cursory glance revealed a fair number of people waiting for their readings. It seemed this fortune teller was quite renowned. Since it was my first visit, I couldn't arrive empty-handed. I dashed to the roadside to buy a bag of fruit, preparing to wait outside. However, within those few minutes of purchasing fruit, the shop's sign had been taken down. Taken aback, I hurried over to investigate. only to realize that the so-called customers inside were actually a group of movers that I caught hold of a dusty worker and asked, "What is going on with Xiazipu? Why is it being dismantled?" He replied, "The fortune teller here has quit. I heard he got mixed up with some unsavory characters and is in a hurry to relocate." Stunned, I stood there in disbelief. So my trip had been in vain. "Do you know where I might still reach Zhang Xiazi?" I queried. Since the driver's knowledge of this individual was apparent, I thought perhaps this worker might as well be informed. But upon hearing Zhang Xiazi's name, his expression shifted dramatically. He jerked his arm away from my grip and cursed, "Damn it, are you out of your mind? Zhang Xiazi has been dead for 10 years. What bad luck, stay away from me." With that, he hastily walked off. That I stood there, dumbfounded. Zhang Xiazi had died a decade ago, yet old Tang had sent me to seek him out for a reading. Why would he deceive me? A thick fog of confusion enveloped my mind, rendering me unable to discern friend from foe. Who could I trust? I dared not linger. To confirm my suspicions, I inquired at several nearby shops. But they all treated the name Zhang Xiazi with great trepidation, unwilling to engage in conversation. The prevailing evidence suggested that Zhang Xiazi was indeed deceased. That I remained puzzled as to why old Tang would mislead me. Frustration simmered within me after making the fruitless journey, and I headed straight for the security office. Upon pushing open the door, I was met with an entirely unfamiliar figure, clad in a security uniform. A man in his 30s lounged in a chair, engrossed in a newspaper. Chapter 6. Even old Tang is a fraud. That I furrowed my brow. That fellow would not know he had deceived me. So he found someone to take his place and fled, didn't he? I threw the fruit onto the table in exasperation and inquired, "Where's old Tang? Has he hidden away after tricking me?" The man in the security uniform appeared momentarily taken aback, looking at me with a puzzled expression. "I am old Tang. When have I deceived you?" Upon hearing this, a cold smirk crept across my face. "Where did you find this person? Quite professional and stubborn, aren't you?" "Spare me the chatter. The old Tang I'm looking for is older than you, with a kind and benevolent face, always wearing a cheerful expression." The man seated in the chair frowned slightly after considering my words and, upon reflection, confirmed that indeed there was no such person. Just as I was preparing to argue with him, the sound of high heels echoed through the room. It was Qin Xingyu entering. The moment I saw her, I knew that the man before me was about to be exposed. "Director, you arrived just in time. Old Tang has been absent without leave and even brought in a stranger to take his shift." I pointed at the man.as. My words fell. Both Qin Xingyu and the man were left dumbfounded. "Director, this fellow is my colleague on shift. Has he run away from the inpatient department? He seems rather mentally challenged," the man said, looking at me with disdain. Qin Xingyu, equally puzzled, asked, "Xiao Lu, what are you talking about? Hasn't old Tang been here all along?" After hearing their words, I was utterly bewildered. What was going on? Why did it seem as though I was the fool in this situation? Impossible. It couldn't be. I needed to check the surveillance footage. I immediately accessed the security room's monitors, which recorded continuously throughout the day. From the moment I arrived in the morning, it was clear that I alone had entered the security room, conversing with thin air. Halfway through, I even pulled out a piece of stationery from my pocket. My eyes widened. I was mentally prepared for this. Yet, the subsequent footage left me completely dumbfounded. I actually finished reading the letter and sat there for a while before simply walking out. Not a single soul had been with me from beginning to end. Staring at the surveillance footage in disbelief, I muttered, "This can't be. Could it be that old Tang doesn't exist at all?" My reaction startled the two behind me. "Director, perhaps you should replace this fellow. He clearly has some issues. It's too creepy for me to share a shift with him." The man looked at me with an utterly strange expression, shaking his head repeatedly. That a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Qin Xingyu's eyes as she patted my shoulder. "Come with me. I'll take you to see the dormitory." I felt completely numb, as if my worldview had collapsed. Were the two individuals I encountered throughout the morning merely figments, non-existent? I followed Qin Xingyu in a daze until we arrived at the dormitory beside the inpatient department. It was essentially a makeshift metal shack, akin to those where construction workers reside. Qin Xingyu unlocked the door and handed me the key. Bang! She closed the door behind us and suddenly leaned closer. "Director, what are you doing?" I asked, stepping back 2 paces, observing her unusual demeanor. Under normal circumstances, I would never pass up the opportunity to be near a beautiful woman. But now, I truly lacked the inclination. Qin Xingyu parted her red lips and spoke. "It seems that the issues plaguing this hospital are far more intricate than I had anticipated. Xiao Lu, you have encountered the supernatural. As I gazed at her concerned expression, I felt on the verge of tears. I understood. Everything that transpired today was utterly bizarre. I had encountered two individuals in broad daylight, neither of whom was alive. Not only had I made no progress in tracing my mother's whereabouts, but I had also found myself in a predicament. Qin Xingyu discerned my impending breakdown and retrieved a document from her folder, placing it before me. "Take a look," she said. "This is the patient information from the inpatient department of the mental hospital from previous years." I abruptly lifted my head. Inpatient information? There might be details regarding my mother within. I hastily flipped through the pages, yet to my dismay, I could not find her name. Instead, I stumbled upon the personal information of Lao Tang. His name was Tang Qingshan, and in his photograph, he still wore that cheerful expression, albeit clad in a patient gown. "He is a patient in the inpatient department?" I exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Xingyu nodded and elaborated. Before his admission, he was the youngest programmer in this city. However, after visiting a patient once, he lost his sanity. He is still residing in the inpatient department. Upon hearing Qin Xingyu's words, a tumult of emotions surged within me, laughter and bitterness intertwined. Ironically, I had been played for a fool by a madman, yet at least he was not a supernatural being. This was the sole aspect that brought me solace. "Then why do you claim I encountered the supernatural?" Qin Xingyu regarded me, seemingly pondering for an extended moment before responding slowly. "Because I witnessed you talking to yourself on the surveillance footage, conversing with thin-aired. If you have not encountered the supernatural, then there is something amiss with you." After saying this, she gestured towards her head. I opened my mouth, utterly at a loss for words. Observing my flustered demeanor, she burst into laughter. "All right. This place harbors many phenomena that defy scientific explanation. Should you encounter them, keep them to yourself. For now, take a rest. Just remember what I told you, and you will be safe." After imparting her advice, Qin Xingyu departed. For reasons I could not fathom, her commotion had lightened my mood considerably. A wave of drowsiness washed over me, and I simply lay down on the dormitory bed and fell asleep. When I next opened my eyes, darkness had enveloped the room. It was nearly 7 o'clock. And with winter nights descending early, I quickly got up to switch shifts in the security room. Upon entering, I noticed that the security guard still bore a wary expression towards me. A wave of embarrassment washed over me. My reaction during the day had likely startled him greatly. "I apologize, brother. My encounter with a madman earlier was merely a misunderstanding. We will be colleagues from now on, so please bear with me." With that, I extended a piece of fruit towards him. The guard hesitated for a moment before accepting it. "I'm a bit timid, so please don't scare me unnecessarily. Remember, my name is Tang Qiushui. I'm leaving now." With a hint of trepidation, he gathered his belongings and departed. I found myself alone in the security room, with nothing to occupy my time. The night shift proved rather monotonous. This place was devoid of visitors during the day, let alone at night. My only task was to keep an eye on the surveillance screens. And yet, it was during this mundane task that I caught sight of an unmistakably familiar figure at the entrance of the inpatient department. It was my mother. Chapter 7. The eerie elevator. A sudden jolt coursed through me, and my heart began to race violently within my chest. I rubbed my eyes, struggling to believe the scene unfolding before me on the monitor. An overwhelming surge of joy flooded my mind. Despite not having seen my mother for many years and the blurry image on the screen, the way she walked and her delicate profile were unmistakably reminiscent of the mother I had cherished in my memories. In that moment, I disregarded everything else, neglecting even to grab my coat, and dashed out of the monitoring room. As I stepped out of the room, a sinister breeze swirled around my feet, raising clouds of dust in its wake. Watching the malevolent wind linger by my side, a wave of foreboding washed over me. Yet, I brushed aside my apprehensions and, driven by an uncontainable fervor, I sprinted towards the entrance of the inpatient department. Indeed, there was a figure standing before the entrance. I was finally about to reunite with my beloved mother. My heart raced as if it might leap from my throat, the pounding echoing sharply in the dim twilight. Just as I was consumed by exhilaration, I suddenly noticed that the figure, which had been loitering at the entrance, had vanished without a trace. The heavy door of the inpatient department was secured with a rusty lock, merely hanging on the door without actually fastening it shut. Inside lay an impenetrable darkness, devoid of any silhouette, and the entrance was desolate, mirroring the emptiness in my heart. "Mom." A wave of worry surged within me as I reached out to push the door open slightly, then softly called into the void beyond. How peculiar it was. There had been someone here just moments ago. My mother had clearly been present. An overwhelming sense of loss engulfed me, and I scratched my head in bewilderment. Unable to comprehend the situation. That moment, I recalled what the mentally unstable old man, Lao Tang, had told me earlier that day. My mother's ward was located on the 4th floor of this very building. Room number 13, perhaps I should venture inside to search for her. Yet, as I prepared to remove the lock from the door, hesitation gripped me. Merely standing at the entrance, I could already feel an icy chill creeping in. Moreover, the newly appointed beautiful director had repeatedly cautioned me against approaching the inpatient department. Furthermore, the first encounter of the day with Lao Tang, a mental patient, raised doubts about the reliability of his words. Earlier, he had played tricks on me, leaving me utterly confused. Could it be that my mother's ward was merely a fabrication of his imagination? Leaning closer to the glass door of the inpatient department, I strained to peer inside, but the darkness within remained impenetrable. I pulled out my phone and activated the flashlight. However, just as the beam illuminated the floor of the lobby, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a skirt and shoes. A surge of excitement welled up within me. I remembered that ever since my childhood, my mother adored wearing white dresses and shoes. Without further thought, I hastily removed the lock from the door and forcefully pushed it open. Although it was a glass door, it creaked ominously upon being thrust open, as though two dilapidated wooden doors had been forcefully separated. Yet, upon entering, that familiar figure had once again vanished. I groped my way and found the switch in the hall. Suddenly, the sound of wires crackling with sparks erupted, and the ground was illuminated in a flickering light. Fortunately, after a few flickers, the overhead light finally turned on, casting a dim yellow glow that illuminated the lobby of this inpatient department. This empty and eerily silent hall appeared particularly foreboding and strange. I glanced to my left, where a desolate corridor lay, with every room's door firmly shut. Turning to my right, I saw 2 room doors, and beyond them, a wide staircase leading to a pitch-black restroom that I could faintly hear the sound of dripping water. The vast emptiness left me somewhat breathless. After pondering for a moment, I quickened my pace towards the staircase on the right. Upon reaching the staircase, I was astonished to discover that in such an antiquated building, there was indeed an elevator, which looked surprisingly modern without a hint of fire damage. It seemed that this elevator had not been in use for long. As I contemplated this, I pressed the button at the elevator door. After a series of creaks, I saw the illuminated arrow and numbers indicating that the elevator was descending from the 20th floor. Just as the display was about to change to 1, I prepared to step inside. However, at that moment, something strange occurred. The elevator did not stop on the 1st floor but continued descending. I turned to examine the building's structure. Even if there were underground levels, it could not possibly exceed 2 floors. Yet, the elevator had already plunged down to the 9th basement level. In a panic, I repeatedly pressed the button for the upward direction. But the elevator remained unresponsive, continuing its descent. Finally, with a clang, the display changed to -18. My heart sank at the thought of the 18th basement level. Wasn't that the fabled realm of the underworld? And the most perilous one at that. It was truly sinister. An elevator that could transport one to the depths of hell was indeed an ill omen. After a moment of contemplation, I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead and resolved to take the stairs. For they were solid concrete, providing a sense of security beneath my feet. Yet, just as I turned to ascend the staircase, a sudden chime rang out, and the elevator doors swung open, presenting a brightly lit interior. I thought it best to avoid this peculiar elevator. What if I encountered something ominous that whisked me away to the 18th basement? I cast one last glance at the open elevator before deciding to proceed with the stairs. To my astonishment, a chilling gust of wind surged from the elevator, as if a tremendous force were pulling me towards it. My legs turned to jelly, and I struggled to maintain my balance. But fortunately, I quickly grasped the handrail of the stairs, stabilizing myself. Yet, the strength in my arms was no match for the elevator's pull. My fingers grew weak, and my feet began to slip. Chapter 8. The little girl in the red dress on the 1st floor at last. I was drawn into the elevator. The moment I stepped inside, the doors slammed shut with a resounding thud. No wonder the elevator appeared so brilliantly illuminated from the outside. It turned out that the walls were lined with mirrors. Aside from that, the entirety of the elevator seemed perfectly ordinary, devoid of any peculiarities. I was panting heavily, and upon lifting my gaze, I caught a glimpse of my disheveled reflection in the mirror. How strange it was that once I entered the elevator, the chilling sensation I had felt earlier vanished entirely. Could it be that the earlier unease was merely a result of a malfunction, rather than a descent into the subterranean depths of the 18th floor? Shaking my head, I endeavored to appear more alert. Subsequently, I turned my attention to the numbers displayed on the elevator door. At that moment, it remained steadfastly on the 1st floor. I pressed the button to open the doors, yet the elevator remained unyielding. showing no signs of compliance. Tentatively, I reached out and pressed the button for the fourth floor. After a brief clamor, the elevator began its ascent, and within mere seconds, it came to a steady halt on the fourth floor. With a resounding clang, the doors swung open. As the doors parted, I was greeted by an abyssal darkness engulfing the fourth floor corridor, which was astonishingly dimmer than the lobby on the first floor. Truly a place where one could describe the visibility as akin to reaching out and finding nothing but obscurity. That I glanced back at the elevator, its radiant light standing in stark contrast to the eerie corridor, as if it were silently warning me against stepping into the gloom. That a wry smile escaped me. I never anticipated that I would one day concoct such a ludicrous excuse to retreat. Just as I stood there in contemplation, the elevator doors slammed shut with a resounding thud, plunging me into complete darkness. I fished out my phone, relieved to find it well charged. Activating the flashlight, I scanned both sides of the corridor, revealing an emptiness devoid of human presence, accompanied by an unsettling silence that belied any notion of habitation. Logically, one would assume that a psychiatric ward would be rife with the clamor of disarray. Yet this 12th psychiatric hospital's ward was hauntingly tranquil. I hoped to avoid any strange occurrences. Muttering to myself, I endeavored to discern the room numbers with the aid of my phone's beam. Before me stood room 408, with 409 adjacent to it. Consequently, room 413, the 13th room on this floor, should be further to the right. I made an effort to tread lightly as I proceeded, passing rooms 410 and 412. At last, I arrived at 413. Pausing at the threshold, a torrent of memories flooded my mind. Images of my mother playing games with me in my childhood, scenes of our family of three basking in joy, the heart-wrenching moment of losing her, and even the fleeting glimpse of her profile I had seen on the monitor just moments ago. It struck me that it had been many years since I last saw my mother. What should I say upon our first meeting? Should I inquire about her well-being, or should I inform her that I have grown into a genuine man over the years? My thoughts spiraled into chaos in an instant. I swallowed hard, and the crisp sound of my knuckles rapping against the door echoed down the desolate corridor. After knocking, I stood patiently at the door for what felt like an eternity. Yet no one came to answer, and there was nary a sound from within. How peculiar. Could it be that my mother was not inside? After a moment's consideration, I grasped the doorknob, turned it halfway, and pushed with determination. The moment I opened it, a gust of wind rushed forth, startling me. I held my phone in hand, standing at the threshold, stretching my neck to peer into the hospital room. The window stood wide open, the wind outside blowing vigorously, causing half of the curtains to flutter out into the open air, the fabric rustling as it brushed against the breeze. It seemed as though the room was devoid of life. I muttered to myself and fumbled to switch on the light by the door. The glow remained a dim yellow, yet in the darkness, it appeared remarkably inviting. That moment the light flickered on, revealing the disarray of the room's furnishings. By the window stood a table cluttered with various items, including several bottles and jars that resembled cosmetics. Beside the table was a hospital bed, adorned with a striped sheet, while a pile of blankets lay at the foot of the bed. Could this possibly be the room where my mother once stayed? But that seemed implausible. I had always remembered her as someone who cherished cleanliness, meticulously maintaining our home. How could she have neglected to tidy her space in the hospital? I stepped inside and noticed a photograph by the bedside, capturing my mother's youthful smile. Since the photo was present, it was highly likely that this was indeed my mother's room, as I recalled it being one of her favorites. Hence, the deranged man, Lao Tang, had not deceived me. Yet if this was my mother's room, where had she gone? A sense of unease gripped me, leaving me momentarily at a loss. Just before I entered this building, I had vaguely seen my mother's silhouette approaching it. Never mind, I decided to continue searching within this edifice. I wandered through the corridor on the fourth floor, even calling out a few times at the restroom door, but yielded no results. Perhaps I should investigate the first floor, a voice within me suggested. After all, the first time I spotted my mother was indeed there. As I reached the stairwell, I suddenly realized something amiss. The elevator had vanished, replaced by a wall. Had I encountered a ghost? I had just circled around, and each floor had only one stairwell. I distinctly remembered the elevator being adjacent to the stairway. Never mind, I thought, dismissing the notion. That I descended the stairs to the first floor. Like before, the first floor was enveloped in an eerie silence, making the sound of dripping water from the restroom all the more pronounced. I instinctively glanced at the stairwell's side, and still, there was no elevator. This confirmed my suspicions. I had indeed experienced something supernatural. Nevertheless, I reassured myself, a young man in his 20s, brimming with vitality, and continued forward, comforting my fraying nerves, just as the cold sweat on my brow was whisked away by the wind. I suddenly heard a faint sound of footsteps emanating from the left side of the corridor. The sound was delicate, yet in the stillness of the hall, it resonated clearly. Anxiously, I lifted my gaze towards the left. At the end of the corridor, there was indeed a flickering silhouette, though it appeared not to be clad in a white dress and white shoes, but rather in a pair of small red shoes and jeans. Who could this be? I strained my eyes, fixating on the figure that was drawing nearer. Brother. With a crisp call, I beheld at the end of the corridor a little girl clad in red. Her arms outstretched, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Chapter 9. Video call invitation. My heart quivered. It seemed an eternity since I had heard such a melodious laugh. The girl's soft utterance of brother melted my heart. Yet simultaneously, an overwhelming sorrow washed over me that I could hardly fathom that such a young child resided in this psychiatric facility. Come here, little one, I beckoned, crouching down and opening my arms wide, yearning for her to dash into my embrace. However, before she could reach me, I felt my body being lifted by an unseen force, accompanied by a flurry of urgent breaths nearby. Hurry, are you trying to get yourself killed? Bewildered, I was yanked by the arm and dragged out of the inpatient building. After a few meters, the person pulling me finally halted, and I began to catch my breath. When I raised my eyes, I was astonished to find that it was none other than the newly appointed and strikingly beautiful director. Qin Xingyu. Director, what brings you here? How did you find me? My astonishment was palpable, but more pressing was my anxiety. It was during my work hours, and I dreaded the thought of being reprimanded for my absence. Silence. Realizing my fault, I could only stand there awkwardly, awaiting the judgment of this new female director. Much like a wayward child. I distinctly remember instructing you multiple times not to enter the inpatient building. What possessed you to go there today? Please, let me explain, I stammered, feeling the weight of her ire. Go ahead. I'm listening. At that moment, I sensed her anger had somewhat diminished. I have been diligently working. But while reviewing the surveillance footage, I noticed someone at the entrance of the inpatient building who resembled my mother. In my haste to find her, I momentarily neglected my duties. After much contemplation, I resolved to speak the truth. Do you believe I am angry because you were not at your post? Qin Xingyu sighed in resignation, grasping the mouse and projecting the surveillance from the first floor of the inpatient building onto the large screen. As she manipulated the mouse, a figure appeared on the screen that left me utterly astonished. It was the very same little girl I had encountered moments ago in the inpatient building. Yet her countenance was no longer adorned with a bright smile. Instead, it was twisted in a grotesque grimace, showing signs of decay. Her eye sockets hollow, and her eyes bloodshot. The sight before me nearly caused me to falter. I steadied myself against the table, feeling as if I could scarcely breathe. She is not human. Upon hearing this seemingly rhetorical question, Qin Xingyu regarded me with a cold smirk. What else could she be? You were mere moments away from losing your life. Do you not realize? If one were to be ensnared by the supernatural, the consequences would likely be unimaginable. Just consider, if calamity were to befall you. How would you ever find your mother? I truly never anticipated that had I known the girl was haunted, I would have refrained from calling her. I stared intently at the surveillance footage. A wave of dread washing over me. While others would flee from such encounters, you eagerly approached them. Qin Xingyu offered a resigned smile. You see, this little girl has been wandering within this building. As she spoke, she switched the footage. It must be said, spirits are far more formidable than humans. I witnessed the girl levitating, gliding through the halls. I felt an icy chill envelop my limbs, rendering me speechless for a prolonged moment. Today, I had erred. I had not performed my duties diligently, and disregarding the prohibitions, I ventured into that building. Rest assured, I shall exercise utmost caution in the future, striving to keep such entities at bay. As I spoke, I raised my hand in a gesture of oath. By the way, thank you for rescuing me today. Had it not been for you, that little girl would have likely latched onto me, and I might not have even known the manner of my demise. Qin Xingyu chuckled at my solemn vow, smirking slightly as she waved her hand dismissively. All right, spare me the formalities. Just be more careful from now on. I'll step out for a moment. Stay here. After watching Qin Xingyu exit, I grasped the water on the table and gulped down several mouthfuls, feeling a sense of calm wash over me. Ding dot ding dot. A sudden, sharp sound startled me, nearly causing me to drop the glass. Setting the glass down, I answered the phone. Lu Xiaochuan. On the line was Qin Xingyu's urgent voice. This person was quite amusing. She had only been gone for 2 minutes before calling me. Director, did you forget to bring toilet paper? You just stepped out and are already seeking my assistance? I was unsure why I found myself jesting with my own director at that moment. Perhaps the exuberance of youth drives a young man to tease beautiful women. However, upon uttering my jest, a perplexed voice responded from the other end. Lu Xiaochuan, what nonsense are you spouting? It seemed this charming director was not one for humor. I cleared my throat and adopted a serious demeanor. All right, no more joking. Director, what is it that you need? Are you out of your mind? Why are you in the guardroom? Qin Xingyu's two questions left me utterly bewildered. Why am I here? Did you not bring me in just moments ago? You just stepped out for 2 minutes and already forgotten. Perhaps my tone was a bit off, as she abruptly hung up in frustration. Beep, beep, beep. The busy signal echoed in my ears as I stared at the phone in disbelief. At that moment, my phone rang again, and upon checking, I saw it was a video call invitation from Qin Xingyu. Was she about to broadcast her trip to the restroom, or perhaps a supernatural event? I admit my thoughts were not entirely pure at that moment. Otherwise, I would not have been thinking of Qin Xingyu's alluring figure. Chapter 10. Childhood lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. I pressed the answer button on my phone. However, to my dismay, just as the call connected, the other end abruptly hung up without a warning. What on earth was going on? I muttered to myself while clicking the play button. After only a few seconds of watching, the content on the screen sent chills down my spine. The imagery itself was unremarkable. Yet peculiarly, I was the sole figure present in the entire scene. That I wandered alone between the first and fourth floors, crouched in the lobby with my arms outstretched, and frantically dashed out of the inpatient building, even gasping for breath as I gestured wildly at the air. How could this possibly be? At that moment, my mind was a blank slate, devoid of any rational thought. My mother's silhouette, the girl in the red dress, and the one who had just saved my life, Qin Xingyu, flooded my memory. Right? I recalled that the person claiming to be the director had instructed me to come to this duty room at 8 o'clock. While I was lost in contemplation, I glanced up and caught sight of my reflection in the mirror. Oh no, there appeared to be a dark mist swirling at my brow. It seemed I had unwittingly absorbed some malevolent energy from the inpatient building. Clearly, I had let my guard down, allowing the ominous atmosphere within the ward to encroach upon me. I checked the clock. 7:50. Only 10 minutes remained until 8. Panic surged within me as I sprang to my feet and rushed towards the door. Just as I stood at the threshold, I heard the sound of footsteps, heavy, slow, yet powerful, evoking memories of the person who had claimed to be the director earlier that day. Approaching the window, I attempted to push it open. But to my frustration, I exerted all my strength, yet it remained stubbornly shut. How strange. The window was neither welded shut nor did it appear stuck, yet it refused to budge. Beads of sweat formed on my forehead as the footsteps grew ever closer. My heart racing uncontrollably. At that moment, I caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance, one I couldn't immediately place. Suddenly, I felt myself sinking uncontrollably downwards. Slowly, my consciousness began to fade. Xiaochuan, wake up. Dear, Mommy has made your favorite dish. It was my mother's voice. With great effort, I opened my eyes to find her sitting beside my bed, holding a plate of fried dumplings. The familiar aroma enveloped me, and I realized that the scent that had lingered around me moments ago was, in fact, my mother's perfume. I slowly propped myself up against the pillow, gazing at my mother's youthful face, which mirrored the memories I cherished, and tears welled up in my eyes. Mom, how are you here? As the words escaped my lips, I was taken aback by the childish tone of my voice. I extended my hand, and my small palm appeared so utterly devoid of maturity. Silly child, what are you looking around for? My mother said, leaning in closer. Her gentle visage approached, yet an oppressive sensation simultaneously encroached upon me. Suddenly, I heard a piercing scream. The plate of fried dumplings slipped from my mother's grasp for reasons unknown, shattering into pieces upon the floor, the dumplings scattering haphazardly around. As my mother's lustrous long hair began to fall out in large clumps, I noticed with horror that the flesh and skin from her face were slowly peeling away. In an instant, a thick, metallic scent of blood permeated the room. Witnessing this particularly ghastly scene, my body succumbed to uncontrollable tremors as I leaned against the bed, retching repeatedly. Did you not wish to find your mother? Why then do you retreat upon her arrival? My mother's gentle voice echoed, yet faced with her half-human, half-ghostly form, I dared not step forward. Suddenly, the room was shrouded in darkness, and a heavy thud resounded as if a great weight had struck my head. The taste of blood began to invade my mouth. Xiaochuan, wake up, please wake up. I was roused by a frantic voice, slowly opening my eyes as the blurry scenery sharpened into focus. Before me, I discerned two indistinct figures. Realizing I was lying at the entrance of the duty room, with great effort, I propped myself up, clutching my agonizing head. There stood Qin Xingyu, her anxious visage, alongside an unfamiliar man. You finally awoken. Qin Xingyu exhaled in relief. This gentleman is. With her support, I struggled to rise, gesturing towards the man beside me. You young lad, how could your memory be so poor at such a tender age? Take a closer look at who I am, the man chuckled, leaning closer to me. He appeared to be at least in his 50s, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, darkened skin, and scattered scars, yet his countenance exuded a benevolent air. There was indeed a twinge of familiarity, and I tilted my head in deep thought. Are you not the one who urged me to rise on the bus earlier today? I exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing my question, the man nodded vigorously. Well done. You finally remembered. What brings you here? I inquired, puzzled that I came to find you, but refrained from asking too many questions. Qin Xingyu's cool voice interjected, prompting me to seal my lips. Young man, I hear you go by Lu Xiaochuan. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Sanju. Remember it well, the man said, his eyes narrowing with confidence. Lu Sanju. That name rings a bell. I feel as if I've encountered it before. Chapter 11. Common Tactics. It dawns on me, the name was inscribed on that yellowed letter, which stated that this individual would assist me. However, if that letter were forged, what manner of person is he, good or evil? Noticing my dazed expression, Qin Xingyu waved her hand before my eyes. You seem utterly stunned. Are you in a haze? How did you both arrive? I asked Qin Xingyu, forcing a sheepish smile. Had we not come, your life force would have surely been drained, she retorted, pursing her lips. Did you see the video I sent you? I nodded, a wave of dread washing over me. You encountered something supernatural. I nodded again. I am aware. But how did you manage to drive away that director? After listening to my words, Qin Xingyu shook his head. When we arrived, we only vaguely saw a ghostly figure siphoning your life force. After watching your video just now, I contemplated escaping through the window, but for some reason, it wouldn't budge. Subsequently, I felt myself losing consciousness, yet it seemed I embarked on an interminable dream where I witnessed my mother transformed into a specter, exploiting familial bonds once again. Upon finishing my statement, I noticed Lu Sanju wearing an expression of utter disdain. Did this fellow possess knowledge of some hidden truths? I pondered, gripping Lu Sanju's arm tightly. Uncle Lu, do you know something? Could you please enlighten me? And regarding my mother, how much do you truly understand? My agitation rendered my words somewhat incoherent. Lu Sanju gently patted the back of my hand, offering reassurance. Young man, some matters cannot be rushed. I am reluctant to see you ensnared in danger for long. Given the circumstances, I shall share with you what I know. Lu Sanju gestured towards a nearby chair, indicating that I should sit and listen. I assisted him as he settled into the chair. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it slowly, and began recounting a tale. It was through Lu Sanju's narrative that I learned the eerie head of the institution frequently relied on ghostly apparitions conjured by lesser spirits, preying upon the desperation of those longing for their loved ones with the intent to cause harm. Today, the head was exploiting my yearning for my mother and my fervent desire for information to lure me in. How despicable! I clenched my fists, cursing vehemently. Lu Sanju then recounted another story. After a fire, the hospital gradually prohibited visitors. A daughter, yearning for her mother, continually sought ways to have food smuggled in by the security at the entrance. However, one day, she stumbled upon a photograph at the hospital gate. The image depicted her mother, bloodied and with vacant, helpless eyes. Terrified, the daughter was consumed with worry and, that very night, devised a means to breach the hospital walls. Much like me, this daughter also glimpsed her mother as silhouette at the entrance of the inpatient building, only to follow it inside and never emerge again. According to Lu Sanju, later, nurses discovered a hanged figure in the duty room, this daughter, whose death was said to be horrific. After concluding his tale, Lu Sanju exhaled a plume of smoke. There was indeed something amiss with that duty room. My agitation caused me to rise abruptly. I share this not merely to entertain you with stories, but to convey the grave dangers lurking within this hospital. If you wish to uncover the truth, you must remain vigilant and ensure your own safety to survive. In that moment, the warmth of compassion shone in Lu Sanju's eyes. His admonition reminiscent of my father's. It seemed Lu Sanju held a wealth of knowledge, even regarding my own circumstances. Could you possibly offer me some guidance? How might I uncover the truth? I implored Lu Sanju, who appeared to me as a lifeline in my desperate plight. Lu Sanju let out a sigh, and at that moment, even Qin Xingyu's face was etched with concern. Oh, you truly wish to uncover the whereabouts of your mother? I nodded vigorously, feeling that Lu Sanju's question was utterly superfluous. Slowly, Lu Sanju rose and made his way toward the hospital's entrance. I gazed at his retreating figure. My heart was a tumult of emotions. Should I trust him? By the way, Director, how do you know Lu Sanju? He seems to possess quite a remarkable background. I said to Qin Xingyu in a tentative tone. Do you not concern yourself with Lu Sanju's background? What I am telling you now is to dismiss everything he has just said as mere madness. Do not believe a word, and under no circumstances should you venture into the archives of the office department he mentioned. Qin Xingyu warned me sternly, her eyes wide with intensity. I genuinely wish to know my mother's whereabouts. As the director, can't you empathize with my feelings as her son? I attempted to reason with Qin Xingyu. However, her gaze conveyed that this matter was not open to discussion. Very well. It is of no consequence now. You may return to your duties. Do not inquire further. Do not observe too closely. It will serve you no good. After Qin Xingyu concluded, she rose and sashayed away. I remained seated for an extended period, my mind gradually clearing. So, at this juncture, whom should I believe? Lu Sanju did not strike me as malevolent. Indeed, he appeared to possess knowledge of deeper truths. Yet, the director had saved my life, and a young girl such as her would likely not be entangled with anything supernatural. My thoughts were a chaotic jumble. After a fierce internal struggle, I resolved to visit the archives. Chapter 12. The mysterious old man. After all, I had come here to work for my mother, not merely to serve as a security guard. I glanced around. No one was in sight, and I detected no ominous presence. This seemed the perfect moment to proceed. Clad in black, I felt suitably attired for the task at hand. Once fully dressed, I even donned a black mask to obscure my identity, making it less likely for me to be recognized. Stealthily, I approached the office building. A wind began to stir in the courtyard, and a chilling breeze swept through, making it impossible to deny the sense of unease creeping over me. I swallowed hard, treading lightly until I finally stood before the office building's entrance. Unlike the inpatient department, the office building was illuminated. Though the light was dim, I could faintly sense a semblance of life within, clearly indicating that this place was not as foreboding as the wards. Rubbing my hands together, I felt a surge of relief. This place seemed quite normal. As I approached the entrance, intending to enter, a sudden shout startled me into stillness. What are you doing? This area is off limits to unauthorized personnel. Be gone. I looked up to see an elderly man peering out from a guardhouse, glaring at me and waving his hand fiercely. I'm here to attend to some matters. I am also a member of the hospital staff, I declared loudly, my resonant voice masking my inner trepidation. What nonsense are you spouting? I have been here for quite some time and have never seen your face before. The elderly man's eyes emitted a fierce glare, and upon seeing my all-black attire, he presumed I must be a thief. At that moment, I was truly incensed, if he did not wish to let me in. That was one thing, but to unjustly accuse me of theft was entirely another. I am not. Before I could finish my defense, the old man waved his hand dismissively. Go away. Go away. Seek your mischief elsewhere. Don't you find this place unlucky? I pleaded. I will only be inside for 10 minutes. Is that too much to ask? I assure you, I am not a thief. As I spoke, I attempted to step forward, but the old man rushed out with a broom in hand, startling me greatly. To avoid a confrontation, I retreated down the stairs. After I stood in the courtyard, the old man, grumbling, tossed aside the broom and turned towards the guardroom. It seemed that forcing my way in was futile. I would have to rely on my wits. I sat on the steps outside, contemplating how to gain entry into the building. However, before I could devise a plan, the light around me suddenly dimmed significantly. I turned to see that the previously illuminated building was now engulfed in darkness, devoid of any lights. Just as I approached the door, before I could take a closer look, someone yanked me inside. Terrified, I looked up to hear a familiar voice. What are you doing here? It was Tang Qiushihad. I rubbed my eyes. Indeed, it was him. By the way, why did the lights just go out? What happened to that old man? I fumbled for the switch and glanced around. What are you talking about? What old man? Tang Qiushui appeared utterly perplexed. The old man from the guardroom, I replied, somewhat exasperated, as I made my way to the guardroom. Yet, when I reached the window of the guardroom, it was completely empty. There was no old man to be found. Wasn't there an old man on duty here? He even stopped me from entering. My anxiety mounted as I tried to explain this to Tang Qiushi, that I think you've had too much to drink. There's no old man here. That room is just where I took a quick break. Tang Qiushui looked at me with a concerned expression. Forget about that old man for now. Let me ask you something. Which direction is the archive room? I grasped Tang Qiushui's arm and inquired. Why? As a security guard, do you need to know where the archive room is? Tang Qiushui replied with impatience, preparing to turn away, just as I intended to follow him. A sudden force from behind slammed me to the ground. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I caught a glimpse of Qin Xingyu's face. "Come with me," he insisted, forcibly dragging me out of the building. "I'm sorry, Dean. I didn't mean to." I cautiously stole a glance at Qin Xingyu. "Why do you always disregard my words? I told you not to enter the hospital building, yet you did. I told you not to come to the archive room, yet you insisted on finding it. Are you courting disaster? If you don't care for your own safety, must you endanger others as well?" Qin Xingyu's words left me feeling utterly ashamed. Yet, all I wished to know was the whereabouts of my mother, but I still wanted to know. I protested vehemently, "And if Tang Qiushui can come here, why can't I?" Bowing my head in thought, I felt increasingly aggrieved, as if Qin Xingyu were deliberately targeting me alone. "What do you know? The guard inside is certainly not Tang Qiushui." Qin Xingyu appeared utterly helpless. "I know that Tang Qiushui is not the guard. It must be that old man, right?" I said nonchalantly. "What old man?" Now it was Qin Xingyu's turn to look bewildered, the old man in the duty room. Of course, he was particularly fierce and refused to let me in, even going so far as to accuse me of being a thief. At that moment, I felt like a child reporting mischief. Gazing at the dean, "What does that old man look like?" In an instant, Qin Xingyu's face turned ashen. However, after I finished speaking, tears unexpectedly brimmed in Qin Xingyu's eyes. "What's wrong?" I asked with curiosity. "You may not have encountered a human just now." I silently cursed my misfortune. Having done nothing all day, I had merely bumped into a ghost. Observing my astonished expression, Qin Xingyu patted my arm. "But do not worry. That old gentleman was not a malevolent spirit. I have heard that during the fire years ago, there was an elderly man in a blue plaid shirt who helped rescue people and maintain order. He seemed to be a patient at this hospital. However, after that incident, he mysteriously vanished, and no body was found within the hospital, so he was not included in the death toll." Suddenly, everything became clear to me. My anxiety dissipated, replaced by a sense of admiration. Chapter 13. "The dog then, why didn't he let me in just now?" I still felt puzzled. "Have you considered that perhaps the old man was protecting you?" Qin Xingyu's words left me utterly astounded. "Protecting me? I just mentioned that the person inside was not the real Tang Qiushui." Qin Xingyu's excited voice rendered me speechless, and I glanced apprehensively back at the entrance of the office building. "Are you saying?" Though my sentence remained unfinished, Qin Xingyu looked at me and nodded with unwavering certainty. Although doubts lingered in my heart, seeing Qin Xingyu beside me brought me a sense of comfort, and my heartbeat gradually returned to normal. After speaking, Qin Xingyu left me with a casual silhouette before I could inquire further. It is said that night is when spirits roam. Thus, during the day, the yang energy should be at its peak, and the yin energy at its lowest. I sighed. Resolving to avoid encounters with ghosts, I decided that after the shift change tomorrow morning, I would return here to try my luck and see if I could access the archives. Just as I turned to leave, a small shadow darted past my feet. I widened my eyes, squinting in the moonlight for a while before finally discerning what the shadow was. With its upturned tail, pointed ears, and agile forepaws, it was undoubtedly a dog. How could a psychiatric hospital keep a dog? Are the patients here so special that they are unafraid of a dog causing harm? "Doggy, come here," I called out to the little shadow. I shouted a couple more times, but the little dog ignored me, glancing my way briefly before turning towards the entrance of the office building. "Little dog, don't go." In that instant, thoughts of the supernatural occurrences within that building flooded my mind, and I wanted to shout to stop the puppy. However, the little dog not only disregarded my commands but also turned around and barked at me twice before swiftly retreating into the building. Although I recalled the old man's words about dogs being able to perceive malevolent spirits, I couldn't shake off my unease. After all, it was a life at stake. Thus, I cautiously followed it inside. The lobby on the first floor was enveloped in darkness. I could neither see the elderly attendant in the duty room nor the so-called false Tang Qiushui. With a heart laden with trepidation, I slowly approached the little dog. Yet, before I could discern what the dog was digging at on the floor, a sudden gust of chilling wind swept through the hall, causing the doors and windows to rattle violently. At that moment, the little dog began to yelp in terror, emitting a heart-wrenching cry in the haze. I seemed to glimpse sand being blown in, and my eyelids grew heavy, making it increasingly difficult to keep them open. The dog's anguished howls faded into the distance. I stood frozen in place for what felt like an eternity until the wind gradually subsided. When I finally reopened my flashlight and blinked my eyes, the lobby remained eerily empty. Just as before, I turned my gaze to the spot where the little dog had been scratching. only to find the floor solid and unyielding. There was not even a crack, let alone any strange entities. How perplexing, since I had ventured inside without encountering anyone. I might as well seek out the archives that I had previously heard Lu Sanju mention that the files I was searching for were located at the far end of the first floor. Scanning the desolate corridor, I resolved to start from the left. Fortunately, each room bore a sign overhead, inscribed in red ink, which stood out prominently in the light. Office 1. Office 2. I made my way down the left corridor. But to my dismay, it was lined entirely with offices, leading me to the end where I discovered merely a restroom, with no success on the left. My instincts told me the archives must be on the right. As I pondered this, I retraced my steps from the left corridor, holding my breath and tiptoeing toward the right. Sure enough, the door signs here were uniformly marked as the archives. My fear dissipated, replaced by a thrill of excitement. I had hardly entered the mental institution and was already so close to the truth that I slowly advanced. But after passing just 2 doors, I faintly discerned a figure at the far end of the right corridor. Who was there? I directed my light ahead and called out loudly, my heart racing at the thought of encountering something unsavory. Yet, under the beam of my flashlight, the voice before me sounded oddly familiar. It appeared that the figure had not acknowledged my inquiry, continuing to engage in its own business. I cautiously took 2 steps closer and finally discerned that the silhouette belonged to none other than Tang Xiushui. Tang, is that you? I tentatively took another 2 steps forward. However, Tang Xiushui remained unresponsive. At that moment, a blood-curdling scream shattered the silence, nearly causing me to collapse in fright. Fortunately, I managed to brace myself against the nearby wall. This agonizing cry was not human, but rather that of an animal. Indeed, it was the bark of a dog. I mused nervously. Could it be that black dog from earlier? Simultaneously, a pungent smell of blood began to permeate the corridor. The acrid scent of blood filled the air, unsettling my senses as I fought against an overwhelming urge to retch. Supporting myself against the wall, I slowly advanced. Suddenly, my legs and feet seemed to seize uncontrollably, leaving me rooted in place. Unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before me, there stood Tang Xiushui, turned away, his hands gripping the neck of a black dog with a force that rendered the creature motionless. Its head lolling to one side, tongue lolling out, clearly lifeless. At that moment, the black dog lay eviscerated, entrails strewn across the floor, its innards scattered about, a sight so grotesque it was almost unbearable. Yet, Tang Xiushui persisted, rummaging through the dog's disemboweled carcass. Chapter 14. The mysterious phone call. I could no longer contain myself. With a gasp, I leaned against the wall and vomited. What I had not anticipated was that even more horrifying events were yet to unfold. At that instant, I heard the sound of vigorous chewing, accompanied by the splatter of liquid on the ground. Though I suspected it was not water, but rather blood, to confirm my suspicion, I lifted my gaze. And indeed, Tang Xiushui was tearing at the lifeless dog, tearing chunks of flesh and shoving them into his mouth, chewing ravenously. Having barely regained my composure, nausea surged once more within me. This was undeniably beyond the realm of human behavior. It seemed that Qin Xingyu's assertions were utterly accurate. The Tang Xiushui before me was not human. It was clear that seeking the archives today was out of the question. This place was no longer safe. I extinguished the beam of my flashlight and hurriedly retreated down the corridor. I stumbled past the lobby and escaped the office building. As I stood in the open space before the building, peering inside, the interior was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any signs of life or even the faintest sound. I slapped my face with force, feeling the sting as confirmation that what I had witnessed was indeed real. Once again, I had encountered the supernatural. That moment, the duty room appeared unremarkable. I turned to check the surveillance feed, which showed everything as it should be. The more I pondered, the more I felt a sense of eeriness. I could scarcely distinguish between who was human and who was not. However, I recalled what the mentally disturbed old Tang had said today, that a man named Zhang Xiazi could save my life and might even know about my mother. If Lu Sanju, mentioned in the letter, was indeed a real person, then what of Zhang Xiazi? A sudden resolve to seek out Zhang Xiazi sprang to mind. Perhaps tomorrow I would take the No. 13 bus and test my luck. I might indeed find this individual. Regardless of the veracity of old Tang's claims, I decided to give it a try. I silently resolved to take a leave of absence tomorrow to venture out. Being young, I was not easily fatigued. Throughout the latter half of the night, aside from a brief nap of perhaps 10 minutes, I remained fixated on the computer screen, relieved to find no anomalies until dawn broke. As the first light of day emerged, the door to the duty room swung open with a greeting. "Hey, young man, how are you?" Feeling the strain of the night shift, 13:15 my mood was already quite dismal, and the unexpected turn of events only exacerbated it. Unable to contain myself, I erupted in frustration. Just this morning, I had requested leave from you, and now, upon my emergence, you feign amnesia? When did you grant me leave? I am utterly unaware of such an occurrence. Qin Xingyu's tone was still laden with disbelief. I was somewhat bewildered. Could it be that I had encountered something supernatural again today? It truly felt as if I had stumbled upon a ghost in broad daylight. An encounter one could scarcely prepare for. Qin Xingyu's demeanor was remarkably serious, devoid of jest that I dared not delve further into my thoughts, my mind buzzing, leaving me momentarily incapable of discerning any clarity. I am listening. The overwhelming shock rendered me somewhat stammering. What is the matter? Does someone know my mother's whereabouts? I anxiously pressed for answers that I hurriedly made my way to the dean's office. After knocking and entering, I found Qin Xingyu seated in a chair, while a stranger, a man, occupied the sofa nearby. This man had sparse hair atop his head, wrinkles etched upon his face, and though he appeared to be under 50, his countenance was stern, exuding an aura that suggested he was exceedingly difficult to engage with. That I momentarily faltered but proceeded inside. As I entered, Qin Xingyu gestured for me to stand beside her. Lu Xiaochuan, allow me to introduce you to this gentleman, a professional psychologist dispatched by the provincial authorities, Mr. Su. As Qin Xingyu spoke, I nodded towards the man, greeting him. Hello, Dr. Su. Dr. Su possesses significant expertise in psychiatry and excels in patient counseling. He is highly esteemed in the province. His temporary assignment to our hospital aims to aid in the better recovery of our patients. He will be able to engage with the hospitalized individuals daily to comprehend their conditions and facilitate communication. I pondered that perhaps he could also assist in the case of your mother. After Qin Xingyu concluded, a weary smile graced her face. Upon hearing Qin Xingyu's words, I was taken aback. I had barely met this new and beautiful dean a few times. And considering my curt demeanor during our phone conversation, it was surprising that she still cared about my situation. It would be disingenuous to claim I was not touched. I smiled awkwardly at Qin Xingyu and said, "Thank you, Dean. I also appreciate your concern on behalf of my mother." I nodded with a smile, exchanged greetings, and then exited the dean's office. I turned a corner, circumvented the building, and made my way towards the hospital's entrance. For I still needed to find Zhang Xiazi. Even the slightest lead, no matter how tenuous, would make my efforts worthwhile. However, as I stepped outside the hospital's entrance, I was suddenly yanked to the wall on the west side of the hospital by a figure that emerged unexpectedly. Looking up, I saw an elderly man wearing old-fashioned sunglasses. His hair was already graying, and his bronzed face was lined with numerous wrinkles, suggesting he was at least in his 60s. Lowering my gaze, I noticed he was leaning on a cane. Could he be blind? I thought to myself as I extended my hand and waved it in front of the old man's eyes. What are you doing, child? Who are you? Why have you brought me here? I took a cautious step back, speaking warily. The old man suddenly burst into laughter. You young fellow, I am precisely the person you seek. A jolt of surprise coursed through me, prompting an involuntary step backward. With a furrowed brow, I inquired, who exactly are you? How do you know whom I am looking for? The old man slowly uttered 3 syllables. My surname is Zhang. Zhang, I exclaimed in disbelief. Could you possibly be the Zhang Xiazi I am searching for? Zhang Xiazi nodded slightly. What? Do I not seem like him? Or perhaps you simply do not believe me? At a loss for words, I approached and grasped Zhang Xiazi's arm. After a considerable pause, I finally managed to express, "This is splendid. I have finally found you. I had nearly lost hope of ever locating you." Zhang Xiazi gently patted my arm. Do not worry, young man. Our fates are intertwined. Given this, might you disclose the truth to me, the truth regarding my mother? Upon hearing this, I leaned in closer. What significant matter are you referring to? The new director, the one who was quite beautiful, as Zhang Xiazi spoke. I instantly recognized he was referring to Qin Xingyu. What is wrong with her? I inquired anxiously. In short, she is not normal. Do not trust her. And whatever she says, do not believe. Zhang Xiazi clutched my hand, reiterating his warning earnestly. That moment, his words struck me like a hammer upon my heart. Leaving me utterly bewildered, I found myself unable to discern whose words bore the truth. And I could scarcely determine who was truly supernatural. Then what should I do now that my sentence remained uncompleted? For upon lifting my gaze, Zhang Xiazi had vanished without a trace. How could a person depart so swiftly? Was he merely playing tricks? As dusk descended, the darkening light weighed heavily upon my heart for reasons unknown. I hastily stood up, offering an apologetic smile to Tang Xiushui. I am sorry. I was lost in thought and forgot to take over your shift. I shall attend to it right away. Under Tang Xiushui's scrutinizing gaze, I made my way to the duty room. I silently prayed that no strange occurrences would transpire that night. Everything proceeded normally, with no peculiar events unfolding. However, as the clock approached 10, I was suddenly startled by a distinct knocking at the door. The bizarre occurrences from earlier loomed vividly in my mind, rendering me hesitant to open the door. I stood alert, my eyes fixed on the entrance, fearful that it might be the ghost of the old director. Knock, knock, knock. The sound persisted. After a moment's contemplation, I called out, "Who is it?" The knocking ceased abruptly, followed by a familiar male voice. "Xiao Chuan, it is I." The voice, though somewhat familiar, triggered a memory. At last, my anxieties eased, and I hurried to the door and opened it, revealing none other than Dr. Su, whom I had encountered earlier that very morning. "Dr. Su, it is quite late. Is there a particular reason for your visit?" Though I was filled with curiosity, I politely inquired. I noticed the rigidity on Dr. Su's face as he forced a smile, albeit awkwardly, and replied, "I have something to discuss with you." Observing Dr. Su's demeanor made me feel rather uncomfortable. Despite his attempts at friendliness, an air of aloofness surrounded him. I promptly invited Dr. Su inside, cautiously pulling out a chair. "Please, have a seat. I just arrived today and wanted to check on the patients. The director informed me that you are on duty, so I would like you to accompany me. Is that agreeable?" Although his words seemed like a suggestion, the expression on Dr. Su's face conveyed a sense of inevitability. However, I found myself puzzled. Why conduct rounds at such a late hour instead of during the day? Wouldn't it disturb the patients? Yet, the thought of soon being able to see my mother alongside Dr. Su filled me with an uncontrollable excitement that I nodded eagerly. "Of course, but regarding the duty room, that is of no concern. I have already spoken with the director, and I doubt she will hold you accountable," Dr. Su said, managing to squeeze out a smile. Hearing this reassured me, and I nodded in response. After donning my coat, I followed Dr. Su out of the duty room, remaining silent as I trailed behind him to the entrance of the inpatient building. This time, the entire structure was illuminated, and the lobby was bright and welcoming, devoid of any unusual atmosphere. In fact, as we stepped into the building, I could hear voices and the sounds of laughter and playful banter. It seemed to finally possess a sense of vitality. However, a sense of apprehension washed over me. If this was indeed the true inpatient building, what had I encountered previously? "Are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" Dr. Su, noticing my somewhat unnatural expression, expressed concern for my well-being. I quickly shook my head. "I'm fine. It's just the cold wind earlier made me a bit chilly. I'll be all right in a moment." Recognizing my calm demeanor, Dr. Su refrained from probing further. He led me inside the inpatient department. Upon entering, I realized that this building's layout was entirely different from the one I had previously visited. The lobby was elegantly curved, and the corridors on either side were well lit. I observed that the first floor consisted solely of doctors' offices and securely locked laboratories. The director mentioned that there were no patient rooms on the first floor. "Let us proceed to the second floor," Dr. Su suggested as he guided me to the elevator on the right. "How many floors does this building have?" I wondered, recalling my earlier experience of visiting the inpatient department alone. "I believe there are 5 floors," Dr. Su replied, pressing the elevator button. "And how many underground levels does this building have?" I asked anxiously. "I'm new here as well, so I'm not entirely sure. However, judging by the structure, it doesn't seem to have a basement," he responded. As Dr. Su's words resonated, I exhaled a sigh of relief. It was a blessing that there were no underground floors. Had this elevator whisked me down to the 18th level, I would have been utterly at a loss for how to escape. While I was lost in my own tumultuous thoughts, the elevator came to a steady halt on the second floor. The moment I stepped out, a cacophony of sounds flooded my ears. Indeed, those who were mentally unwell resembled children, often oblivious to their own actions. Dr. Su waved his hand, and the nurse promptly nodded in acknowledgement that we commenced our examination from the first patient room adjacent to the staircase, performing some basic assessments with the nurse's assistance. Chapter 17. Murder, a familiar sight. Fortunately, these patients were merely delusional, muttering incomprehensible phrases, and did not exhibit any violent tendencies. I had unnecessarily fretted. After measuring their temperatures and conducting simple blood pressure checks, Dr. Su, clutching a folder in his hand, began to inquire about each patient's basic information and mental condition. During this process, he notably questioned their allergy histories and blood types. Truly, he was a doctor of significant repute. It seemed the next step would involve administering medication. At that moment, An elderly man by the window caught my attention that he stood out distinctly, in stark contrast to the other raucous patients. He seemed utterly out of place in this clamor, sitting quietly by the window with his head bowed. Silent that I approached him gently, observing that his expression was vacant, his eyes dull, and his face lined with wrinkles, indicating he was at least in his 60s. "Sir, shall we conduct an examination?" I inquired, but the old man paid me no heed, not even glancing in my direction, and no need to ask him. "Just proceed with the examination that he won't resist," the young nurse suggested, glancing at Dr. Sue. Dr. Sue nodded and approached, yet the old man refused to engage with him as well. It was quite perplexing. Could he truly be mute? I cast a puzzled look towards the young nurse. "He is not a mute. Perhaps he simply chooses not to speak," Dr. Sue remarked with a resigned expression. "However, he does not appear to be a patient. He seems quite normal, likely just reticent." I speculated to myself. "You shouldn't underestimate him. He is far from normal," the young nurse retorted, pursing her lips. Subsequently, we were informed of the elderly man's story through her. It turned out that this man, surnamed Yang, had resided in this psychiatric hospital for many years. He had suffered from a mental disorder since childhood, often engaging in behaviors that baffled those around him. Eventually, in an attempt to propagate the family line, his relatives arranged for him to marry as soon as he came of age. Naturally, no ordinary person would willingly marry a patient, so his bride was a frail deaf-mute. Life continued in a seemingly tranquil manner, with the deaf-mute woman diligently preparing meals and caring for his daily needs. However, one fateful day, she fell ill and was unable to cook, starved and unable to find food. He turned a cleaver upon his wife. Subsequently, he emulated his wife's method of slaughtering a chicken, dismembering her lifeless body and preparing it for cooking. When I heard the young nurse recount this horrifying tale, my hand instinctively covered my mouth, as such ghastly incidents were almost entirely foreign to me. In my shock, I realized that the hairs on my arms were standing on end. The nurse continued, explaining that it was ultimately a neighbor who reported the strange behavior. However, due to his mental illness, he could not be held accountable for his crimes. Left with no other option, his family had to admit him to a psychiatric hospital. Once there, it seemed as though he gradually became aware of the sins he had committed, retreating into silence and spending his days alone, either staring out the window or lost in thought. Initially, he resided in a prestigious mental health facility in the heart of the city, but as his family could no longer afford the expenses, they brought him to our institution, where the costs were more manageable. As the nurse spoke, a look of sympathy welled in her eyes. I let out a heavy sigh, feeling pity for this unfortunate soul born into a world of confusion and condemned to live the latter part of his life in such an environment. I mused that a person of sound mind would likely be driven to despair in a situation. I glanced up at Dr. Sue, and to my astonishment, he remained unfazed by the story, his expression devoid of any surprise. Confused, I asked, "Dr. Sue, don't you feel the slightest fear upon hearing such a tale?" To my surprise, Dr. Sue chuckled softly. "You are still young and have seen little of the world. My experiences differ greatly. Incidents of murder are commonplace for me." His words left me speechless, revealing a profound truth. How many psychiatric patients could possibly have committed murder? Surely, Dr. Sue was exaggerating. With a resigned smile, I followed him to the next ward. The situation in the second ward was markedly better. 3 elderly women, all well past 50, greeted me as if I were their own child, showering me with warmth and concern. After exiting the second room, I felt a significant weight lifted from my shoulders. Yet, just then, a seemingly deranged woman seized my arm. She appeared to be in her 30s, her hair resembling dry grass, disheveled atop her head. Her eyes were bloodshot, and tear streaks marked her face. It was evident she bore a heavy story. "Please let go of me. Do you need something?" I attempted to pry her fingers from my arm. However, despite her frail appearance, her grip was surprisingly strong, and I struggled in vain to free myself. Can you save my daughter? She's only 2. She deserves a lifetime of happiness. She cannot die. She cannot." The woman began to ramble incoherently, leaving me momentarily at a loss, as this was a scene unlike any I had ever encountered. "Dufang." Suddenly, Dr. Sue's commanding voice resonated above me. The woman abruptly ceased her cries, and even her grip on my arm loosened as she turned to face the direction of Dr. Sue's voice. "Dufang, you are indeed the Dufang from Ward 4, are you not?" As Dr. Sue approached, cradling a folder in his arms, he uttered these words. The woman named Dufang stood there, seemingly docile, akin to a small rabbit, nodding incessantly. "Dr. Sue, how did you come to know her name?" I inched closer, lowering my voice to a whisper by his ear. Dr. Sue waved the folder in his hand. revealing that it contained the patient's photograph and information, including the cause of her ailment and her experiences before and after the onset of her condition. That I nodded in understanding. This woman had just implored me to save her 2-year-old daughter. I cast a pleading glance at Dr.Xu.At that moment. He too lowered his voice, whispering to me, "Her daughter passed away long ago." Chapter 18. Is Dr. Su not a good person? What? I was taken aback, unable to contain my astonishment. Typically, with patients like this, a mere act of reassurance suffices. According to Dr. Su, this woman had a 2-year-old daughter who, due to her negligence last summer, drowned in an incident by the water. Overwhelmed by guilt and unable to bear the blow, she lost her sanity. Despite her family's desperate attempts to restore her to normalcy, she ultimately had to be committed to a psychiatric hospital. After hearing this story, I felt a deep sense of discomfort, yet I could not help but sympathize with the woman named Du Fong. The suffering of all beings is profound, I mused. Little did I know that the moment those words left my lips, Dr. Su immediately adopted a grave demeanor, his expression complex as he gazed at me. Do not pity anyone. If you wish to achieve anything, a hardened heart is your most essential asset. Stop dawdling. Let us proceed to the next ward, Dr. Su said coldly, leading the way ahead of me. That I promptly lowered my head and followed. However, after merely 2 steps, I found my path obstructed. That I looked up to find a serious-looking middle-aged man, who bore little resemblance to a patient. I awkwardly smiled, attempting to sidestep him on the left, but he shifted to block me once more. Somewhat exasperated, I resolved to navigate around him on the right, only for him to mirror my movement and continue to impede my progress. This was undoubtedly intentional, and my irritation flared. Step aside, I retorted curtly. If you wish to survive, vacate this place of turmoil swiftly. Remember, never trust anyone's words. The man regarded me, and after delivering his warning, departed without allowing me the chance to inquire further. At that moment, I glanced up to find Dr. Su observing us, his expression notably stern, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity that instilled fear within me. That I quickly lowered my head and made my way towards him. During the subsequent rounds, I found myself inexplicably distracted, my thoughts wandering back to the man's words. Who was he? Why did he feel compelled to caution me? Such questions plagued my mind. Let us persevere. There aren't many patients here. Let us head to the 3rd floor. As we awaited the elevator, I stole a glance at the dark, foreboding staircase, and upon that brief glance, my heart raced. I caught sight of a figure that was all too familiar. How could my father possibly be here? Could it be that I was merely imagining things? Although I harbored doubts in my mind, I felt compelled to ascend the staircase for a closer look. Dr. Su, I am experiencing a slight discomfort in my abdomen and must visit the restroom. Please proceed to the ward. I shall join you on the 3rd floor shortly. Without waiting for Dr. Su's consent, I hastily darted down the dimly lit staircase. As I descended a few steps, I noticed a shadow on the stairs come to a halt, and to my astonishment, it lifted its head to glance at me. Indeed, it was my father. Upon seeing me, he did not pause, but rather gestured with a nod of his chin, indicating that I should follow him downward. I nodded in agreement and quickly trailed after him. When we reached the 1st floor, my father came to a stop. Dad, how did you get in here? What brings you to this place? I asked in shock. Do not concern yourself with how I arrived. I am here to find you, he replied, his face etched with seriousness. What do you need me for? You needn't worry about me. I can take care of myself. Are you referring to Dr. Su? In my haste, I interrupted my father's words that I do not recall his surname. He is merely the psychological expert from the province. In any case, you must remember that this doctor is not a good person. He has come to alter humanity, seemingly connected to some nefarious genetic engineering. You must exercise extreme caution. Moreover, it would be prudent for you to gather evidence and do everything in your power to prevent him from committing any malevolent acts. The gravity in my father's eyes suggested he was not jesting. Could it be true? If so, the implications are far-reaching, I thought, incredulous. As my father prepared to turn away, I anxiously tugged at his sleeve. How do you know all of this? Despite my lingering skepticism, I took his words to heart and pressed the button for the elevator, ascending to the 3rd floor. After searching 2 wards, I finally spotted Dr. Su. Ever since hearing my father's warnings, I increasingly suspected that Dr. Su was not to be trusted. Throughout the rounds on the 3rd floor, I felt dazed and scarcely uttered a word. No significant events transpired on the 3rd floor. And soon we arrived at the 4th floor. Standing in the corridor of the 4th floor, my mind gradually cleared, yet I felt a twinge of anxiety, unsure whether I might encounter my mother there. At last, we reached the door of Ward 413. As I stood at the threshold, gathering my emotions, Dr. Sue abruptly pushed open the door to room 413. To my bewilderment, the scene before me was identical to what I had witnessed previously. The fierce, malevolent wind still howled. The room remained disheveled. The bed was still empty, and even the photograph was the same. Gazing at this eerily familiar ward, an unsettling premonition surged within me. Could it be that my mother was no longer here? As this thought crossed my mind, I quickly shook my head, striving to dispel such ominous notions. Next room, Dr. Sue remarked coldly, showing no surprise at the vacant ward. We exited room 413 and proceeded to the adjacent ward. At that moment, a sudden realization washed over me. Despite our extensive search through numerous wards, only room 413 was a single occupancy room. Was my mother truly so special among these patients? Chapter 19. The secret room behind the cabinet. My thoughts remained consumed by my mother's situation, leaving me in a haze during the subsequent rounds. Fortunately, I encountered no peculiarities on the fourth floor, and the process was relatively smooth. I forced an awkward laugh, asking, "Dr. Sue, what is the matter?" I was somewhat taken aback. "Haven't we just reached the fourth floor? How is it already over?" It seemed this young man was less familiar with the place than I was. Beyond this point, there were no more patients. Dr. Sue chuckled, waving his folder in the air. Embarrassed, I scratched my head and followed him out of the inpatient building. Upon returning to the duty room, I sat in my chair, reflecting on my father's words. That I pondered them repeatedly, uncertain of their veracity, but I felt it prudent to remain vigilant. After all, Dr. Sue did seem a bit odd. I glanced at the surveillance footage and found nothing out of the ordinary within the hospital. However, after 2 days of minimal rest, fatigue began to settle in. After securing the doors and windows, I sat down, draped a coat over my shoulders, and planned to take a brief nap. To my surprise, I fell into a deep slumber that lasted until nearly 3 in the morning. Startled, I immediately sat up and rushed to check the surveillance. Anxious that I might have missed something. As I reviewed the footage, I noticed a figure entering the inpatient building at 2 a.m., none other than the furtive Dr. Sue. Instantly alert, my earlier drowsiness vanished. I switched screens, observing that after entering the building, Dr. Sue headed left along the corridor on the first floor, proceeding to the far end. Yet, at that moment, the screen plunged into darkness, rendering everything invisible, an unavoidable consequence. As every corridor in the hospital has blind spots at its ends, strangely, the wards had been checked, and I had gathered the necessary information. Now, at 2 or 3 in the morning, even the roosters and dogs should be asleep. Why would Dr. Sue choose such an hour to enter the inpatient building? Furthermore, his office was not located within this building, and there were no patient rooms on the first floor. The more I contemplated, the more perplexed I became, recalling my father's words. After some deliberation, I resolved to investigate the first floor of the inpatient building. After confirming that everything seemed normal, I stealthily exited the duty room. A sudden gust of cold wind sharpened my senses. I made my way to the inpatient building. The main entrance stood ajar, with not a soul in sight, enveloped in darkness. Cautiously, I switched on my flashlight and scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of Dr. Sue. I quietly proceeded down the left corridor, yet strangely, upon reaching its end, I still saw no sign of him, nor did I observe anything unusual along the corridor on this floor. The cabinet, the flower pot, and even the miscellaneous items were arranged with meticulous precision, giving no indication that anyone had ever visited. Sitting in the duty room, I scrutinized the surveillance footage, examining every detail. The recordings revealed that Dr. Sue had entered the corridor and had not emerged since. Could it be that Dr. Sue was not human, but rather a spectral entity? If he were human, how could he possibly vanish into thin air in the corridor on the first floor? My mind was plagued with confusion. In the hours that followed, I maintained a watchful eye on the monitors, determined not to overlook any clue. Indeed, diligence bore fruit. After 2 hours, I caught sight of Dr. Sue once more on the screen, still clad in his white coat, mask firmly in place, and the brim of his hat pulled low. He emerged from the left side of the first-floor corridor. Gritting my teeth, I resolved to unravel this mystery. Just moments ago, illuminated by the moonlight, I had noticed a shadow cast on the floor beneath Dr. Sue. Since there was a shadow, it ruled out the possibility of something supernatural. Therefore, I surmised that Dr. Sue's secret undoubtedly lay within the left corridor of the first floor. Once again, I crept cautiously to the first floor of the inpatient department. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, I made a significant discovery. The cabinet at the corridor's end appeared slightly askew compared to when I had first arrived. T.O. confirmed my suspicion. I crouched down, flashlight in hand, and scrutinized the marks on the floor. Sure enough, there was a distinct scuff mark caused by friction, located precisely at the corner of the cabinet. Moments ago, the cabinet had not been so tilted, and I had not observed this mark before. The current state of affairs clearly indicated that the cabinet had been moved. However, the cabinet seemed quite substantial, and I had just pushed it slightly. Its weight was considerable. Who would go to the trouble of shifting such a heavy piece of furniture? The thought of moving the cabinet suddenly sparked a notion in my mind. Gripping the edges of the cabinet with both hands, I exerted all my strength, and after a tremendous effort, I managed to shift it forward just a fraction. I illuminated the back of the cabinet with my flashlight, and what I discovered next sent my heart racing. There was indeed something amiss behind the cabinet. Hanging on the wall was a painting that appeared to be an ordinary landscape. Yet it was quite large, approximately the same size as the cabinet, standing 2 meters tall and at least 1.5 meters wide. Gently, I nudged the painting aside, revealing a concealed door behind it. My mind raced as I recalled scenes from television dramas. Hidden doors typically led to secret chambers, and within those chambers often lay monumental secrets. My curiosity surged, fueled further by my father's words from earlier that evening, intensifying my desire to uncover the truth. However, the gap created between the cabinet and the wall was insufficient for me to squeeze through it. I wiped the sweat from my palms onto my sleeves and lifted the cabinet once more, straining to move it outward. Chapter 20 Laboratory. After considerable effort, I finally managed to squeeze through the narrow gap. Gently pushing aside the painting, I found myself standing before a concealed door. This door appeared unremarkable at first glance. Being merely a wooden door devoid of a handle, I extended my hand and pushed it with force, the creaking sound reverberating through the silent corridor. After 2 arduous attempts, my back was nearly drenched in sweat. Wiping the beads of perspiration from my forehead with my sleeve, I turned around and raised my flashlight, eager to uncover what lay within this hidden chamber. As the beam of light flickered across the room, my heart leapt into my throat. I felt along the wall and discovered the switch for the lights. This was unmistakably a laboratory, filled with shelves brimming with an assortment of bottles and vials. Not to mention an entire cabinet stocked with medical masks, gloves, and protective gear. At the center of the laboratory stood a metallic bed, its corners fitted with ring-like restraints that suggested anyone secured upon it would likely find escape nearly impossible. My father's ominous words echoed in my mind, and the scene before me evoked an unsettling sense of conspiracy. I took a step back and noticed a row of cabinets, large enough to remind me of the freezers seen in crime dramas used for storing corpses. Striving to quell my rising anxiety, I approached the nearest cabinet and yanked open a small drawer on the left side. To my horror, there lay a colossal glass jar, and within it, the lifeless body of an infant. The surface of the corpse was marred with blood vessels, its skin wrinkled and grotesque. The features of the baby's face chillingly distorted. I could not bear to gaze upon it any longer and hastily pushed the drawer shut. Next, I flung open the adjacent larger cabinet. The metallic clang echoed ominously as I beheld a body encased in a transparent bag. That moment, an overwhelming sense of discomfort washed over me. My stomach roiling as if in tumult, I covered my mouth and nose with my sleeve and studied the body before me with grim resolve. This corpse appeared to have been preserved for a significant duration. It was that of a young man, his skin smooth and unblemished, lacking any signs of incisions or sutures, indicating that this body had yet to be utilized. Glancing at the nearby cabinets, I realized my earlier suspicions were confirmed. These cabinets were indeed intended for the refrigeration of cadavers. However, it was customary for hospitals to possess at least a few specimens, and this laboratory did not seem overtly abnormal. Had I been overthinking it? A piece of paper, densely filled with writing, caught my attention. I picked it up and my heart raced with shock. The handwriting was unmistakably that of my mother, a script I had recognized since childhood. Yet, the contents of the note eluded my understanding. Scattered among a few simple Chinese characters were a multitude of strange symbols and even some chemical equations. What could these signify? Was it possible that my mother had ties to this laboratory? Observing the color of the ink, it appeared this note was not a relic from many years past, but rather something recently penned. A tumult of emotions surged within me, both astonishment and elation. As I pondered whether the hue of the ink might serve as a testament to my mother's survival, I placed a hand upon my chest, exhaling a breath of relief. As long as my mother lived, I would undoubtedly find her. Lost in these thoughts, I approached another wall, where I beheld an array of elongated tables, each adorned with a multitude of transparent jars. Drawing closer, I scrutinized their contents. However, the mere act of observation nearly sent my spirit fleeing. Within those jars lay dismembered human remains, fingers, ears, and even eyeballs, marred by veins and streaked with blood that I fought against the urge to retch, daunted by the grim reality of what had transpired in this laboratory. Resolute, I resolved to retrieve my phone and capture a few photographs. Yet, just as I produced my device, a rustling sound pierced the air. Alarmed, I realized someone was approaching, the sound of furniture being shifted echoing ominously. A cold sweat broke upon me. Where could I possibly conceal myself? It was inconceivable to hide within a drawer alongside the corpses. That moment, I lifted my gaze to the open cabinet housing protective gear and masks. Without hesitation, I darted to the door, extinguished the light, and slipped into the cabinet. How fortunate! Just as I closed the cabinet door, I heard footsteps entering the room, accompanied by the noise of something being dragged. It seemed I could faintly discern the sound of someone weeping. My heart raced, lodged firmly in my throat. Suddenly, the lights blazed to life. It appeared the individuals outside had illuminated the space, squinting through the gaps of the cabinet. I peered outside and was met with a familiar figure, Tang Qiushui. At that moment, Dr. Su was gripping Tang Qiushui by the collar, dragging him into the room, while Tang Qiushui offered no resistance, allowing himself to be pulled along. The fabric of his clothing scraping against the floor with a dull thud, furrowing my brow, I scrutinized the scene and noticed, to my horror, that blood seemed to stain the corner of Tang Qiushui's mouth, and his chest was soaked with a large patch of crimson. This sight involuntarily conjured memories of that fateful night when Tang Qiushui consumed dog meat raw, the raw consumption of dog meat. The laboratory, the various potions. In that instant, I found myself drawing connections between these elements. Could Tang Qiushui's act of eating dog meat be linked to Dr. Su? Yet, Qin Xingyu had only introduced me to Dr. Su earlier that day, describing him as a newcomer. The more I pondered, the more disconcerting it became. If this was indeed Dr. Su's first day at work, how could he have accessed such a private section of the laboratory? My mind buzzed with confusion, a tumult of thoughts swirling chaotically. Each event seemed more bizarre than the last, leaving me utterly bewildered as to which direction to pursue in my deductions. Just then, I witnessed Dr. Su straining as he secured Tang Qiushui onto a metal bed, fastening his limbs in place. At that moment, Tang Qiushui appeared to regain some lucidity, struggling and mumbling incoherently, yet his words were indistinct. And from my distance, I could discern not a single syllable. Chapter 21. An invitation. After observing Tang Qiushui for a few moments, Dr. Su silently approached another table. He opened a box, seemingly inscribed with foreign characters, and retrieved an object resembling a sealed test tube, filled with a pale green liquid. From a nearby area, Dr. Su procured a syringe and drew the entirety of the green liquid into it. Tang Qiushui witnessed this unsettling scene and realized that Dr. Su was likely intent on injecting this substance into his body. In a frenzy, he began to struggle violently upon the metallic table. However, the restraints were exceedingly secure, rendering his efforts futile. As his body remained immobile, Dr. Su disposed of the used glass test tube with a decisive toss into the trash bin. That moment, I perceived a chilling smile creeping across his face, one that seemed to conceal a multitude of sinister schemes. With a malevolent grin, Dr. Su approached Tang Qiushui at a leisurely pace, the long syringe in hand. Although Tang Qiushui's mouth was not obstructed, he could only emit muffled sounds of distress, his plight evoking a profound sense of pity in me. The surge of impulse to rush to his aid surged within me, yet my remaining rationality restrained my body. I shuddered at the thought of what chaos might ensue should I leap forth. Once Dr. Su reached his destination, he abruptly plunged the needle into Tang Qiushui's arm. As the green liquid was administered slowly into his system, Tang Qiushui's demeanor shifted toward madness, his mouth releasing guttural roars akin to a wild beast. The sound was profoundly unsettling, sending tremors through my body, yet Dr. Su maintained an eerily calm and sinister expression, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth, as he gazed upon his creation upon the metallic table with satisfaction. Tang Qiushui's body convulsed violently, crashing against the metal surface with a series of clangs that echoed the grim spectacle. Soon after, a faint reddish foam began to seep from his mouth. Dr. Su, unfazed, retrieved a test tube and a long cotton swab, using the swab to collect some of the bloody foam and depositing it into the test tube. At that moment, Tang Qiushui's body fell still, though I could still discern faint signs of breathing. He had likely succumbed to unconsciousness, possibly a consequence of the earlier administered agent. After methodically arranging his instruments, Dr. Su relinquished his hold on Tang Qiushui, lifting him with surprising strength and dragging him to the floor. I was taken aback by Dr. Su's considerable power. Once he had deposited Tang Qiushui onto the ground, he proceeded to drag him towards the nearby freezer. As expected, Dr. Su forcibly stuffed Tang Qiushui into the icy confines of the cabinet. A wave of sorrow washed over me. Tang Qiushui was my colleague, and despite our brief acquaintance, it pained me to witness his impending demise. After Dr. Su concluded his grim tasks, he turned and exited through the door. When I saw the dark room's door close and heard the sound of the cabinet being moved, I finally exhaled, relief washing over me. Once I confirmed that the coast was clear, I cautiously emerged from my hiding place within the cabinet. I approached the freezer, intending to release Tang Qiushui, but to my astonishment, I discovered that his compartment was equipped with a fingerprint lock. A wave of disappointment washed over me. I hastily pulled out my phone and snapped a few pictures before retreating from the dimly lit chamber. As I reflected on the events that had just transpired, a sudden wave of dread surged within me, causing my body to tremble involuntarily. It was only after downing several cups of hot water that I managed to regain my composure. I pondered for a moment, and noticing that it was still early, I drifted into a fitful slumber. Upon awakening, I was startled to find someone seated on the bed in the duty room. When I discerned the individual's features, I nearly leapt from my chair in fright. Before me sat none other than Tang Qiushui, the very person who had been confined within the freezing drawer just the night before. Panic seized me, and as I stood up, I stumbled backwards, stammering in disarray. Tang Qiushui, how are you here? Tang Qiushui regarded me with a look of bewilderment, his tone laced with incredulity. What's wrong with you? You look quite daft. Have you been sleeping too soundly? If I weren't here, who would cover your shift? Do you enjoy working round the clock without rest? His words left me momentarily dazed, and I gasped for breath. What are you talking about? I ask you, where were you just a few hours ago? Tang Qiushui's gaze seemed to reflect the incredulity of a person confronting madness. Where could I possibly be? Aside from sleeping in the dormitory, where else would I go? Who, then, was in that freezer? Could it be that this hospital harbored two Tang Qiushuis? A chill ran down my spine. All right, you get back to work. I'm leaving, I declared, grabbing my coat and heading for the door. However, Tang Qiushui suddenly seized my arm. Hold on, I need to tell you something. You were on duty this afternoon. How could you possibly invite me to dinner? At that moment, all I wanted was to escape. I had no desire to engage further with this Tang Qiushui. Rest assured, I have already prepared the meal. Just come here at 3 o'clock. He winked at me, emphasizing the significance of this matter. You absolutely must come. After contemplating for a moment, I decided that if it was indeed important, it would be best to see for myself. I nodded, acquiescing to Tang Qiushui's invitation. Exiting the duty room, I made my way back to the dormitory. We exchanged knowing nods and smiles before Dr. Su proceeded toward the inpatient building. Chapter 22. The second exploration of the laboratory after dining. I reclined on my dormitory bed for a brief respite. As the clock approached 3 in the afternoon, my alarm rang. Rousing me from my slumber, I donned my attire and sat at the edge of the bed, hesitating for a moment before ultimately deciding to return to the duty room. I was eager to uncover the astonishing secret that Tang Qiushui had to divulge, just as he had indicated. Upon my arrival, I found the table laden with an array of delectable dishes, poultry, fish, and meat, along with cold dishes and soup. That I was taken aback. Such fare was not available in the hospital cafeteria. What lay before me resembled not a mere meal but rather a grand celebratory feast. Impressive. Where did you procure all this food? It seems that I have not indulged in such a sumptuous meal for quite some time. As the enticing aromas of the dishes wafted through the air, I found myself irresistibly drawn to the table. Tang Qiushui looked up at me, a simple smile adorning his face, and said, "You mustn't tell anyone. I secretly brought all this in from outside. The reason I called you here today is to discuss something of great importance." With a gesture of his hand, he encouraged me to begin eating. Without hesitation, I seized a chicken leg with my chopsticks and placed it in my bowl, momentarily disregarding whether it was a human or a ghost. My priority was to enjoy the meal. As I gnawed on the chicken leg, I gazed at Tang Qiushui and asked, "What is it that you wish to tell me?" At that moment, Tang Qiushui cautiously retrieved his phone from his pocket, scrolled through it, and then handed it to me. I glanced at the screen to find a photograph of a woman, seemingly in her 20s, with striking features, thick eyebrows, and large, captivating eyes. Who is she? I inquired, somewhat perplexed. What do you think of this girl? Tang Qiushui asked with a grin. My heart skipped a beat. Surely, he wasn't attempting to set me up. She is quite beautiful. What is the matter? I continued to eat while feigning indifference. Do you think I could win her over? He asked, his expression turning exceedingly bashful, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson in my eyes. Tang Xiushui was merely a rough-and-tumble fellow, slightly hunched with slanted eyes that seemed utterly mismatched with the elegance of the woman before me. You called me here for this. Is this truly a matter of great significance? I expressed my dissatisfaction, spitting out a chicken bone onto the table. Isn't my lifelong affair a matter of importance? Tang Xiushui pouted. I thought you had something substantial to share with me. At that moment, I felt a bit speechless. Having been waylaid by this fellow for an entire day. You've just graduated from university, and you seem to be quite presentable. You must have pursued a fair number of girls during your studies. I invited you here to seek your advice, he said earnestly. Since I'm here, I might as well finish my meal first, I replied, still munching away while placating Tang Xiushui. Such matters often rely heavily on fate. There is a saying, isn't there? Ah yes, it goes, sincerity begets connection. Just use your genuine heart to win her over. I felt somewhat exasperated, yet for the sake of the feast before me, I maintained my composure. Now, tell me, how did you meet this girl? Where does she live, and what does she enjoy doing? I scooped a generous bowl of soup, since you're not well acquainted with her. Let me impart a universal method. Every day, whether in person or through your phone, inquire about her well-being. That if you have the chance to meet, present her with small gifts upon your first encounter. If she seeks your assistance, it implies she doesn't dislike you. Thus you stand a fair chance. Upon hearing my words, Tang Xiushui was elated and began eagerly serving me more dishes. We spent a delightful afternoon in casual conversation, and before long, it was time for me to switch shifts. He expressed his gratitude. He tidied the disheveled table before making his exit. Perhaps it is due to the indulgence of delectable cuisine that my spirits have lifted considerably compared to before. Seated at the table, I find myself increasingly invigorated. Our work, while seemingly simple, primarily involves monitoring the surveillance screens and addressing any issues that arise, which, thankfully, does not demand much mental exertion. I wonder if Dr. Su will invite me to join him for rounds this evening. However, as I remained seated in my chair, waiting until the stroke of midnight, no one came to knock on my door, nor did I catch a glimpse of Dr. Su on the monitors. That moment, the clock on the wall indicated it was 1 o'clock in the morning. The only reason Dr. Su would venture toward the inpatient building at this hour would be for that laboratory. As expected, Dr. Su's figure vanished from the corridor at the end of the first floor of the inpatient department. I fixated on the surveillance screen, exercising patience as I sat for quite a while. After more than an hour, Dr. Su reappeared in the monitor's view, navigating the first floor with familiarity. Fortunately, the first floor was devoid of any staff, allowing me to approach the cabinet at the end of the corridor with ease. Just like last night, I exerted considerable effort to shift the cabinet aside, pushed open the hidden door, and turned on the light. Yet, to my astonishment, I found a person lying motionless on the metal bed in the center of the room. The individual remained still, leaving me uncertain of their state, alive or dead. As I leaned in closer, I noticed a faint rise and fall of their abdomen, and I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they were still alive. However, their complexion was an ashen gray, with their veins prominently visible. Could it be that they too had been injected with some substance? A wave of concern washed over me. Standing at the bedside, I felt an eerie familiarity with this person. Suddenly, it struck me. This was the stern man who had engaged me in conversation in the corridor during rounds. A jolt ran through me. How could he be here? I approached and gently shook his shoulder. Wake up, can you hear me? Yet, despite my persistent calls, the man lay unresponsive. That moment, my gaze shifted to the faucet beside the table. I walked over, turned it on, and cupped some water in my hands. With determination, I splashed the contents onto the man's face. After a fit of coughing, he slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing me, his expression mirrored mine as I prepared to depart. I reiterated my warning. There are few virtuous souls within this hospital. Remember, trust no one. The man, uttering these words, turned and strode towards the door. Could you leave me your contact information? I would like to discuss matters with you later. I called out towards him. However, he merely waved his hand dismissively, replying, No need. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Trust me, we will meet again. With that, he turned and exited, leaving me to hasten my own plans. From my pocket, I retrieved a wrench and pliers. Fortunately, I had prepared for this moment. I had brought these tools with me when I left the duty room. Today, I must, By all means, unlock the cabinet containing the remains of Tang Xiushui. I am determined to discern which Tang Xiushui is genuine and which is counterfeit. This task was no simple endeavor that I first dismantled the combination lock with my tools, and after considerable effort prying it open. The gap between the cabinet doors finally yielded and I yanked the drawer open forcefully. The corpse of Tang Xiushui lay before me, unmistakably present. It seemed he had never left this very spot, frozen in time, devoid of any signs of life. Yet, the nose, the eyes, the head, all identical. For some inexplicable reason, I was reminded of the Tang Xiushui who had jested with me in the duty room earlier that day. Suddenly, 3 words surfaced in my mind. Clone. Could it be that Dr. Su is indeed involved in genetic modification projects? It appears my father's claims may bear a semblance of truth. That I cast a glance at Tang Xiushui's lifeless body and, summoning all my strength, I pushed it back inside. Now, with the combination lock damaged and the occupant of the metal bed released, I feared my access to the laboratory would be curtailed. Dr. Su would undoubtedly take precautions. I drew out my phone and meticulously captured images of every nook and cranny within the laboratory. Thus, even if I could not return, I would possess a measure of evidence. After gathering my tools, I exited the laboratory. The following morning, after the shift change, I made my way to the director's office to request a leave of absence. However, upon entering, I found not only Qin Xingyu, but another man in a white coat present. Xiao Chuan, why did you not knock? Qin Xingyu frowned. Appearing somewhat displeased, I offered an awkward smile and quickly apologized. I am sorry, Director. I was lost in thought and inadvertently walked in. Qin Xingyu waved her hand, dismissing my blunder. What brings you here so early? She inquired. I nodded, stating, I would like to request a leave today. I have matters to attend to at home, as my father is unwell. Qin Xingyu's brow furrowed. Her expression suggested she was not inclined to grant my request. Perhaps my earnestness was too evident. Despite her displeasure, she ultimately relented and provided me with a leave authorization slip, with the note in hand. I exited the hospital without hindrance. Settling onto the sofa, my thoughts in disarray, I switched on the television. The news blared loudly, becoming a cacophony that I could not absorb. I pressed the remote and turned it off once more. I had dozed off in a state of drowsiness for a brief moment, but before long, I was roused by the clattering sound. As I opened my eyes and repositioned myself on the sofa, I glanced up to see the unsteady figure of my father stumbling through the doorway. Simultaneously, a potent scent of alcohol assaulted my senses. Father, how could you have gone out drinking again? I complained, assisting him to the sofa where he sat down. What is it? Without hesitation, I nodded with utmost determination. I understand that since I am seeking employment at this psychiatric hospital, I have already prepared myself for the absence of any retreat. Please, just tell me. I do not regret it. My father nodded, letting out a long sigh. In truth, it is quite possible that your mother has informed me about all of this. His words left me momentarily bewildered. Possible? My mother? You seem uncertain as you say this. My curiosity deepened. Indeed, I am not entirely certain, yet I am almost convinced that as he spoke, my father retrieved his phone from his pocket. The beginning of chapter 24. He scrolled through his messages and opened the text message page. At the top, I noticed a message from an unfamiliar number. Let us take a look, he said, handing the phone to me. Upon opening it, I was confronted with a disjointed message devoid of punctuation. I am well, Dr. Su. Bad Chuan. Be careful. Need evidence. Human gene experiment. The brevity of those words left me momentarily stunned, although the syntax was incoherent. My father and I understood perfectly well that no one else in this world called me Chuan. That my mother is still alive, isn't she? I could not contain my excitement and immediately embraced my father. I heard him sniffle at that moment. Child, rest assured, your mother has always been alive. When I first saw this message, my mind was a blank. I could hardly think. It took me quite some time to gather my thoughts. And ultimately, I decided to share this matter with you. Gazing at my father's weathered face, etched with wrinkles, I understood his inner turmoil, that he had always wished to shield me from this involvement and had never disclosed the dark truths of the psychiatric hospital to me. However, without sharing this information, we would have no means to seek evidence, and I could potentially find myself in peril. But where is my mother now? I implored, my voice trembling with excitement. She should be in the hospital. My father's slow articulation of those 6 words sent waves of joy through me. If she were indeed in the hospital, then locating her should pose no problem. Which ward is she in? Where exactly? I inquired cautiously. Yet, my father shook his head. I do not know the specifics. It has been a long time since I last saw your mother. However, knowing that she is safe allows me to finally put my mind at ease. My emotions surged and ebbed like a tumultuous tide, leaving me momentarily disoriented. I swiftly rose to my feet and followed my father closely. I observed him crouching down, pulling open the drawer of the bedside cabinet. In the drawer lay a box, which my father carefully extracted, gently brushing away the dust that coated its surface. Upon opening the box, we discovered a beautifully crafted old photo album. We began to flip through its pages one by one. Initially, the album contained photographs of our entire family, followed by images from my childhood. However, as we turned to the later pages, I found myself confronted with pictures I had never seen before. These were photographs of my parents in their youth. Yet, as we continued to peruse, one particular old photograph captured my attention. My mother, strikingly youthful and breathtakingly beautiful, donned a white lab coat. I was utterly astonished. I had never known that my mother had studied medicine in her younger years. And it seemed no one had ever mentioned this to me. I examined the background of the image, which appeared to be a library, with my mother standing beside a grand tree on the lawn. This must be a photograph from her university days, I speculated. Indeed, and this is the very image I wish to show you, my father replied, pausing momentarily before continuing. Your mother has been a medical student since her university days. And then, I inquired, my curiosity piqued. I could hardly fathom the tribulations my mother must have endured back then. What truth? What truth regarding what matters? I pressed on. Have you ever heard of human vivisection? My father's question left me momentarily speechless. Although my field of study was far removed from medicine, I was, after all, a product of higher education, and I had not been entirely oblivious to the historical dramas depicting such experiments. I nodded in acknowledgement. My father's anger escalated as he spoke, becoming so agitated that he began to cough. I immediately rose to pat his back. I increasingly sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The depths of this matter were likely profound. And then, I implored, eager to uncover what transpired next. Your mother visited a former acquaintance in the hospital, and by chance, she passed by a laboratory where vivisections were being conducted. Subsequently, she sought every means to investigate further. I conjectured about the sequence of events. My father nodded. At first, your mother was merely horrified by the scene and did not delve deeper. However, she later inadvertently overheard conversations that suggested something was amiss. She stealthily infiltrated the area, gathering evidence, but was soon discovered. My father sighed, as if reluctant to continue, yet he pressed on. Did she not consider reporting it to the authorities? I asked, astonished. She did, and the hospital was investigated. Curiously, however, the police found nothing amiss, despite a thorough search of the entire facility, and your mother's whereabouts remained elusive. My father's tone bore a hint of indignation. Eventually, she was declared missing in the official records. I sighed in resignation, unable to. My father sighed deeply and continued. Subsequently, the higher-ups repeatedly dispatched doctors, claiming them to be psychological experts, but in truth, they were merely physicians involved in this illicit experiment. Numerous reports were filed with the authorities, yet no substantial leads emerged. Each piece of evidence discovered was swiftly obliterated. Moreover, a plethora of peculiar incidents transpired along the way, leaving the police increasingly powerless. My father informed me that, to this day, these experiments persist, gradually becoming more profound and sophisticated. Chapter 25, Paper Money and Portraits. His words sent chills down my spine, revealing a depth far beyond my initial imaginings. Remember, no matter what, you must prioritize your safety in the hospital and safeguard yourself. Once life is lost, nothing remains. He prepared to leave. My father grasped my hand with tear-filled eyes. That point, I will find a stable job and no longer gamble with my life. After bidding farewell to my father, I made my way toward the hospital alone. As I approached the hospital, the sky had begun to darken. Before even reaching the entrance, I was met with a cacophony of noise, and from a distance, I spotted numerous uniformed individuals. It appeared that a cordon had been established at the entrance. My heart sank. Why did something occur just as I stepped out? Given the commotion, could it be that a fatal incident had transpired at the hospital, or perhaps Dr. Sue's clandestine dealings had been uncovered? While grappling with these thoughts, I uneasily advanced toward the entrance. Upon arriving at the doorway, I beheld a group of uniformed personnel clad in gloves, scouring their surroundings as if searching for something. Excuse me, I apologize for the interruption, but may I inquire what has transpired at the hospital? I halted a young woman in uniform who was passing by. However, she merely cast me a fleeting glance before walking away, offering no words of explanation. I found myself perplexed. Could it be that these matters were shrouded in secrecy? I proceeded to approach several others, only to be met with indifference. Arriving at the door of the duty room, I peered inside and addressed the guard. "Brother, what on earth is happening at our hospital? Why are there so many people here today?" Upon hearing my voice, the guard merely lifted his head, shot me a cold glance, and then returned his gaze to the ground. This demeanor only heightened my confusion and curiosity. Just as I was about to step inside, I noticed Qin Xingyu hurrying toward the entrance. She acknowledged me with a nod, and I swiftly blocked her path. "What is going on at the hospital today? Could you kindly share what has happened?" I earnestly hoped she would provide me with information, as I too was a part of the hospital. Qin Xingyu's expression was grave as she promptly pulled me aside, a hint of unease flickering across her face. Strange occurrences have arisen at our hospital." As she spoke, she ushered me inside and gestured toward a table against the wall near the entrance. "Come and see." I lowered my gaze and gasped in shock. The table was laden with a multitude of small portraits. To my horror, the individuals depicted were all people from my life. A surge of fury erupted within my chest. There exists a saying among the people that, under ordinary circumstances, one must never create a posthumous portrait of a living person. To do so is tantamount to casting a curse. Such an act not only brings misfortune upon the individual, but may also endanger their family and loved ones. Who, in their madness, would dare to curse an entire hospital full of people? I uttered a scornful remark. Qin Xingyu, wearing an expression of distress, admitted, "It is indeed still unclear who is responsible. Come, let us take a look over here." Qin Xingyu led me to another table, where I was astonished to see an array of joss paper displayed before us. Even in the fading light, the scene before me sent chills down my spine. How could these items be present? Where were they discovered? As I surveyed the surroundings, my unease deepened. These were found just an hour ago by the security guard. They were scattered along the base of the wall in the hospital's inner courtyard. I was informed that I found it suspicious and promptly reported it. Qin Xingyu's face was etched with worry. "Have you checked the surveillance?" I turned to ask. Upon hearing my question, Qin Xingyu suddenly exclaimed, "Speaking of surveillance, come here, I have something to show you." With that, she ushered me into the duty room near the entrance. Upon entering, she directed me to sit before the computer screen and urged me to review the surveillance footage from the previous night. Earlier, she had mentioned that there were multiple duty rooms equipped with surveillance for the hospital's safety, particularly the one at the entrance, which often monitored the areas inside and outside the hospital's walls. As Qin Xingyu operated the system, the images grew increasingly clearer. Gradually, I saw 3 figures emerge on the screen, traversing the courtyard and slowly making their way toward the hospital's entrance. Strangely, one of them appeared to be weak and possibly injured, their body limp and lacking strength, while the other 2 supported the individual by holding onto their arms. It seemed more like they were dragging the weakened person along than assisting them. Their movements were undeniably peculiar. These 3 individuals were patients from the hospital. Qin Xingyu explained as she continued to navigate the footage. The trio was indeed heading toward the exit. However, rather than using the front door, they paused to glance around before positioning themselves against the right side of the entrance's wall. Surely, they weren't planning to scale the wall? I pondered anxiously. My suspicions were confirmed as the 3 began to climb. The first, agile individual ascended the wall effortlessly, followed by the second, who hoisted the limp figure onto their shoulder, while the first pulled the incapacitated person up. Thus, the 3 managed to escape over the hospital's perimeter. Indeed, I had just informed the nursing staff in the inpatient department that 3 individuals were missing, and they all belonged to the same ward. Qin Xingyu's expression was a mixture of concern and complexity. It turned out that these were the patients who had escaped last night. Could it be that they fled while I was in the laboratory? If so, would the director blame me for not noticing sooner? With a heart full of trepidation, I cautiously accessed the surveillance management page. After entering the password, I adjusted the monitoring screen once more. Chapter 26. A hidden blade beneath a smile. The image displayed the hospital ward building, and I rewound the footage to the time when they made their escape. Strangely, at that moment, not only were there no signs of the 3 patients, but even Dr. Su was conspicuously absent. Instead, the footage captured my own furtive movements as I stealthily entered and exited the hospital ward building. In an instant, I felt an overwhelming embarrassment wash over me. As if my face were ablaze, I glanced at Qin Xingyu, who appeared equally perplexed. "What were you doing in the hospital ward building at such a late hour?" she inquired. At that moment, still grappling with the situation, I hesitated to divulge everything I had witnessed, opting instead to use my mother as a shield. "Director, you know I have always been concerned about my mother. I went in to look for her. Upon hearing this excuse, although Qin Qingyu's expression remained somewhat displeased, she chose not to pursue the matter further. How peculiar, according to the surveillance footage. These three individuals seemingly appeared out of thin air in the yard. Qin Qingyu mused, furrowing her brow. I nodded, acknowledging that, based on the current footage, that was the only plausible explanation to that moment. As I scrutinized the three individuals, I suddenly noticed something amiss. I shouted for Qin Qingyu to turn her attention to the computer screen, swiftly freezing the frame at the moment they scaled the wall. Director, look closely at the person in the middle. His gaze seems rather unsettling, I exclaimed. As I observed the individual with his eyes rolled back. Qin Qingyu immediately enlarged the screen. Sure enough, this person's eyes were indeed rolled upward, and his entire face appeared strikingly rigid, which was quite odd, considering the state of his eyes in conjunction with his limp body. It was highly likely that he was, for all intents and purposes, no longer among the living. After sharing my conjecture with Qin Qingyu, to my surprise, she nodded in agreement. To put it bluntly, these three individuals do not seem to be fleeing the hospital. Rather, they appear to be transporting a corpse. She speculated. I concurred with her assessment, though I still sensed that there was more to this mystery than met the eye. Just then, a uniformed individual approached and knocked on the duty room door. Which of you is the responsible party here? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Qingyu stepped forward to address the uniformed man. I am. What is it? We have completed our sampling. We will be investigating the situation you reported. But I urge your hospital to remain vigilant, particularly regarding the blind spots in your surveillance, the uniformed individual stated before leading his team away, dismantling the cordon. Qin Qingyu then approached the duty room staff, offering a few words of caution before we both made our way toward the hospital. After taking a few steps, we encountered the man in the white coat whom I had seen earlier in the director's office. Qin Qingyu smiled at him and beckoned for me to join her as we approached Dr. Wang. This is our security guard in the courtyard, named Lu Xiaochuan. Qin Qingyu pointed towards me, explaining that he hadn't had the opportunity to introduce us earlier in the office today. And now we could finally meet. Xiaochuan, this is Dr. Wang, an expert dispatched by the provincial authorities to assist Dr. Su with his work. From now on, we will all be colleagues. Qin Qingyu made the introduction. Dr. Wang immediately extended his hand, giving mine a firm shake. Xiaochuan, I truly didn't expect you to be so young. That I look forward to your support in the future. Although Dr. Wang was ostensibly here to assist Dr. Su, he appeared to be far more approachable, his smile radiating warmth and friendliness, making it difficult for me to associate him with any sinister human experiments. I sincerely hope that Dr. Wang was indeed a good person. All right, Xiaochuan, focus on your work. Dr. Wang and I have a few matters to discuss, Qin Qingyu said, waving his hand at me as he led Dr. Wang towards the office building. As I walked along the path, my mind was awash with thoughts. The patient escape, the mysterious portrait, the arrival of a new doctor, and the clandestine laboratory. Everything in this hospital seemed increasingly absurd. I needed to uncover the truth behind these events swiftly. Just as I was nearing the duty room, I suddenly spotted a figure emerging from the supermarket duty room. Upon closer inspection, I froze in shock. However, upon noticing me, Dr. Su's gaze hardened, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. I felt a twinge of unease. After all, I had stumbled upon Dr. Su's secret. I took a cautious step forward, greeting him carefully. Dr. Su, what a coincidence. What brings you here? I gestured towards the duty room door as I spoke. Yet, Dr. Su's eyes grew even more venomous. What? Am I not allowed to be here? He retorted, a sardonic twist to his lips. I hurriedly shook my head. No, that's not what I meant at all. I was merely inquiring. Didn't three patients go missing? As their consulting physician, I ought to be informed about their whereabouts, shouldn't I? I added, attempting to justify my presence. Dr. Su's expression turned increasingly peculiar. That's why I came here to check the surveillance footage. He emphasized the word surveillance with a deliberate bite. That I felt a wave of relief wash over me for having checked the footage. Otherwise, I would have remained blissfully ignorant. Dr. Su's voice thundered in my ears, the implications unmistakable, signaling that he had uncovered something, hence his veiled warning directed at me. Indeed, you should be aware, considering how well you treat the patients. I replied, not one to back down. By the way, Xiaochuan, I suppose you don't have my phone number? At that moment, Dr. Su suddenly adopted a smiling demeanor, a grin that sent chills down my spine. I hesitantly nodded. Since you don't, let us save it then. His expression remained deceptively pleasant. I shook my head vigorously. That won't be necessary. You a psychological expert, and I, a mere security guard. There's no need for me to store your number and disturb you. Wouldn't you agree? Yet despite my words, Dr. Sue remained relentless, showing no intention of departing. Chapter 27. Emptiness. Hurry, save my number, Dr. Sue instructed, gradually closing the distance between us that I could now almost ascertain that he was quite aware of my entry into his laboratory. There's really no need for this, Dr. Sue, I said, retreating. However, Dr. Sue still showed no inclination to leave. Chi Xinsher was also acquainted with Bayuga, as they were long-standing rivals, having clashed no fewer than 10 times over the past 3 days. With the emergence of the second stone tablet, he grew increasingly convinced of his suspicions, thus doubting not the so-called truth. Unlike Arthur, who frequently indulged in bloodsucking, nor did he wish to resemble the ghoul that required consuming corpses. Yet, what choice was there? Remaining in the city would inevitably lead to death, whereas fleeing offered a glimmer of hope. He forcibly extracted himself from his despair, clearing his mind, and began to contemplate meticulously. Meanwhile, Mui chose not to disturb her, silently observing as though he sought to peer into her very soul. After a prolonged period, Zhou Mingxi finally set down her phone and reached out to pour tea. Just as Qin Zhe was about to speak, he felt a gentle poke at his waist and glanced down to discover it was Wang Ziqin's hand. The old man's dark demeanor immediately retracted, restoring his composed and serious image as he nodded, attentively focusing on the television. When the energy cannon struck him, the actions of the mad star dragon abruptly halted, as the tumors within its body clamored about their hunger. Accompanied by an unsettling itch to at that moment, the heavy iron door swung open, and a hammer flew out, a weapon that Chun Yuanyuan deemed the most aggressive she could find. Lu Li sighed from the headquarters of the Dark Sun. I came here as a savior, a protagonist, yet in the blink of an eye, I have transformed into this scheming puppet master. Looking at Xia Yang, it seemed he too sensed something amiss, gazing at the bodyguard on the ground in a daze. His expression shifting continuously, leading onlookers to believe he was astonished and frightened. Damn it, what do you really want? Another ancient sage bellowed, infuriated at as he dodged a flying knife aimed at him. He swiftly unleashed a silver needle from his hand, deflecting the knife that had been directed at Zhao Yunxi. The blade embedded itself into the wall with a resounding thud, leaving only part of the handle exposed. In that instant, Dai Xianling grasped that he had not struck Yang Lifeng himself, but merely his afterimage. Simultaneously, 4 men in black wielding machine guns fell as one, their temples pierced, blood gushing forth. Yet, Xia Yang's fingers merely twitched once, before falling into a stillness reminiscent of death. However, should one approach closely, they would hear or discover that his chest was rhythmically rising and falling. Despite the situation being relatively stable, Xia Yang feared another assault from the illusion. Thus he forcefully knocked Yuan Tanchi down, shouldering him as he dashed towards the next level. Unlimited wealth. Yufan's voice trembled slightly as he endeavored to maintain his composure, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. Just as Mu Qingwu prepared herself for the grim fate awaiting them both, she suddenly noticed Renwudi allowing that alluring demon to place a hand upon his head and draw him in. The initial concern was the presence of caves surrounding the base of the cliff. All those who had descended earlier had entered those caverns, rendering them invisible to her. Before she could finish her thought, a Jew interrupted, questioning what the term Xianfei meant. Sacrifice? It was hardly an object. How could one part with it? Could it be? Surely it could not refer to the implication she feared. A Jew's countenance grew cold. Chapter 28. Anomalies on the second floor. Could it be that those entities simply vanished into thin air? This was exceedingly strange. Throughout the night, I failed to uncover any clues, and now my anxiety grew ever more profound. The location and evidence I had painstakingly gathered had all but dissipated. This was truly bizarre, and I remained utterly perplexed by the origins of this. Dr. Suit at Yaren's body shuddered. The words she had on the tip of her tongue abruptly stifled as she timidly cast a glance at Qingling before slowly turning to leave. Upon reaching the doorway, she stamped her foot in frustration. She had arrived brimming with questions, yet she had been dismissed without uttering a single query, before the surrounding crowd could comprehend the situation. A blinding white light flashed before them. The brilliance was so intense that they could scarcely open their eyes to discern the circumstances. When the light finally dissipated and their vision returned to normal, they were left utterly astonished by the sight before them. If 10 were insufficient for satisfaction, then surely 12 must be attained, as there seemed little significance to the number 12 since ancient times. One has been regarded as the beginning, while 10 signifies completeness. Go and find Jiangchen. See if he can procure 2 more tickets. Han Bing felt a deep aversion towards the actions of the Zhao family. Mu Qingying was momentarily taken aback, glancing around and gradually realizing that none of the spirits were rushing towards her, as if they were willfully ignoring her as the enemy commander. Previously, after dining at the Chu family home, her mother-in-law and father-in-law had sat together, and in comparison to Yu Chen's appearance, it was impossible not to draw conclusions in front of so many witnesses. Yet, without exception, none of his children possessed any related abilities. The capable members of the D family displayed their talents shortly after their first birthday, which became evident in their choices of treasures. Hu Mingyang packed his belongings and composed himself, quietly awaiting the day of departure during training. Chen Che was left astounded, witnessing external injuries heal limbs directly, while internal afflictions were simultaneously addressed. Zhao Guohua reprimanded Zhang Beichuan, his anger stemming from Zhang Beichuan's refusal to heed advice. Zhou Beibei escaped the Wu family village through another route, summoning Zhou Zhuoming in preparation to flee from the Cangyang territory, yet she could not evade the patrol of the enigmatic Yinyang Lao Yi. Zhang Dongxiang's family was subdued by Zhang Dongsheng, while Sun Yueying exhibited a demeanor that suggested she regarded Zhang Beichuan's father with utter disdain. Yinyang Lao Yi was a perceptive individual. He had already discerned the extraordinary bond between Zhang Beichuan and Zhou Beibei. In rebuttal, the heavenly generals are inherently suited for the battlefield, and previously, he had shown no reservations in his hostility towards Qingyangzi. It was she who had drawn Jiang Fu out for a stroll, and it was also she who had urged Jiang Fu to open the door. Reflecting on this, it seems as though she is being deliberately provocative. It is already quite late, so if you feel drowsy, do feel free to retire for the night. I shall keep watch here, Yang Qianluo remarked. This has certainly stirred up quite a commotion. The rank of the esteemed bureau chief is surprisingly lower than that of a mere inspector under his command. One might wonder if it is time for Chief Su to consider stepping aside in favor of another. However, despite such musings, he found himself unable to resist Lu Qingyun's entreaties, especially considering the close bond between Lu Qingyun and his wife, akin to that of sisters. If Lu Qingyun were to voice any grievances to his wife, he could forget about enjoying peaceful days thereafter. It is precisely for this reason that Lu Feng brought Lu Qingyun to this soiree. Chapter 29. The elder by the window. Once the power switch was reset, the second floor of the hospital indeed returned to its former state. The overhead lights shone steadily, and the elevator doors remained securely closed. Exhibiting no anomalies, the faces of several technicians finally broke into smiles. After expressing my gratitude to them, I escorted them out. Yet, scarcely had I settled into my seat when what I observed on the surveillance footage. Gazing at the bracelet on my wrist, its undeniable value was apparent. Why, then, did he not gift such a splendid item to his crown princess? Nevertheless, Ning Siye found such ungracious inquiries beneath her consideration. Did you come specifically to seek me out? Yuan Jing questioned, harboring doubts about Wei Renwu's intentions for this visit. Li Tianzi had no intention of appropriating John Cena's finishing move, nor was he seeking to use CM Punk's Forever Sleep. He aimed to deploy a new finishing technique. First, Li Tianzi made contact with AJ and checked into her hotel. Upon seeing Li Tianzi shamelessly sharing a room with AJ, the other three regarded him with curious glances. The heavenly spirit fire is not merely a name. Upon entering the realm of awareness and observation, the Samadhi true fire can pose a grave threat even to the supreme beings. This situation is quite troublesome. While others were eagerly seeking my assistance, I inadvertently confined them for an entire day. If Yuan Yi were to discover this, I would surely face dire consequences. That my subordinates comprehend the matter. After hearing Ning Siye's words, Gu Feng grasped her meaning. A demon? I am indeed a demon, yet you can only hurl insults at me without any recourse. That I previously extended an opportunity for you to eliminate me, yet you failed to seize such a precious chance. To allow Wei Renwu to take his own life. That was the path Feng Ling had laid before him. Yinshe diverted her gaze from the scope, both astonished and proud as she beheld Wang Shixian standing upon a massive water dragon, rising gracefully from the depths. With a resounding bang, she pulled the trigger, and the bullet struck her own skin. With a pop, the bullet ricocheted. They were a blissful family of three, while he was merely a person residing here to ensure that Yushuja could live freely in the future. You do not remember at all. Yunjue bit her lip, her eyes wide as she gazed at Yunzi, feeling so wrong that tears seemed poised to spill at any moment. After a considerable time following Han Fei's descent, Long Qi leisurely made his way down from upstairs. Chen Shitong, Zhu Di, and Han Fei had already taken their seats at the dining table. The prospect of fighting was undoubtedly futile. Yu Qinghui cast a furtive glance around, seeking something to wield, yet found naught but empty space, devoid even of a brick. Reluctantly, he abandoned this notion and discreetly pressed the button on the watch adorning his wrist, attempting to send an emergency signal to Old Li. Cheng Yuan observed this with a sense of relief. However, he was resolute in not allowing Cheng Yin to benefit from the situation. Jiayang? What brings you here? Li Luo lifted her head, only to discover that the man she was leaning against was Su Jiayang. Instantly, she felt compelled to rise from his embrace. Although his cool touch was undeniably comforting, the position was decidedly ambiguous. Madam, he merely glanced at the second page of the appraisal results before setting it aside. Feigning indifference as she lifted a cup of hot tea, gently blowing on it, her slightly trembling fingers did not escape the keen gaze of Lung Yanshua. Xue Qingyun's body trembled, prompting her to cling tightly to Li Zichen. Nestled in his arms, the flickering campfire cast a rosy glow upon their faces. Chapter 30. That old man, what are you doing here? This is not a place for you. Do you understand? The old man gazed at me, now rendered speechless by fear, and spoke slowly. Yet, before I could respond, he suddenly leapt into the air, scaling the window before jumping down. This marked the first time in my life I witnessed someone jump from a height so close. Driven by instinct, by the innate desire to save, it becomes evident why Tongguan dared to so openly exploit his military authority, persistently undermining the teachings of the sect that in mere moments, Xiao Ling was single-handedly battling 50 sword cultivators. Even so, she maintained an undeniable advantage. Upon entering the encampment, Meng Feisi observed that the Black Iron Dwarfs, having recently migrated here, had constructed nothing more than tents and some rudimentary wooden barriers, sufficient only to deter minor beasts. Yet utterly incapable of withstanding larger magical creatures, nevertheless, he had no intention of halting. Twice, thrice not after all, he could not be harmed, and he sought to ascertain the resilience of this grand formation. Have your people release the hostages. As long as you do so, we can discuss anything, the officer urged. The glimmer of fierce determination flickered in Chu Ming's eyes. The Linglong Emperor, the most formidable adversary he had ever encountered, yet rather than feeling fear, Chu Ming grew increasingly exhilarated. This was the essence of a battle between masters. When the crude gray brick floor beneath the counter came into view, everyone gasped in astonishment. Revenge is a complex matter. It is a matter of life and death, and no one can guarantee that old grievances will be avenged. Fate has its own course, and Su Mu had nearly invested all his wealth. As the proprietor, he felt compelled to meet these individuals. According to Yang Bo and Qin Jiazhongjun's perspective, a swift strike would be the most efficient approach, yet Tang Yixiao resolutely opposed such extravagance. Insisting on purchasing a hard sleeper ticket, it was worth noting that the three fellows still held a modicum of respect for the ice beauty. Turning to face Long Outyin, Ram smiled briefly before speaking directly. Fully aware that at this moment, Long Outyin was unlikely to be in the mood for idle conversation, after a brief self-introduction, without further ado, the young man clad in black settled onto the sofa, simultaneously unfastening his tightly wound black suitcase. The two men brandishing firearms appeared increasingly tense, their weapons subtly aimed at Ning Yunhuan and her companion. The previous legacy pertained to spiritual herbs, while this one revolved around spiritual mines and stones. In truth, the term legacy refers to the treasures bestowed by our predecessors. This elder of the Bronze Hall is evidently a member of the Voidwing Sky Eater rat clan. He, noble as a prince, stood upon a vehicle that had borne the weight of many, its color now somewhat altered, wearing an expression of disdain. Indeed, my lord, he is currently filled with regret, and his master has instructed him to reflect for several days, said Yuri. However, behind the desk, a line read, Heaven and earth are merciless, treating the common folk as mere fodder. Sages lack compassion, regarding the populace as mere livestock. Although he does not reside permanently with the Qin family, his room remains intact, meticulously maintained each day, a testament that even while he resides elsewhere, he still possesses a place of refuge within the Qin family, for he is, after all, the eldest grandson. Chapter 31. The woman in distress. What were you observing over there just now? Upon entering the duty room, Tang Qiushui inquired as she tidied her belongings. The its nothing much, just that it seemed an old man has passed away, and they are in the process of carrying him out, I replied. After hearing this, Tang Qiushui sighed. I noticed it on the surveillance as well. Several that as darkness descended, the waning moon hung in the sky, Scattered stars twinkled against the night's canvas, subtly shimmering behind the clouds. Sensing an anomaly, Old Wu's expression changed slightly, yet he quickly composed himself, slowly stating, "Might I inquire what troubles you, dear nephew? Feel free to speak candidly." Injured and already bearing old wounds that had yet to heal, it was now further harmed by the ants in its sight, driving it into a frenzied rampage, intent on tearing Lin Tianxian to shreds for daring to challenge its authority. The elder disciples remaining in the agricultural domain would ensure the continuation of the Heavenly Harmony sect. The sect had resolved to seize the salt fields after the conclusion of the Guangnan Conference, alleviating the concerns of those left behind, before collectively relocating from the agricultural region. Not every cultivator can endure the vicissitudes of life, witnessing the passage of time. Yet once one has traversed through time, their marksmanship and state of mind transform remarkably. The bloodthirsty violent bear, now suffused with a vivid crimson hue due to its injuries, glared fiercely with its tumultuous eyes at the numerous wounds inflicted upon it. Its earthy demonic energy flickered incessantly, heavy paws aimed to strike the transcendent ape. Emerald wave, turtle snake shield. Yunfan's gaze remained tranquil as he extended a hand, unleashing a wave of aquamarine light, intricate patterns swirling within. Countless assaults crashed against the light wave, merely causing ripples upon its surface before returning to tranquility, including the sharp blade light of the leading man. Zhou Yu stared intently at Di Shuixin, aware that she was not lying at this moment. Yet, it was precisely this realization that deepened his confusion, as his mind was ensnared in a quagmire of uncertainty. Suchi transformed his corporeal form into a blood rainbow, unfurling it before him. At this moment, demons had approached, and Suchi unleashed the blood rainbow, devouring the horde that surged forward. The individuals from the northern court in the stands could no longer contain their fervent emotions, exuberantly shouting and gesticulating with wild abandon. In response, Qing Shan, having just pulled Feng Yi aside, cautiously surveyed the surrounding environment before continuing. The strength of these thunder beasts is indeed formidable. The most powerful among them has already reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. It is precisely because of their presence that these people have refrained from acting hastily. If there is hope, who would wish to undermine it? I believe the common folk would not consent to such a notion. Therefore, we must acquire them, but without offering too much. The majority of the seeds should be planted on our side of the central domain. When the time is ripe, we shall send the seeds over. Hu Hao declared as he sat there, addressing them. If I am not mistaken, we shall continue our offensive, and the coalition forces will further retreat. They are unlikely to put up a strong resistance. Our forces exude a sense of formidable combat prowess, compelling the coalition to withdraw. Hu Hao continued. One cannot fault the beasts. They have only recently acquired sentience and struggle to articulate themselves. Speaking even a few words is nothing short of a miracle. On the N1 basketball court, during the duel with Yi, the two had been engaged in a one-on-one contest for nearly 9 minutes, yet the score remained tied. Chapter 32, Fatal Fall. Fortunately, Tang Xiushui did not witness this. At that moment, he was wide-eyed, glancing around anxiously. Why don't you tell me what exactly is going on? I truly feel at a loss. Tang Xiushui abruptly halted, gazing at me with earnestness. There are a few patients exhibiting unusual behavior tonight. The director has instructed me to be vigilant. I fear I might not manage alone. Very well, but I must say, the techniques you displayed earlier were quite impressive. Setting aside the 8th-tier martial skills, those techniques you demonstrated ought to be retained. Yuning sighed, seemingly resigned, though his words nearly provoked the remnant soul into a fit of rage. The stone tablet Yuning encountered was merely one of countless trials. Within this celestial realm, there are 99 testing grounds, each with its unique challenges. The room contained nothing but a bed measuring 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width, along with a precariously swaying light bulb. Just by observing the environment, one could discern the utter squalor of the place. While it may appear that there is little difference between the two methods, both leading to ascension, practitioners of ascension through cultivation are exceedingly rare. Whereas the original path of Blue Star was one of universal ascension, regardless of the number of individuals, what happens after ascension, the Emperor had specifically assigned him an elite force of over 10,000 troops, boasting commendable combat strength, yet they pale in comparison to the few hidden units within the palace. At this moment, Ouyang De could also sense the slightest shift in the atmosphere within the venue. Upon hearing his two subordinates, he nodded in understanding, similarly unleashing his spiritual energy. On that day, when Luo Yihuan went to awaken Gong Yulong to dine, she found that Gong Yulong had yet to rise. The ever-courteous and self-restrained princess had never delayed in such a manner before. This was a first. Luo Yihuan feared that Gong Yulong might be unable to withstand the climate of Bailing and had contracted some ailment. Since the stars have been so excessively tyrannical, Starlay is not one to be easily trifled with. If it comes to it, he will resolutely fight to the bitter end, in an instant. This thought surged within him. Furthermore, has Xiao Xiao's father not already passed away? Could it be that she has finally come to terms with her situation and found a second chance at love? Meanwhile, in casual conversation, everyone skillfully assisted Yuan Biao into the side room. Despite the summer heat, the Kong in this room was still covered with felt. The elderly man managed to maintain his composure outside. But within these walls, he appeared considerably more relaxed. Although this relaxation soon gave way to drowsiness and fatigue, that a pang of concern gripped the heart of Guizhi, and he found himself puzzled. How could a mere third-level illusionist like Yin Mian possess such formidable illusionary powers? If you wish to speak directly with Le Bing, that is beyond our jurisdiction. Wai Yudong shook his head, pondering how they could possibly interject in such matters. Amitabha, please enter, benefactor. Those who come to the temple are invariably seeking the Buddha, and Fang Zheng naturally welcomed them inside, with his hands clasped behind him. He seemed to be lost in contemplation, his slender silhouette exuding an air of solitary elegance, as though brewing some unspoken emotion. However, Xing Tianyu paid little mind to such subtleties and boldly approached to pat the shoulder of the fair Xingyue. In the end, Chen Xuanli did not stage a rebellion, and the pallid-faced Li Longji cried out, tears streaming down his face. Whether he was moved or simply heartbroken over Yang Yuhuan remains uncertain. To think, such contemplation is futile. Action determines all. Now, let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome teacher Lu Xian, who will present us with a grand feast of wealth. Ma Ling also shouted passionately. As if Lu Xian could truly lead everyone to earn millions. Do not block the way, step aside. Seeing people crowding forward, Li He reprimanded without hesitation. Chapter 33, The Mysterious Death Message. Typically, in such significant places, the doors are certainly locked. I had forgotten this crucial detail earlier, and now I find myself at a loss as to how to unlock the door. I gently pressed the doorknob, and as expected, the door was firmly secured. Just as I stood at the threshold, pondering where to procure a key, a crisp spring sound resonated, and the door to the archives swung open on its own. Could it be that someone is inside? Do you know the specific scale of the transaction? Chang Ruiqing pondered for a moment. The technological gap in industry was not substantial, although Germany currently holds a certain advantage in aviation and military industries. Any nation wishing to catch up would not face insurmountable difficulties. It seems unnecessary to barter with oil and warships, does it not? The Black Mountain crashed heavily to the ground. The Bagua Seal of Heaven is a comprehensive method of confinement, with energy barriers in all directions, up, down, left, right, front, and back. Even a hurricane would find it impossible to break through from below, firmly held down beneath the weight of the Black Mountain. While searching for the items required by the two warlords may also prove to be quite troublesome, potentially consuming a great deal of time. At least this presents a viable path, far better than having no options at all. Thus, regardless of the challenges, Lin Feng was determined to strive for the evolution of the warlords. Through the depth and spacing of footprints, a skilled hunter can generally ascertain the type and size of their prey. They can even gauge the approximate time the quarry passed through by examining the freshness of the tracks, thereby formulating an appropriate tracking strategy. That on the evening of the 7th day of the first lunar month, Gua Zhuoqing and Qian Shuesen, after a brief respite, boarded a military aircraft arranged by the Air Force en route to the Jiuquan Launch Center. Natalie accepted the business card, nodded, and simply departed without further ado. Most crucially, should anyone attempt to deceive him in such a manner, he would undoubtedly be sold out while still counting the money for the deceiver. The cavalry of the Northern Yuan is renowned across the globe. With their cavalry besieging cities, Goryeo could potentially fall within mere months. Mo Fan, incensed, produced his foul-smelling sock and, without a moment's hesitation, stuffed it into the beak of the Black Crow. The message was succinctly penned, yet these few words altered Jin Huangji's expression. Goryeo must disarm, permit the establishment of government offices and guards, and all stationed troops across the regions, aside from the imperial city's garrison, are to be replaced by soldiers of the Ming dynasty. Guijing's master, it seems this person is not entirely unsatisfactory. In light of this, for the sake of the illustrious Goi hero, I shall spare your life. Xiang Yu cast a glance at Jibi, retracting his murderous intent. Fang Shui leapt backward, sliding a considerable distance across the ground before finally coming to a halt. During their initial encounter on the first day, Xiao Wuji found himself thoroughly overwhelmed, struggling to cope under the fierce onslaught of the Black Tiger King. Yet he persisted with remarkable resilience as time progressed. Xiao Wuji fought with increasing fervor, seemingly transforming into a ferocious black tiger, fiercely battling the Black Tiger King without respite. Eventually, all of Su Zhidong's accolades would dissipate, leaving him as nothing more than a languid idler. Han Jiuzhe fell from the tree, every bone in his body feeling as though it had been shattered. Crying out in agony, Yang Ting recoiled, her initial impression of Jiang Kai far from favorable, resembling that of a petty thug. She worried that her brother, in dealing with him, might be led astray. Oh dear. I implore you both, knowing full well I have no choice, please do not force me into a decision. The heart-wrenching disappointment was palpable. The significance of love is self-evident, and the bond between Ma Chengfeng and oneself, forged through life and death, is a connection not to be forsaken. Chapter 34. The Hanged Girl. I have not come here to harm you. Rather, I wish to convey that it would be prudent for you to remain composed and avoid courting trouble. The individual spoke, accompanied by an eerie smile that sent shivers down my spine. Before I could react, this person vanished. I gazed at the empty doorway, my emotions a tangled web of complexity, just as Ren Fifan and Guaxinlei were preparing to ascend the mountain with the ashes of the Sword Lord. Several figures obstructed their path. It must be the Shadow Guard. I shall investigate that. Suxin, uncertain of who was guarding outside, merely remarked as she pushed open the window beside her dressing table, only to see the person turn and bow respectfully to Su Ge. Greeting her with good day, Mississippi. The unfamiliar, hoarse voice prompted Su Xin to nod slightly before she closed the window once more. Ting Shu was unaware of how long the scant provisions in his backpack would sustain his journey. But that was of little concern. His pride, his arrogance, appeared utterly ludicrous. One hopes that he would not suffer too great a loss in the future. Su Yunyang, however, remained indifferent to the undercurrents, whoever had sent the items. She would simply remember their kindness. How could the ancient Qilin, bound by its own limitations, possibly contend with this flame? Its body crashed onto a pile of ice sculptures, shattering countless figures into fragments. Along this arduous journey, like-minded individuals united with him, defying the heavens and challenging those lofty figures who dwelled in arrogance. Naturally, had it been a formal battleground, the floating bubble would still need to hone its weather techniques. After all, the four supreme training methods devised by Ting Shu had been introduced too recently, and the floating bubble had only just begun to master them, yet was unable to wield them flawlessly. Regardless, she had boasted before Jiang Hongyu and others that she would not disappoint them or make them feel uncomfortable at home. The expression of Hualang grew increasingly grim, beads of sweat, like soybeans, trickling down his rugged visage, with veins bulging ominously, creating a rather fierce appearance. Lang Ge fixed his gaze on the boy's face for several seconds, then suddenly leaned down, forcefully sealing the boy's lips, grasping both of his wrists and pressing them firmly against the backrest of the chair. Xiaoqing looked down at the man's actions, her eyes shimmering with layers of shyness, infused with tenderness. When Yang was cornered against the wall by Lang Ge, nervously clutching the hem of his clothes. Wide-eyed and gazing up at Lang Ge with evident anxiety, Zhou Ziwei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, casting a pleading glance at Qin Mu. Whatever she might say at that moment would seem abrupt and out of place. Hu Qing struggled to comprehend the man's words, pondering whether it meant he would eat half, while she consumed the other half. With such a cheerful sister, Lin Feng could only shake his head in exasperation. Realizing that the girl had seemingly forgotten to take her medicine again that morning, the blue bricks on the platform began to tremble, with cracks appearing on several of them. After seeing Yun Fan nod, he let out a cold snort, realizing that the people from the West Sea truly regarded their boundless forest as their own private garden. Promoting the rational metabolism of bodily functions will prevent weight gain, leading to enhanced health, Gu Feng explained lightly. Now, recalling Yu Lu Shu's situation, Lu Xiang suddenly felt that it resembled a grand scene of possession. Chapter 35. The attack. The young nurse gazed at me, her expression tinged with impatience. What are you doing here? The medical supplies warehouse is not for casual entry. I was about to speak, but a sudden, searing pain shot through my chest, leaving me struggling for breath. The young nurse seemed to sense something was amiss, and Yin Zheng slightly nodded, transforming into a white dragon, carrying Lin Skinyu on his back, and in an instant, they vanished into the horizon. Su Tian glanced at his father, who gave no indication for him to remain silent. Instead, he raised his hand, signifying that the stage was now his. Lu Tianjia, how did you end up here? Guya's voice grew softer, and finally, her legs buckled, causing her to sit on the ground. Dai was nothing like a tomb raiding film. She pouted, gazing speechlessly at the grand hall. As for Lu Tianjia, he had witnessed far too many grand events. Remaining composed under the flash of cameras, labor contracts typically include time stipulations, which meant she could no longer pursue her previous intentions of simply taking her salary and leaving. However, in the presence of the somewhat naive Xuanji, Dong Yuanyan could only muster a semblance of a smile, albeit one that bore a striking resemblance to a grimace. Yet, Xuanji remained oblivious, for Wanyan had only recently suffered the loss of her child. After the earthly savage unleashed his magic, he too became acutely aware of this reality. That moment, upon hearing Su Qing's reprimand, he awkwardly scratched his head, an apologetic smile gracing his features, following Su Qing's words. The figure of the man in the azure robe faltered slightly, slowly lifting his gaze, his eyes reflecting an immense sense of desolation, which fell squarely upon Su Qing. With all my strength, I delivered a fierce strike across his cheek, nearly severing his head from his shoulders. He was utterly beyond salvation. With such thoughts in mind, Maluk regained a modicum of courage, akin to a gambler blinded by desperation, willing to wager his last coin. Indeed, she had been spending nearly all her time with Gu Xiaoyang outside of work lately, and with her job gradually stabilizing, she had begun to cultivate her own social circle. Otherwise, there would surely come a day when Gu Xiaoyang would grow weary of her constant presence. Zhou Yu believed that Lin Jing intended to lecture her and felt a sense of disdain. Although she refrained from interrupting Lin Jing, she maintained her silence, for sometimes silence itself is a form of resistance. I will leave as soon as you are well, he said, lifting his hand to gently touch the bandaged area, a fleeting warmth flickering in his expression. Had I known it would come to this, why did I not act differently from the outset? Sun Wei felt pity for him, yet offered no sympathy. Those who err must face the consequences of their actions. Moreover, Su Yi seemed entirely indifferent to his sister's words, his demeanor unchanged throughout, save for the occasional glance at Su Xia, which revealed a glimmer of tenderness in his eyes. As a ghostly physician, he had treated countless living souls. Although the art of poison was not strictly classified as medicine, it was still related. He did not wish to find himself in a position where, after a lifetime of healing the unrelated, he could not even tend to his own junior, despite having changed her career path. She remained tied to the airport due to her logistics work, which occasionally required her to visit the airport to oversee shipments, sometimes even needing to be on the tarmac to ensure that her cargo embarked on its journey. Lu Mu had initially intended to linger a few more days at Xinjiang port to inquire about the progress of Xie Junyan and the others in their work here. Chapter 36. The onset of hallucinations. When I opened my eyes again, the sky had not only brightened but the sun was also at its zenith, suggesting it was either noon or afternoon. That I propped myself up and surveyed my surroundings, only to realize that I was lying in the open space in front of the office building. A sudden sensation washed over me, as if someone were observing me. Upon turning around, a figure unexpectedly appeared behind me, startling me into retreating several steps. After backing away, I finally saw. Today's party is truly remarkable. Ouyang Yingqi gazed at the decorations around her, feeling a refreshing novelty. The spiritual energy of the Dao world continued to surge exponentially, and in Zhang Baoyu's perception, it had increased manifold compared to the mid-tier third realm. Yet this escalation showed no signs of abating. The president was engaged in a heated discussion with several ministers, military representatives, CIA agents, and NASA officials regarding the strange occurrences of recent days, the sword technique of life. A relentless barrage of attacks. Andy's level ascended to 70. He found himself capable of summoning a greater multitude of pets. Though the Beastmaster's skills had dissipated, Andy still possessed the ability to summon more companions than any other player. Owing to the unique nature of these creatures, the waves receded step by step, retreating to the far side of the sea. As Chinyu gazed upon the shimmering surface, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. Could he perhaps cultivate something by the sea? Throughout the encounter, Lin Feng remained utterly silent, for he held his opponents in utter disdain, instead observing others with keen interest. His detection device had been in constant operation since the onset, as he meticulously calculated the strengths of each group. Mentally assessing those who warranted attention, Ding Li discreetly relayed the identities of his 3 hidden hands to Chun Gong and Yusuji Kenshin. After deliberation, They resolved to advance towards Lufan, seeking to confront Ding Dexing. Curious to ascertain whether the benefits of victory would outweigh those of defeat. The world ought not to be this way. How could this Mr. Wang act so brazenly? And what emboldens him to do so? Before finishing his thought, he found his hand passing through the body of the individual before him. After another attempt yielded the same result, he scratched his head and muttered to himself that it was not until midday that Lang Fei emerged through the door. And upon seeing the elated expression on his face, it was evident to all that he had likely uncovered some valuable clue. Zhou Yuding furrowed her brow, perplexed about how to proceed, and contemplated calling someone she knew. Yet, realizing the situation remained unresolved, she suppressed her impulse. Though Liao Li and his companions were fiercely loyal to El Wu, they still found it difficult to utter such titles. Chapter 37. You are a lunatic. I was roused from slumber by the incessant ringing of my phone. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered that daylight had fully arrived. Glancing at the time, I was astonished to realize I had nearly slept for an entire day and night. It was now past 5 in the afternoon. I pressed the answer button, and Qin Xingyu's voice swiftly emerged from the receiver. Xiao Chuan, you finally answered. I've sent you so many messages. Have you seen any of them? As I spoke, with the pronouncement of Chang Tonghai, the audience erupted into fervent applause, the cheers rising and falling like waves. One of the functions of the Dragon Soul Organization is to prevent foreign superpowered individuals from wreaking havoc within the borders of Huaxia. While the politicians of country A employed various methods to ascertain whether they were still ensnared in a dream, dozens of golden beams converged, encircling thousands of missiles, propelling them straight into the cosmos. After meeting their parents, Su Yang and Lu Xia became engaged, setting their wedding date for a week hence, to be held aboard the very Boeing 747 where they first crossed paths. In Victor's eyes, the president seemed utterly deranged, having betrayed his nation. Yet, as a soldier loyal to the president, what could he do? He could only follow orders. The Bio sword, personally forged by the Tongtian cult master, is not in the slightest inferior to the 4 divine swords from the epic battle of the gods. In the blink of an eye, the icy aura emanating from the ice silkworm's body was shattered, its scales flying apart, blood splattering everywhere. The once dazzling beast now lay a gruesome sight, a mere mass of flesh and blood. Fortuitously, he discovered, while engaging the enemy with his primordial spirit, that he could summon the 5 elemental demon-suppressing powers, and his inner Dantian meridians were all fully functional. This unexpected revelation inspired him to summon his heart lamp. Eager to see if he could command this ancient treasure with his primordial spirit, Yueying smiled faintly, thinking that luck was on her side. These creatures were preoccupied with their meal if they moved in and out. Even if they didn't necessarily notice her, it would undoubtedly complicate matters for her. With a swift motion, she activated her teleportation and instantly crossed into the kitchen, in the last season of the UEFA Champions League. The players had indeed met Guardiola before, but at that time, the Spaniard was still coaching Barcelona, and those 2 matches became an indelible shadow in Guardiola's life. Occasionally, he would play video games with Wang Shihan, mostly yielding to her, for he saw no reason to compete with his fiancée. Presently, he was indeed anxious. Although he knew Wu Xinyang posed no threat to their lives, being captured would complicate any rescue efforts, thus necessitating immediate action. Zhang Shujia noticed this, but refrained from mentioning it. Such matters were best left for Xiong Kuei to find an opportunity to explain directly to Zhou Ying. The Chinese team maintained possession in midfield. In the past, they would not dare to control the ball casually against Japan, but now, with the Gemini duo orchestrating the midfield, they felt emboldened to challenge the Japanese team in this crucial battleground. With a sharp whistle, the sword embedded firmly into the pillar beside the minister, its hilt still quivering. The frantic voice of Hou Yu echoed in his earpiece, revealing that they were indeed cornered with no alternatives left. Han Qi, taking advantage of his identity, procured a set of advanced surveillance equipment. Once acquired, he discreetly attached a tracker to Su Nan. Chapter 38. 3 photographs. Dr. Dong. Who exactly are you? And why do you wish to harm me? I stood by the window, glaring at Dr. Dong. You misunderstand. I am not here to harm you. I am here to treat you. Dr. Dong replied with a smile that was both polite and awkward. I pointed to the syringe filled with a vivid red liquid. Meanwhile, there was only a single chip placed on the table, the smallest denomination in this casino, equivalent to $1. Regarding the loquacious Lei Shan, Duanmu Ying held no suspicions. Hailing from the esteemed medical lineage of Jishitang, she understood that many fatalities in war were not due to immediate combat, but rather from wounds that became infected and untreatable. However, when their gazes met, in mere seconds, the dark emotions in his eyes collapsed. Ouyang Lanha lifted her head. A fleeting look of shock washed over her eyes, and what astonished her even more was that Su Qinglan could produce photographs. She pointed to the images and questioned Ouyang Lanha. Upon reaching the foot of Mu Imo Mountain, I did not hasten to ascend, but instead took a moment to explore the surroundings, making a particular visit to the establishment run by Dao Zheng's companions. For all these years, Fu Yinma's matrimonial affairs have been a lingering concern for Gongsun Yizhen, and she is somewhat acquainted with the matters concerning Tang Weiyang. Should the heavenly path be open today, the world would transform into a breeding ground for malevolence. What significance would their sacrifices hold then? Knowing what I do today, why did I once feel compelled to exorcise those vengeful spirits? Moreover, having severed ties with the Wang family, this time, even if Song Qianfan were to rebel again, it would not affect me. Not all who engage in fleshly trades can claim the lineage of Baiwa. As long as I do not reveal my identity, outsiders generally cannot discern it, thus facilitating covert operations and reducing the vigilance of others. Liu Bu gazed blankly at this scene, finding everything rather novel. Especially the dynamic wallpaper on the computer screen, which tempted him to reach out and touch it. Yu Hao could naturally discern that although the individual before him was not without strength, he had yet to attain the holy level. Beneath the holy tier, Yu Hao felt no fear whatsoever. The existence often mentioned alongside the rustic fellows has indeed stirred numerous legends among mortals. Is that Mr. Jiang? Outside the courtyard door, a multitude of nearby residents had gathered unbeknownst to me, and upon seeing Kai Yin cradling Shenger, they were filled with both astonishment and suspicion. Chen Gui, having already received word from his son, contemplated briefly before promptly notifying the entire city to await Chao Chao's grand arrival at the city gates. Lv Tung shook his head, stating that the prince was not within the manor, and there was no one in the household attending the banquet at the palace. Having not paid attention before, upon hearing the words of the Princess of Gua, he felt something was indeed amiss and was about to send someone to inquire further. 5 years prior, he had fortuitously ascended to the position of chief steward in the governing office, serving as the magistrate of Suzhou for 2 years, with the connection to the high-ranking official and Zhou Qin's diligence and research. His political achievements were commendable, leading to his selection as the transport commissioner of the 2 Zhejiang regions. The atmosphere was charged, as those present were seasoned warriors, particularly the members of the dragon-slaying tribe who exuded the most fervor. At that moment, they brandished their blades and raised their voices in unison. She placed a handkerchief on a stone bench in the courtyard and sat down, gazing up at the overcast night sky as she silently offered her prayers. Without further ado, Xiaochen disregarded the injuries within, immersing himself wholly in the essence of the trees in the forest. Minute by minute, for hours passed in this manner, yet he felt not a hint of sensation. Chapter 39. Improper relations. My heart raced with anxiety, yet I still resolved to take a look, stepping deliberately toward the stairway. The sound indeed emanated from here, growing clearer with each step I took. Before I could discern the situation on the stairs, a white shadow flashed past. Again? Yet at that moment, I was momentarily stunned that hadn't I already apprehended the perpetrator. Yin Junfeng, too, found his thoughts scattered, unable to fully comprehend the words he had just heard. Though some were clear to him, that he shook his head, burying his melancholic expression, and stepped outside to continue his solitary journey. Thus, the powerful disciples under the leadership of the Poison Doctor sect, who fought amongst themselves for positions of responsibility, were engaged in an utterly futile endeavor. That roar had an excellent effect. The crowd lost their inclination to argue and promptly formed an orderly queue, each pushing and shoving to take their place. Upon witnessing the assault, the Azure Dragon immediately manifested a radiant azure glow, effectively shielding itself from the wild energies outside, while intensifying its absorption of blood. The voice emanating from the dragon's forehead revealed shimmering white jade. As the sacred light flowed ceaselessly, harmonizing with the azure brilliance of the dragon, after observing Gu Xiqing's nod, Xian Yuan Jingung felt a sense of relief. He offered a faint smile and surveyed the surroundings, seizing the opportune moment to dash forth. Although numerous stones provided concealment, the area near the spring was devoid of any substantial boulders. Fortunately, Eugene Bay remained unaware. Otherwise, he would have faced profound regret for his inexperience, which would lead to a challenging and tumultuous path in pursuit of his beloved. That old fellow, Zatuza, had indeed reached the level of a one-star Xian Sheng. The 5th-tier enhancement elixirs were of no use to a being of his caliber. Yes, Dean, the security guard remarked, casting a sympathetic glance at Liao Bei Bei on the ground. lamenting such beauty, yet afflicted with madness. This matter between the Monkey Clan and the Serpent Clan was one that Guyu found prudent to avoid. Since the Monkey King had resolved to dispatch the monkey leader to escort these items, he had no objections. He merely hoped that no more companions would depart, as he fondly reminisced about the days spent traveling with Rue and Nisi, who were now ensnared within the Mage Tower. Stan lowered his head slightly, contemplatively gazing at the ground as the pure energy of thunder emanated from the Son of Thunder, and recalling the dimensional rift that Li Jing had previously traversed with Shui Luyuan. The onlooking Star Lords in the shadows could not possibly remain oblivious to its nature. What once existed solely in ancient texts and legends now manifested tangibly before all, likely leaving anyone astounded. Just as their attacks were unleashed, a disheveled crimson figure suddenly shot forth from the passage. Once all the palace attendants had departed, Zhang Nan once more exchanged for the traversal service within the system. A familiar thunderclap heralded the appearance of the black hole that Zhang Nan recognized. Gong Ruqian observed Shan Ye hastily exiting Nan Gongxiong's chamber, her hurried demeanor raising questions about the unfolding events. Prompting her to investigate further. Blood River Protection, Shui Luyuan bellowed, as a certain treasure on his person exploded into a torrent of crimson light, transforming into a blood river that encircled and safeguarded him. Not good, Wei Zifeng and Ji Yuanshan exclaimed in alarm. The myriad bolts of lightning, each possessing the power to injure a star warrior, posed a grave threat. Sustaining even a dozen strikes would be fatal. Chapter 40. Possible accomplices. So, you intend to treat me as a lunatic? This was your idea from the beginning? I inquired incredulously. Indeed, I combined your previous condition with some embellishments to inform the dean. Dr. Dong admitted candidly at that moment. But how did you come to know about my condition? The spiritual energy surged wildly into his vicinity, while the other areas of the floor experienced a deficit of spiritual essence, causing the occupants of the 3 rooms to be astonished, subsequently emerging to perceive the energy coalescing towards the room he occupied. That I found a stool and settled down, glancing at their clue map, which was adorned solely with images of toads. The entire narrative centered around them. Xie Chengyan set aside the financial magazine in his hands, his eyes slightly lifting, but upon seeing Lin Su, the words caught in his throat fell silent. Yin Junfeng halted before 3 robust centennial pine trees, gazing up at them with a knowing smile. At some point, Yin Junfeng had grasped a delicate ancient fan in his hand that he waved towards the pines, and several beams of orange light swiftly streaked through the air, soaring toward the dense branches. Even in the most isolated and information-deprived regions, such as this island surrounded by the sea, the generations of common folk living here would undoubtedly recognize the royal totem of the purple flame divine slayer. Before long, he was left battered and bruised, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Humph, who told you that first come, first served? Listen closely, we are the inner disciples of the Yanyan sect. Not someone you can provoke. Hand over the 7-colored precious lotus, or you shall meet your demise here today, sneered a long-haired youth. This is what one calls strategy. However, you, Tai Yun, are not to be underestimated. Even now, I remain oblivious to the corner of the celestial realm where your Xian Huang sect hides. Because of this, I have been unable to seize the opportunity to eradicate your Xian Huang sect, sighed Xie Feng. Yet the outcome remains unchanged, merely altered in method. As Fang Zheng delivered a kick to his chest, the audible crack of breaking bones resonating, clearly indicating several ribs had fractured, the classmates directly pulled me aside. And when the director passed by our class, witnessing the chaos, he entered without hesitation, declaring it was nothing, only to reprimand us. Chao Jie rose on his own and exited the classroom. Thus, the atmosphere turned tranquil, with only the soft strains of a shao resonating through the serene space, played to soothe the youth. Master, it is evident they are coveting others' possessions, is letting them go too lenient. Wu Ming expressed his discontent. Another life has been lost. Not long ago, the flames of the human stronghold had yet to dissipate, and the shadow of death once more descended upon the disciples of the 72 alliances. At that time, he was not yet the chairman of Yintian, merely a flicker in the business world. Han Lu had not yet risen as the leading figure in China's fashion industry, though she had already established her own design studio. As his voice echoed, Zheng Rong's gaze immediately fell upon Muron Wangge. 2 days later, the group arrived at the boundary of the 3rd circle, entering the 2nd, and this time, it proved far smoother and more fortunate than the last. Caillou opened her mouth to scold, but found herself turned around by Xiao Tian's arm. She had been seated sideways on the horse, akin to sitting on the back seat of a bicycle. Yet now faced the horse's head. Jiankong, Imoen stated. According to the route, the next stop is Jiankong, the capital of the Jin state, where Taoist temples and monasteries are relatively concentrated, with 3 of the remaining 11 already in Jiankong. Comprising 2 paths and a monk, according to statistics, the casualties resulting from the invasion of foreign tribes, including but not limited to those caused by the tribes themselves, exceed 50 million, while the number of individuals affected has approached nearly 3 billion. Accounting for almost 3/7 of the Earth's total population, the direct and indirect economic losses are utterly incalculable. Chapter 41. The Peculiar Dean. Where is Dr. Dong? I inquired of the nurse, gazing at her. What are you talking about? There isn't a doctor by the surname Dong here, the nurse replied nonchalantly, removing the needle from my fore. It's the one who appears to be in his 40s or 50s, with small eyes and a slightly receding hairline. However, no matter how. Cheong cast a teary glance at him, then nodded, turning to descend the hillside. What is happening? Such formidable earth energy. Booz was sensed a force of nature rising that rivaled his own. Ling Feng did not conceal anything, revealing the matter of Mo Chenlin owing him 600 grams of goods over 200 years old. Jing Yu was not clad in his resplendent attire today. Instead, he donned an orange garment, signifying his allegiance to the Orange Stone Gate. Even if he were to never gain a reputation henceforth, he would never again be regarded merely as a decorative vase, a target deemed too precious to discard. Observing the screen filled with my sister's grievances towards my second mother, I suddenly comprehended a saying. The heart of parents is full of compassion for their children. After the ball was served, Mika dashed to the baseline. Watching as the ball dropped vertically, she seized the moment of emptiness in the center, feeling a surge of joy as she captured it. Using its momentum to strike towards the boy, Hua Enongyue sat within Li Liufeng's apothecary, daily witnessing the comings and goings of people, observing the struggles of the common folk in the outskirts, who lived in a state of muddled despair, unable to extricate themselves from their desolation. After enough indulgence, they would retreat to the back to rest, seeking solace from their troubles, which seemed blissful that I found myself at a loss for words. Silently enduring Zhang Sen's fiery glare. However, analysis at this juncture proved futile. The whereabouts of the gold remained a mystery, possessing an extraordinary ability to render those heavy ingots invisible in an instant. General, the army of the Ming people. The thunderous sound of iron hooves reverberated through the ground as the celestial army spread its wings to encircle the Mogul forces, which found themselves entirely ensnared in the celestial army's counter-encirclement. Li Gua and Wang Bing were blissfully unaware of their narrow escape, continuing to converse cheerfully along the way. The commotion stirred the elder warriors of the Inca dispatched to battle, prompting their offensive, recklessly unleashing energy waves towards the laser gunners in West County. Witnessing Wang Bing's fury, the stonemasons immediately fell silent. One must admit that over the past few months, Wang Bing had indeed earned considerable respect in the stone carving factory, and the stonemasons held him in esteemed eye. In my lifetime, I had never experienced the taste of punitive liquor. Murong Shui cast a provocative glance at Wang Feng, implying, if you have the skill, come forth. I am ready for you, and shall prove your inadequacy. The Thunder Pearl is undoubtedly the optimal choice, yet for someone like Lung Yu, who resides at the realm of creation, it cannot truly be mastered. Just as when facing the Blood Ape, even if summoned, the ultimate effect cannot be fully realized. Chapter 42. Encounter with the old woman. I cautiously activated the flashlight on my phone, my heart pounding as I gazed out the window. But to my dismay, the outside was desolate and devoid of any presence. The knocking continued unabated, and gritting my teeth, I resolved to investigate the source from the window. I approached the edge with utmost care, cautiously extending my head outside. However, that single glimpse nearly sent my soul into a frenzy. There, suspended outside the window, hung the lifeless body of a woman. Feng Jia, consumed by resentment and fury, pondered her plight. Yet, her cunning nature kept her true feelings expertly concealed. Bring Li Gui down and administer 20 strikes. Should there be any further transgressions, execute on the spot, commanded Shangwan Honglai with a piercing voice. The servants within the royal residence truly required stricter discipline. Despite his disdain for Feng Yufei, he could not afford to turn a blind eye, for Feng Yufei held the life of Yu in her hands. Well, I have observed your competition, and indeed, you possess some skill. You triumphed over Qi Yin and Song Lin, but to defeat me will not be so effortless, Yao Ao stated confidently, her smile vanishing as she spoke. "My apologies, I misspoke." A middle-aged man furrowed his brow, but still managed to respond courteously in a hushed tone. From the words of the merchants, Emophone learned that this auction would span 3 days. And due to the exorbitant value of certain medicinal herbs, it would be presided over by the renowned Hengchang Auction House. To ensure fairness, the internal restructuring of the Golden Princess Film Company has shocked many within the industry. To many observers, this is Mr. Lay's initiative to clear obstacles for the next generation. In recent years, the New Art City has been fragmented, with news breaking before the new year of the 2 major shareholders of Golden Princess jumping ship to establish a new film line. Ha ha ha, splendid. Finally, I am no longer tied to Yin Xiao, Lu Xia exclaimed joyfully, releasing her grip and giving him a gentle push, urging, "Now, hurry along." She appeared eager for him to vanish at once. Xiang Huaxing and Zhang Jin were engrossed in lively conversation. Initially, Wang Jing felt indifferent, as his role was merely to facilitate connections. Whether discussions succeeded or faltered was beyond his concern, allowing him to enjoy his drink while observing the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, gunfire erupted on both sides where Emophone and his companions stood, indicating that the police and national security forces had also crossed paths with the cult. "Your words hold no weight now. I am the one in charge," Yao Yao remarked with a playful smile. Then abruptly ended the call, turning with a flare as she departed. Zhu Junlin stood quietly beside, waiting patiently. He could scarcely fathom Lu Xia's emotional state, standing before the graves of over 100 villagers and even dear relatives. How fortitudinous must she be to remain composed? Wang Hong, donned in a striking red practice outfit, executed a split in midair, her red ribbons swirling vibrantly, her impressive figure on full display. Chapter 43. Return to the hospital. Come. Child, step inside, and I shall prepare a meal for you. The old woman warmly invited me in, that I hoisted my suitcase and followed her into the dwelling. Upon entering, I discovered that the interior was as dilapidated as the exterior, with numerous cobwebs adorning the walls, suggesting that the old woman, despite her frailty, rarely maintained the cleanliness of her home. The elderly lady busied herself in the kitchen. The 5 great royal families of the myriad demon sea prepared to arrange for the next batch of martial saints to enter upon witnessing the emergence of the final Qin Yu. Much like the formidable power of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, being restrained, he ultimately had to summon various deities to quell the demons and vanquish evil. In the vegetable gardens of each villager's home in Huiyuan town, a few tea trees were typically cultivated on the slopes in front of their houses, without much effort in their management. Each year, as the new tea sprouted, everyone would roast some for themselves. Subsequently, silence once again enveloped the celestial abode until, after the passage of another 2 hours, the altar of the celestial palace emitted a series of tremors. Whoosh! Li Yin swiftly retreated, increasing the distance between himself and Lan Yanqingwu. The Qianquan seal suddenly descended, guarding against any potential attack from the opponent. With a thought, a series of healing elixirs flew from the spatial ring, consumed by Li Yin, who rapidly refined them, as his arm visibly regenerated. Appearing fair and strong, suspended in midair, Qin Mengyao lifted the colored lid, and upon seeing the contents, her expression changed dramatically as she took a step back, stunned and incredulous, regrettably, due to a twist of fate. The appearances of Luo Qinglan and Mo Jianxin caused Lan Ji to fail in fully charging the soul-absorbing mirror. "Have you made your selection? What have you chosen? Bring them over for me to see," Master Yang remarked as soon as they descended the stairs. She slowly opened her eyes to gaze at the scene beneath the water. This glance startled her, causing her body to shiver suddenly. "You two, please don the hat and cloak." As the two entered the hall, individuals clad in hats and cloaks immediately offered them the garments. Jin Sha could easily see through Zhang Ming's intentions, which was quite normal. After all, anyone would act similarly, and it was understandable. Earlier, upon realizing that someone was outside and that the visitor bore ill intentions, Lu Zhen decisively rolled out of bed. Once on the ground, he quickly rolled backward, swiftly hiding beneath the bed. However, why did they look at me with such peculiar expressions? What a strange family. Yin Chun mused inwardly. It must be said that Lord Guang Lu's body refinement technique truly lives up to the standards of the Zhongli realm. Under Mu Ziyun's relentless assault, not a single crack appeared on his body, and the shock from the tens of thousands of pounds of force caused Lord Guang Lu to faint momentarily. Among them, Yun Changfeng observed the most attentively. It was his first time witnessing Yunshin practice medicine, and he couldn't help but want to observe closely. Realizing this, Chihao sought out Jessica, only to discover that they had all gathered there to study cosmic knowledge, assisting Jessica in researching the star system. However, it was at that moment, as Du Yuan, Xin Yuan, and Bing Yu were tracking and investigating, that EC from the Huangshan Ziwei faction suddenly vanished within the wind dust-in. Upon King Qin Guang's inquiry, the other 9 kings of hell also reacted, nodding in acknowledgement, their eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. These past few days had been somewhat fraught with unease. Not long ago, when apprehended at the Yamen, they felt quite anxious, fearing they would face some hardships. As Yizaheo departed, he instructed Master Sheng to serve the noble well, before taking Zhuang Mingyu and Wu Mingyang with him. Yizaheo had achieved remarkable political accomplishments locally, and those in the court were keen to win his favor. If he were to head to the capital, the future would indeed be fraught with uncertainty and perilous journeys. However, if he could have a few capable and trustworthy compatriots in the same office, the situation would surely improve. Chapter 44. The deceased old woman gazing upon Qin Qingyu's smiling visage. An unsettling sensation surged within me, causing my scalp to tingle incessantly. I turned to inquire how the old woman had come to know about this hospital. Yet as I turned, she had vanished without a trace, as if she had never existed at all. At that moment, Qin Qingyu approached me slowly. Though Tang Yuru served as the spokesperson for Qin Ruming, as long as he did not overstep his bounds, even Qin Ruming would be unable to take any drastic measures against him. Would she? The Yin Ghost was a formidable puppet crafted by Xiangyang, using ancient secret techniques, and after extensive modifications, it no longer feared the sunlight and had developed a rudimentary consciousness, such as the capacity for anger. How could one who once stood so high tolerate a fall into disgrace, plummeting from paradise to hell? Such a stark contrast is beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. As her words resounded, Dongfang Shufei disregarded Dongfang Minkuan entirely, directing her gaze instead towards Dongfang Jinbao, standing nearby. To my astonishment, the night wanderer admitted it with such decisiveness that I felt a surge of anger piercing through my chest. No, this cannot continue. I fear I may not withstand it. Perhaps I should summon my dear sister to accompany you, as Nishang truly cannot endure Li Ziyuan's relentless torment any longer, and thus she has no choice but to call upon her close friend. However, Yi Xuanhuan had no intention of prolonging the situation indefinitely. After all, dragging it out served little purpose. Yi Xuanhuan would eventually have to confront it, and rather than prolonging the inevitable, it would be wiser to address it sooner rather than later. Following the unexpected demise of Master Lu, he elevated Confucius to the position of Duke of Lu. Within the sect, disciples lived in close quarters, practicing similar techniques that fostered a strong camaraderie among them. One by one, those around her departed, each suffering in turn. She was a harbinger of misfortune. In the pitch-black room, the crystal chandelier suddenly illuminated, casting light upon every corner of the vast, yet eerily silent space. All that I possess is mine, Chu Lanyi spoke softly. Yunfeng raised his gaze, his dark eyes shimmering with warmth, providing her with boundless motivation and courage. Even within the Wang family estate, some maidservants, and guards were shrouded in sorrow, while Wang Zhan, apart from accounting for his wealth, dispatched individuals to uncover who had poisoned his eldest son Wang Chao and his second son Wang Shan, simultaneously seeking rare antidotes and remedies, leaving him in a state of relentless busyness. Amidst the furious outcry, a surge of energy sliced through the air, coalescing into a colossal bronze axe that cleaved towards the yin-yang Pisces emblem. The primordial imprint of the Holy Dragon Emperor sensed its greatest threat in the yin-yang Pisces emblem. The sudden wave of heat surged within me, and Bauer bit her lip, the fear of being suspended in the air instantly dissipating, leaving only the silhouette of that dark and heroic figure gradually descending, as if time had slowed, each movement freezing before her eyes. He pressed his lips together, closed his eyes, and feebly waved his hand. Once the dark-clad leader departed, he abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood. What is the matter? Jeaner scrutinized her from head to toe. Surely this girl hasn't done something wrong again, has she? Why does she wear such an expression of excitement? Yunfeng's complexion was slightly pale, and a tumultuous storm raged within him. Although he had just released much of his strength, he still felt the effects. Fortunately, this body was not ordinary in its resilience, or else he would truly have met his demise today. Chapter 45. An attempt to escape foiled. He had slept soundly, and upon waking, it was already past 7 in the morning. He never expected to have slumbered through an entire night during working hours. However, he was grateful for the restful night, for otherwise, he might have encountered some bizarre occurrences. Looking out at the lightening sky, he felt a sense of reassurance. After a while, Tang Xiushui walked in. I casually greeted him before turning towards the car. All right. Wang Er felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing that his frugal master had set a trap for him, awaiting his fall. Yuboki was led into a secluded tent by the members of the Ba Min tribe, where Lin Feng awaited his arrival. It has been a long time. Let us sit and converse. Lin Feng gestured towards a wooden chair on the side. No worries, dear child. Would you care for a sip? He promptly passed the wine gourd to Du Wu, who accepted it and took a hearty swig. Furthermore, he was still broadcasting live. Without gentlemanly decorum, he would certainly be criticized by his audience. Du Guxing seemed quite adept at navigating social situations. Arriving to pay his respects to Li Chongjin in the capacity of deputy commander of the Imperial Guard. As they conversed while walking towards the town, Lin Feng inadvertently collided with a hurriedly departing man. The man apologized and hurried on his way. Inside, shadows stirred, with a dozen figures standing within the grand hall, all being the leaders and elders of various peaks. The searing, luminous lava began to churn. As a colossal dragon head of stone emerged from the lava lake, its dark golden eyes gazing upon Ruid, suddenly, a powerful and divine aura descended silently, enveloping the dissipating black mist as the radiant light consumed the dark energy. Replaced by a sanctified glow, the succinct 6 words of Zhuan Buddha Mother were akin to a thunderous wave, rendering Laozi Primordial, who had been holy for countless years, momentarily speechless. Laozi Primordial, upon hearing the words of Zhuan Buddha Mother, stared at her in a daze. Though Lin Jia was filled with trepidation, it proved futile, for at that moment, he could not escape. He was akin to a fat sheep awaiting slaughter, horrified at the sight of so many butchers. In contrast, the members of the demon sect valued their own strength and were not well versed in the art of divination. Even those who were adept did not place much importance on it. Upon arriving outside the processing workshop, apart from the roar of machinery, one could hear the voices of his mother and aunt conversing. Soon after, an overwhelming blaze surged forth along the red light, akin to a river flowing into the sea, all pouring into the Qianyuan fire spirit pearl. He, Sister Feng, is the best. After saying this, Shangwan Linyu lowered her head and planted a kiss on the delicate, fair cheek of Feng. Zhu Tian and Zhu Yuan were finally about to take action against that worthless individual. The big-eyed youth grinned widely, gripping Zhou Lan's arm in excitement. The explosive force of the blast was insufficient to damage the armor. But as the explosion radiated outward from the center, it would generate immense resistance, counteracting the projectile's power and even triggering the cannonballs aimed at the mecha to explode. Zhuoling emerged with a steaming bowl of congee, and upon seeing Nanshi strutting around the living room in high heels, he felt an indescribable sensation, accompanied by the realization that it was not a gift from him, that it was not from me. He remarked softly. Chapter 46. Hypnosis. Suddenly, Qin Xingyu shouted towards the outside, and several doctors, pushing various instruments, surged into the ward, rendering the space exceedingly cramped. They began placing an array of examination devices upon me. And in an instant, my head was filled with a deafening buzz. Observing my intense struggles, they administered 3 doses of sedatives into my system. Soon, the doctors provided. The footage left everyone stunned. It turned out to be an undercover investigation. Although I was confident, the unexpected success in triggering an event felt rather amiss, making it difficult to ascertain her character. Linue remained impassive, gazing at the adjudicators before her, signaling them to articulate their intentions. Upon his utterance, Nong Shui felt as if her heart had been pierced, the sudden pain causing her breath to catch momentarily, her complexion paling involuntarily. However, this also indicated the high value of the mineral on the 7th level. The consortium was beginning to falter, necessitating a concerted effort to resolve the situation. That a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, but upon noticing Lin Yu behind her, her expression instantly soured. That it was impossible. It could only perceive the outer layer of the water sphere, oblivious to my presence here, and this water sphere, being the purifying force of the whale, appeared entirely unrelated to malevolent spirits. Zhao Wujing's voice echoed from afar, startling Lu Qingyao, who, disregarding everything else, dragged the snow demon out from the sea of consciousness. That on the commentary stage, He Wei was at a loss for words, while Shui Yang switched off the microphone, saying, "I can understand Liangzi, junior sister." At that moment, Zhuge Mingfan also took notice and promptly grasped her hand, offering encouragement and reminders. Huaxi remained in excruciating pain for quite a while before finally ceasing. Her gaze towards Haobai akin to seeing a ghost. Lan Yize smiled faintly, accepting his sister's praise, and continued his pace into the bathroom. Even the mightiest, those with unparalleled strength capable of moving mountains and filling seas with a mere wave of their hand, or those revered in martial arts with the power to shatter the earth with a stomp, ultimately faced a dismal end. Xiaoyi glanced at the Qinkuan ring in his hand, which initially contained 10 bottles of soul elixirs, now reduced to 5, that the crowd's initial glee and mockery transformed into astonishment as they bore witness to the emergence of miracles. This Mo. Sungyun bore an uncanny resemblance to the Mo. Sungyun whom I once loved deeply and who reciprocated those feelings. As she cast her gaze downward, Su Linga felt an inextricable sorrow lingering in her heart. For a practitioner of martial arts, to witness such a display of skill in one's lifetime is a profound honor, serving as an immense encouragement for them, allowing her to train further. Enduring the baptism of bloody combat, she would undoubtedly undergo a transformation and embark upon the path of the strong. This was solely beneficial for her. A spiritual weapon possesses a hint of sentience. Through this spark of life, it is endowed with formidable characteristics, capable of freezing water into ice, or weighing as heavy as a mountain, or slicing through iron as if it were mud. At the very least, he now understood that Luanqing could safeguard herself. She excelled in poisons and comprehended pharmacology, ensuring she would never find herself at a disadvantage wherever she went. Lu Tua, filled with curiosity, pondered the extraordinary conditions under which he could become Ouyang Dan's disciple. He never lost sight of his aspiration to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Whenever he found anything beneficial to his cultivation, Lu Tua would ardently pursue it. This moment, his resolve was unwavering. He was determined to strive to become Ouyang Dan's disciple. Chapter 47. The mysterious notebook. Suddenly, I found myself stepping into emptiness, and in an instant, I awoke fully alert. I lifted my gaze and discovered that I was still in the hospital room, everything remaining unchanged as before. Could it be that I had never truly left, and that all of this was merely an illusion, or perhaps a dream? I pinched my arm. The sensation of pain felt so real. It seemed that I was indeed not in a dream. As I contemplated this, I heard Hong Yi's voice, prompting Shi Yao to immediately use her perception to sense the surrounding aura. Indeed, as Hong Yi had stated, she too felt no fluctuation of her own energy in the vicinity. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yan approached without hesitation. Just because Su Zhiyang had advised them to avoid trouble did not mean they should endure humiliation. Yin Xiaochuan, dressed elegantly and fashionably, maintained a composed and natural demeanor. Her hands, capable of dancing across the piano keys, were not marred by the wrinkles that marked those of her brothers, for they had been well cared for. Classmate, wake up, wake up. Song Ning felt as though she had barely closed her eyes for a few minutes when she was roused. And upon opening her eyes in a daze, she found a police officer in uniform standing before her. Thus, whether the matter succeeded or failed bore no relation to me. Once the vaccination was administered, Chi Yu departed. She could neither feign affection among sisters nor stoop to such pretense. Observing those fervently bidding, Shi Yao felt a pang of sentimentality. She had not anticipated that a bustling trading hub like Yicheng could not compare to the grandeur of the capital. Exiting the black sand fortress, one was met with an expanse of boundless plains. At the horizon, endless mountains rose majestically, undulating like a colossal dragon, delivering a stunning visual spectacle. Scattered across the plains were towering rocks, each standing as tall as a person, providing ample cover for Xiaoyan. The concept of justifiable defense refers to actions taken to thwart an ongoing unlawful assault, which inflicts harm upon the perpetrator, thereby qualifying as justifiable defense, absolving one of criminal responsibility. The ninth disciple, named Qi, scratched his head and grinned, admitting that after being sealed for so many years, his mind was quite muddled. Onion squinted, contemplating the possible connections regarding this matter. Otherwise, how could there be no information at all? The great lion languidly reclined upon a stone, raising one of its front paws. In an instant, a burst of white light shot forth from its paw, landing upon Mo Wuming. The construction of a teleportation array was undoubtedly a conspicuous scheme. The various factions on the snowy mountain were well aware of Sun Bieha's ulterior motives, yet still sought to advance this matter, revealing their intentions. Meanwhile, sending Qin to Danxiang City exemplified a classic conspiracy. The will of the Golden Sun Emperor manifested in a wavering form. feeling as if his resolve was being mercilessly struck by a heavy hammer. Rendering his vision a haze, the Nine Nether Burial Song was a formidable art of soul manipulation, yet the Golden Sun was not adept at soul offense or defense. He could only withstand it with his own will. Wumire signaled Yang Jun to wait outside for a moment. With graceful strides, she approached Jingjing's door, her fair jade-like hand gently tapping on the door knocker, producing a crisp sound that resonated just right. Tony stood on the path, shouting to the sky. He was aware that his voice could be heard outside, which is why he spoke to the air. The eighth prince let out a cold snort upon hearing this, then positioned himself between the two parties, as formidable as a mountain. The great Li imperial seal erupted with thunderous might, and the clouds above thickened once more. Beneath the golden dragon throne, rows of golden seats were occupied by powerful figures seated cross-legged. Anyone present would undoubtedly be astounded to discover that these individuals were all demigods. Chapter 48. Utterly ineffective. I approached the door, knocked, and shouted several times. Eventually, a cautious nurse appeared, only opening the door a crack. "What is it? Are you feeling unwell?" she inquired. My craving for a cigarette has struck. "Could you possibly spare me one along with a lighter?" I said sincerely, gazing at the nurse. Yi Qingtang raised an eyebrow slightly as she listened to the report of the great ancestor revealing the location of the fragment of the chaos spirit. Yet she did not act immediately. On Li Tian's side, eliminating a shadow master was an expected outcome. No one could survive an onslaught without any defenses. Missing the first day's draw meant that no one could re-enter the competition midway. Autumn Nan, following her mentor, instinctively averted her gaze upon seeing Yi Qingtang. Particularly in recent years, the Xikong family and the reclusive sect, Zhenwu, had formed a formidable alliance. Undeniably a leading presence, Shuiyang had not employed any machinery. He merely used a bronze carving tool to sculpt a sphere. He was a remarkable individual, having directly eliminated Qin Tianin, the head of the Qin family from Suzhou and Hangzhou, which led to the Qin family swallowing their pride. Now that a change was unavoidable and Shuiyang had taken on this hot potato, he could only strive to gather more information. "Calm? How can you expect me to be calm? Xiaoran is gone." "What use is calmness now?" My hand had barely grasped Li He before he broke free, who remained oblivious that on the other side of the heavenly river, a net was already laid out. Had he not made this decision and weakened the waters, he would now be facing hundreds of celestial generals on the opposite bank. Individuals like Maria were naturally born as battle maidens. Without the existence of this profession, even with her innate tremendous mental strength, she would ultimately only become a C or B level practitioner of mental cultivation. You accepted the fragrance pouch. Its craftsmanship was far from exquisite, and the design was somewhat lacking in finesse, relying somewhat on the use of shells. "Zijuan, do not go to Qishan Palace and alert the snake. I wish to conduct an experiment on this red wall." "Dr. Qian, can you predict today? Will there be another torrential downpour tonight? Will the Forbidden City be engulfed in thunder and lightning?" Concubine Yu, with an expression of remarkable intelligence, inquired of Dr. Qian Yu. The servant humbly assures her master, "Rest assured, my lord, that every day, the medicine consumed by Consort Rong has been subtly laced with a slow-acting poison. This consort shall undoubtedly remain childless within the confines of Yonghe Palace." The venomous words of Feitsui echoed ominously. "Sister Xiangyu, as we prepare to report to His Majesty, we currently lack irrefutable evidence, and I am profoundly concerned for your safety. Let us temporarily cease our investigation into the source of these eerie sounds." And Wan said, gazing intently at Xiangyu's furrowed brows, offering her gentle counsel with utmost care. Indeed, Ho Junin could first capture other scenes, saving the family portrait for last. The absurdity of the situation weighed heavily on her. "Truly, the imperial noble consort has witnessed a ghost in her chamber. I too beheld it." The visage of Empress Xiaoxian, her face clouded with despair, lingered hauntingly before my eyes, instilling a terror within me. Yuan proclaimed, bowing deeply. "To speak candidly, Xiao Yiheng himself felt uncertain, merely sensing an obscure premonition, along with a faint, peculiar essence discerned through the rings of the ancient tree. With a single stroke, the sword unleashed a tempest of dust. Its fierce energy cutting through the as it fortuitously pierced the skeletal remains of a colossal beast. It showed no sign of faltering, an unstoppable force that a light command from the elder caused the tea within the nearby pot to rise into the air, transforming into a vibrant water dragon that danced gracefully before dividing into 4 streams, cascading into suspended teacups. Chapter 49. The final gambit. I was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the little nurse's intentions. Suddenly, she lunged at me with a wild fervor, yanking the object from around my neck. The small glass vial shattered upon hitting the ground, splattering the crimson contents across the floor. This is a hospital. What nonsense are you up to? Enough with the antics. Go to sleep at once. However, the astute fatty sensed the discontent in Major General Zhou Hua regarding the military arrangements, leading him to a moment of clarity. The current Crown Prince of Feng had already left the White Tiger camp feeling disheartened. Had it not been for their mission, they would have been unable to bear the news of the Crown Prince agreeing to take a concubine. Allowing Li Luo to bear the blame for poisoning the 8th princess' unborn child. Despite his usual stoic demeanor, the steward, known for his unapproachability, possessed a strong sense of fairness and righteousness. Otherwise, he would not have intervened on behalf of Hizeo, bringing the matter to Lord Han to secure her release. In response, the demon Lord Mo, she leaped from the air to the ground without hesitation. Sprinting across the stone bridge in pursuit of Lu Ningyo, the nurse, momentarily bewildered by Su Jimu's series of actions, was relieved when Song Xiangxi entered shortly after to clarify the situation in the Eastern Palace. Li Luo remained true to herself, not feeling the need to don Mo Heir's persona. However, in public, she was known as shielding Mo, and every action henceforth would inevitably affect Mo Heir's reputation. Mother, bend down. I shall feed you, Jia Min insisted, demonstrating her unwavering dedication. When she had something delicious, she would be the first to think of her mother, and vice versa. That evening, Feng Sun personally visited the inn to offer apologies and voluntarily presented the 5 shadow serpent to Lu Ningyo. Hizeo, with her eyes twinkling mischievously, feigned innocence, certainly not revealing that she was sent by a transcendent deity. Within the Uchiha clan, a sentiment of seeking recognition and reward has been steadily spreading, leading to an increasing dissatisfaction with the higher echelons of Konoha. More and more clan members are demanding political participation, and the discordant voices within the clan have grown ever louder. The majority of the young heirs possess assets amounting to merely 20 to 30 million, while Luya received 5 million in cash for her birthday, equivalent to a quarter of their family fortune, naturally inciting their envy. Wei Jintian felt an overwhelming surge of anger bubbling within him. Difficult to contain. Was it pride in showcasing military prowess, a determination to not fear formidable foes, the melancholy of a nation in ruins? Was this a song of victors or a lament of the vanquished? According to the structure of human fibers, they resemble strands rather than powdered atoms. Mount Enesh in Tibet, originally a sacred place under the dominion of Jinchuan technology, has now become the territory of the Snow Leopard King. Occupied by countless demon tribes, initially, Han Yuhua found herself struggling to adapt, though she had fantasized numerous times about being nestled close to Shen Yun. Once enveloped in his embrace, her body stiffened. Yet, after a few moments, the barriers of her heart dissolved, allowing her to relish the security of his hold. When Duan Tianjin observed me rooted in place, he approached, and as he extended his hand towards me, I instinctively recoiled. The group of thugs that had fallen began to rise, supporting one another as they made their way outside. No, don't misunderstand. I have never sent anyone to follow you. I swear. Gu Yuding shook his head earnestly, assuring Lin Xingyin, beyond these 2 areas, there existed a bench section. Aside from these 3 seating areas, a vast expanse of open space lay beyond. Regardless of how he pondered, he felt that the name Blood Butcher possessed a certain ferocity. Perhaps Shengsheng was indeed formidable. After all, being capable of slaying 9,000 foes undoubtedly required immense strength. Otherwise, how could it be accomplished? Chapter 50. I will help you escape. The voice sounded remarkably steady, suggesting that it belonged to a highly experienced doctor. I immediately felt a pang of anxiety. Realizing that my facade was on the verge of being unraveled, I continued to feign sleep, but suddenly sensed someone drawing near. A chilling touch against my forehead. Shortly thereafter, the beeping of the instrument echoed. My greatest fear had come to fruition. Even more terrifying was that such a formidable strike from Xianzong only managed to crack a few fissures in General Tianyi's ghostly barrier. To be frank, in Yunshen's view, the number of pressures stemming from this interdimensional holy war was negligible. According to the directives from the military command, this battalion of Japanese soldiers must cross the Yangtze River and provide reinforcements to the Japanese Marine Corps in the city before 8 in the morning. The imposing figure of Whitebeard captured the attention of the entire Whitebeard pirates. His undamaged back was a testament to the fact that this man never turned his back on his enemies, embodying the dignity and might of a maritime overlord. Perhaps due to its remote location, during the journey to Mongshan City, Jun Yixiao encountered no formidable opponents, and those who dared to trouble him were ruthlessly eliminated by his fierce hand. Like Qingyi, in the past, Ningning lived at home, and he was exceedingly fond of her. Yet, it seems that only after marriage and obtaining a certificate could one truly engage with her, right? After the circle concluded. Meng Wanyuan shook her head. No, the area around the Ho family is entirely composed of towns and fields. I cannot fathom a place suitable for confinement. Fight. Continue to fight, for only then can you attain the realm you desire. Cultivation has always been thus. You truly not understand this? No, in truth, you are quite aware of it, are you not? The head of the Yun family remarked. Upon hearing these words, Shui Yunqing's expression immediately darkened. This matter was a deep-seated pain in his heart that he never anticipated that by she would expose it in front of so many people, leaving him embarrassed and unable to maintain his composure. His face fell, and he was about to erupt in anger when Shui Yuandao grasped his arm, gently shaking his head to signify that he should remain calm. Song Jingyu's expression was turbulent. One hand gripping Qin Jiaojiao's chin, his head slightly bowed as he gazed into her eyes, his stare growing colder, as if he were observing a lifeless object. In truth, Shin Qingshu had never worried about her own safety. It was merely that Li Ziqi's actions were aimed at completely clearing her of suspicion. Then I shall not pay my respects. Moreover, I find my senior sister quite formidable. I believe she will teach me well. Qin Zhoushuan stated with conviction that a series of questions erupted, each louder than the last, drawing the attention of those nearby. Fortunately, Qin Zhoushuan possessed a solid foundation in swordsmanship. Not only had he perfected the basic sword techniques, but he had also comprehended the sword's spirit realm, making the cultivation of the heavenly sword technique a breeze. This elder, though not overly aged, bore countless scars, indicating that he had engaged in many fights during his youth. Xinggu and Linzheng furrowed their brows slightly, exchanging glances that reflected mutual confusion. Yes, that's the very phrase. Come, I wish to indulge in barbecued delights. Let's go and feast on grilled delicacies. At this moment, Lu Ji seemed to have regained some vitality, speaking with considerably more assurance than before. Having settled matters here, Shin Qingshu led Su Luyun away from this fetid dwelling. Master, within the forbidden grounds, are there not items that can enhance our cultivation? The usually silent fifth elder now regarded Tu Li with earnestness, inquiring. Chapter 51. On the truth, I was filled with panic, striving to break free. But alas, my strength was pitifully insufficient to escape Tang Qiushui's firm grasp. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm me, several figures began to emerge from the thick fog ahead. Soon, I recognized Qin Qingyu accompanied by several doctors approaching me, and they held what appeared to be chain-like objects in their hands. That I finally ceased my struggles. Across the vast expanse of land, warhorses galloped, and the clash of weapons reverberated throughout the realm. Blood transformed into the very essence nourishing the earth, and flesh became the finest fertilizer for the soil. The stoic general, with eyes like solidified heavens, gazed at Lu Yu to be frank, although her strength was somewhat lacking. Her poison was remarkably potent, capable of infiltrating my drop of blood in an instant, indicating that none beneath the Demon King could withstand her venom. Her intellect is commendable, even after I erased all traces and obscured the gaze of others. She still managed to locate me within the city, making her a most suitable companion. The amount of the red envelope was as Wei Xian claimed, while the Six Extremes universe is renowned as the pinnacle of excellence. The inquiry regarding the River Guardian pertains to the sum associated with the arrival of Han Julong at the ritual. As for the data concerning messages within the red envelopes, the scholar could not ascertain them. Only the amount would be tangible, making it straightforward to uncover. However, to Lu Shuangyang's surprise, in such a critical location, the number of guards was remarkably scant. At that moment, a gust of wind stirred, and the ears of the observant twitched. As if they had caught wind of something sensitive, they turned to scrutinize Shui Jindin from head to toe, their eyes igniting with a fervent blaze upon noticing his tall stature and exceptional demeanor. I chuckled softly, casting a sidelong glance at the city lord who had just leapt to strike at me. My voice, though gentle, sent chills down the spines of all present. Simultaneously, the corpses infected by parasites began to rise from the ground incessantly. Succumbing to the will of the corpse serpent, attacking its foes. A vivid crimson ribbon, as striking as blood itself, was present, while below, the patron's eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, under the intoxicating mix of alcohol. Music and debauchery, their primal instincts surged forth from the depths of their souls. She had never harbored disdain for me, Even though I embodied destruction and malevolence, she would always patiently await the celestial bodies in that solitary palace, guarding me like a pure and immaculate lotus, anticipating the taint of corruption. First, I lavished a considerable sum to secure the journalist's silence, assuring him of his personal safety, so he could expose the truth without concern. With the prowess of Wiyazi and the star generals beneath him, they could effortlessly discern the realm of any soul cultivator beneath their level. However, Ling Luo's second senior brother, a fellow named Wu Qi, could not perceive Yihan's cultivation, indicating that Wu Qi's level had yet to reach Yihan's heights. Upon entering the stone cave, it remained unchanged from when he departed, devoid of any additional presence. Presumably as the venerable Wiyazi had instructed his disciples to wait outside. Tuoba I and Tuoba Ku, both scions of the Tuoba royal lineage, though separated by several generations, found it entirely reasonable to address one another as brothers. With the last glimmer of hope shattered, Chinxi's mind went blank, causing him to spit out blood and succumb to sobs of despair. Noticing Bai Wei's unusual demeanor, Ningfeng ceased his actions and earnestly inquired about her well-being. Papa Pei recalled the time when Inen had fallen into the sea and her fate was uncertain. He had encountered Su Yi then. He sensed that the child was promising, discerning that the child held affection for Inen. Great sage, my current form should not be so easily crushed, should it? Yihan lay upon the ground, faced with the impenetrable black rock, unable to escape, merely biding his time for an opportunity. Should Defeiji grow weary, he would naturally find a chance to extricate himself, assuming this body remained intact and did not turn to mush. Chapter 52. Is Tang Xiushui also mentally unwell? I approached the door of the ward, leaned against the crack, and called out a few times. Soon, a voice emerged from the other side. Is there something you need, or are you feeling unwell? It was the voice of the nurse. I hastily shouted, I must see the dean. Could you please summon him once more? However, an unfriendly voice from the nurse outside retorted, thought it was merely a matter of ignoring him when he was not in the mood for PK. Yet now the fact that Zuma Weisher bore the name of Nangong Kangma utterly perplexed Lin Jiechi. The east wing was quite spacious, transformed into a resplendent apothecary adorned with snowflakes and infused with a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs. At the center of the room lay a heap of metallic remnants, presumably the remnants of the alchemical furnace that had just exploded. The wooden door of Esher was ajar, and the early autumn breeze wafted in. Fan Xian shook his head, attempting to extend sincerity, yet received no response. Leaving him somewhat disheartened, as Fan Xian prepared to journey to the northern Qi, he needed to ascertain the true disposition of the formidable elder from the supervisory institute towards him. While simultaneously yearning to discern the stance of the hidden sovereign behind the elder, the boss glared fiercely, exclaiming, "Play all you want, if you fail to accomplish your tasks by the end of the month. Don't expect a single penny." Lin Jia complied. Who were they? Di Cheng pondered, sensing that they were all acquainted. Could they be elders of the Heavenly Network? First guardians, now elders. Was the Heavenly Network intent on severe measures? However, Yi Cheng was oblivious to how the other party could alter his fate, for one must understand that meridians are innate. Only a powerful expert in the realm of true divinity could potentially assist in reconstructing them. Zhang Xingfeng produced a brocade box from his hands, but did not open it, merely placing it there. Those around him seemed to harbor disdainful expressions, although they concealed it well, merely harboring their contempt within their hearts. Nonetheless, Zhang Xingfeng noticed it with ease. The heart demon, witnessing the spurting blood, gleamed with an unusual brightness in her eyes, her face radiating joy, as if nothing could bring her greater delight than the sight of crimson blood. Spencer was no unknown figure on the sacred mountain. Countless formidable members of the Holy Light Church had met their demise at his hands. Even a few who sought to provoke him among the Blackworm Society met a fate of utter dismemberment. In the sixth town, Governor Zhang Miao of Qinlu lacked the fundamental qualities to achieve great deeds. Li Ling's recollection of him was merely as one of the Iron Triangle brothers alongside Xiao Qiao and Yuan Xiao. "Mother, are you certain you were asleep all night? I suspect you didn't sleep until dawn," Sibao remarked mischievously, gazing at my duo. Upon witnessing this scene, Shueqiong Xianzi suddenly felt compelled to rush over and assist without a second thought. Yet, when it comes to matters of the heart, one must not act rashly even with a mere 1% uncertainty. It seems somewhat incomprehensible. Even negative matters did not warrant sufficient contemplation. 3 days later, a stern doctor from the prison hospital brought a multitude of test tubes, methodically inserting needles into Zhang Shue's arm, utterly indifferent to her fearful and helpless gaze and all her resistance. "Mother, I haven't tasted your cooking in ages, Wu Bao exclaimed excitedly upon seeing a table laden with dishes. Perhaps it was due to ignorance of having taken it away themselves, or perhaps they intended to suffer in silence, wishing to keep the international community in the dark regarding the matter. Meanwhile, Jiao Xinai felt moved, realizing that Long Fei was indeed striving to resurrect Minato, risking his safety to engage with the world's most dangerous individuals. Chapter 53. Do as I say. I exerted every ounce of strength within me, forcefully swinging my arm to shake off the doctor's grip. Yet, this physician was not one to relent easily. He approached me, pressing his knee against my leg, while his hand firmly grasped both of mine. That I had never imagined that a doctor could possess such formidable strength. I watched the syringe in his hand poised to pierce my arm. A wave of trepidation washed over me. Lu Su commanded the execution of over 100,000 captives, while hundreds of thousands of Liang soldiers stood resolute. In stark contrast, the capital was defended by a mere 100,000 soldiers, rendering the siege exceedingly arduous. At this juncture, a significant portion of the Chu state lay under the control of the Liang, with countless troops encircling the city to avoid injury. Wu Junin found himself compelled to yield to Jiaoxi's shamelessness, reluctantly making his way toward the unit's entrance as instructed. When she spoke, her intentions were genuinely innocent, especially considering they had merely stayed across from each other the previous night. Had it not been for the two bodyguards informing him, there would have been only one plausible explanation for the situation. Yu Lian's words left Lu Zhao in a state of bewilderment, having initially aimed to achieve merit in the southern battlefront to solidify the Lu family's power. He remained troubled by the events that had transpired, of which no one seemed to know the truth. Now, having comprehended Yu Lian's sentiments, Lu Yu found clarity that it was an unavoidable reality. The Emperor's court would always be populated by eunuchs. When one batch departed, another would inevitably take their place, making it challenging to find suitable replacements. Presently, there existed a unique figure among the eunuchs, young Huaixin. But what manner of villain was he? Xiang Er smiled once more, inquiring with an air of righteous demeanor, as the drums and gongs resounded. The leading middle-aged eunuch held a yellow silken cloth, flanked by three others bearing resplendent crimson robes adorned with feathered plumes and black and white boots. Yun Shui pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Their family truly lacked the financial means to procure antique jade artifacts for display. The areas visible to outsiders could not appear too shabby. Although the emperor had bestowed numerous valuable gifts, they still fell short. Having come to this realization, all that remained was a favorable turn of fortune. Ling Feng toyed with a diamond ring, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he envisioned her in a wedding gown. However, qualities such as honesty, responsibility, and loyalty are not readily apparent. They require prolonged observation. Thus, when Zhong Shan selected candidates, he prioritized individuals with attachments, those with families and less fortunate circumstances who were in need of assistance. All right, let me assist you, he exclaimed, hastily sitting beside him, as Fire Chicken retrieved his handheld device to infiltrate the descendants' system together. As Zhong Shan emerged at the entrance of the emergency department, Qin Ru rushed towards her son, visibly shaken. Lang knew, rest assured, there will be no unexpected events this time. It seemed she truly ought to meet him. Lan Si, consumed by youthful fervor and intent on avenging his brother, had not foreseen the trouble he would attract with such a well-connected individual, nor should Shang Wanjing have considered crossing her. Long Qinshuan cast a glance at the feeble leader of the Heavenly Punishment sect before turning to depart. Despite having devoured the leader's divine consciousness, Long Qinshuan felt a tinge of fatigue due to the substantial mental strain. Yuer followed closely behindly, contemplating how to create an opportunity for herself to attract the attention of that family. Chapter 54. The haunting soul outside the window. My father smiled faintly, about to respond. Since the child seemed disinterested, I would not press the matter further. Observing his well-being, it appeared that the nurses at your hospital were quite diligent. However, Shun Yun was unaware of Yi Luxing's impending arrival and had retired early. It was Hai Tang, who heard the commotion and hurried over to the door. Director Lin nodded, momentarily at a loss for words. Succumbing to silence, while the room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, young Master Zhou gently patted her back, offering comfort, while casually picking up the script to see what had so moved her to tears. The flower leopard was not permitted on the plane, yet Du Han still brought it along, and no one intervened. Upon entering the airport, it became evident that they were using a private jet. Everyone, rise. It's time for dumplings. Delicious dumplings. Zhang Donghai shouted once more. The Nanshan Cemetery is situated halfway up a mountain, where Yi Yaoyao's mother lies in rest at that time. Due to her coma, it was Uncle Yi who arranged her mother's funeral, including the purchase of this burial plot. No, cooking is merely my hobby. Farming is my primary occupation. In truth, I am a farmer, Zhang Donghai proclaimed with feigned nonchalance. However, this course of action was indeed an inevitability, as Tang Feng and his companions were not mere adventurers but assassins, imbued with professional prowess. The aura of spiritual flames gradually filled the entire room, while outside, the souls wailed incessantly, for they had perished in fire and thus harbored an innate terror of it. Fu Qingyun's military tent was situated at the back row of the camp. When Ling Xia presented his order of appointment, Fu Qingyun was both astonished and delighted, greeting him with warmth. Simultaneously, Ling Xia spotted two familiar faces within Fu Qingyun's tent, Nangang Xiu, currently the commander of the Rock Division, and Xiang Kunlun. What purpose did the Redstone ships, Whitestone ships, Black Dragon ships, and even the Golden Spirit vessels soaring through the sky serve in entering Shenong Mountain? Mu Li parted his lips, revealing a blend of reverence and desire, for who does not wish to grow stronger? Moreover, with the retirement of the old commander, the fortunes of the Mu family would inevitably be affected. Though I had dabbled in the underworld as a complementary venture, it was not a sustainable path. The energy meal resembled a large tube of toothpaste. Upon opening, a thick green liquid was squeezed out. Reminiscent of jelly when consumed, is it not possible to seek outside the secret realm? Ling Dang inquired, astonished. Within her internal space lay starlight grass, though it had yet to bloom or bear fruit. The originally established perimeter was set at 10 meters from the edge of the square. Yet those individuals, emboldened by their status, disregarded the rules and surged forward. Some even crossed past the elite guards stationed at the square's edge, directly ascending the stone steps of the square. A heart-wrenching wail echoed through the air, driving the cultivators into a frenzy. The Grand Elder, being a practitioner adept in the intricate arrangement of the 9-level great Zhou Tian sword formation, held profound insights into the art of formations. It was, therefore, with a sense of curiosity that he observed Lingdong's unique method of establishing formations within formations, which captured his attention. In Chapter 55, Fattening Before the Kill, I sensed an unseen force beckoning me from a distance, compelling me to tread this path, ever onward. Soon, a grand door materialized before me, and I felt an enigmatic power guiding my steps as I approached and pushed it open. A chilling breeze assailed me, revealing a square glass chamber before my eyes. Indeed, such a clumsy ruse stirred a subtle unease within Guxiaran that it was evident that Lan Pin and her companions had plotted this for a considerable time. How could it possibly be so easily discerned and dismantled? You're being rather exaggerated. Gao Sherman scoffed at the notion that he could traverse the expanse of the land in this era of limited transportation. Suddenly, dark clouds surged ominously on the horizon, casting a suffocating gloom. That moment, several formidable presences materialized in the air. Luo Yu smiled serenely at the impending wave of battle energy, choosing not to evade it. His robust upper body seemed as unyielding as steel. On the morning of the 10th day, Gao Sherman rose early to prepare for her visit to the Daoxiang Lou. In her previous life, she had excelled in culinary creations featuring fish, and today she resolved to showcase a fish dish that would surely astonish Qin Air. Servant, if you do not respond promptly, your life may be forfeit. At a critical juncture, Oda Nobunaga suddenly shouted at him. Whether in appearance or upon entering, this courtyard proved to be even more refined and upscale than that of Qin Jiasher's eldest son. Han Yingying felt vexed that Jiang Qingce could maintain his composure before her, indicating her allure was insufficient to stir his heart, yet she rejoiced that Jiang Qingce had shown her genuine affection without resorting to lewd advances, a quality rare among men of the present day. Gu Qin kept in mind Xinghe's admonition, for before arriving at the Xianxia sect, he had stealthily overheard the elder's caution regarding the perils of possessing a precious gem. Li ran. Brother. A voice suddenly called from behind, startling me in the dark. Let us reschedule, and I shall certainly inform Lord Hashan. Ding Zhun was still pondering, speaking vaguely. The man behind the mask was none other than the S-class assassin of the Night of Death, known by the codename Gu Wang, and was also Li Weiwei's boyfriend. Indeed, the very reason for Li Weiwei's ascent into the mountains. This made him appear rather feeble. Unable to win, he claimed the opponent was cheating, a tactic frequently employed against him. Moreover, since the croupier had not spoken, either there was a close rapport between the croupier and that Felicia, or the opponent truly had not cheated. Understood. I adjusted my backpack and gazed at the imposing snow-capped mountain ahead, which evoked a sense of suffocation. Oh, you remember this place? Shu Ming nodded, recalling how Shintong had rescued her and brought her here when she was still Jean Yan. As we spoke, Master Yuqing and I surged forward, our target the two foremost ninjas. You, my dear child, are quite unashamed to utter such words. You are presently adorned with injuries, and yet the esteemed Yumonli remains unaware of her willingness to accept your hand in marriage. And here you are, merely engaging in idle banter. Ming Jing, filled with affection, shot a disapproving glance at Ming Fan and hastily assisted him to his feet. I am acquainted with this traitor. His name is Su He. He has studied at the Vasilevsky Military Communication School in Leningrad, albeit not in the same cohort as I. Yet we have crossed paths once. I have arranged for an action team to execute him. Ming Jing declared with unwavering resolve. Yet now he realizes that, in his arrogance, he believed he could manipulate the world, when in truth, he's the greatest fool of all, even if the adversary possesses spatial items. Or even that flying machine, releasing it would render it unusable. Chapter 56. The futility of alarm. I feel significantly better now. You may step outside for a moment. I shall rest, and if necessary, I will call for you. I suddenly adopted a demeanor of nonchalance and waved dismissively at the security guard. Although the guard remained somewhat perplexed, he hesitantly retreated. I promptly rose, secured the door, and leaned against its frame. Swiftly, I retrieved my phone, thankful that it had no. A delicate, enchanting melody wafted through the air, causing Feng Ming to pause, curiously scanning his surroundings. Reflecting on the matter, he acknowledged his own impatience. Had he relinquished his divine status at that time, he would have merely lost his divine power, with his cultivation merely reverting to the original Great Elixir realm. As long as he diligently practiced, he could reach the Golden Elixir stage within a few centuries. Avoiding the arduous toil of maintaining his divine position for so long, whoosh, behind them, a dozen disciples launched their most formidable offensive, fervently surging towards the light array. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, a slender man with glasses was furiously typing on his computer keyboard. A compressed, refined red energy beam erupted from Lai Keisai's concealed right hand, hurtling towards Gu Santong. A sudden vision of my master flashed in my mind. Years ago, he had sacrificed himself to atone for my mistakes, solely to impart the wisdom of selflessness and righteousness. They could not fathom why, from the distant east, a dragon had suddenly emerged. The Grand Master was indeed overly concerned. Mere bandits were not worth such contemplation. In my view, we should focus our efforts on the north, where the opportunity for victory is fleeting. If we do not act now, we may never have such a chance again. As for the Liangshan bandits, they are but a trifling annoyance that can be dealt with in due time. The great king of Goryeo, Wang Shao, inquired, "Where is this place?" Emotion often emerges as the most potent weapon against reason, capable of inflicting harm that I cannot ascertain how many can resist it. Yet my emotional inclinations have triumphed over all rational thought. If I were to accompany him, I could uncover the lair of Paradise Island. With this thought, he immediately climbed through the window, made his way to the third floor, and then descended once more. Simultaneously, those feigning interest in her while actually observing elsewhere could be easily discerned by her keen perception. I, too, found myself in a similar predicament. There was no other option. I had consulted my family, and they too had acquiesced. I interjected softly. However, he struggled to articulate his thoughts, repeatedly opening his mouth, yet ultimately producing nothing. His throat only able to emit a series of gurgling sounds that it is unclear what principle is at play, but Li Xuanguang is capable of manifesting more than half of his original abilities through mere intent. For the next 3 days, Lin Heng remained at Shushan, not only to await the safe return of the three true beings but also to engage with the Taoist priests from various sacred lands, hoping to glean more insights regarding the matters within those hallowed places. In this regard, Chao Zhe was utterly unsurprised. Dakian had been established for thousands of years, possessing vast territories and having amassed countless rare treasures over the ages. The more timid Goryeo tribesmen were utterly terrified, their hearts quaking with fear as they galloped away, heedless of their destination, solely focused on distancing themselves from this place. Nanjia sighed, finding his thoughts consumed by the image of Cha Qingluo's every smile and frown, rendering him truly unable to sleep. The city of Yuanxue is not far from us. If you set off immediately, you should be able to catch up with them within 3 days. We shall set a deadline of 15 days. If you can capture Supervisor Mu within that time, I will grant you the Tianlan staff, Lan Songhai declared with unwavering certainty. Chapter 57. No evidence available. I turned on the faucet, splashing my face with the icy water. Yet my mind remained a tangled mess. The voices at the door had roused me from slumber, and when I opened my eyes, the sun had already begun to stream through the window, signaling that morning had arrived. As I sat up, I suddenly realized that every part of my body ached, leaving me feeling utterly disoriented. Upon seeing the expressions on the faces of the three, a smile unexpectedly graced Li Yun's features. Suddenly, a crimson glow emanated from his body. Though faint, it resembled the rising sun, making it impossible for one to overlook. Luo Rulong surveyed the surroundings. This was indeed the very cave where the serpent-headed skeleton had once concealed itself. The platform remained. The coffin was still present, and there lay Yin Taiyuan, whose head had burst, slumped in a corner, still clutching the staff in one hand, while the coffin lid rested in another corner. In the summer, one could venture into the mountains to seek out such fruits to eat. If they naturally burst open, they could be consumed directly, harvested at 8/10 ripeness and wrapped in rice husks for 2 days. They would be ready to eat, exceedingly delicious, with a thick skin that could be peeled back to reveal the yellow or white flesh within, accompanied by black seeds. Such fruits were quite rare, and the vines were sparsely distributed. Besides Jier and Kong Ning, one must also consider the fierce tiger and Jigging, though it would be prudent to find an opportunity to speak to them directly. For now, they could only be informed that my time was limited. Zheng Fan remained quite composed, and the other party was likewise forthcoming, revealing nothing. In truth, Zhou Ping was deliberately attempting to confuse the issue, as his analysis could not withstand scrutiny and could only be presented in such a manner. However, Yin Yetian fixated intently on the individuals on stage, hesitating to participate in the bidding until it reached an unprecedented height, an astronomical price of 30 million, which was also the highest bid ever placed in this entertainment establishment for a beauty. Well, I suppose I have made no progress. In the eyes of you and Ing Zhang, I shall forever be a foolish donkey. Very well, say what you will. I shall refrain from responding if one cannot trust the words of a doctor. Then what can be presented as proof of the credibility of your own claims? I made a concerted effort to restrain my foot, stepping on my right shoelace with my left foot, trying not to follow her any longer. It was Ma Fei and his companions who joined forces with the 3 demon beasts to confront us. Had it been a one-on-one duel, I would not have sustained such grievous injuries. Hajian's voice echoed softly as he emerged from his meditative state. Outside the perimeter, Ning Ning cried out for her father, while Fong Ting pleaded with the police to allow her a fleeting glance at her husband. Zhuo Wanyan and Kai Nianlan, both advanced in years, appeared on the verge of collapse, were it not for the support of others. Fool, of course I cherish everything, as long as it belongs to the 2 of us. Milheo exclaimed, embracing her with a smile. Mi Jianchuan was willing to make concessions, for he understood that the situation had long since been sealed. Tang A Jiao was correct, even if it were to bring shame. It would merely accompany them to the grave. How many more years could they possibly live? Then how am I to trust you, to believe you can execute this task? Mi Bai inquired, furrowing his brow. I am uncertain, yet your demeanor piques my curiosity. It is indeed delightful to discover that there exist others in this world who are equally inquisitive, Moeua responded, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. The cave was dimly illuminated, and Xu Shuiyao held her breath as the Tai dragon pattern suddenly soared from its sheath and landed in her palm. Her gaze was fixed intently at the cave's entrance. Unwavering. It was evident that she harbored a fierce desire to charge in and eliminate the guards within. Once she had deciphered his techniques, Moeua would find him much easier to contend with. Another wave of frenzied arrows rained down, but this time Moeua summoned a dual-faced ice shield, causing it to revolve around her in a protective dance. Such a level of defense was sufficient to neutralize the onslaught of the fierce wind arrows. Chapter 58. A clever strategy. Qin Xingyu's eyes struck fear into me, rendering me speechless. The security guard unceremoniously tossed me onto the bed. He took a deep breath, gently propping Gu Qing up against the headboard. His hands trembled slightly as he undid her garments, slowly peeling away her upper attire, revealing a delicate green garment beneath. They were all top-tier prodigies from various factions, inherently proud, and with such a proposal on the table, they were naturally inclined to embrace it. Following Shueli into the living room, they began the memory spell under the morning sun. Was the item that Lian Xiangru retrieved from that temple a counterfeit? Or had it been swapped en route? Upon hearing the black-clad man's words, a Fu hastily cleared a path, realizing that if Murong Fong were to perish, none of them would escape, and scathed. Wu Ming appeared visibly stunned, at a loss for words, failing to react to her apology. The interplay of black and white formed a delicate equilibrium, harboring astonishing power within. as the 16th level of original force combined with the yin and yang transformation principles compelled even the masked man to proceed with caution. Wang Lin was nearby, seizing the opportunity to seek assistance. Lin Meiyan approached the entrance, grasping the iron chain that once belonged to her family, and casually hurled it towards Wang Lin, who fell to her knees in terror. Bowing repeatedly, Lin Meiyan rose, shattering a bowl with a resounding crack, its contents spilling onto the ground and blooming into a myriad of black lotuses as she stormed out the door, leaving Imogen in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, Lan Yu too appeared exceedingly detestable in Lan Lan's eyes, an embodiment of sheer absurdity. Even the cold smirk at the corner of his lips seemed but a hypocritical prelude. At such a pace, let alone the South River, it is questionable whether one can smoothly depart from the Jingzhou prefecture and enter the territory of Jingzhou. What is this thing? Upon hearing about it, which was almost inseparable from Dai Yi's sleeve, Lin Songhai perked up his ears, listening intently. This has it already been refined. Gazing at the ghostly slaughter tower that floated silently in Xiao Feng's hand. Even a fool could discern that Xiao Feng had become the master of this ghostly tower. Was Zhao Mu not merely a star emerging from an ordinary family? How is it that so many prominent figures now come forth in his support? This is precisely the terrifying aspect of Ji Changfeng, and it is also the source of deep apprehension for Ao Lin. However, Ao Lin remained silent, and Ji Changfeng likely remained oblivious to the fact that Ao Lin had elevated himself to a position from which he could almost effortlessly bring him to ruin. The youth traversed through the dense forest, and before him lay a valley shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. The boy's eyes sparkled with a bloodthirsty gleam, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival. Following closely behind Captain Yuin of the 4th Division and Matsuda Kitaro, a member of the same division, Lin Ming began to sense a subtle unease. The seniors have truly overwhelmed us. Upon hearing this, both Yi Zongfeng and Bai Zizai could only manage a wry smile. Ling Hao furrowed his brow, carefully scrutinizing Zheng Wanxue, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where he had seen her before. Chen Bao looked at him in disbelief. Such remarks were common and merely amounted to reprimands. Of course, this was hardly a simple reprimand. This group of American fellows nearly pushed the world to the brink of destruction, all while maintaining an innocent facade. Chapter 59. The enigmatic pressure bed. On this day, everything remained as usual. When it was time for my meal, although Qin Xingyu did not come to oversee my dining, my food remained plentiful, which only intensified my unease. After enduring a trying day, I once again awaited the midnight hour. When the corridor fell into complete silence, I retrieved the small shovel from beneath my bed, moved the bedside table aside, and continued to dig along the traces I had excavated the previous day. Tianqi and Ergu possessed quite a capacity for alcohol. These two nearly consumed 2 cups each day, typically purchasing a fine bottle of wine by noon, which would be perfectly finished by the following noon. Recently, the Shou family sought to venture into the cruise industry, thus commissioning this charming vessel, the gem of charisma, from a renowned shipyard abroad as a trial for the industry. Unfortunately, the consciousness of the Yuan domain, coupled with the seals laid by the original ancestral dragon's power, proved exceedingly robust, thereby firmly trapping them and preventing any escape. Despite the ancient beast's formidable strength, having once transcended realms, talent, while precious, requires enduring numerous trials to evolve into a top-tier powerhouse. Therefore, while he appreciated Yang Lai, this appreciation did not yet reach a level of indispensable necessity. Yi Yanin was at a loss for words, feeling as though she had missed something of great significance. Xinyuan Tianxin observed him, his eyes narrowing slightly, a flicker of golden light shimmering within, yet as that glimmer appeared, the expression of manager Yin underwent a subtle change. Xiao Ao's eyes flickered for a moment, and instantly, this fellow fixated on Lu Wei's substantial funds if he were to acquire this sum of over $90 billion. Countless possibilities would unfold before him. Just as Tianqi was about to rescue someone, a sudden flash of golden light darted from the side, revealing Lu Yechuan blocking his path. The two then plunged into a world adorned with exquisite garments. However, the overwhelming abundance of beautiful attire left them feeling quite distressed, as they found themselves at a loss over which piece to choose, each one more stunning and fashionable than the last. Chiyu smiled and remarked, "My father often says, since fate has brought me here, allow me to impart some valuable lessons to your esteemed master." As she spoke, she deliberately lowered her voice, mimicking a man's tone, while her face seemed to imitate the demeanor of General Chu, much to Yu Qin's amusement. Early the next morning, Upon hearing the wake-up call, Xiaoyu opened his eyes and climbed out of bed. He proceeded to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face, tidying up his military uniform before stepping out of the Tianyu Tower, when Shuyin received an invitation from the Japanese. She was preparing to leave with Ouyang Fu. Caught halfway between the door, she stood there momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to process the news that Ding Xiang had just relayed to her. The crimson aura of slaughter surged relentlessly into Tian Kongxiang's body, rapidly rising from his wrist. Soon, his chest transformed into a ghastly shade of red, with droplets of blood seeping from his skin, creating a horrifying sight. Let us continue drinking. Let's have Ding Xiang be the judge. Whoever remains sober last possesses the greater tolerance. Chu Yun laughed, her floral visage resting against his shoulder. I can entrust this to him, but I believe it would be prudent to discuss this matter with my mother first. Otherwise, if we misstep, it could lead to significant troubles for both of us. Bai Lin approached tasks with caution. Despite various indications suggesting they had found the person they were searching for, he felt it wise to inform his mother as well. He was uncertain where the oddities lay, or what felt amiss. In any case, Zhang found himself enveloped in confusion. Chapter 60. The eerie skull. I wished to scream loudly, yet my throat emitted not a single sound. With all my might, I managed to lift my neck slightly, only to catch a glimpse of what appeared to be chains faintly binding me. I could hardly believe it and shut my eyes once more. When I opened them again, no chains were in sight. Damn it, could this be another illusion? 400 formidable individuals at level 49 had set a terrifying formation, augmented by numerous treasures. Even the realm of the Remnant Knight could not breach it. Observing him transition from a lively youth to the Lotus Emperor of Donglian, who wielded immense power, was astounding. Here comes the third brother. Take a seat. Let us share a toast. Master Zhao appeared to be in high spirits. Inviting Chun Tairan to sit down, filling a bowl with rice without hesitation and clinking bowls with gusto. This sudden turn of events startled everyone, causing them to turn their heads in unison. Oh, it's Manager Zhang. His arrival is quite timely. I wonder if it's genuine coincidence or mere pretense. Another individual was slightly delayed in their actions, perhaps initially intending to execute a joint strike. But unexpectedly, Chu Zhendong's prowess was too formidable. The first attempt was thwarted, and by the time they tried again, the opponent was already prepared. What was the point? Juan Baobang commanded the artillery units to unleash a barrage upon the advancing Japanese forces, effectively slowing their momentum. The wealthy Xiaoyu, it seems, possessed an impressive fortune, as he drove me to the most upscale shops in the city, purchasing every style I merely glanced at, leaving the address for delivery to my home, rendering me unable to lift my gaze, too embarrassed to look around. This notion flitted through Ling Feng's mind, but was immediately dismissed. Ling Feng held a steadfast confidence in his abilities, and his skill in concealing his aura meant that even masters at the half-step to immortality might not detect him. I require that jade pendant for a matter of great importance. I am aware that it is a treasure guarded by generations of witch kings, but I, Mo Shang, assure you that once it has served its purpose, it will be returned without delay. Xiaoyu spoke earnestly. The Silver Shadow organization can be described as devoid of principles. They possess no allegiances, and regardless of who hires them, as long as the payment is sufficient, their assassins will not hesitate to eliminate anyone. Tai Xiao surveyed the area, confirming that Shen Feng was not nearby. At that moment, only he and Shang Wanxian remained alive atop Chaoyang Peak. Yet, he had a persistent feeling that since Shen Feng had constructed a secret passage, there must surely be an exit atop this peak. In truth, the climate in Seoul is rather pleasant. But never mind. Let us venture to Europe. It has been a decade since my last visit, and the fervor should have subsided by now. Are these the legendary proud Huaxia people? Why does it feel as though they share a kinship with Kate? Amidst the endless years where even bones decay to dust, the corpse before me remained unspoiled, merely withered, its skin clinging to the skeleton like the bark of an ancient tree, rendering it even more eerie. Ultimately, Tai Xiaoyao discovered a newly constructed dwelling near the exit of the secret passage leading to the back mountain. The interior was furnished with bedding and appeared quite new. Although Zhou Yu worked in the provincial capital, her father had just retired from a central position, and her brother was also employed in a ministry. Despite not frequently visiting the capital due to Tang Chuan's influence, she was well known there, especially since this individual was her superior. Chapter 61. The burning ward. My scalp tingled, petrified with fear. I raised my hand, intending to fling away the skull I held, but strangely, it seemed to be glued to my palm. No matter how I tried to shake it off. A chilling laughter echoed throughout the room. accompanied by a crackling sound that resonated in my mind. Just when I was at a loss for what to do, the skull suddenly vanished from my grasp. Rao Yenwen, seeing her not respond immediately, felt a tinge of disappointment but said nothing further, happily proclaiming her joyful news. The crowd gasped, for one must understand that the diviner's status within the Tianji Tower was not insignificant, and his own strength was considerable. Coupled with a rather irritable temperament, ordinary individuals would not dare impersonate him. A deep voice resonated from Bu Liangzi, and upon hearing this, Linny nodded slightly, his eyes now tightly shut, allowing the old man to handle it himself. Listening to Lin Yi's inquiry, Yu Fong, who was hidden amidst the dust, expressed his indignation, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Being repeatedly disturbed during his meal truly vexed him, and with a surge of inner strength, he forcefully toppled the man with slicked-back hair. The 18 younger siblings were remarkably obedient, which brought a slight sense of relief to Qiao Linsheed at a gentle breeze, carrying the fragrance of earth and grass, wafted by, prompting Sun Xiurong to voice her reflections. With the passage of time, she increasingly cherished the embrace of nature. Chen Qingshan's cold visage revealed no trace of emotion, nor did he exhibit any disdain towards Su Xiao, who was clad in tattered garments and a worn-out hood. Instead, he bowed once more in courtesy. Subsequently, the domain master instructed to observe Zheng Chen for 2 months using the power of the primordial spirit, advising him not to meet Zheng Chen during this period. Qiao Miming felt an inexplicable sense of unease, akin to a thief caught in the act. However, the force of the palm strike was too great, shattering his sternum, as a surge of inner strength struck Dao Yin's chest, causing him to spout blood. Mother, Miming is still here. Lu Huifeng, unable to witness his esteemed elder brother facing their mother's reproach, interjected. A gentle expression emerged on Qin Fen's face when rumors of his expulsion circulated. Only Chen Xiaojing, undeterred by the risk of offending the Wang family, reached out to him, a gesture that profoundly moved him. Sun Qian, showing no hesitation, sidestepped in perfect synchrony with the descending blade, skillfully evading behind the man whose neck had been slashed. I am utterly useless, he lamented inwardly, collapsing wearily into the grass, casting a sidelong glance at the horizon. From the outset, Lu Guangjing had received little warmth from this family, rather, due to his excessive pride and arrogance. They had chosen to ignore him. Once the young man stepped forward, an aura coalesced around him, his flesh surging vigorously, visibly transforming as his muscles became as solid as rock, adhering to his form. Husband. Noticing Chao Jin's prolonged silence in his gaze, Jinro finally discerned something amiss amidst her anxiety. Old Qin's expression was exceedingly animated, frequently turning to converse with those beside him, the kitchen knife in his hand wavering dangerously. Leaving several gashes upon Qin Wanner's neck. Su Mianmian nodded, handing her phone to the police officer, who began conversing with Li Jinya in fluent French. Approximately a minute later, the call was terminated. Thus, a peculiar phenomenon emerged within Huayang Palace, where Su Panner narrated stories to a man, imparting various lessons. Meanwhile, Qin Yi entertained the 2 princesses, engaging them in playful revelry, much to the astonishment of all present. Tang Zixuan, disinterested in him, briefly contemplated the style of the Li brothers, approaching the bedside, only to discover valuable items. Chapter 62. Return home. Damn it, why does Qin Xingyu persistently haunt me? Upon seeing that face, my heart raced uncontrollably, my thoughts scattered, compelling me to flee. Strangely, however, my legs refused to move, as if they were firmly anchored to the ground. In a panic, I glanced down, only to find myself surrounded by a multitude of corpses. Meanwhile, the whistle of the old green train echoed as it began to chug forward, carrying Xiaozhan eastward. To enable them to lead a normal and fulfilling life is the aspiration of the nation and the military, for they have sacrificed immensely. Grandmother, remember to feign ignorance about this matter. Do not let the crown prince catch on, or it will all be in vain. Julien whispered. Enough, enough, let her be. After all, I cannot control her. The matriarch waved her hand dismissively, appearing rather disinterested. The prince did not hesitate for a moment, and swiftly seized the opportunity to eliminate the severely weakened Luxian. Madam, he had never intended to demand a dowry. Not a single word was uttered, and all resources had been expended. What could they do to her? After bidding farewell to their guests, the Lu family proceeded to Songhe courtyard, where they humbly engaged the matriarch in conversation, eventually broaching the topic of Shun Wei's marriage. For instance, There were accusations against Jiang Chun for conducting business as an official, claiming he was profiting at the expense of the people, with rumors suggesting a rouge shop on South Avenue was under his ownership. Li Huangjun glanced at his brother, only to find him equally uncertain, both of them in a state of agitation. Chen Xiu seemed to grasp the situation. The Hall of Death intended to consolidate all its power. For over 50,000 Divine Realm experts were not to be trifled with, whereas the combined forces of the 6 Divine Halls barely reached 10,000. Furthermore, medical nanobots are not classified as pharmaceuticals, but as medical devices. Essentially, they can be regarded as injectables rather than the medication within a syringe, although they are typically delivered via syringe. Thus, they must adhere to the clinical trial regulations for medical devices, which adds a layer of complexity. Regrettably, Sumu had not encountered the spirit that could extend one's lifespan. After exiting through the main doors from another direction, Sumu exhaled deeply, gazing at the sky, uncertain of his next destination. Perhaps it was merely a continuous journey. Monotonous cultivation and the pursuit of higher skills. Those scoundrels stole the demon cores we painstakingly acquired just days ago, Ma Ran remarked darkly. You two siblings are rather fortunate. There's still soup in the pot. I'll heat some up for you, Su Mama said before heading to the kitchen. Regardless of whether Kuan Yu's speculation regarding Wu Yifun's true lineage was accurate, it was evident that within Wu Yifun's heart, Wu Zhiguo was the person he held most dear. Stealthily searching the entire room, aside from the keys and phone, all of the mother's clothing had vanished without a trace, including her undergarments and shoes. Zhou Qi's expression changed immediately, for he had recently succeeded in wooing Zhao Ye and was prepared to make further advances in the coming days. Now, hearing Li Chongfeng's words, he felt genuinely disgusted. Aside from the Taoist of creation, the remaining two were representatives of the Northern Alliance, the Taoist of heavenly secrets, and the Southern Alliance, the Taoist of the universe. After work, instruct Lei Gang to drive you to Tian Duliang's residence before dawn. If anything arises, contact me again. With that, Feng Xiao ended the call. Shortly thereafter, within the Cairo governor's office, Abbasi summoned the British and French consuls to discuss the ownership of shares in the Suez Canal. Chapter 63. Returning home too, and then, I anxiously pressed. Then I decided to visit the hospital to see you and clarify what exactly happened. Only after having laid eyes on you can I truly feel at ease. The father continued his discourse. Yet when I ventured to the hospital in search of you last night, upon entering the main gate, I was met with the sight of you collapsed in the courtyard. With the assurance of Lu Chao, a notorious scion of privilege in Shanghai, Lu Xiaoxing felt a sense of reassurance. After all, no one else was quite as suited to assist him in orchestrating this delightful surprise. After a grueling day of conflict, clad in blood-soaked armor, the outer city lay in ruins, and the streets of Chang'an were littered with corpses. As twilight deepened, a slender crescent moon gradually emerged from the battlefield's haze. Akin to a coldly forged sword, casting its gaze upon the blood-stained city of Chang'an. Thank you, but I possess my own elixirs. Accepting your goodwill may hinder my resolve in the heat of battle. Chu Yun replied, shaking his head. He had concocted a considerable number of potions in the divine realm, which now proved fortuitously useful. With a sardonic smile, Jie Yifun exerted hardly any effort, yet in a blink. The jade ornament in Wu Xiaoling's hand was suddenly in his possession that I was taken aback by my sister's heightened sensitivity to know. I merely wished to be cautious, given that my sister currently resides there. I offered a faint smile, hoping to allay her concerns. However, her expression revealed an even deeper sense of doubt. One must at least attempt. It is impossible for there to be no flaws, Xiao Yu remarked with a cold smile. Observing the Toad King, who sat smugly, its ball-like eyes filled with mockery. Yet, this was merely the beginning, as Lu Xiaoxing had indicated, requiring time for thorough contemplation. How did you come to know one another? He managed to compose himself, ultimately regaining his usual maturity and composure. The confidence he exuded resembled that of a beggar, long subjected to humiliation, who, in a single night, transforms into a wealthy magnate, his demeanor becoming increasingly arrogant. I had never harbored feelings for him, yet through the words of the Ninth Prince, I gleaned some understanding of his predicaments, while the rise and fall of kings has been a perennial reality. The tragic end of a hero is a sight that evokes sorrowful tears from all those with grand ambitions. Although this is indeed a martial world, it is a realm of heightened martial prowess, distinct in many ways from traditional chivalric narratives. Otherwise, should one expose themselves, even the launch of a single cannonball could be met with a devastating counter from the ready cannons of the Dashun army, obliterating the artillery before it could reach the foe. Ultimately, in the Grand Hall, besides Zheng Zhulong, Zheng Hongkue, and Zheng Zhibao, there were also the younger generations, Zheng Qinggong and Zheng Kai. Wang Luoqing was enveloped in a myriad of stars. Soaring above the panicked giants, a cruel smile adorning his face as he addressed them. However, before Hua Wushuang could harness her vital energy, Tang Yin swiftly gripped her arm and with a forceful motion, hurled her into the air, spinning her violently before crashing her down to the ground. Wang Luoqing spotted the distinctly protruding abdomen of Natia approaching to greet him and hastily made his way toward her. Accompanied by Luo Ningyu and Mieba, the so-called heavenly materials and earthly treasures flow like a gentle stream. The Jin Duo Empire permits only a select few prodigies each year to enter the dragon vein for the purification of mist haze. Of course, these prodigies have no share in the martial alliance. All hail from the Imperial Academy, but in truth, it is not that she has forgotten. Rather, the recent affairs of the company have left her somewhat overwhelmed, and she simply could not recall it at that moment. Observing his profound admiration for Wang Luoqing, Luo Ningyu and Ning Maqingzi exchanged knowing smiles. Their gazes were directed towards Wang Luoqing, filled with pride and appreciation. Chapter 64. Resemblance. Only after my father departed did my heart find a modicum of peace. That night, I slept soundly, slumbering until the break of dawn. Upon rising, I felt a pang of hunger and stepped outside, stretching languidly as I intended to inform my father of my desire for soy milk that morning. However, I found him sitting vacantly on the sofa, his gaze fixed ahead, his body rigid, and an eerie smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Surely, a considerable amount of silver star or must have been consumed, I thought. Shui Tianlan pouted, lamenting that sorcery was akin to burning money, requiring vast quantities of silver star or to sustain itself. Much like alchemists, both being professions that devoured wealth, Chan Xianfei had long informed me that I was to give her a spirit fruit, and I possessed but a single one. Xia, feeling a pang of empathy, pinched him sharply. Yu Chan's mention of this matter was merely an effort to advocate for Sun Yi, yet it inadvertently disrupted the fabrication of lies that Sun Yi was currently spinning. Su Ji, Shui Atten, and Jingxi accompanied the monks from the Damo Institute to the White Cloud Hall. Suji noted that the arrangement within the White Cloud Hall bore a striking resemblance to that of the Thousand Buddha Hall, where the Buddha was enshrined at the center, surrounded by racks brimming with weapons, great swords, long spears, and halberds. Without horses, or having fallen from their mounts, the combat effectiveness of the Turkic warriors diminished to a mere fraction. In the dining room of the presidential suite, two individuals sat facing each other. Xiao Shuezheng uttered not a single unnecessary word, for when a man is weary, he often desires silence, and his mood is rarely buoyant. Xian, the voice of Tiger Yu resonated as they both exited the grand hall and made their way to the square, advancing towards the imposing iron gates. After upgrading his palm technique, Li Bin consumed the dragon tiger strengthening pill obtained from slaying the king beast, the black bear. With this foundational enhancement, Li Bin's confidence in his body and meridians withstanding the full force of the first technique of the Xianyang Wuzhigong increased substantially. Your Majesty, I entrust this matter to you to investigate. I shall keep my focus on concubine Lu in the meantime. The Empress spoke to Su and Hui, observing Zhou Yunji's mysterious demeanor, harbored questions but felt it inappropriate to inquire directly. Thus they merely nodded, permitting her to proceed. Indeed, although Jason was somewhat displeased with Heidi's cryptic hints, he found himself reliant on her, as there was no other option. Reluctantly, he resolved to personally handle the matter in the alchemy chamber. Having activated the spatial artifact and arranged a temporal array within, Lu Jianhui began to infuse it with true essence. Naturally, Su Muzha was not so naive as to believe that this girl would not dare to act against him. He suspected that Hu Jiu might be concocting a grander scheme. The two forces collided violently, the epicenter of the explosion igniting countless sparks and chaotic energy currents, with blades of light spinning rapidly, eroding the potency of their brilliance. Perhaps influenced by his calm demeanor, the youth's expression softened as he followed Su Muzha into the tea house. Lin Sheng, can you instantaneously sever the core of the battle formation from the formation itself? The inquiry came from a core disciple of the Annihilation Hall, whose cultivation was merely mid-level in the ascendancy realm, yet he excelled in the art of formation and disbandment. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu's elegant brows furrowed slightly, the radiant smile upon his face gradually fading, replaced by a rather grave expression. Abruptly, Zhou Yu struck his white steed and galloped towards the front lines. The generals flanking him quickly followed suit, their expressions reflecting concern as they accompanied Zhou Yu. Yang Jian, having slain Cai Hui, was about to turn and continue cleaving at the celestial chain, only to be taken aback by the sudden surge of heat. Glancing skyward, he was met with the sight of 10 suns rising simultaneously, fierce rays of solar fire hurtling towards Yaoji, despite the world having transformed beyond recognition. The denizens of the ancient land of Jindan retained their pride as if they still resided in the realm of the divine. His voice was low, almost as if he were speaking to himself. However, all present, each possessing remarkable strength and keen perception, had long since absorbed Li Pan Yu's words. This blood god child was a manifestation of the demonic arts derived from the blood sea of the river of the underworld, combined with the teachings of the demon ancestor Luo who obtained through the 5 elements, akin in essence to Luo, who's myriad transformations. Chapter 65. The Old Home. Observing his father, this black sandalwood, though a master of the Dao Soul realm, was ensnared within the supreme sword path. How could he easily extricate himself? I am a professional coach. While I may not possess the robust physique of a professional athlete, I do maintain a regimen of physical exercise. Dick, taking advantage of the situation, wrapped his arm around Kanada's waist that he remained composed, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching Hu Wanshan, planning to sidestep at the last moment, allowing Hu Wanshan to charge off the stage. Before the portal, the various teams of the Sinful Alliance had already gathered, a scenario meticulously orchestrated by Wu Chun in advance to prevent unnecessary losses to other teams. Wu Chun decided on a unified approach for this venture. Silence, Will, Shui and Ling Nai had approached, and upon hearing the words of the man clad in holy armor, Shui immediately interjected with a reprimand. In such moments, the efficacy of spells and spiritual artifacts was not particularly pronounced. Those at the forefront, both the celestial beings and cultivators, had to simultaneously fend off attacks from behind while engaging in close combat with their adversaries. Where the physically stronger party often held the advantage, Mr. Chairman, I greatly admire your decisiveness that in truth, there was no need for such measures. The situation in Dortmund is gradually improving, Zork stated solemnly. Zhusi pondered, yet remained perplexed, choosing to set aside these doubts, and surveyed the grand hall that a massive treasure cauldron stood within, towering at around 4 to 5 zhang. Its design archaic, featuring 4 legs and double ears. Entirely cloaked in a deep blue-black hue, its purpose unknown, Yin Feng had arrived a few days earlier than Zhang Tiandu, assigned by his master to guard this place. After several days, he had noticed nothing amiss. However, upon Zhang Tiandu's remark, he too felt a vague sense of unease. Hunters had strung their bows, and mages were preparing their spells. The exterior of the airship was enveloped in a vast, blue magical shield, reputed to be a technological marvel of the gnome race, capable of withstanding intense assaults. The old lady and Mu Jundu exchanged glances, both furrowing their brows. They were aware of Mu Fengyun's disfigurement and had hoped that a few months of recuperation in the estate would yield some improvement. Yet, to their dismay, not only had there been no improvement, but the condition appeared to have worsened, a phenomenon that brought no benefit to anyone involved. The mere utterance of the word divorce was articulated so slowly that Wang Yanran's face progressively flushed with embarrassment. It was only after the medicinal bath had thoroughly soaked Zhou Xianyu's luxurious robe that he inhaled the delicate fragrance wafting through the halled tea that moment, rather than appreciating the scent. He profoundly grasped the torment that Xiao Jinxian was presently enduring. This was because, after being poisoned, even the beggars had been rescued by Ao Shui, who had generously provided them with silver to ensure their departure, all to prevent his master from discovering that live subjects were being used for poison testing. The middle-aged man finally voiced the sentiments he had harbored for many years. Sun Jinghong's visage bore little resemblance to that of Sun Jinghong, and their temperaments were as different as day and night. Even as siblings sharing the same mother, Sun Jinghong would occasionally feel a twinge of trepidation towards his unpredictable elder brother. Mother, Ouyang Shou began to call out to Consort Hao, his voice trailing off like a silk gown sweeping across the ground, causing a shiver to run through Hao Guifei's heart. Little did Qi Wang know that Emperor Yuqing felt an equally profound reluctance towards Ling Ruowan. However, due to his current status, he could not address her by her given name, opting instead for Princess Qi. Chapter 66. Murder. Could it be that the bedding was too damp? As I pondered this, I rose to inspect the blankets closely, only to find no abnormalities. They were not damp at all. I lay back down, yet the more I settled in, the colder the air around me felt, perhaps due to the prolonged vacancy of the house. which lent it a somewhat chilly atmosphere. As I consoled myself, I closed my eyes, striving to drift into slumber. Yet, Feng Xie remained silent, aware that Amor's endeavors would invariably unfold in unexpectedly simple ways. Helian Min's ascension to the throne might indeed bring significant benefits to both nations, at least ensuring a century of peace. Though I thought thus, the sudden opening of the exit by the probe after just one activation still caught Zhou Xian off guard. General Mo, you truly have a wide scope of influence. Qi Mo shot a glance at Qi Liang, who opened his mouth only to fall silent upon noticing Qi Mo's displeasure. That we humbly welcome His Highness the Crown Prince back to court victorious. Lung Yuten bowed respectfully, being the first to address him. What began as a mere ambush, which had yet to succeed, transformed into a pawn in Li Quan's hands. Ching, before Su Yuqing could prepare herself. He had already lifted her delicate chin, pressing his lips against hers. After marrying Helanzu, Nalan Mingrue enjoyed 2 years of marital bliss, marked by mutual respect and affection. It was only after Helanzu became pregnant that Nalan Mingrue thought to take his wife away from the Kanglier tribe. How are the children faring now? Have they adapted to their current lives? While confirming the various preparations, Zhou Xian casually inquired. Feng Xie moved with astonishing speed, not even donning his boots, and by the time Qingye pursued him outside the hall, his figure had already vanished. You didn't want to hear a brief version. Huayan shot me a glare, playfully pinching my cheeks with both hands. Within these 10 days, the influx of nearly 10,000 cultivators entering the city of Nanming, along with the tens of thousands already stationed there exchanging various precious materials, was nothing short of prolific. It is essential that we first secure a grand residence. Shen Shuiji, lost in thought, spoke contemplatively. However, a higher realm encompasses at least a dozen solar systems in its vast expanse, the majority of which resembles the boundless nature of space. In this world, the number of individuals who can genuinely grasp the essence of meaning is exceedingly rare, almost infinitesimal. At this moment, Shamuza had already filled most of the earth, yet a bloodied hand remained exposed, flailing aimlessly as if trying to grasp something elusive. You dare strike me? Qi Qing exclaimed, covering her face. Still in shock, her almond-shaped eyes widening in disbelief. Observing everyone pointing fingers at her, Shen Shuiji was suddenly flustered and began to speak of his own matters, hesitating to elaborate further on Zhuang Zhongren's situation. The celestial umbrella is damaged. Wu Yi stared at Lu Yi in astonishment, his eyes wide with shock, finding this revelation even more startling than the death of Feng. In truth, I have been keeping an eye on you for quite some time. Ever since I entered this bar, you have approached no less than 3 tables of patrons, all in hopes of having them buy you a drink, yet each time you were met with refusal. Were you not? Lin Xian remarked nonchalantly. Surveillance is merely one facet. Zhao Yuanlang is not the type to mobilize such forces for a singular objective. After all, those of the imperial entourage are all paragons of martial prowess. Even when considering the entire nation, there are only a handful of such individuals, the old man in black stated. Chapter 67. Doubting reality, I opened my eyes and sat up in bed, feeling my neck. But there was no sensation whatsoever. I could not ascertain whether that false father had spared my life or if I had once again fallen into an illusion. For now, I could only regard everything that had transpired as a mere dream, yet the image of my father's face lingered in my mind, causing my heart to race with unease. I glanced around. The surroundings were still familiar, yet I found myself neither at home nor in my hometown. But, bastard, Tao Yuan rushed forward, assisting Xin Yuan in restraining Sun Kainan from behind. Seizing a moment of opportunity, Xin Yuan managed to free his hands, only to realize he had been given something icy and cold. Having been struck severely, without a second thought, he pushed the object forward. Des Yutong, without even blinking, continued to spur her steed onward, where she passed. The lithe and towering soldiers of the forest withdrew their bloodthirsty expressions, fearfully parting the way for her, swiftly discarding their weapons at her feet, which then transformed back into grass, grasping the broken longsword. Wang Tianhao sliced open the chest of the mottled tiger wolf, and moments later, a crimson inner core floated forth. Upon hearing Quangjin's words, Shui Ming and Shui Hong were taken aback. They sensed that Quangjin's tone bore no hint of insult, merely stating a fact. Yet, they were perplexed as to how their demise could possibly be linked to wine and meat. Xiaolin inquired, Daoist Bai, are you aware of the current state of the cultivation world? Bai Qingshan, having spent these days in the western region, had little concern for matters of the cultivation realm, and shook his head, indicating his ignorance. From her earlier astonished expression, it was evident that the mist was laced with colorless and odorless poison. Although I had held my breath, prolonged exposure here would allow the toxins to seep gradually through my skin. The 4 individuals in the room each harbored their own thoughts, yet they all shared a singular sentiment of regret. Especially for Nangong Yaoxue and Zhao Yuding, who are new to the realm of cultivation, a sense of panic enveloped their hearts. Had it not been for Qiu Zixuan's protective barrier, they would have found it difficult to breathe. Feng Anning felt a slight sense of reassurance, but before she could utter a word, the calm voice of Shen Qiu reached her ears that Yi Tian led Zheng Xin'er into the living room. Introducing her, he initially intended for Ouyang and the others to move in as well. For such a spacious room felt rather desolate with only Yi Tian and one other. He understood the prince's kindness and feared that others might hasten their arrival, potentially endangering the princess. Hence he had come alone. However, Jun Nuo, concerned for her well-being, disapproved. He had always safeguarded her fragile state, knowing that such gatherings would be numerous and the atmosphere likely oppressive, unsuitable for her current condition. Filled with youthful vigor and lofty aspirations for rural revitalization, the youth seemed to sense the allure of this new collective, their hearts igniting with a fervent resolve to roll up their sleeves and make a significant impact. Believing that the construction of a revolutionary stronghold in the countryside rested upon their shoulders, each individual was stirred by a passionate ambition that soared to the skies. Someone has arrived. Go clean the guest rooms for the 2 envoys. I shall remain here with the prince until he awakens, ordered Jun Rue, resolute in his decision to stay at the royal residence that night. Don't move, came the voice of Officer Li Shihan from behind Yu Tian. As she gazed at the figure before her, a sense of familiarity washed over her, yet she could not recall who he was. He was determined to conquer the deceptive facade of the Red Heart K. Sparing no effort and unafraid to expose his flaws and shortcomings, Du Bian discovered that the old man's form was, in fact, an illusion of light and shadow, appearing strikingly real, like a genuine body. Chapter 68. No anomalies. I hesitated for a moment, but ultimately answered the phone. On the other end, Qin Qingyu's gentle voice emerged. Xiao Chuan, why haven't you arrived yet? Everyone is waiting for you. It seemed I had long. Completely losing his rationality, Hal exhibited astonishing magical prowess, akin to chaos itself, rendering the origins and direction of his attacks inscrutable. However, the murderous intent emanating from him was palpably intense, impenetrable. The youth transformed by the Bodhi remained unfazed, extending his right hand to draw a circle above his head, whereupon a golden shield materialized suddenly. Many had witnessed the earlier scene. Upon seeing the man fall, several male passengers rushed forward to seize his arms and pin him to the ground. Lu Qingqing felt a cold sweat break out. Once Xiaoyu deleted the post about her foot fragrance, she hurried to the footfall and began to draw circles, setting aside the presence of formidable beings from the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan personally guarding Lu Feng's room. The identity of the foremost figure in the celestial realm alone was not something ordinary individuals could disturb. Very well. Let us too experience what abilities those ancient national prodigies possess, Chu Ling remarked with a smile, his youthful visage radiating a distinctive blend of rebelliousness and sharpness. Then, he yanked the puppet towards him, and Yabingwei commanded it to spin rapidly, deflecting the shurikens in his grasp, revealing the puppet's body beneath the bandages. For instance, that Li Tongwei who drove the car into the crowd. Ro found herself still somewhat puzzled. Meanwhile, Luo Bingzhu, with a furious gasp, was accompanied by the striking figure before her, rising and falling in a captivating manner. Prior to the meeting, Li Chun had instructed everyone to set their phones to silent or vibrate mode, including his own. Xia Shanshan furrowed her brows as the thunder outside grew louder and closer. Raindrops began to patter against the glass, the cacophony further agitating her emotions. Observing the familiar underground base, it felt lifeless, with only faint lights illuminating every 100 meters. Very well, I shall take my leave. Shanshan, take good care of yourself here. I will visit you when I have the time. She offered a slight smile towards Xia Shanshan before turning to exit the ward. The entirety of her neck and shoulders was stained with crimson blood, an alarming sight that suggested she could not endure much longer. Een held a sharp spear, over 2 meters long, stained with blood, undoubtedly having slain numerous kin. Indeed, if he dared to express his feelings towards you, his lifeless body would already be cold. Ingzhun's face was one of cold indifference. Harboring a sense of grievance, she discreetly dispatched someone to poison the pair of twins, but for reasons unknown. One child succumbed to the poison while the other survived. Ye Qingcheng removed one side of a jade box and utilized her telekinesis to slice it into 6 flat, elongated pieces, uncertain of what might transpire upon contact with the medicinal herb, thus opting to create several strips instead of one. Thanks to Lysandra's initiative, Jia's aggressive advance, and the Lion Dog's ultimate move, they were on the brink of victory. In the arena, Wang Kai had already reached level 6, maintaining his lead over the crowd, but soon after, Zhao Shi also attained level 6, prompting them to initiate a coordinated strategy in the mid lane. Chapter 69. The intact ward. It felt as if it were just yesterday. I sat before the computer screen, staring at the surveillance footage for an extended period. Everything appeared normal, devoid of any anomalies. That night was particularly tranquil, yet my heart remained restless for an extended time. And I thought of a phrase, the calm before the storm. I spent the entire night awake, yet still failed to uncover anything of value. On the other hand, Zhang Jingwu felt a persistent drumbeat of anxiety within. It seemed inevitable that he could not evade this confrontation. Whether he stretched out his neck or withdrew it, he would meet the same fate. He might as well go all in. The Qifeng Dragon King let out a strange cry, brandishing dual swords as he charged towards the smoke wave elder. Moreover, with no walls yet erected, it was incredibly convenient to access the outside world through telecommunications. The human pillar was, in fact, akin to a hacker ninja. Without such hacks, most individuals would be nothing. Su Xiao, witnessing the scene, said nothing further and casually walked to the edge of the stage to retrieve his long sword. With a swift motion, the blade was unsheathed with a sharp sound. He now faced the Grandmaster of the Wu Wei sect, indicating that the upcoming round would undoubtedly escalate in intensity. Chen Qi's resolve was absolute. Unable to meet his demands, he opted for a death duel with the Su family. Confident in his ability to annihilate them completely, bang, the numerous bolts released from the crossbow were all shot forth. Observing the approaching horseman, Ing Lingfei merely chuckled coldly, his hand subtly raising the versatile crossbow. Under nearly stringent conditions, Luo Yuan crafted such a low-budget yet high-grossing film, accomplishing what could be deemed an impossible feat. However, dear aunt, have you not been sleeping well these past few days? I notice your eyes are swollen and red. Lin Dongstin set down her scissors, locking her gaze intently onto Lin Jimao. Wushi followed Lin Dongstin's line of sight and realized, to her surprise, that Lin Jimao's eyes were indeed marred with a significant amount of red. The alarm at the Exmouth Anti-Submarine Academy blared, prompting the students to hastily abandon their tasks and rush towards the expansive assembly area. They asked for how Zhang Rujing would ultimately decide. Wu Tao had confidence in his judgment. Convinced that a resolution would soon be at hand, the waves of the East China Sea surged mightily, the ironclad vessels arrayed with formidable presence. This was the maritime Great Wall constructed by the will and loyalty of the Chinese National Defense Navy. General Xiao, Ali gazed with concern at his old comrade. This Chinese general, typically as profound as the sea, rarely displayed his emotions, yet today, his visage was clouded with unmistakable fatigue and despondency. By the time Qi learned of the emperor's amnesty, it was already the following day. Unable to contain the fury within her breast, she shattered everything within her room that could be broken. Over the past 3 months, a monumental upheaval had occurred among the alien clans. Yet far atop Huanjuan Peak, Cui Feng remained oblivious to it all. Beneath the starry night, 4 figures scaled the wall into the courtyard, their blades glinting with a cold silver hue. A gust of wind swept through, and the air was thick with a murderous intent. Sometimes, the outcome of a battle hinges merely on a fleeting gesture. Thus, the 4 ghosts of the Tang sect would henceforth vanish from the realm of Jianghu. This is the essence of Jianghu. You may kill others, but others can kill you in return. It is, after all, a matter of fairness. Chen Yi also smiled faintly, and without hesitation, he waved his right hand, causing a wooden box to appear upon the square table between the two. Chapter 70. The deceptive face. Even so, there remained something rather peculiar. Qin Qingyu was the esteemed head of the academy, while I was merely a humble security guard. Our encounters were rather frequent, bordering on unusual. Sensing something amiss, I casually purchased 2 buns from a nearby window and followed her out. After a brisk run, I indeed spotted Qin Qingyu's figure as she sashayed into the office building. I held the buns. Li Bugawei suspected that Chao Shiping had attempted to practice without fully comprehending the initial instruction, resulting in only superficial mastery, incapable of achieving true immortality. Since the establishment of the academy, many conflicts among students had been resolved on the life and death platform. either through the demise of one party or the victor sparing the vanquished's life, leading to gratitude that curtailed further entanglements. In short, the introduction of the life and death platform significantly reduced conflicts among students. In the course of this process, one could only wonder how many lives were lost. The establishment of such a novel rule, irrespective of its adherence to historical development, was something that Lucien found utterly intolerable. Each soldier is equipped with a leather coat. However, once donned, this coat appears rather cumbersome and proves to be quite inconvenient for wearing armor. Though their formidable strength is not overtly displayed on a daily basis, they persistently proclaim themselves as the foremost power of Jinglongmaching. Despite their own reservations, it is undeniable that few forces dare to challenge their authority. Upon hearing mention of the demon realm, Feng Zhan instinctively observed Gu Sheng's reaction, which was utterly devoid of any response. This, in fact, is to be expected. As Li Yang's life level ascends, the chasm between him and ordinary individuals will only widen. Perhaps decades hence, Chen Yulo and his contemporaries will have aged significantly, while he remains unchanged, perpetually youthful, a testament to the intrinsic differences in life levels. Nestled within a basin several dozen kilometers from a city, a forested area enjoys a temperate climate year-round, with millions of blossoms perpetually in bloom. Li Miao Miao was unwilling to let the matter rest so easily. Having succumbed to Mr. Qian's advances, she felt that accepting merely 100,000 would be insufficient. Indeed, it is regrettable, for the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. The century-old foundation of the Guanjuan Marquis estate, if utilized for disaster relief, could ensure that the southern populace enjoys a tranquil year. Yet, Guanjuan Marquis is no ordinary figure, and Jinling is his domain. Remaining there would undoubtedly be to his advantage. Understanding the source of his power that allowed him to subdue others, he embarked on an imperial campaign. Xia Yiyun cast a sympathetic glance at the door before shifting her gaze to Gu Xiaoyang's fierce countenance. Instantly comprehending the situation, she approached, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Qingluo, without intervening, simply taking a seat on a nearby sofa to pour herself a cup of tea, sipping leisurely. After coldly delivering his remarks, Jinzi turned to leave, yet the tenacious Dezuke followed closely, flitting around him. With Lan Rongyue's abilities, she could effortlessly eliminate any adversary approaching from the water, without a trace of bloodshed. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed from the spot where Zhou Tian stood, and in an instant, Zhou Tian vanished from sight. Consequently, in recent years, various factions on Earth have proposed a new concept of weaponry. Gone is the original earth-toned hue. This sword now gleams in shades of gray and white, exuding an inexplicable aura of authority. Just as the crowd began to marvel, the great sword began to move autonomously. The hilt faced the onlookers, while the blade pointed towards the distance. Chapter 71. The Old Taoist. Little did they know, the white figure before them nimbly dodged, and my stone missed its target. In a flurry of panic, I searched the ground, but found nothing suitable to wield. The spectral entity advanced towards me step by step, and at that moment, I noticed her heels hovering above the ground, approaching me in an exceedingly eerie manner. Terrified, I stumbled backward when suddenly. However, at this moment, Guliang needed to apprehend Xiaoyan, who had already devised a plan. Allowing the dwarf clan to take him into custody to be able to command your obedience implies that the individual with the prosthetic hand is certainly no ordinary person, Long Sheng remarked. Is there anyone more formidable than our squad leader? That special police officer had only recently joined the force and had not witnessed the heart-wrenching battle involving Captain Cheng Li. Although Li Chang established a foundation for his path to enlightenment through the first 5 volumes of the ancient Yijinjing, he harbored no confidence in attaining the status of a sage. This was not due to Li Chang's self-deprecation, but rather the daunting reality that becoming a sage is an exceedingly arduous endeavor, and he had no desire to be arrogant. Even though I bore her no affection, I never envisioned our reunion would manifest in such a manner. In the shadowy corner, draped in a dark robe, with a pallid visage and an absence of breath, these words ignited a fervor in Angel's heart. Though unaware of the intricate relationships at play, her instinct urged her to trust Peng Haoming. Who can assure you that if Zhu Meier were captured, Long Cohen would come? Peng Haoming retorted. 10 minutes later, Rajesh did not exit with a face of tragedy, but rather one of noble defiance. 24-0? Against Li Chang, Rajesh, renowned for his speed, leap, and agility, found himself utterly unable to breach Li Chang's defense, merely drifting like a specter beyond the 3-point line. Savon felt as though he had grasped an insight and promptly instructed. Everyone, scrutinize the trees around us. Check the trunks for anything unusual. Savin's command surprised many, yet none voiced their thoughts, each beginning to meticulously examine the surrounding trees. Nothing here, just arrived. What will you have? Miao Xiao Xiao offered the menu to Imo Fizi. Startled, Zhu Xianning cried out, and upon hearing this, Gu Qianlian inwardly lamented, swiftly sidestepping to evade one of the dog's attacks. Your Highness, those 2 lanterns are quite remarkable, Uncle Zhang remarked, observing the 2 lanterns that had been abruptly replaced. Smiling at Ling Yan, seeing his sincere demeanor and possibly his genuine ignorance, Ling Long generously chose to forgive him. Chu Feng did not cast his gaze in that direction, his palm gently swayed, unleashing a torrent of purple mental energy that screamed forth that he suddenly slammed against the entrance of the kiln cave, igniting a war between life and death. Yet just moments ago, her most prized hair had been severed by Yichio. Cut? Her hair was gone. Meanwhile, Pafeng had already discerned that Shen Nuo was hidden from view and that his strikes were particularly cunning, deliberately aimed at Shen Nuo. Thus, that Lin Tianxian was certainly not a commendable individual. Elder Ling remarked after listening. The Crown Prince, feeling apologetic, cast a glance at the 4th master, as if to silently convey his regrets. The nurse tentatively inquired, only to inadvertently touch upon the very matter that Li Mu Yuan wished to uncover. Hidden beneath her fur coat, her nose involuntarily twitched as a waft of milky fragrance seized her senses, stirring her from her slumber. If this were the case, then Changmen's role in this scenario was surely not as it currently appeared. Filled with carelessness. Meanwhile, a certain swordsman, under the pretext of pouring wine, clearly aimed to hasten the drinking process, ostensibly for the sake of the alcohol. Normally, their actions and methods of completion were matters they could conceive. Chapter 72. Earth Immortal. That I glanced around, and, finding nothing amiss, proceeded toward the duty room. The more I pondered, the more I sensed something was off. Why did I encounter a ghost while observing the dean? Although the Taoist had described it as a wandering spirit, it was entirely plausible that it had been sent by Qin Xingyu to harm me. Upon arriving at the duty room, I pushed open the door, only to find it utterly deserted. That a sudden pang struck my heart. Tang Xiushui. This email had undergone a rudimentary alteration, rendering the address initially untraceable. However, the perpetrator appeared somewhat lacking in technical prowess, and under the guidance of skilled personnel. The email address was breached, subsequently forwarded to Ji Ping. The former was naturally elated, immediately engaging in practice, while the latter, Shui Yi, wore an expression of envy, despite her formidable spiritual strength allowing her to grasp the essence swiftly. Her martial prowess had been incapacitated, leaving her with the intent but no means to exert her abilities. Tang Xiao, I regret to inform you that today, senior sister Shireen seems to have matters to attend to. We must take our leave. Han Junyu spoke no further, bidding farewell directly to Tang Yeshi. This statement echoed the sentiments of Shui Yi and Xiao Hongyi. Evidently, if this white-haired figure truly possessed such profound insight, it was entirely plausible that a suitable golden needle could indeed be sought. The several golden immortals shared this sentiment, responding first, while most of the other Xian immortal cultivators were willing to follow suit. Yet, there remained 200 or 300 cultivators who fell silent, primarily those with insufficient cultivation and shallow foundations, who, having been imprisoned for an extended period, had their vitality compromised by the lingering poison, rendering any further progress on the path of enlightenment nearly impossible. Could it be that she previously engaged in physical altercations, leading to an overdose, or perhaps her excitement during such encounters resulted in sudden death? Yu Yuqian expressed her perspective. The events of that year, although acknowledged by Aunt Gu, were undoubtedly more complex than they appeared. An agitated Xia Jin chuckled. I possess no other talents, but I cannot abide by the tyranny of others. Especially when the strong bully the weak. As he spoke, a sense of heroism surged within him, his right foot instinctively shifting beneath the table. Had this occurred previously, even if she refrained from acting coyly, Wang Yukai would have seized the opportunity to become intimate with her inner office. Yet, unexpectedly, she took the initiative today, only for him to retreat. When Jinhao articulated LV Xian's thoughts, she naturally omitted that it was LV Xian who had confided in her. After verifying through her own inquiries and a hospital examination, Qian Duoduo finally approached LV Xian with a clear conscience. Indeed, Qian Duoduo lived up to her self-bestowed moniker. With wealth, matters became manageable, and her desire was solely for money. More was always better. According to Xiao Yunfei, no sect or noble family had ever risen in such a manner. I Shuan stroked his scruffy beard, resolutely declaring, "One does not drink to respect, but rather to face the consequences." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a horse charged forward. Zhu Lingqing stated, "I shall be direct. I am now on the brink of supreme excellence, merely a step away from ascension. Though I have cultivated for millennia, what I lack for this elevation is a singular opportunity, and that purple bamboo you possess is precisely my opportunity. Isn't this a reason for joy?" Dehei exclaimed, breaking into laughter, which elicited a chuckle from Gongsun Shiner, who had been wiping her tears. "Sister Lan, is Lord Lu your partner? I must be mistaken." Li Qinghe smirked with ill intent. Meanwhile, Lu Xinghao continued to reside at Ruan Meijiao's home. With him present, Ruan Meijiao felt more secure, knowing that those unruly individuals would think twice before disturbing her life. At that moment, Lin Cheng'an furrowed his brow as he cast a few glances at Jiang Jinping. He seemed to recall having encountered this individual at a gathering of the elite, yet Jiang Jinping belonged to that class of inconspicuous second-generation wealthy individuals, making it difficult for Lin Cheng'an to recall his name. Chapter 73. Unlocking. At this instant, I felt as though I were a marionette, my limbs unresponsive to my commands as I climbed into bed. Even the blanket seemed to miraculously cover me on its own, while my mind began to slip from my control, swiftly plunging into unconsciousness. When I opened my eyes once more, I found myself awakening in my dormitory. It appeared that the celestial being I had encountered and the words spoken by my father were merely figments of a dream. How radiant and magnificent had the earlier part of my life been! Even a formidable figure like the true emperor could never compel the white-clad governor to bow within the royal palace. In the divine dragon hall, Li Ji lay languidly upon the sofa, a thin blanket draped over him. The hall was suffused with the fragrance of incense, warm and inviting, lulling one into a state of drowsiness. As those in mourning sensed an unusually intense and luminous aura manifest, they all raised their heads, their expressions immediately shifting to one of astonishment. Meanwhile, several enterprises, led by the Yangzhou Hotel, prominently displayed promotional signs for a commercial alliance. Not only introducing new dishes, but also offering a generous 20% discount, a commendable dual approach. Only then did Chun Daomai notice that Chun Fei's countenance had grown somewhat unpleasant from the slap he had received. Promptly switching to a gentle caress, "Let us depart. Once we conclude these matters, I truly wish to indulge in a restful sleep, for it has been ages since I enjoyed a proper slumber." Nan Kurue lazily stretched and called out to Nan Kuzhan. Indeed. What is your name?" inquired Vice Dean Mu with an eager smile. By the time Li Ji's forces converged with the main army at the border, it would already be 2 months hence. The purple lightning pierced through his body. Blood mist surged from Qin Tian's brow, writhing incessantly before being completely absorbed. Upon entering the waters, the surroundings of Yenyun's city instantly darkened. He dove into the depths, settling cross-legged at the bottom, meticulously attuning himself to any lingering threats within his body. Who possesses the higher rank, and who the lower? Which party holds the primary position? Or are both equally matched? In the subsequent fortnight, more villagers arrived, yet Bai Loi had not stepped outside the cave even once. Such impatience will never lead to great achievements. Observing the perspiring and breathless Ho Lei, his mother reprimanded him with dissatisfaction. "Sword enthusiast, I implore you to refrain from wading into these murky waters. It would be best to remain silent. Should you persist in your folly, you shall bear the consequences." Tu Ming's voice was icy, laced with an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that a chorus of discussions erupted anew as they witnessed the soul exchange between Chun Xiao and Yin Xin. It was clear to all that Chun Xiao and Yin Xin had completed their soul contract, thereby amplifying the strength of Chun Xiao and his allies. As he spoke, Chun Xiao waved his hand, causing the palace doors to swing open, and instrode the Sea Dragon Emperor, the Sea Elephant Emperor, and the Sea Whale Emperor. Chun Xiao let out a hearty laugh, then nodded at the Heavenly Dragon Prince, before departing the Divine Sword sect with Yin Si Hun in tow, through the menacing fangs and rock-like muscles exposed on the creature's chest. Locke could discern that this beast was not to be trifled with. Upon the crown of the colossal serpent, there protruded a resplendent horn, while its egg-sized eyes glimmered with an eerie luminescence. Its blood-red forked tongue extended over 1 meter in length, incessantly undulating and emitting a hissing, otherworldly sound. Chapter 74. The Enchantress Unvanquished. I carefully stowed away the tools in my hand and, after surveying the corridor to ensure no one was present, stealthily entered the director's office that I began to rummage around, hoping to uncover something of value, such as the glass vessels that once contained human organs, or perhaps a certain category of classified documents. I meticulously examined the desk and thoroughly inspected the drawers in front of it. 300 kilograms of stardust could saturate the energy absorption of a billion-ton nuclear bomb, leading to a complete detonation. However, for a nuclear explosion diminished to a mere tenth of its original power due to constraints imposed by the laws of the dimensions, it would not suffice to fill the void. Hiruaji, drenched in cold sweat, discerned with remarkable acuity that this spacecraft originated from the interior of the Cetan star domain, rather than from the Earth's layers, had it not been for the armor transformed by Abu, which could entirely insulate the dual worlds. Hiruaji's body might not have endured for so long. Yet, recalling Kratos, a fellow Spartan warrior, Hiruaji could imagine the fierce tenacity of these formidable individuals. A few perceptive souls recognized the underlying intricacies, admiring the business acumen of the merchant army, particularly Lu Tong, the assistant magistrate of Huangzhou Prefecture, and Zheng Xinmin, who acknowledged the elegance with which they garnered public favor. As they traveled, Principal Lang sensed that Lan Exine and Li Yasu Fei were indeed not exaggerating. The scenery along the way was undeniably enchanting, with a cerulean sky, expansive sea, and invigorating air. The king of hell seemed to have vanished, leaving only the judge to accompany Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in the hall, who smiled and nodded at Bai Fu Ling. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva bore a countenance of kind compassion, while the judge's deathly cold face displayed a smile that could only be described as terrifying. The elder introduced himself as Navona, a once-renowned mercenary who, having lost an arm and a leg in battle 20 years prior, had turned to guide others in the Paradise Star. Yunya anxiously inquired over the phone, at which point Meishi detected a strangely familiar voice, though she could not place it at that moment. Zien regarded Li Tian'ao with a hint of curiosity and voiced her inquiry. Tian'ao, do you know him? Prior to entering the palace, she had heard tales of the favored Shupin, who, despite her humble origins, was now esteemed above all, owing to her noble lineage that allowed her to engage the emperor in discussions of poetry and prose. Upon receiving the command, everyone hurriedly rushed in the direction she had departed, creating a scene of utter chaos. Those who had lived in rural areas would understand that there used to be a river or pond in every countryside. Xiao Ruoyu gently wiped her tears and glanced at Wu Liantian, softly stating, "You owe your survival to your master, and even more so to Yin Feng." Meanwhile, Bai Xian was utterly astonished, as the dual forces of the Black Lotus and Fire Lotus, enveloping the Qianquan seal with his sword's radiance, managed to extract its essence in a remarkably brief span of time to nourish himself. This efficacy has also greatly benefited my Ziguang Divine Sword. Chapter 75, The Red Archive Box. After Tang Qiushui stepped outside, I donned my clothes and sat before the computer. However, I suddenly caught a glimpse of my own figure on the surveillance screen that I adjusted the time backward and discovered that over an hour ago, I had been lying in the yard. After a while, a dazed Tang Qiushui approached me and assisted me into the duty room. So this was how I entered the duty room. How did I end up in the yard? Dang Yu shot a resentful glance at Xiaoyi, who completely disregarded him. Song Jian sensed this tension as well, leading him to feel increasingly unsettled, prompting him to gather allies in preparation to confront Zhang Yi's forces. The person conversing with Charlie was Gillis, who had directly merged his essence with Charlie, engaging in a dialogue of souls. Gillis was now sharing the moments of his meeting with Lon, a profound exchange between souls. Perhaps it was this very yearning that compelled her to follow Lu Chan, longing for something eternally out of reach. People invariably chase after the desires they do not possess, and she was no exception. The Sword Master, the Sword King, the Celestial Palm, the Earth's Foundation, and the Madman of Lushan, upon hearing this, felt a chill run through them. They were acutely aware of the formidable martial prowess of Zhao Yuani and Ji Tianxin. Were it not for Zhao Yuani's retirement from the martial world and Ji Tianxin's departure to the western wilderness, there would be no place for them in the realm of martial arts. Presently, he was indeed feeling unwell. The original owner had a chronic stomach ailment, and the hangover from the previous night left him in poor spirits. Having skipped breakfast, his stomach was now in turmoil, as if twisted into knots, with acid rising and causing him pain that rendered his complexion pale, though fortunately, his makeup concealed it somewhat. Yet, after speaking out, her heart felt an unprecedented lightness, as if the immense burden she had borne for so long had finally found someone willing to share it with her. Was it the S-12K that triumphed? Or was it this 8-shot shotgun, its ferocious firepower blasting flames that mercilessly dispatched the enemy behind the tree in close combat? Shotguns were already invincible, let alone when Guopongzi wielded it with such skill. Achieving rifle-like accuracy with a shotgun, perhaps she could not bear to refuse my request, for the next morning, she accompanied me to the rooftop. That day, the sun shone unusually bright, and I gazed at her with anticipation, hoping to see the reflected brilliance in her eyes, but instead, I found only a pair of dull, gray orbs. Prince Sigvard drew ever closer to the airship, and the commander on board could no longer contain himself. Issuing the command to fire, a resounding cacophony followed, as countless shells screamed towards Prince Sigvard's position. However, regrettably, not a single shell managed to strike the agile prince in midair, while everyone harbored fantasies about Wen Junyu. They also recognized that their own worth did not measure up to such a perfect man. Wails, shrieks, and the cries of those suffering immense pain before death reached the caravan behind, causing a multitude of camels to become restless, throwing their riders off their backs. Yet, after it took flight, it had no intention of explaining itself to them. Instead, it circled once in the air before heading towards the entrance, seemingly preparing to flee. They are. Yun Luo cast a sidelong glance at Xue Li, for lying was not her forte, especially in the presence of such an endearingly genuine person as long as Shun Huanji could whisk and gur away. The situation would prove far better than anticipated. However, for Ying, the likelihood of being taken away appeared considerably higher. The majority of the corpses strewn across the ground belonged to the shop's attendants, leaving Ying with scant opportunities for escape. Red fruits. This world is replete with various crimson fruits. Which could this possibly be? Qian Mo Chung furrowed his brows, surveying the surrounding magical beasts, uncertain of how to proceed. Whatever had garnered the attention of so many magical creatures must indeed be something of great value. Yet if it were not, it would be a tremendous loss. Chapter 76. The Black Worm. Only after reading this line of small print did I comprehend that within this dossier, there were a total of 4 categories of patients, with category representing the most severe cases. My curiosity intensified, prompting me to open the dossier box. Inside, I discovered a stack of file bags that I directed my gaze to the first file bag, upon which the name Dai Cilian was inscribed. Curiosity, in no time at all. Su Jiamo had prepared a late-night snack. She simply made a bowl of noodles for Tang Yuchun, fearing he might feel hungry during the night as sleep enveloped him in the dead of night. Yang Feng sensed something soft and noodle-like burrowing into his embrace, his chest pressed firmly by 2 soft mounds, while the scent of Chanel perfume wafted through the AI. Yu Qinglan could not help but cast a glare at Lu Jun, silently thinking, what does it mean to flatter someone? Can one's dairy truly be considered a horse's rear? She felt a mix of astonishment, yet dared not reveal her tension to Chun Xiang. Maintaining a steady grip on the hairpin in her hand, gradually guiding it forward, it was then that Ben Sha Ming realized Yang Feng possessed extraordinary skills, sending a chill coursing down his spine. Lin Yunran kept herself busy from dawn till dusk, leaving no moment for idleness. What does this signify? Clearly capable of refusal, yet feigning inquiry into her intentions. Is this not an overt act of bullying? Tang Yes Wang pouted and trailed behind Yun Mohan. The sound of sharp intakes of breath resonated continuously, as all those watching were thoroughly intimidated by the power unleashed by Rongbu Huan. He found himself at a loss for words. Gazing at the pristine figure in his arms, he felt a sense of satisfaction and gently pinched Sister Xiao Hua's arm, unable to refrain from offering a compliment. Although Yang Guang appeared reckless, he was not held in high regard by the various aristocratic families in Chang'an. After this series of events, he had inadvertently offended nearly all the prominent figures in Chang'an. And if he were to it could indeed be a lucrative venture. Is it not said that those who recognize the times are the true talents? The 3 of them laughed heartily, the leader exuding a sense of pride. For to formally take on a disciple, one must adhere strictly to the master's commands, without defiance or betrayal. The alert tone of the superlative show-off artifact sounded, and Wang Ying smiled with satisfaction. While the others continued to persevere through 100 laps, with Wang Ying's melodic voice embellishing the atmosphere, their resolve seemed to strengthen, as if the song had ignited their inner determination. Fortunately, the old steward of the Li residence was truly attentive. After several days without a glimpse of Cheng Yaojin, he had not forgotten, not only preparing attire for him, but also ensuring his position was close behind Li Shimin, much to Cheng Yaojin's satisfaction. Upon reaching this point, Zhang Li had no choice but to abandon her vengeful thoughts and felt too embarrassed to contact Zhou Yuduo. From now on, even if she were to encounter Zhou Yuduo, she would likely have to lower her head and hastily evade. Zhao Fangfei was eager for Qin Tian to depart, as it would allow her to discuss matters concerning him with her husband, Ling Chongfeng, and she wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Before long, Halia prepared a table adorned with exquisite dishes that tantalized the senses. Gao Yinchi picked up her chopsticks and, after only a few bites, began to feel a sense of unease. The captain possesses the finest stamina among us. If he cannot manage it, our chances are even slimmer. Sun Peng remarked that To forge plate armor, the output power of the hydraulic press must, at the very least, reach a level capable of wielding a hammer weighing dozens of pounds without respite. Chapter 77. A young lady. I finally exhaled in relief, after resting for a while. I felt my strength rejuvenated significantly that I approached the door once more, yet it remained firmly locked. Despite exerting all my might, I could not pry it open. I took out my phone, but it still displayed no signal. Although a sense of despair crept in, my mind remained relatively clear. I could not afford to be trapped here for too long. The plump individual had clearly marked on the map a canal descending from Tianqing City, meandering around Meteor City, ultimately converging within the sunken city, forming an inland sea upon which the city was constructed. Indeed, I had been infuriated moments ago, my words perhaps a bit harsh. It stemmed from my high hopes for Jiqian, which now led to profound disappointment. I had heard from my grandfather that many wild boar nests were accompanied by matsutake mushrooms, as wild boars also had a fondness for them. The flames roared, accompanied by the crackling of dry wood, as two young men, not far apart in age, fell into silence. The first point is that the dogs are exceedingly fond of this food, and secondly, it appears to be quite filling. The Tianlang only consumed a chunk the size of a fist and was already sated. Through the ability of animal friends, Mu Qingshan could sense the joy of the Tianlang, which genuinely felt full. He held a cigarette, tilting his head to the side, with smoke billowing from between his lips, his face bearing an expression of utmost severity, just as Qi believed that no one would dare to question him again. A sudden opening appeared in the sky above. Inside the banquet hall, golden chandeliers flickered with a soft glow, while the table was adorned with a variety of exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Shimuyan glanced once more at Shi Yunzun, wrapping one arm around his neck and resting it on his shoulder, giving 3 heavy pats that caused Shi Yunzun to furrow his brows. His expression one of restraint. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated Yihan's mind, momentarily halting his actions. Hello, Mr. Hua. I am a reporter from Reuters. I would like to inquire whether the cure for the H9 virus can be made public. The reporter directed his question at Mr. Hua. However, upon reflection, Aixian considered that leaving the villa at Hachi Mountain could be likened to a picnic. It was merely an opportunity to breathe fresh air. Perhaps this child had been overly restricted in personal freedom while at Hachi Mountain, with not many companions around. The meeting between the host and guest bore an oddly peculiar flavor, as the landlord, Feng Hani, appeared somewhat reserved, while the guest, by Jinshuan, exuded a relaxed demeanor. An unknowing observer. It might seem as though Feng Hani were the one visiting as a guest. Chun Guotsai's complexion grew increasingly grim as he listened. Once he had heard enough, he could no longer restrain himself and seized a decorative item from Zhu Jie's desk, hurling it directly at Zhu Jie's head. Qin Jing looked at Hazewei with a smile that was not quite a smile, his voice icy and silent. This served as a second warning. A display of muscle. Ghosts, particularly those with obsessions, often adhere strictly to the logic they held before their demise. Zhuang Yang reached into her handbag, and to everyone's astonishment, she pulled out several large cockroaches. They could converse while snacking. To Su Yen believed he was hungry and did not wish to let him suffer from an empty stomach while answering her questions. Although not entirely alleviated, his condition had certainly improved compared to before, and at the very least, his combat capability had seen some restoration. This statement immediately caused Han Dexingyi and his associates to spit blood in outrage, their faces paling to an extreme degree, shaking with fury. Jiang Yinqing disregarded the warnings and pushed open the tightly shut hospital room door, striding in confidently in her 10-inch red-soled high heels. Everyone connected to the Murong family wished to glean further insights from Su Xian. However, Commander Ma's orders loomed large, and even Chen Feng could not approach Su Xian, let alone them. They could do nothing but fret outside the prison. Chapter 78. Water on the ground. I cleared my throat twice to mask my embarrassment and continued to inquire of Xiaoting. Did the matchmaker mention how old your potential partner is this year? What is his name? After exiting the misty forest, the two continued onward, from the misty forest to the dark canyon. If all went smoothly, at their current pace, they would require approximately 5 to 6 more days of travel. The crowd turned to see a masked man seated in the third position on the east side speaking. His joy reached its zenith when Zhang Yu announced that they had received a special gift. Of course, perhaps she had exaggerated the situation in her mind, or perhaps she could indeed protect herself. But Xian would he trust her after such a prolonged absence? Recently, an odd feeling gnawed at her, as if they were on the verge of parting ways. Brother Zhao, I have received word from Lord Cheng that he is to be promoted again. Wan Qiyang was also eager to understand Zhao Long's thoughts. You needn't worry. Regardless, tomorrow, you will either stay at home, or we shall go together. Yang Tao seemed to have seen through Ying Tao's intentions and tossed her words down with a hint of malice. Xing Ji beckoned, and a ghostly large knife materialized in his hand, its cold blade glistening with a crimson hue. Who is this person? It seems not connected to Aunt Si. Ying Tao exclaimed in alarm as she scrambled to her feet. Understood. Once again, under the captain's leadership, they broke free from a dire situation. Long Si had become a savior-like figure in everyone's hearts. This world is vast. Perhaps it still conceals other rare treasures. Zhou Entian spoke gravely. Her hesitation stemmed from concern. Recently, her previously reckless demeanor had gradually transformed, giving rise to a significant portion of an avoidant personality. As long as no questions were posed, there would be no bad news. No unexpected changes. Then she reassured herself that there must be no issues. Otherwise, Wu Qian would surely awaken her. In his view, the strength of the Earth 5 was at least at the great ascension level, possibly even reaching the pinnacle of that realm. Indeed, She nodded in agreement. Even if Shinji wished to ascend to the position of chairman, it was unlikely he would go so far as to contemplate the demise of his own father. Chapter 79 has returned. After I finished explaining while drenched in cold sweat, Shouting's demeanor visibly relaxed, and a gentle smile graced her lips. Since that's the case, I shall take my leave. By the way, allow me to provide you with my contact information. After speaking, Shouting produced a blank piece of paper from seemingly nowhere, then picked up a pen from my desk and inscribed a series of numbers upon it. How is it that a person from Dunhuang finds himself working alongside those from Chang'an County? Guiduhu inquired. That I understand, but regardless of the difficulty, I will pursue my ambitions, Yu Yang replied resolutely. The rules of the black market dictate that transactions are final. Once goods are sold, they cannot be returned or exchanged. Any issues must be resolved independently, Robert V stated matter-of-factly, though he was adept at discerning whispers. How could he possibly perceive the subtle, mischievous smile that flitted across Shi Qingxuan's eyes? Lu Rue attempted to restrain Lang Yu from venturing outside, yet she was too late to voice her concerns, only able to anxiously await, as the commotion outside had ceased, leaving her uncertain of the circumstances. That I must attend to certain matters that require my attention. With a slight smile, Duncan rose from his seat and waved to Alice. She gazed into the distance, recalling a fleeting vision of a youth battling a monstrous beast as she fell, but by now there was no one in sight. Shortly thereafter, a figure dashed into the inn, causing the entrance to slam shut once more with a flourish of their sleeve. Although the phrase "the wind is bleak" was rather simplistic, Lu Ruoxa managed to convey an air of serene longing. The key phrase "rather beautiful" struck at the heart of the matter. The ambiguity in Feng Xiaoxiao's description provided her with the liberty to indulge her imagination. The mother-in-law is unwell. How can a daughter-in-law neglect her? Ming Fei remarked. Swiftly, she accepted the Yaozhu winter melon soup presented by Gong Yinbi and delivered it to Madame Gong Air. The 2 layers of fire clouds that had previously been relegated to the furnace began to swirl upwards. While on the stove, 2 dragons played with a pearl, circling around a spherical formation of yaoshi that spun continuously. The Juju pit crystals radiated like a luminous sphere, protruding from the surface of the furnace, creating a visually stunning spectacle. For the sake of appearance, Li Ming refrained from napping in the base vehicle. Instead, he rode a magnificent white steed, adorned in royal robes and crowned, flanked by his loyal guards as he strode through the procession. Behind him was the carriage occupied by Li Gao. "All right, Brother Yi, please convey my regards to Uncle Yi," Left Jiang stated before hanging up the phone. The group began to race against time. The neutron star was not moving slowly, and any planetary encounters along the way could spell disaster. The Doomsday Dragon let out a cackling laugh. "Haven't you always wanted me to come up? Well, here I am now." As he spoke, he meticulously drew another seal on the outer perimeter of the original. I was immediately taken aback. What sorcery was this? Perhaps it was merely a scare tactic, yet the calamity of heaven was well known. If our blazing flames were struck by lightning, would we not be reduced to ashes? Lin Yuner bit her lip as she gazed at Han Mingjing, and after a moment, they exchanged a smile. With a gentle motion, she brushed away the grains of rice lingering at the corners of his mouth, all the while enduring the tender yet relentless grasp of his hand upon hers. As this thought crossed her mind, an inexplicable ache took root in her heart, akin to a rare and precious treasure she had never possessed but had already lost. This sense of longing deepened the sorrow etched upon her face, which was already marred by profound bitterness and a sense of vengeance. Chapter 80. The little boy in the thicket. I nodded slightly, accepting the photograph and tucking it into my pocket. Then I turned to leave. Xiao Ting glanced back at me twice before releasing my wrist and making her way into the courtyard. Before I could utter a word, her figure had vanished into the night. A sharp pain surged through my wrist. Upon looking down, I noticed a fresh bruise encircling it, accompanied by a dull ache. Surely you're not running a fever. That old fellow has centuries of experience. In your current state, you wouldn't even be able to fetch his shoes. Wang Motzi scoffed derisively. Lin Feng naturally perceived the hesitation reflected in Kong Bo's eyes and silently mocked him. Yet the fervor for battle within him intensified, for opportunities to confront the Purple Mansion cultivators were rare indeed. At that moment, Li Fei appeared, bringing 2 cups of tea, politely placing one in front of Zhao Juanhao and the other at Han Ke's position. Having completed this, she gracefully sat beside Han Ke. To achieve such an objective, one must lead the opponent to mistakenly believe in the efficacy of the beauty trap, and growing closer to Ling Yinzi was the most effective means of deception. Amidst the violent explosions, many members of the Meizu clan were fortunate enough to enter paradise without even a chance to scream, while those who narrowly escaped death discovered themselves ensnared in an endless abyss. His memories were rekindled, the fragments forgotten in the underworld slowly reassembling. Though it was but a fleeting moment, it sufficed. Those memories lingered deep within his soul, like a flower that, although not withered, found itself abruptly uprooted. At this juncture, Li Cha-ching leaned against the wall of his cell, clad in prison garb, his vacant gaze fixated upon the straw strewn across the floor. It's not over yet. Wu Qiao chuckled ominously. His body surging forward with explosive force, the dagger in his hand aimed fiercely at the Iron God's head. Suddenly, his figure vanished from the branches, only to reappear abruptly before Meng Yueyun. What's the matter? Why is it that Su Jie and the others can accompany you while I cannot? I too have taken leave from the bureau, Bai Jin protested. Brother Yuan, I apologize. We encountered a trap set by Nangong Xing and his group on campus, which caused us some delay. Sun Yen explained, his appearance bearing the marks of a recent skirmish, indicating they had indeed faced obstacles. As Meng Yueyun lifted her gaze, she caught sight of Xian Linghua's strikingly beautiful obsidian-like eyes fixed intently upon her. With Fang Yuanshan's words, Lu Zhengming's lingering doubts finally crystallized into clarity. The third-year students were tasked with creating the buffer mechanisms for the mechas, while the fourth years were similarly engaged in engine production. But in addition to the components, they were also required to assemble them. On the other end of the line, Yu Guolong momentarily paused upon hearing the instructions from Zhuang Lin. Then a look of uncontainable joy spread across his face. She wore a radiant smile as she stepped toward Lung Mukin, intimately linking her arm through his. His explanation was rather abstract, making it difficult for me to comprehend. One day, while I was tidying my hair in front of the mirror, the reflection of myself bid me farewell with a gesture, and I watched in disbelief as my image gradually vanished. Su Chinga regarded him, neither offering assistance nor uttering a word, simply observing in silence. Chapter 81. The eerie voice on the phone. After running for a while, I clearly felt my stamina waning. I reached out, hoping to signal the young boy to wait for me, but to my surprise, the footsteps ahead grew increasingly distant. After catching my breath, I resumed my pursuit, yet the boy sprinted towards the entrance of the hospital. I followed closely, but he only accelerated, and soon the distance between us widened. My legs felt increasingly weak, and a tingling sensation spread throughout my body. After all, the 7 demon orbs were something I had acquired myself, and now I had provided such seemingly vital information. Surely I deserved some form of reward that I in the past, Meng Xiongfei, could have steeled himself, igniting with the same fiery resolve as that day, forcibly pushing her away. However, now that he understood her feelings and sacrifices, he could no longer act with such ruthless decisiveness. Moreover, he was never a heartless individual. Yet, at this moment, Li Aichuan, who had taken in every expression of Wang Henglu, extended his arm amidst the watchful eyes of countless onlookers. Clasping the delicate, lotus-like arm of an yuan in the second round of competition, only 4 individuals, 2 pairs, emerged victorious, while the ranks of the defeated became fraught with instability, with gaps forming among them. Thoughts wandered freely, each notion flashing uncontrollably through my mind, like a sudden spark or a bolt of lightning, intertwining and diverging. Eventually, I found myself lost in contemplation, feeling I had pondered much, yet seemingly had considered nothing at all. The youth, bearing the visage of an elder, approached the howling brute under the astonished and weakened gaze of the man. Hearing the words that involuntarily slipped from his lips, and observing the envious expression on his face, the surrounding disciples could not help but burst into laughter. Although he was merely a minor leader, within this city, the 1,000 captains were all obliged to heed his commands, gently placing a hand upon his cheek. She softly murmured, "It's all in the past. From now on, you have me." With that, she rested her head on his shoulder, embracing him tightly. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yao broke free from her constraints, retreating swiftly, and once more formed seals, unleashing her true essence, causing the shadows of 3 swords conjured by the sword control technique to reappear. Two-legged sheep. I am aware that there remains a group of ordinary people residing in the village. I have always found it curious why they are able to live there, Xian Xian remarked. With clarity on the matter of refining one's body, Qin Xuan naturally felt urgency. He promptly gathered his belongings, intending to follow Nan Ke's instructions to seek the southern Ming fire essence in the depths of the mountains. Suddenly, as the sun and moon swallowed the sky, a flash of lightning surged forth, accompanied by the roar of thunder. The most fearsome divine retribution manifested in an instant, perfectly merging with the sword weapon before the old monster, the valiant Zhao Tianfeng, alongside his comrades David Bohr and others, were eagerly poised for action, having long prepared for this moment. Wu Fei glanced at his fellow warriors, all of whom were the Sea Army de la Sea Army, and resolutely declared it was time to set forth. On this day, Dong Lei was leading his soldiers in the woods, practicing locating sniper positions, camouflage, and ambush techniques, when he spotted 2 fellow villagers wandering in the mountains from a distance. In an instant, Yuing found herself unable to evade. Yet she did not attempt to defend herself. Instead, she swiftly advanced a few steps, channeling the essence of her frostblade, which resonated with a quivering sound, enduring and unyielding. A surge of dark energy erupted, transforming in the blink of an eye into a fierce and malevolent dragon, roaring with a sound that seemed to tear the heavens as it charged towards Jin Shuzi. Chapter 82. The restaurant Tang Qiusha nodded vigorously, reminiscent of someone pounding garlic. This was indeed peculiar. Her last memory lingered on the silhouette of a small boy at the doorway, and she faintly recalled fainting, making it impossible for her to have covered herself with clothing at that moment. Zhao Yining was equally infuriated, unable to fathom how he could be intercepted by a burly man with rudimentary skills and a young player. Even Ozer, without deploying their main lineup, had managed to leave Zhao Yining in despair with just 2 substitute players. Yet, ultimately, she continued to face repeated rejections, even as her partner betrayed her time and again. Witnessing Xu Ziyun's voluptuous, pristine thighs swaying before him, Zhao Yining writhed in agony on the ground. Nevertheless, he was still reliant on the national team members, wishing for them to perform well, and thus he could not afford to raise his voice in protest. What grass could possibly be so valuable? It was evident that Zhao Meili and Lin Qing, among others, had overheard their conversation and approached with inquiries. "You will all kneel before him." Shimin Tingxue chuckled, her demeanor consistently gentle and refined, never displaying her strength, which led many to question her capabilities. Qianxi Cave, a renowned training ground in Mingguang, was buzzing with activity. The cave where the peculiar eggs were located had become extraordinarily lively. With magic rune masters, illusionists, and martial artists converging, various arrays of magical runes, illusion traps, and real traps densely scattered throughout. Her stepmother had always been attentive to her daily needs, rarely inquiring about anything else. Since GMO Mingjing treated her exceptionally well, GMO Qi Lei felt a surge of indignation whenever someone questioned her elder's integrity. Although Zhao Yining was somewhat reluctant to seek psychological counsel, he ultimately acquiesced to his suggestion. Surely, Coach Petty's words were not of ill intent. His actions were solely in the best interest of the players. As the night deepened, the disciples of the righteous paths gathered silently, with Gu Sheng among them. Approximately 1,000 cultivators congregated halfway up the mountain, on the verge of an impending battle within the realm of cultivation. Yet, his spiritual perception, while not weak, failed to uncover anything of value, leaving no traces to be found. Meanwhile, along the banks of the Zhu River flowing through Handan City, the budding poplar and willow trees were adorned with lush greenery, resembling the embodiments of beautiful maidens. Their tall trunks standing elegantly, and their long, flowing branches swaying like ribbons on a gown, fluttering gracefully in the breeze that I was unexpectedly overwhelmed and brought to the ground by him. His face nestled against my chest, and through a thin layer of fabric, I felt his breath with remarkable clarity. Ning Fuchen, upon leaving, casually shut the office door behind him. His departure seemed inconsequential, yet Qian distinctly sensed a chill creeping up his back. Even a hint of pain, a testament to the power of a gaze. Jiang Xinyu and Zhao Changel exchanged smiles, noting that Zhang Ting was still quite young. She lacked a profound understanding of the broader situation and was rather oblivious to the intricacies of the bureaucratic realm. In essence, Zhang Ting was still somewhat naive, unaware of the harsh realities of officialdom and beyond. Ajay, in the midst of cursing, continued to strike. After several minutes, he lost consciousness, oblivious to the unfolding events that I in this dream. He found himself confronted by a man gripping his throat, warning him to refrain from meddling, lest he face dire consequences. Chapter 83 revealed it was all but a dream. My body trembled uncontrollably, compelling me to lower my head, forcing myself to avert my gaze from such disturbing imagery. However, in that fleeting moment, I vaguely discerned a crimson hue emerging from my teacup that I rubbed my eyes, and the teacup returned to its normal state. Amidst my agitation, a delightful melody began to play, and alongside the music, I heard the sound of wheels. As the saying goes, a new year brings new beginnings. Yet this year has been fraught with various troubles, to the extent that it hardly felt like a celebration, let alone anything else. When discussing the popular online games of yesteryear, one must mention League of Legends. A simple role-playing experience. It cannot truly be deemed as a lesson, but rather a series of somewhat tedious remarks for those like Di Shirtian, who dwell in solitude. After enduring injuries, Dianhan broke into a cold sweat. Although Sui Liang remained silent, she too was drenched in sweat from the pain. Years ago, Tang Jie's father had utilized Huangquan to claim lives, having slain 3 formidable masters of the 8th level of the transformation realm. Since their initiation, these elders had been staunch confidants of the sect leader, genuinely rejoicing at his breakthrough. Dong Jin quickly turned to survey the surroundings, relieved that the hotel was sparsely populated, with no one in the corridor witnessing teacher Xiao in a state of undress. It was fortuitous that Ciu had arrived. Surely, Sidu Jingheng was not far behind. The enmity between the two was ripe for resolution. Xie Tianai and Lei Yi, originally strangers, had begun to evoke a palpable atmosphere of rivalry since dawn. As netizens sensed the undercurrents of conflict, Mao Yu gazed at the child before her, silently eating. She pondered how long it would take for him to emerge from this state and mingle with other children. Departing from this dining table, after traversing 2 more classrooms, they arrived at the door of the classroom pointed out by the elderly security guard. Ding, free tip. Last night at the original Good Voice live broadcast event, the host activated a total of 2 side quests. As he approached the doorway of Mao Yu's office, poised to knock, an unsettling premonition surged within him, causing his raised hand to falter and descend. He lingered at the threshold, hesitating for an extended moment, until a passerby cast a curious glance his way, even moving closer to inquire about him. Only then did he muster the courage to lift his hand and rap upon the door. Little did he anticipate that the remaining fragment of stone would prove unexpectedly lengthy. The laborers had toiled for half the day, yet failed to clear it entirely. From the debris, a semblance of form began to emerge over the span of several meters. Please wait. Yuhi sensed the chill emanating from everyone around her, and with a swift motion, she vanished from sight like a fleeting breeze, just as Williams received the basketball and was about to maneuver past Davis. He abruptly passed the ball outwards. With the conversation having reached this point, Li Weiwu understood that today, Apis had summoned him with the intent of shattering the faade of their relationship and holding him accountable. The duels in the black market might be driven by a quest for resources, yet often the skirmishes here arose from the sheer ennui of the local warriors, seeking to alleviate their boredom through combat. Mido's heart raced, pounding like a drum in his ears. As his complexion drained of color, he felt as though an immense weight, akin to a collapsing mountain, bore down upon his shoulders, rendering him breathless and more abject than Qin Jiajia. Chapter 84. The living earth immortal. However, After having such a dream, I found myself devoid of any appetite. Just as I contemplated lifting my gaze to decline, my phone suddenly rang and a jolt of surprise coursed through me. Father. Yes. How does my lord wish for me to repay this? Li Jingyi noticed Yun Qi's hand suspended in midair, her body stiffening as she instinctively took a step back. Yet for Lu Ming, the words Northern Frontier, Princess, Marriage Alliance felt as if a hand had tightened around her heart. As she approached with a smile, an intense pain suddenly pierced her chest, causing her to stumble. In speaking. She also relinquished her hold on Helian Sheng's hand, and the abrupt loss of contact caused him to momentarily falter before he noticed the direction pointed out by Huang Fuli. She exhaled softly, beginning to grasp the situation. The people of Domi were to resume broadcasting, yet as the original author, I was to remain absent. Was I to await your performance of a tragic ruse? In just a month, the tone of Lu Mansheng had grown decidedly less courteous. If Lin Zihan were truly to concede, then he would no longer be worthy of standing as my opponent. Yu Tianxi stated solemnly. While he could hardly claim to feel well, he was also acutely aware of the anguish she bore. Uncertain of the effectiveness of her words, Lu Qi harbored doubts within, particularly as she held the esteemed title of sect master. Logically, her words should command their obedience. Before long, a white business vehicle glided into the filming location and came to a halt. Ultimately, she chose not to speak further, merely tousling Huang Fuli's soft hair before stepping outside. Indeed, my lord, we also pledge that as long as the child has a promising future, we shall write a statement ensuring we never set foot in the capital. The remaining family, aware that they could not contend with Li Zhongxiao's influence, no longer hesitated to present their children before Li Yuanshan. Dongru gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Momentarily entranced, the garment she wore completely concealed her flaws, rendering her exquisitely beautiful. Looking almost like a stranger to herself, as they entered Japanese waters, Shen Shirsand instructed the captain to follow a trade route bustling with various vessels. With a delicate grace, Yuan Ji's lips curled into the most merciless, bloodthirsty smile, her light footsteps weaving through the throng of hundreds. An aura of chilling dread permeated the air, leaving everyone in a state of disarray. For it was abundantly clear that their master was about to unleash his wrath. Jiang Xinxian pulled Zhuangshu Rashui and Schwerer forward, standing defiantly in front of the staff elder, who could only smile wryly, his expression gentle as he regarded Schwerer. This time, they did not engage in combat. However, each of his words seemed designed to condemn her to a fate of irreversible despair. As he spoke, he laboriously reached into his bosom and withdrew several silver bills. Hurling them onto the unsteady Sun Yan, who nearly stumbled to the ground, he scrutinized her visage. Her rosy lips remained enticing. Her dark, lustrous almond-shaped eyes still glimmered with intelligence. Her demeanor retained its elegance, and she moved with her characteristic unhurried grace. Nie Ying's eyes sparkled with realization. With a sweeping motion of her hands toward the ground, she summoned ripples in the water surrounding her, causing tendrils of liquid to rise, coalescing into a cloud of water suspended above her head. If it were said that the absence of a wound elsewhere was inconsequential, then the neck, indeed, remained the most critical area. To have it crushed would not be a trivial matter. Chapter 85. Money for blank paper. Then tell me, what should I do next? I inquired. I am not the kind of person who assists without reserve, unless you agree to a condition of mine. Everything else is negotiable. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. That I continued to exercise patience, asking, what condition do you wish for me to agree to? Here, this is the money for the gourd. Kuei directly handed over 10,000 taels, causing the uncle at the general store to raise his eyebrows in delight. In the heart of Xinjiang, a 6-barrel 660mm howitzer pointed obliquely towards the Siberian Railway. At that moment, Henry seemed to anticipate Lucio's imminent misstep, decisively targeting that point. Their synergy was one aspect, but the feel and prediction of the ball were equally critical. They continued to gaze downward, increasingly recognizing the significance of Lu Peng's plan for the future development of the village. This also illustrated how the Real Madrid players placed immense trust in Junkie. Upon seeing Junkie gain possession of the ball, they rushed forward, only to be caught off guard when Junkie was dispossessed by Puyol, nearly leading to a counterattack that could have resulted in a goal against them. Thank you, my friend Lai. Lai Dongchong expressed this sentiment, to which Lin Tianyang smiled and returned a respectful gesture. Upon returning to the inn, Kudo Shinzo had already checked out the room of the partnership between Pings Guzi and Tianxing. awaiting the arrival of Yuan Kuei with utmost respect at the entrance. How could a man refuse? Even if he hesitated, he must comply. She was the bride of the night, and if he did not assist her in her marital chamber, would she not resent him afterward? In any case, I have already been satisfied. You may attend to her. Oruo smiled cheerfully and remarked, her fingers tracing along his body. Could you possibly keep that place to yourself? Zhang Wei resolved to take a closer look and made a request as for the distinction between pottery and porcelain. It lies in the different raw materials used in their creation. Pottery is crafted primarily from clay, and any substance with adhesive properties can be fashioned into pottery. In contrast, porcelain is produced from kaolin, with the finest kaolin sourced from Jingdezhan. Before long, Lu Qiuming finally arrived from the distance. He stood before Lin Xun and the others, appearing oblivious to their presence. His head turned as he scanned the surroundings. A look of profound confusion etched upon his face. The capital was indeed chaotic, with various underworld forces controlling every corner. Until the emergence of Year 4. Grandfather's wine. I truly find it difficult to part with. Qin Li chuckled lightly as he lifted a jar of wine. Before Ista could react, Jack maneuvered the Viking to crash forcefully into the opponent, securing them with both hands and his battle blade. In that fleeting moment, a flash of white light emanated from the Viking. Their premature entry into the ruins and the subsequent alteration of its original state would have a significant impact on the completion of their task. They may not have been dazzlingly exceptional competitors, but each possessed extraordinary perseverance. Their growth along the journey was evident to many who closely followed this dark horse. The situation was perilous. I found myself surrounded by the forces of the Snow Nation. Led by General Yutagu, I single-handedly took down Yutagu. Though he proved to be quite a challenge to defeat him, I exhausted nearly all my energy. Genji spoke slowly, his voice as cold as ice, making Xiang Yu feel somewhat uneasy. After a brief pause, he suddenly halted, feeling dizzy and disoriented, unsure why he felt so unwell upon arriving at this place. Chapter 86. Journey to the Temple. The proprietress stood in a frenzy, glaring at me with an intensity that suggested she wished to devour me whole. Feeling awkward, I remained rooted in place, attempting to explain. Look, as a young man, it makes no sense for me to deceive you out of your money, right? Just moments ago, you saw that I indeed handed the money over to you in full. Why must we meet? Why not let my heart forever harbor the memory of you, the one who loves me most? However, upon noticing Bai Xingdan attempting to flee, Pang Feng merely scoffed and signaled Jean to pursue. Logically speaking, the palm strike of the seasoned water demon should have at least redirected the object, even if it could not shatter it to pieces. Yet, as he struck, the thunderlock of the universe remained completely unaffected, not even slowing in speed. Now, the 7 major sects, along with several second-tier sects and even the royal family, were aware that the ghostly god sect had lost its top-tier powerhouses, destined to be besieged by other sects. At that point, they would be in the most pitiable of positions. The 2 renowned generals of the era were already worn out, let alone the ordinary soldiers, each collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, lacking even the strength to speak. All right, it was just a jest at your age. Why still weep and wail? Those unaware might think I have wronged you. Zhang Fan hurriedly interjected. The adage to give a hand is to soften the grip. To eat from another's plate is to soften one's resolve has become clear to Gu Chongqing, who now feels somewhat uneasy. However, given Mu Hanyan's notorious reputation, their feelings of pity are overshadowed by a sense of schadenfreude. As for the multicolored soul orbs adorning Mu Hanyan, they are far beyond the capacity of an initial-level priest to refine and absorb, unless they possess talents akin to hers, which is evidently impossible. I do not wish to go. I have only just managed to enjoy a few leisurely days. Unexpectedly, Ling Baobao outright declined. Let us not forget that this individual is also a priest, and only she possesses the qualifications to meet the old patron. Someone remarked with an air of certainty that self-harm could at least spare one from torment. Should one truly fall into the hands of the god of death, death itself would be a luxury beyond reach. His calm and measured tone, however, seemed to echo with the ominous resonance of impending destruction in Jiang Haifeng's ears. As for Lu Sanchue, having lost Duo, he felt guilty and refrained from visiting the shop for several days. Wandering outside instead, he did not voice it. Yet everyone understood he was searching for Duo. Upon witnessing Lao Shi nearly cradle Sengij in his arms, it was evident that it had been an intentionally arranged moment for her to witness. Fortunately, this superfluous arrangement inadvertently saved Lao Shi. Undoubtedly, Ba Fujin would regret it later. 10 years prior, upon witnessing the calamity wrought by Xiang Gang's celestial arrows, Luo Tianzi promptly fled. Subsequently, the heavenly sect did not pursue the matter further, seemingly granting him a reprieve. The medicinal ointment provided by Shi Jichen was indeed miraculous. By dawn the following day, Lao Wu was already able to rise from his bed, and his wounds had significantly healed. 3 days later, new flesh had begun to grow over his injuries, compelling me to admire Shi Jichen's remarkable skill. Chapter 87. The Living Dead. After a while, I finally arrived at the front of the temple. Despite the surrounding desolation, with even the vegetation being sparse, the temple exuded an air of antiquity while simultaneously embodying an imposing solemnity, suggesting it bore the weight of many years. Before me stood a dilapidated wooden door. As I stepped forward and pushed it open with a creak, a cloud of dust billowed forth, indicating that this place had long been untouched. The injuries were not confined to my face. Upon closer inspection, I realized that there were over 10 wounds scattered across my body. There are numerous types of infiltrators. Some undergo specialized training before embarking on covert missions. Yet, Yu Jingke knew that Han Shun could not help but cursed the individual who jumped from the hospital. For Han Shun wished for him to live, believing there was still a chance for salvation. With such a miraculous artifact at hand, crafting a scenic short film would be remarkably simple. Luo Kai need not even handle the camera himself, as the assistant director could manage it, with only a modest increase in budget required. Even after being severely injured by Zhou Zong's sudden attack, Su Wuji displayed not a trace of anger. He sought to utilize the wheat field for cover, having long since dismissed the notion of selling his life for the money received. Shortly after he entered the highway, a series of car accidents erupted, accompanied by explosions and flames. That it was this consistent and rigorous training that allowed his body to remain in peak condition, showing no signs of decline with the passage of years. As the conversation unfolded, it had already transformed into a golden rainbow, soaring towards the place where the strange phenomenon had manifested, leaving no time to greet Yuan Xian and Lu Ling. Steve, you are aware that I am the leader of the Heavenly Net and must delve into extensive research. Could you assist me with a favor? Su Hao rubbed his hands together, finding the next word somewhat difficult to utter. Have you considered perhaps there exists some misunderstanding? Long Ziju's brow furrowed slightly, as if he had already surmised what had transpired. Tang Ming turned his attention back to driving seriously, deciding that regardless of her thoughts, he would not relinquish her hand. Zhao Zilong dashed to Yamamoto Taro's side, only to find him lifeless, his unblinking eyes gazing skyward in a manner that bespoke of unfulfilled desires. Jiang felt a chill run down her spine, covering her mouth as she hastily retreated. The internal structures of Atlantis, rather than being lofty, were predominantly flat and gray, yet at this moment, not a sound could be heard. For the city had slumbered for an indeterminate span of time. Without rules, there can be no order. Su Xiaoyu considered himself a person of great propriety, thus refraining from breaking the rules to visit Lin Roche during her training at the base. Chairman Wang was on the verge of success when a sudden noise startled him, and before he could react, Rong Yibai had already lunged forward, kicking him away from Su Qianquan. Longshu suddenly seemed to recall something, promptly retrieving her phone and positioning herself beside Si Moyan, flashing a V sign for a photograph. Meanwhile, Ding Ji had been staring at Su He and Xiarba for an extended period, as if she wished to speak, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. Step back, everyone retreat, or I shall shoot them, Yamamoto Shiro bellowed. His halting Mandarin sounded as if his throat were constricted, a most uncomfortable auditory experience. Louis Schwanking refers to the tender, plump, and large green beans harvested just before rice ripens, ideal for crafting smoked green beans, with fragrant glutinous beans serving as an acceptable alternative. My first impression was that I had wandered into the wrong place. The entire establishment now appeared completely rejuvenated, with all equipment set up in a layout that was both aesthetically pleasing and functional. For the many food enthusiasts yearning for delectable dishes, what could be more exhilarating than this news? He simply could not fathom why, with the existence of a celestial realm, there would also be an ancient celestial realm. What kind of connection existed between the celestial realm and the ancient celestial realm? Chapter 88. Escape back to the hospital after my anxious inquiry. The Earth Immortal chuckled while stroking his beard. This is also a tribulation destined for you. I cannot partake in this matter. It must be resolved by you alone. So you intend to stand idly by? I queried, filled with indignation. This is not standing by. I genuinely have no means to assist you. With that, Zhao Qian strode directly towards the Eastern Palace. with Zhao Jin following closely, not uttering a word of protest. Upon witnessing the ice coffin embedded in the stone door, a pang of anxiety gripped Li Kuan. I, too, sensed a foreboding predicament. The stone door had been completely sealed, and the only way out now was to enter the main tomb chamber. In less than 2 blinks, a gaunt figure, skin stretched taut over bones, with bloodshot eyes, appeared before me at the burial sword mound. During the era of the celestial Xian divine dynasty, the cessation of war was achieved through conflict, marking a formidable rise. Countless heroes perished, and innumerable ancestors of the Gu clan met their fates on the battlefield. Their swords interred within the hallowed grounds of the mound. At this moment, Wan had ascended to the 2nd floor, acutely aware that he could not allow the lantern-headed entity to grow unchecked. As it absorbed those souls and began to expand, this could very well signal an ominous portent for him. 6 months prior, after his master ascended, he descended the mountain alongside his uncle, establishing a funeral parlor to conduct spirit readings. Xiang Yin served as his night watchman, while King Robert's 2 brothers proclaimed themselves kings. With Rob and the Lannisters locked in a standoff, other noble families were also preoccupied with seeking allies. And the War of the 5 Kings was on the brink of eruption. After the workers fled, where did those biting monsters go? What transpired afterward? I inquired eagerly. The elder pondered deeply. I was from over 100 generations ago, now extending to over 200, but merely a century's difference. Zhao Jin cast a glance, noting that all the soldiers who once grumbled alongside foam whooping in the cave had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated through the air, followed by a sharp crack, as the domain shattered into nothingness. Within it lay a bountiful medicinal garden replete with precious spiritual herbs. How could it be so lax? What if malevolent individuals infiltrated? Surely that could not be the case. Beside the revered Emperor Yongzheng stood the formidable Ao Bai, famed as the strongest in the sacred Qing imperial court. His towering physique resembled a colossal mountain, his fierce eyes brimming with aggression, and his powerful hands, when clasped, seemed capable of grasping the very heavens. Hearing the jarring roar of the blood corpse, Xiao Yao wasted no time and delivered a powerful kick to its gaping maw. The conflict that unfolded here attracted numerous onlookers eager for the spectacle. Just as everyone anticipated that Yi Bufan would be dragged away by security, the plot took an unexpected turn at this moment. Dan Tai Lan unleashed her most potent power, conjuring a flurry of pink petals that cascaded toward Li Fan. Li Fan, taken aback, was astonished to find that his exorcism spell had incited the black skeleton into a frenzy. At this juncture, the formidable spell surged toward him with wild abandon. Chu Tiange, simultaneously bearing the titles of the sovereign of Qianyuan and the human emperor of the proud world imperial court, stood with an unassailable backing. It was precisely this profound foundation that emboldened him to disregard the threats posed by the Song imperial court, leading him to launch a military expedition against the Yuan Tian imperial court. The courtyard gate stood ajar, and Lu Meixin called out nervously, trailing closely behind. This domestic vehicle marked the first day of her Cold War with Qin Luofan. In a fit of anger, she had gone to inspect the car, and today happened to be the day of collection. Chapter 89. Midnight bento. The moment I laid eyes on Xiao Ting, my legs trembled uncontrollably. I contemplated feigning ignorance and shutting the door. Yet Xiao Ting unexpectedly stepped forward, standing at the threshold, gazing at me with a gentle smile that was utterly captivating. What brings you here? I stammered. It was then I noticed that Xiao Ting held a green bento box in her hand. Alas, the elixirs from Liemo had fetched a total of over 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, yet the amount received was scant, after deducting the 100,000 stones required for the Wanjun stone. The Yunshang auction house only needed to provide her with a few thousand mid-grade spiritual stones. Before Lu Wuchen and the others, a corpulent figure crashed heavily to the ground, creating a depression the size of a wash basin. Each of them was far from ordinary. Even if one possessed greater strength, they would not dare unleash their full power in this place. Sue. Lu Wuchen silently pondered the name, through Hua Menjing. He had come to know a significant portion of the elite disciples from the 4th level, and Sui was certainly among them. What did you say? In an effort to undermine Liao Lan and humiliate him. Liao Feng, somewhat distracted, instinctively inquired. He sensed the impropriety of his question and wished to amend it. Junyan's subsequent remarks swiftly followed. His actions were rapid and effective. In truth, no one could discern how he had struck. Only 2 heavy, nauseating sounds echoed, reminiscent of a butcher's knife cleaving through a carcass, after which Hai Chiqua collapsed limply like a piece of dead meat, despite the modest title of a production team leader. The position wielded significant power. Whoever the production team leader assigned to handle the dirty or strenuous work was obliged to comply. Failure to do so would result in accusations of disrupting the production team under the guise of undermining socialism and hindering revolutionary efforts. She perceived in Gong Yeo a compelling aura of assured victory and confidence, an essential quality for a musician. The name bestowed upon him was undoubtedly inviting ridicule. If each name were infused with the character for love, it would instantly evoke a different sentiment. After Friday, the holiday commenced, making it customary to play late into the night, even utilizing the playground lights for basketball after dusk. I approached the blonde-haired youth, and as I stood before him, he looked at me with arrogance. However, I was taller, requiring him to tilt his head slightly to meet my gaze. It seemed this fellow was wholly unaware of the situation. Namo Amit Ba, the old monk intoned a Buddhist chant, resonating like the deep and pure toll of a great bell, waves of sound swirling forth, obliterating numerous spirits with a thunderous impact. Follow me, the middle-aged man declared before turning to merge into the stone wall behind him. The very place from which he had emerged at a thunderous roar erupted, resembling the head of a dragon, akin to a mythical beast, surfacing upon the lake's surface. Mayor, cocooned in the soft silk quilt, had awakened in the embrace of the emperor last night. Free from the torment of dreams, yet, for reasons unknown, she felt profoundly unsettled, rousing before dawn and sitting on the bed in a daze. After Ling Xiao and the major departed, he drove to a venue in Shidu known as Jinli. With a heart full of questions, he subtly cast his gaze towards the distant youth, sensing that, within this gathering, his strength still resided at the level of a celestial master. Was this not an indication that his prospects were even bleaker? In the 1980s, the world of martial arts revolved around the principle of righteousness. Wang Qinshan was the most renowned ruffian of that era, embodying the essence of loyalty and righteousness within Haicheng's underworld. Just as Chun Nan was departing, the second grand battle commenced in the arena, where a Western martial artist from the War God Academy clashed with an Eastern martial artist from the Divine Wind Academy. Their duel of chi against sword energy proving exceptionally fierce. Chapter 90. The Curious Lunchbox. Qin Xingyu engaged in conversation with the person opposite while picking up chopsticks to select items from the lunchbox. However, it was only when she picked up the contents of the lunchbox that I realized, to my horror, that what lay upon Qin Xingyu's chopsticks was, astonishingly, a human eyeball. I watched in disbelief as Qin Xingyu proceeded to pop the eyeball into her mouth, chewing it incessantly. I was rendered speechless, yet my mind swiftly regained clarity. The scene before me. Zhu Lianming had indeed been under the impression that the Mu family was formidable, particularly with the Qinghong society in existence. It was only at this very moment that she began to comprehend the true essence of the Jun family. Just then, a furious roar erupted, as the Ghost King, with eyes ablaze, issued a command. Clearly in a state of rage, my vision sharpened, yet the countenance of Yi Shengming was shrouded in a dense gloom, dark enough to seem as though it could yield water if she were to enter that door at this moment. And coincidentally, Ling Qing had also awakened. Would Ling Qing faint again upon seeing her? At the foremost hospital in the capital, Zhang Linli submitted a month-long leave application to his father. Imyuan gazed at the box of contraceptive pills in his hand, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he looked up at Jun Rongfan. Although I had learned of Yu Shanshan's whereabouts, an unsettling feeling lingered in my heart. Sometimes, it was precisely like this, when I could not hear her voice. I felt uneasy, as if certain matters were shrouded in uncertainty. That nurse, what should I do next? Upon seeing the doctor leave, He Nian hurriedly stopped the nurse, exerting her strength. He was acutely aware of Song Jiqing's significance in her heart. Even during their time together, he knew that although her father had never treated her and Song Li fairly, she still harbored a sense of pride and respect for Song Jiqing. Firstly, demonic beasts are not only exceptionally powerful but also remarkably cunning. Due to their ferocious nature and unique modes of attack, they often surpass human cultivators of the same level. Therefore, attempting to hunt a demonic beast of equal rank without extraordinary prowess could easily lead to disastrous failure. This sudden yet flourishing affection, he was willing to nurture, protect, and cherish for a lifetime. Only by possessing a unique skill could she remain unbound by anyone, living with dignity, independence, and self-sufficiency to earn spirit stones. Only by acquiring spirit stones could she purchase sufficient elixirs to enhance her cultivation. Only by advancing her cultivation could she hope to ascend and become a formidable figure who could look down upon others. The emperor was acutely aware that the reason the Lung clan had once lost to the Lu clan was due to their youthful inexperience. You are being overly modest, as long as you apply yourself. You will undoubtedly succeed. I await your good news. With that, Han Feng vanished once more, leaving Zheng Jiren in a state of astonishment. The figure of the client, Ji Rongyu, dissipated, yet a wisp of soul energy coalesced from her, seeping into the scroll, causing subtle changes to Ji Rongyu's attributes within the parchment. The already disdained Qi Jingchen's expression worsened, his gaze darting toward him, causing Xing'er to shrink back in fright. Fortunately, she did not wait long. An abrupt sound of footsteps shattered the tranquility of the forest, and soon, a handsome young man clad in white emerged through the dappled light of the leaves, slowly approaching her. Beside the hotel, there lies a convenience store, where Lu Jinian purchased a pack of cigarettes. He stepped outside. He lit one, and took 2 deep puffs while standing on the unfamiliar streets of the city. Am I truly too unattractive? Too overweight? It has become unbearable to look at myself. That he had grown so disheartened that he could hardly bear to gaze upon his own reflection. That Wei Feng's expression remained indifferent. He extended his left fist, unleashing a surge of ferocious power that struck the cold glint before him with a resounding force. In Chapter 91, an old acquaintance reappears. When I glanced at my finger again, I noticed a small bruise encircling my thumb. Immediately, I approached the sink, washing it thoroughly, feeling the wound improve significantly. After firmly stepping on the lid of the takeout container, I discarded it outside, cursing my luck. Indeed, Xiao Ting was not a good person. Even though he inflicted considerable damage on Lin Bei with a terrestrial-grade spiritual tool, those injuries could be healed in an instant. Naturally, aside from the first solar system he inhabited, Qin Yun lacked the ability to manage or address the situations in the other solar systems. Solving the problems here was already enough of a headache. In the realm of cultivation, it is inherently a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. And here, it is even more terrifying than the cultivation world. Present, snowflakes fluttered down, blanketing the walls, as if the years of neglect had raised the city walls even higher. The waning light of the setting sun streamed through the wooden opening, and the shifting air brought a chill. Siu sat with his back to him on the threshold, cradling his chin in his hands, motionless, as if enslumbered in the depths of the forest. Occasional strange sounds of dripping water emerged. Night creatures stirred as he passed, their wings rustling from behind the trees. A curled branch on the muddy ground resembled a frozen viper, its scales blending with the dead wood. Luminous green orbs roamed the woods, belonging to the nocturnal beasts. His eyes, suddenly exposed to a burst of light, were met with the sight of a spirited man commanding the surroundings, his frost-cold sword emanating an overwhelming chill. He absent-mindedly sensed his own internal energy. Dongfang Shui's dark locks were apparent, while Gue and his companions had already turned their heads away, as if shunning the disgraceful company of these 5. Shen Mingli wore an awkward smile, sweetened by the words of the diminutive 5 brothers, as if enveloped in honey. To think that mere sword energy would attempt to kill me, it is a fanciful notion indeed. Bill Lim chuckled, then with a wave of his hand, the suffocating pressure shattered the sword energy effortlessly. In terms of martial prowess and command capabilities, not only Ding Feng, but also Li Fei, Peng A, and others would vastly outstrip Sun Lang. The golden ancestral dragon understood. Previously, the Clayman Celestial had indeed mentioned finding a survivor friend. The middle-aged man turned crimson and pale upon hearing Lu Guangyue's blunt remarks. As points could be accumulated without fear of falling to the bottom or being eliminated. The first day of this points battle remained relatively peaceful among the various alliances, with no major conflicts arising. The face of the underworld leader shifted slightly. He had not anticipated the terrifying nature of the Yellow Spring Great Hand Seal. The combined power of the Mark of the River crossing for eternity seemed to threaten the very fabric of the demon continent, causing the earth to tremble for thousands of miles. As countless beings were crushed by this overwhelming force, Long Qingchun was hurled away, crashing down beside Xie Meizhuang and Li Filiu. Struggling to rise, he stood unsteadily before collapsing once more to the ground. The restaurant, already steeped in tranquility, found the ordinary actions of the two drawing the gaze of numerous onlookers to tea that moment. Qingchun faced a similar predicament. He was astonished that the goo worm could effortlessly breach the jade bowl's luminous barrier. Long Qingchun managed a bitter smile, realizing that regardless of what he said, it would be erroneous. Thus, choosing silence, he resolved to endure the blows with dignity and withstand the scolding stoically. Chapter 92. The Golden Light Spell. Taoist. Taoist, I called softly several times. Uncertain of the circumstances, I approached and gently sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at the deeply wrinkled visage of the old priest, my heart a tumult of emotions. Since commencing my work, I had encountered an array of bizarre incidents and various supernatural occurrences, each more extraordinary than the last. Wang Chongyang observed the beads of sweat forming on Chao Jihua's forehead. The latter's demeanor suggested he was not genuinely intent on using Lan Xingjie as leverage, but rather felt an urgency to see her, prompting him to fetch her. He approached, playfully tapping Lin Shen's face with a beer can. Lin Shen kissed his hand and took the beer, deftly opening the can with a sharp sound and gulping down a generous mouthful. However, Master Shifeng cautioned against impulsiveness, recalling a thought. Perhaps the monk we encountered was of considerable significance, someone we could not afford to provoke, potentially even inviting fatal consequences. Upon hearing Wang Chongyang's words, Mei Li's heart warmed instantly. The hand held by Wang Chongyang conveyed boundless tenderness, making her feel as though his warm touch and fervent gaze could melt her very being. For 4 long days, she was so close yet felt an insurmountable distance between them. He observed her coming and going, yet rarely could he capture her gaze resting upon him. In the spacious music hall. Beneath a grand crystal chandelier, the marble floor gleamed with brilliance. The flickering candlelight refracted through the chandelier, illuminating the entire hall. The audacity of demanding a name change from me, would come at a price for daring to threaten Tang Tang. Yi Haoyang paused momentarily before shutting down the presidential model, calling forth another data package, revealing an array of weapon models sprawled before everyone. Raising his gaze, a flicker of madness danced in Qin Hong's deep, tranquil eyes. Seizing the moment when Mu Yuntian was momentarily dazed, he retracted his hand slightly before thrusting it fiercely into Mu Yuntian's shoulder, hot blood gushing forth and splattering onto Qin Hong's fair face. A playful smile graced Qin Hong's vermilion lips, her enchanting eyes shimmering with brilliance, utterly disregarding Yin Nanbei's scrutiny as she basked in the morning sun streaming through the window, contentedly closing her eyes to savor the moment. The wind's blade sliced through the dust stirred by the mother worm, aiming at the nearest long leg, crashing against its rock-hard exoskeleton with a resounding clang. It was not the harrowing experience of yesterday's warm-up match that would hinder his performance today. He would not falter in the arena. Haha. With these 100,000 gold coins, I can procure more alchemical materials. With the elixirs, how could I not elevate my cultivation level? The man in the black robe reveled in his delight. Haken remains oblivious to the wandering corners of the sea. Since the demise of Captain Marlowe, the Council of Elders has been devoid of familiar, silenced faces. The servants stationed here, although acquainted with the parrot, possess little capability to assist. Furthermore, since the onset of war, the Imperial fleet has lingered in these maritime waters, and no shipowner dares to risk venturing into this perilous expanse. Qin Huanhuan, rather lethargic, has never taken a liking to elaborate hairstyles, traditionally opting for a simple high ponytail. However, today, her hairstyle appears exceedingly intricate, clearly not of her own doing. Sister Wenwen, thank you. Li Ling is well aware of Zhu Wen's temperament, having long since grown accustomed to such behavior. Though somewhat exasperated, she understands that Zhu Wen genuinely wishes for things to go well. Chapter 93. Out-of-Body Experience. Upon hearing his words, I immediately seized the nearby mirrored AS. I gazed into its reflection. I was not disappointed. My complexion had markedly improved, no longer bearing the pallid, despondent appearance of before, but instead displaying a rosy hue, rendering me notably more vibrant. I was utterly astonished. Previously, my complexion and overall state had been poor, attributed not only to the late-night shifts but also to the myriad of peculiar events I had encountered. However, the sudden improvement in my appearance made me wonder, regardless of whether it heralded good or ill fortune. I decided to delay any conclusions. After all, if misfortune could transform into fortune, and good fortune could become even better, would that not bring joy to all? The others shook their heads in disbelief. It was not that they were unwilling to accept the notion, but rather that prolonged waiting had left them with little time to contemplate the revival of their family. Surviving without starving was preferable to anything else. Loya City resembled the medieval towns of Europe depicted in various films, albeit perhaps imbued with a touch of the fantastical, with numerous figures clad in wizard robes roaming the streets. Yet all passers-by would pause and cast their gaze upon Lin Ai and her companions. A rugged, burly man stood atop a beam of radiant energy, clad in tattered garments from his homeland, gazing skyward. That moment, Shamir suddenly squinted, raising her elegantly arched brows, her beautiful eyes fixated sharply on the southwest corner of the hall, her gaze intensifying with precision. Having grown to this extent, the neutron mechanical worm's appetite had significantly expanded, A single divine source machine was insufficient to replenish the nutrients it required for evolution. Thus, when the avatar of Zhongli saw him for the first time, he could not help but reproach him, clearly disapproving of his actions, even without intervening. However, the Northern Emperor, having suffered a setback the previous day, dared not speak out again, casting a knowing glance at Li Mingchong. This moment, Mo Fan, adorned with a Shura mask, appeared terrifying with his fearsome fangs. Yao Jingjing was genuinely flirtatious as she pointed to her chest. Seeking Liang Fei's assistance in a rather intimate manner, Sister Chu Qing's expression shifted as she realized that Chu Yenner could not possibly contend with Bai Jian alone, prompting her to rush forward. Just then, the earth began to tremble, and a terrifying surge of spiritual energy started to oscillate violently. Alas, Shimen Kuang unexpectedly failed to tear away the unknown garment, the 1,000-foot evil dragon, its eyes shimmering with a blue, ethereal light. Writhed in apparent agony, he harbored no desire to witness the other party straying down a misguided path, nor did he wish to see them devolve into a mere scion of privilege, achieving nothing of substance. Even more so, he was averse to the thought of his wife fretting over him. Thus, he believed it imperative to illuminate the future path for the other party at this juncture. Rather than allowing them to squander their days in aimless pursuits, clearly taken aback by Cao Cao's unembellished words, he regarded him with astonishment, questioning whether he had misheard. As it was said, "Do not rush." I glimpsed a staircase nearby, and once we ascend, I shall light the everlasting lamp for you. Meanwhile, Tang Fan continued addressing the elder Gu behind him. Furthermore, the worst outcome was already laid bare before Xia Shiguang. Regardless of what transpires in the future, it would ultimately be deemed a fortuitous circumstance for him. Chapter 94. The power of the golden light spell. As the sound of the undead drew nearer, I scarcely dared to breathe, fearing that even the slightest noise might attract the half-human, half-ghost entity. After a considerable interval, the undead had yet to manifest within the temple, and its howls oscillated between the realms of reality and illusion, leaving me uncertain as to whether I was ensnared in a dream or grounded in reality. After what felt like an eternity, the low growls of the undead gradually faded, summoning my courage. I began to rise from the table. His notion was influenced by the peculiarities of the island in the heart of Lake Xiongbaogua. Ultimately, no matter how formidable the zombies might be, they had yet to discover a means of traversing the water. However, identifying such an island would require meticulous consideration. This is Chinese cuisine, and Cheng Yu announced as he emerged, removing his apron and beckoning Park Jae-bum and the others to assist in the kitchen. Just yesterday, he had issued orders for the 4 garrison divisions to assist the villagers in hastily completing the spring plowing. Now, merely a day later, Yi Lei found himself compelled to issue new commands once more. "All right, Johnny, can't you sense that Master Li is signaling you to retreat?" After a series of 50 or 60 exchanges, as Johnny's breath grew increasingly labored, Zhou Yu interjected. Upon hearing Lin Yunna's words, Kim Tion and Huang Myung hurried to Xingyou's side, incessantly inquiring about his well-being, while the others gazed at him with concern, scrutinizing every inch of his being to ascertain if any parts were missing. The colossal horn, Arutuba, embraced his arms, adopting a stance of readiness, and without hesitation, launched an assault on Brother Wuyo. Zhou Yu understood that her declaration to cease betting was a mockery of his inexperience, a provocation to encourage him to wager in the next round. Nevertheless, Zhou Yu remained unfazed, instead observing the dealer's dice and the patron's wagers. "Are you suggesting that this resembles the subtle probing between martial arts experts, where any form of scrutiny can generate immense psychological pressure?" Su Damao initially contemplated keeping Yi Zhonghai confined to the hospital, but upon reflection, he realized that if Yi Zhonghai were to remain there, he would indeed be relegated to a life of retirement. It would be far more beneficial to release him, allowing Yi Zhonghai to engage in a tumultuous romance with Qin Huairu. With this proclamation, the bespectacled youth, spurred by the allure of hidden task rewards, charged headlong into the blood mist. Logically speaking, during the Divine Realm battle, he had sustained injuries. Yet, with the assistance of the rat demon, his wounds were present but not severe enough to warrant the notion of needing saving. Thus, was this so-called Mi Huai attempting to deceive him? Following another round of dedicated transport arrangements, Lu Cheng, brimming with excitement, found himself profoundly intrigued by Jiang Yingxue, a seemingly superior boss compared to Bai Ning. Bai Ning's explanation is succinct yet profound, subtly suggesting that they are merely ensnared in a temporary labyrinth. Furthermore, with the assistance of Lin Qingsong, The examination hall will employ AI to aid in supervision, enabling immediate detection of any suspected cheating behavior at AS for wealth and provisions. With Guchelon's support, it is assured that in this world where swordsmanship reigns supreme, I shall never find myself unable to afford any treasure I desire, provided it has a price. Jiang Zishi, nestled in Qin Yi's embrace, felt an overwhelming love for this man, showering him with kisses as if she could never get enough in a lifetime. The class beauty was left pale with fright. Having attached herself to such a naive benefactor, most of the gifts she had received were hastily converted into cash for indulgence, leaving her bereft of resources now. Chapter 95. Awakening from the dream. By the way, how did you end up here? I inquired, perplexed, addressing Xiaoting. However, Xiaoting could only mumble incomprehensibly, her expressive eyes fixated on me. Please, do not gaze at me so intently, I couldn't help but utter, thank you. I truly did not anticipate that our first meeting would unfold like this. The night in SC, illuminated by the glow of lights, appeared so tranquil, devoid of the essence of the nightlife that ought to accompany it. In truth, Wu Ji was overthinking. The symptoms and treatments for septicemia had already circulated within the Song dynasty's naval forces. Moreover, he was accompanied by the renowned healer in Daoquan, rendering the risk of contracting septicemia during the mere 10-day sea journey negligible. As the bell tolled, a palpable excitement spread through the great hall, inciting a wave of commotion that Wu Ji smiled subtly, his grin sending chills down the spine of Nobunaga behind him. Yet, having already boarded Wu Ji's proverbial ship of deceit, he could harbor no further doubts and was compelled to divulge all that he knew. The process of learning horseback riding progressed smoothly. Although the NPC riding instructor scrutinized Lei Jie intently, he ultimately refrained from voicing any objections, imparting his expertise in basic equestrian skills to the latter. On this outing, Xiaji had brought along an exceptionally large cloth bag, instructing Xia Aigua to place all items within it before securing it on the rear of the bicycle. Observing Wu Ji fuming for quite a while before ultimately joining Wu Song in his revelry, Jin Lian, Shuai and San Yang all departed the pavilion in a huff. Hee, what must I do to satisfy you? I tilted my head, addressing the leading young man, disregarding his companions entirely. The group was quite eclectic, comprising samurais, monks, and individuals donned in the attire of underworld figures. Yet, they seemed well acquainted with one another, engaged in hushed discussions. As if intentionally lowering their voices to Si Yuan was somewhat taken aback. It was indeed remarkable for a mere merchant to possess such cultivation. Meanwhile, the premature conclusion of the icebound period had curtailed the time available for resource gathering, exacerbating the already dire situation of food shortages. Just then, Su Qian suddenly embraced Lin Mu from behind, holding her tightly, allowing Lin Mu to feel the intensity of her heartbeat. Lin Mu stiffened, momentarily at a loss as to how to respond. Alas, why must the rituals always be shrouded in mystique? Song Tianji thought, unaware that he too appeared as an enigmatic figure in the eyes of others. In a moment of impassioned fury, he nearly placed his lord in mortal jeopardy. Gratitude was due for the timely reminder from the esteemed gentleman. Jianggan is not a fool. Previously, in a fit of rage, he acted impulsively, but he has now come to a sudden realization. He recognizes that he acted rashly and acknowledges his youthfulness. Zhao Qian's words struck at the core of the matter, proving once again that experience has its advantages. What's the matter? Are we about to see a conclusion? Observing the stillness of the Juyang Ding, Wu Tian rose with excitement. The driver beside him felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing the remarks were directed at him. Yet, aware that Lin Fei was someone who even Gongsun Jing dared not provoke, he opted to remain silent, feigning ignorance. After Lin Jun departed from the dimensional universe, he exited his room only to find Lin in waiting for him. Chapter 96. You will agree, upon seeing me. The immortal grew somewhat anxious. If you agree this time, I shall grant you a significant advantage. Intrigued, I sat up. What kind of advantage can you offer? If you succeed this time, I will impart to you a method that will allow you to perceive the essence of certain matters. You have something on your face. Dai Shui lay on the couch, her watery eyes blinking twice as she spoke with calm sincerity. That I know. Can I eat? Xia Xiao Xiao huffed. Isn't it the same for me? The baby's nutrition will surely be excellent. In the midst of her thoughts, a faint creaking sound suddenly broke the silence, startling everyone. It turned out that Aunt Lu had touched a wooden snake carving on the bedside. Her curious fingers gently twisted it, producing the sound, yet upon looking around, no abnormalities were found at this point. The bidding in the center had also ceased, with an item originally valued at merely several tens of thousands being auctioned off at 10 times its price. Let us discuss. Xia Xiaoxiao spoke in fragmented sentences, as the man's unpleasant demeanor made it difficult for her to articulate a complete thought. The southern region of Guangdong is renowned for its culinary dedication, offering a plethora of delicacies from around the world and a taste of diverse cultures. Here, as long as your dishes possess the aroma of fine wine and savory meat, you need not fear being tucked away in a narrow alley. For the food enthusiasts of Guangdong will flock to your establishment, filling it to capacity. No, Xia Xiaoxiao evaded his scrutiny. Standing alongside such a man was quite pressuring, for one could never tell when he might scheme against you as he did with others. Such a life was fraught with trepidation, instilling fear in the heart. Soon after, Xiao Qiao felt a lightness in her body, as if she had once again broken free from corporeal constraints, instantly finding herself in a vast, open world. Wu Xiaoyan, somewhat perplexed, inquired, for she knew that Ling Tianqian had committed a grave crime 3 years prior and was sentenced to life imprisonment. Logically, he should be incarcerated, standing firmly on the ground. Feeling the overwhelming aura of the Black Mountain Golden Ape King, the wind tousled long Fei's hair, and his expression grew increasingly grave. An ordinary person, that I too wish I were an ordinary person. But some individuals are destined to never lead a normal life, Wang Sudong suddenly remarked, taking a sip of his drink. Sun Mama had strands of meat and green onions clinging to her head, both red and white, while the soup made her face appear somewhat darkened, presenting a rather comical sight. Chun Gaoyue stared blankly at her husband, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Did I hear incorrectly? Is that the statement in question? Despite a fierce assault, Qi Fengyu was unharmed, and Cui Ziyuan became considerably calmer, for he perceived that Qi Fengyu's strength was not markedly superior to his own. He merely relied on his agility to evade the attacks. Upon exiting the bedroom, I glanced at my phone for news, but there was neither any from Shun Suixin nor from Alan. However, in Huaxia Xinqing, the lowest tier of superpowered individuals is classified as C grade, with B grade being the mainstream, and a significant number now exist at A grade as well. What shall I do? Of course, it's to sleep. Xikong Jing shrugged playfully, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Everyone was merely puppets in his hands. One can imagine that this sensation must be exceedingly delightful for Simida. Our lives have always been rather constrained, lacking sustenance and with little incense to burn, remarked the pig demon. Chapter 97. Human Model. After waiting for quite some time, there was no response from within the door, and it was only then that I mustered the courage to stretch my neck and peer inside. Oddly enough, the dean's office was vacant, the entire room appearing desolate. Summoning my bravery, I stepped into the office, and after surveying the space, I approached the door to the inner chamber, cautiously parting the curtain with my hand. What I beheld was astonishing. At least 50,000, I suppose. The billing clerk understood well that if someone remained in the intensive care unit for a week without being transferred to a regular ward, their chances of survival were essentially negligible. Regardless of the circumstances, no one wishes to welcome too many outstanding employees, as that would create immense pressure. While the atmosphere was vibrant at the blonde-haired individual's side, Lu Junhua was seething with indignation. The young master of the Lu family had been publicly humiliated, losing face in front of his classmates, a slight he could never swallow. Vowing revenge, Lu Junhua had already dialed a number. Zheng Kuang understood this principle as well, yet he was unwilling to accept it. Suddenly, he noticed Suwen's serene demeanor. As though everything before him bore no relevance to him, Suwen wandered around the shop and soon spotted an unusual artifact. The size of a grinding wheel, quietly resting in a corner. This artifact was inscribed with countless formations and talismans, its profound mysteries far from ordinary, yet it lay neglected, unheeded in the corner. After expelling the contents of his stomach, he felt significantly better, as if all the meridians in his body had been unblocked. Although he speculated that perhaps number one had not transmitted any news, prompting a desperate reaction. Two rather robust individuals charged in, and upon seeing their imposing stature, any ordinary person would have surrendered in fright. Yet, those in the private room continued to drink and chat, seemingly oblivious to the entrance of the two burly men. Mo Zhu, in a state of unconsciousness, murmured in pain, drenched in cold sweat, her entire body unnaturally frigid. Suwen recalled his purpose for visiting the West Market, intending to exchange the 4 mid-grade celestial treasures obtained from Wanqi Tang for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Clad in a wrinkled black suit and tie, his attire appeared disheveled, lacking even a hint of neatness. Linger, you serve the master daily. Have you overheard anything or witnessed anything? Shengwan Wanner inquired tentatively. Is that so? Mu Shimei cast a doubtful glance at Ninth Prince, who coughed lightly and shifted his gaze elsewhere. Could it be true? After several attempts, it became evident that the flying sword beneath the immense sword wielded by the youth remained unresponsive. Wang Yu had never held any interest in Zhao Yi. He found pleasure in witnessing Zhao Yi's struggles. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi, reclining in his office chair and sipping leisurely tea, remained blissfully unaware of the tempest he had unwittingly entered. However, within the main hall, no one was present. She, with a fierce demeanor, inquired harshly of the palace attendants, who, daunted, merely cast furtive glances towards the side hall. Observing the indolent attitude of Lung Yu, Zhou Fujin was about to reprimand her when she was restrained by Shursen Fujin, who gestured subtly for her to temper her impulses. Life must go on. Lin Hanshi could not afford to falter. She understood that the owner of this body was destined for hardship, yet she refused to be bound by fate. Determined that such suffering would not persist, "What business is it of yours?" Lin Hanshi defiantly turned her face away, unwilling to gaze upon him, a man of such striking beauty, yet evoking profound disdain. The warm tears mingled with the cold rain, creating two starkly different sensations, perceptible only to him as he sought to draw closer. She wept, prompting him to release her, his eyes fixed on her in a daze. After uttering his words, he exited in a state of despair, appearing aged not merely by 30 years, but as if he had aged 50. Chapter 98. I have a brother. After Tang Qiushui departed, I donned my garments, gathered my belongings, and readied myself for patrol. That I circled the hospital's perimeter, uncovering no anomalies and catching no sign of the old Taoist or any spectral figures. The quiet satisfaction blossomed within me. Perhaps this would be yet another delightful and serene night. However, at the moment of its emergence, all surrounding entities seemed irresistibly drawn towards the position of Zhang Shui, surrounded by a multitude of assaults. The young man from the demonic sect found himself ensnared, unable to mount any resistance, forced to watch helplessly as the increasingly fierce onslaught engulfed him, his form vanishing within a blinding radiance. The 6 remnants of souls stood at each corner of the red envelope, as well as the midpoints on either side, resembling wings that extended the range of the envelope to 100 meters, effectively doubling its reach. Wei Xian's soul embodied the realm's red envelope. Were one able to perceive his essence, they would discover 6 illusory forms accompanying him. Akin to Wei Xian's avatars, that in Qinlai's grasp lay a pure golden vein pearl, classified as a secondary vein, or what is known as a second-tier golden pearl. That it was impossible for a human to assume the role of the master. Taihao was the master of the 6 extremes, while Hongming fulfilled the same for the Hongming 6 extremes. Yet, these second-generation red envelope monoliths did not concern themselves with specific matters. The 8 departments and 72 offices were overseen by the 5 masters of the cardinal directions. Suddenly, the blood-colored vortex quivered, the sanguine hue dissipating to reveal an overwhelming aura soaring skyward, reminiscent not of Su Mu, but of an unparalleled powerhouse, igniting their very essence to infuse the vortex with their life force. Wholly dedicating themselves to Su Mu without reservation. In contrast to Wei Xian's experience of the red envelope formation in the Yong realm, the formation in the Taihao realm was markedly more advanced. As the Yong realm required worship to connect with the red envelope formation, the Taihao realm did not have such prerequisites. The expansive sports field was flanked by several rooms, which served as the red envelope configuration chambers. Just as he evaded the imminent threat, a thunderous sound erupted from the very ground he had occupied. Only 2 intangible forces clashed in the air, invisible to the eye yet accompanied by an incessant crackling sound, reminiscent of the simultaneous ignition of 1,000 firecrackers. However, it now appeared that the internal energy manipulation techniques depicted in the scroll did not conflict with his original methods. Rather, they complemented each other, providing him with boundless benefits. This was indeed a rather intriguing matter. With a mere wave of his hand, streams of sword energy surged forth in an instant, enveloping Yu Qianfei and others. Newton found himself at an impasse. The final day had arrived, and they were on the brink of a crucial step. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Feeling perplexed, Chu Yunlian could not articulate her thoughts, although he was undeniably powerful. She had never witnessed the full extent of the Demon Lord's strength, and it was conceivable that the Demon Lord could surpass him by countless magnitudes. Yet, she felt that he was. The royal capital stood majestically on the vast grasslands, with a meandering river flowing behind it. Old friend? Ruli murmured repeatedly, uncertain of who could compel him to visit. Newton, accompanied by Jiang and Mu, entered the immense edifice resembling an ancient castle at this moment. Nourished by Xiang Yang's vital essence, the sacrificial seed had begun to exhibit all its functions and was on the verge of maturation. Mr. Herman, who are those individuals? Seizing a moment during the speech, Sig inquired of the person beside him. In the currents of time, I had once traversed this gateway to another world and had vanquished it. So even if you were to uncover its remains, it would merely lead to a repetition of events, with the outcome remaining unchanged. I would still annihilate everything within this chaotic void, the luminous skeleton declared. Chapter 99. The remarkable effect of spells. I inhaled deeply and slowly turned my head towards Xiaoting. Where's that brother now? In truth, I posed this question primarily to ascertain whether Xiaoting's brother was alive or if he was indeed the ghostly child she spoke of. However, upon my inquiry, Xiaoting's gaze became evasive, and she seemed hesitant to meet my eyes. I wished to delve deeper. Uncle Cheating entered the conference room, appearing somewhat agitated, unable to remain still in his seat. An was puzzled. He had heard the various rumors circulating online but was unaware of the true reasons behind them. Nevertheless, one thing he knew was that they need not worry excessively about the situation in the Kunwa realm. They simply needed to serve diligently under the Qin Immortal. Everything was being shouldered by the Qin Immortal ahead. What exactly is a world line? The newlywed asked, perplexed. Is it a connection between different worlds? His intentions likely surpassed the comprehension of Qin Feng and others. It would not be surprising if their contest had extended into millennia beyond. Qin Feng and Rain had already assisted Oda Nobunaga in the reorganization of Japan's governance. It was said that Prime Minister Abe Shinzo learned of his dismissal while enjoying some snacks, almost choking on them. After Yui determined his character card, the system promptly presented itself, and Yui chose to name this card after himself, Yui, marking the fourth character card bearing the name Yui. There is nothing of particular note. I merely came to take a look. Before the words could escape my lips, the two men at the table ahead unexpectedly erupted into a brawl over a single steamed bun. Subsequently, Suhong proposed to exchange a lifetime free license for a software DIY platform in order to secure a 5% stake in Xinglan Intelligence for his parents. After the senior executives of Xinglan Intelligence collectively trialed the software DIY platform, they made a decisive agreement without any hesitation. The car moved slowly, navigating through several streets until it arrived at Sidu Zhao's office, where it turned out Qinglian had been secretly detained. Dying in the jaws of a long-kissed dragon crocodile would have been one thing, as that was beyond the control of the coalition forces. Yet this individual, now safe, had developed a death wish. Did that not render our efforts in vain? Xiaoyan was acutely aware that his companion lay beside him, and he yearned to shout, but the oppressive force of the celestial decree weighed heavily upon him, rendering his voice inaudible amidst the throng of footsteps. The mournful sound that escaped him was not one of despair, but rather an echo of the illusion before him. Upon entering the cave, the three suddenly grasped the truth. Guolin then recalled that by being possessed an extraordinary talent for treasure hunting, it was no surprise she could discern the illusion that in fact, during their university years, Wu Exine had remained by his side, perhaps fearing the pangs of conscience. While she felt fortunate to have met Lei Ming and Yi Shuiying, she had little desire to associate with others, particularly Yi Chengxian and Yi Qingji. Xia Haitong gazed at the delectable pastries on the menu. Ordinarily, her appetite would have surged, yet upon seeing the prices, she found herself dissuaded from indulging. Consequently, she opted for the cheapest coffee and dared not order anything else. Was it not agreed that they would start anew? All of this belonged to the past. Once today had passed, everything would surely improve. Chapter 100. The eccentric uncle is my friend. I extended my hand to grasp the pocket watch, which was encrusted with a thick layer of dust. As I opened the cover and the dial and hands appeared before my eyes, a wave of dizziness washed over me, blurring my vision. Gradually, I succumbed to unconsciousness. Wang Yuyang, upon witnessing Wang Yuming's condition, was instantly alarmed. He rushed to her side and struck her face with a resounding slap. The sound echoed, momentarily stunning everyone present. That a dragon forged from stars was born, its body shimmering with starlight, emanating an aura of celestial brilliance, roaring skyward and causing the very world to tremble. He Shueping's friend quickly interjected, I apologize for the inconvenience. We will inform you once this matter has concluded. The meeting nodded in acknowledgement. This was not a realm for cultivators. The spiritual energy was so depleted that the phenomena of longevity were nearly non-existent, an external incarnation. Yi Chun was astonished, gripped by terror and dread. This was a formidable supernatural ability, capable of manifesting a doppelganger with combat prowess akin to the original. Wu Hao stood momentarily dumbfounded, unsure of the nature of the crystal in her hand. Could it possibly hold more value than an innate spiritual weapon? Just as Li Chengyu believed he had the situation under control, an unexpected piece of news erupted forth. Come on, do we even need to say that? If this were to be spoken of others, would not Zhao Ji take off my head? Jiangda? However, the challenge lies in articulating this sentiment in a manner that garners universal agreement, which indeed requires considerable effort. The atmosphere grew tense once more as Qiao Yingrui addressed the assembly. Everyone, gather closely at once. Do not disperse. Professors Yang and Yi, you two shall stand at the center. He then proceeded to organize the group. Before long, a bloodstained Ogatsi tail finally collapsed to the ground. Yet the ordeal was far from over, as there were still 5 wild gods on by Sen's side, and only one had fallen thus far. With 4 remaining, the onslaught continued. Noticing Ling Yun had not moved, Zhang Yuanhao prudently refrained from advancing, while Su Xia beside him furrowed her brows, glancing at Zhang Yuanhao and Li Yong, showing no intention of action. Shortly after his departure, Li Mengyao opened the door to find an empty living room, and she slowly crouched down against the wall as an outsider. His familiarity with the palace's clandestine affairs was hard to believe, and it was unlikely anyone would accept his claim of having no ulterior motives. A deafening crash resonated as a verdant blade aura collided with a colossal sword, which instantly crumbled like decayed wood, sending countless fragments of magical swords flying, intercepted by the spiritual power wall erected by Sun Fei's foundational realm. Upon witnessing this, the 3 brothers of the Squid clan exchanged glances, each exhaling in relief, and promptly commanded all clans, including the Fish Dragon tribe's ships, to mercilessly strike at the fallen. They could only watch helplessly as it charged fearlessly towards that realm. And judging by the external pressure against the Kunlun warship, the spiritual energy in that realm was nearly non-existent, the air rife with violent turbulence from the external influence, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. While accompanying the Huaxiao representative team, Chu Feng had never anticipated such a scenario. That Lu family sword hall. Lu Sun, Lu Boyan, pay respects to His Highness the Cool King. With Lu Sun's cultivated demeanor, he would not act disrespectfully. Upon the Marquis's arrival at the Taoist temple, he found the door ajar, and the sounds of weeping from Shan Quan and Shan Sheng echoed within. The Marquis hurried inside, only to discover a rope hanging from a large tree in the courtyard, tightly binding a Taoist priest below. After hearing such a statement from Shan Qiqi, Zhang Yufei seemed to find a semblance of rationality in her words. Qin Wushuang, a rare martial arts prodigy, demonstrated remarkable resilience in the final match of the first round, and his dual inheritance was a formidable killing technique. Chapter 101. Apology. Upon returning to the office, I seated the young boy on a nearby chair and placed the snacks that Tang Qiushui had previously saved on the table for him to eat. Yet, the boy did not indulge. Instead, he gazed around the office with wide eyes, filled with curiosity that I was about to exchange a few words with him. Do you think I would hesitate? Nangong Lin clenched his fists, frowning at him as if ready to charge at any moment. Reluctant to bear the brunt of the impact, Magellan began to retaliate with punches, each strike colliding forcefully with Susanu's enormous fists, creating waves of energy. Using his magical eye, he discovered that these archers possessed attributes surpassing those of skeletons, compounded by their long-range capabilities. This left Andy in a quandary. Why worry about trifles when one can eat radishes? Lu sneered as he watched the man depart. Striding down the mountain. Lo Che, feeling helpless, lifted Luo Yixue into a princess carry and turned towards the bed. Upon seeing the gun's muzzle swept aside, Du Tai felt no hesitation. He charged forward like a wild beast, striking with the sword. The exquisite fire lotus twirled slightly, releasing an unsettling wave of energy. That it was only in her embrace that Yi Yuqing realized how deeply she depended on his warmth, which provided her with a profound sense of security. Observing the fish swimming freely, she felt a genuine envy, but understood that she could never emulate their carefree nature. The internal strife was manageable. Yet there were numerous outsiders drawn to the turmoil on Nanyu Island. The internal conflict naturally attracted those eager to profit from the chaos, intensifying the clash. This atmosphere was keenly sharp. Even a slight contact nearly shattered her senses. In the entertainment industry, there were countless situations far more awkward and absurd than this. For instance, what if a man encountered several of his lovers together? Or what if those lovers exchanged jabs at his expense? In this battle, the weaker Xia Yuanhui was struck by a monstrous wave from a sea creature, injuring his internal organs and causing him to spit blood. Qingming City, being under the domain of the ZY deity, faced dire consequences, and though the deity was infuriated by Qingming's management, she had no choice but to intervene. Yi Fan and the Lanpa faction took residence in a high-end hotel, predominantly occupied by third-tier powerhouses. Of course, these matters were of no concern to Chao Xinyuo, who had amassed considerable gains from this journey. You needn't provoke me, master. We are not afraid, and it is no big deal that we shall go. Yi Fan chuckled. He possessed formidable defensive skills, including spatial barriers, spatial displacement, and a 48-fold acceleration in flight. Ouch, that hurts. Be gentle. Chu Nan leaned against the operating table as a masked youth proceeded to reopen his already healed wound. The Eternal Grain Investment Firm signed grain procurement agreements with major grain merchants in Newtacking, fully acquiring the merchant's grain with its grain tickets and stocks. Should one cultivate the pagoda visualization technique to the highest 12th level, they could condense a spiritual pagoda in the mortal realm, forcibly suppressing the spiritual worlds of others. What can one say that to be happy every day? Bai Kongtai appeared bewildered, questioning how even such bizarre inquiries existed. Beitang Mo closed his eyes, furrowing his brows, succumbing to sleep. As long as Jingzhe remained still, he too would remain motionless, but should Jingzhe stir, he would feign slumber, and if truly unable to do so, would merely shift slightly. Chapter 102. The footsteps in the restroom. After a brief pause, I felt significantly better and hastily made my way to the duty room. However, just as I stepped onto a narrow side path, I seemed to see a figure standing there. A boy, seemingly the same as before, bathed in moonlight. I could discern that the boy's profile was smeared with blood. One cannot provoke me without consequence, nor can I simply evade confrontation. Taking a deep breath, I resolved to take an alternate route. However, Wang Ning had few acquaintances, seated at the entrance, her gaze predominantly resting upon the courtyard beyond. The former county magistrate was a man who truly appreciated the pleasures of life. Despite his brief tenure of merely 3 years, he had managed to maintain a remarkably orderly county office, and even now, at the twilight of autumn, remnants of floral hues could still be discerned. She found herself ensnared in the embrace of the silver-faced man, inhaling the scent of the ocean emanating from him. A slight furrow appeared on her brow as she began to speculate about his identity. Where is he? Jiao inquired with excitement. Throughout her interactions with Qi Yao, he had consistently showcased his capabilities, instilling in her the belief that regardless of the task at hand, Qi Yao would never lead one to disappointment. Whether it was pursuing clues or searching for Su Run, in an instant, where her hands had been perfectly intact, they were now severed. The edges of her wrists bore no blood, smooth as a polished surface, as though meticulous measures had been taken to halt the bleeding the moment the severance occurred. Tang Yi reached out to embrace the princess's shoulders, drawing her close to him. Initially, the princess felt uncomfortable, enduring the awkwardness of leaning against Tang Yi, but gradually she acclimated, finding it remarkably warm. Though her heart raced fiercely, an indescribable sense of bliss enveloped her. Could this be love? The emperor appeared to have aged considerably in an instant. His visage was gaunt, shrouded in anxiety and despondency. Buddhism was still in its nascent stages. Apart from the 3 eminent Buddhas, Shakyamuni, the Medicine Buddha, and Amitabha, there were few notable figures to speak of, and they dared not truly contend with the celestial realm. One could claim to be eloquent, yet are you not merely engaging in baseless arguments laced with coercion and temptation? However, it seems that she must rely on Sherlock for assistance in acquiring weapons, indicating that this favor is indispensable. The earlier impulse to showcase heroism before Xia Yanyu had now dissipated into nothingness. At this moment, Ichio's mind was fixated on a singular thought. The resounding echoes of thunderous blasts, the fiery dragon and the dual seals of water and fire, as well as the Vajra demon's suppressing fist, shattered into countless fragments that, of course, apart from its ease of maintenance. The more significant aspect was that this bird possessed effects akin to the previous rock chicken, capable of casting spells to thwart incoming attacks in the underground city, while also bestowing various talents upon its master. Wait, my friend, may I have a word with you? At this juncture, a strikingly handsome man in white approached. As time ticked away, a faint aura began to manifest around Chu Xinghan, so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discern the delicate force of power surrounding him. However, in his meditative state. Chu Xinghan remained oblivious to this, fully engrossed in the restoration of his vitality. Chapter 103. The eccentric uncle fears stones. I dared not continue washing, placing the lunchbox aside, and promptly closed my eyes, reciting the golden light mantra. Yet, this time, the mantra proved ineffective. Despite my fervent recitation, neither warmth coursed through my body nor my palms. And instead, my thoughts grew increasingly chaotic. Though my eyes were shut, I could still sense the approach of someone inching closer to me. When that individual stood beside me, I abruptly opened my eyes. However, the sanitation. Goodness, it was you invoking the sacred healing that I merely raised a query. Does your confirmation suffice as a question? On the living room sofa, Gina held a glass filled with a pale green liquid. Her crimson lips slightly parted. Due to this malady, approximately May 30th experience acute renal failure, and in severe cases, oliguria, anuria, and other manifestations of azotemia can be observed. The commentary herein fails to explicitly indicate who the enlightened sovereign is or the precise location. Aside from the rough vicinity of Pang Tong's Jingzhou, while Zhuge Liang's notes only serve to deepen the mystery, Bai Mengxian nodded in acknowledgement to Ling Hongxue, her every movement exuding an ethereal grace, as if she transcended the realms of existence, free from the confines of the five elements, exhibiting a demeanor of effortless elegance. Come, sip some water, and speak slowly. Luai chuckled at the sight of her impatience. She poured water for her. Just as the words about the forbidden act were spoken, Luai happened to enter, momentarily taken aback, her steps faltering as she beheld Ling Muxuan reclining on the bed. His upper body exposed, a fleeting blush washed over her cheeks, prompting her to swiftly turn away. This implies that the fiery hunting competition has reached its current stage, with the only remaining teams being the Black Sha team and the White Sha team. As all others have been eliminated, as for why he took notice of Jiang Yijia, it ultimately stemmed from the sheer coincidence of their names and rankings, almost as if it were destiny. Although the navigation may not offer the most direct route, for the two unfamiliar with the way, merely arriving at their destination suffices. Perhaps sensing the intense gaze of another, Dugong Lingxi furrowed her brow, gently shifting her body, and gradually opened her eyes. In the next moment, she was met with an enlarged visage of Seth before her. Expanding the market is evidently more straightforward than entering the political arena, a realm Watson is well versed in. However, stepping into politics signifies starting from square one and emerging from a slum background. Watson naturally lacks the backing of any significant power. Forgive Uncle Rao, rather than entrusting fate to others. It is better to seize control oneself, Shun Guangyin advised, suggesting that while Rao Jiang may not have held the title of Rao Sanyi, the latter's influence could spare Rao Jiang. Du Ruo felt a wave of sorrow wash over her, tears welling in her eyes as she grappled with her own perceived inadequacies to such a moment. If she were to weep, how could her mother depart in peace? Thus, she forced a wider smile through her tears. Upon exiting the bedroom, Chui Liang distinctly observed Su Jinlang and Aunt Chen anxiously awaiting her. 17 years prior, she feigned an eternal departure, prompting him to learn the art of waiting. A decade later, she re-entered his world, just as he joyfully believed he would reclaim her, only to bestow upon him an interminable weight. Athena would soon truly transform into a human, capable of freely expressing her emotions. She had long anticipated the conclusion, meticulously laying the groundwork while deliberately evading, concealing, and rejecting. Yet he remained blissfully unaware. Su Qishan, a frail old man, stumbled out the door in a most disheveled state, his expensive suit now marred by dust. Entirely devoid of the once imperious demeanor he possessed. Chapter 104. The monster in the bathroom. I hurriedly donned my trousers and turned around. It indeed seemed as though there was someone in the stall behind me, emitting sounds reminiscent of grunting, akin to someone struggling with constipation. The agonizing groans grew increasingly louder, and I was taken aback, wondering if even childbirth would not elicit such a wretched outcry. Listening to the tormented individual in the stall, I gritted my teeth and approached. Meanwhile, today, the supreme leader of the celestial sect had invited the other party to take the esteemed position beside the young master of the divine evil palace. Wang Tianjun nodded, and with a sudden flourish, the god-slaying sword appeared in his grasp. After invoking a spell, he bellowed, "Disciples of the Xian Yun sect, listen closely. Today, we must eradicate the hidden god cave." As the distance between the two drew ever closer, the earth spirit cruelly extended its tongue to lick its lips, gauging its position before unhesitatingly delivering the final blow. Lin Tao issued an order at the city gates to execute a complete massacre of Dong Cheng's household. Showing no concern for the potential backlash, on the contrary, when Lin Tao commanded the execution of Dong Cheng, the villagers gathered at a distance erupted in cheers, vehemently denouncing Dong Cheng as a traitor. The statue of the Holy Father towered majestically at the upper end of the underground hall, the dim flicker of the flames casting a gentle warmth throughout the space. Saladin scrutinized the mysterious young man, whose emaciated figure was barely concealed beneath the flowing robe, his pale visage resembling that of a corpse prepared for burial. Moreover, having learned from past experiences, she was naturally cautious and thought that if she were to bear a child, it would create an attachment that would make it difficult for her to part ways. Having a child would be a solace to her. Her aunt remarked that he lowered his head out of respect for the one stationed at the borders, suggesting that she could marry him but must not invest her heart, for the Lin Helra clan and the Celestial family would inevitably engage in a bloody contest. There were no suitable candidates. Those who had not been chosen were irrelevant, but these few noble offspring were indeed fitting for the identity of the Grand Princess's consort. Luo Jutian closed the door to her chamber, removed her shoes, and, in an exceedingly languid manner, transformed her demeanor to that of a noble prince. She clutched her skirt, recalling what Gu Nianhuan had once shared about the circles in Yanjing, which were not easily penetrable by someone like her. Long Qingqian, with an indifferent expression, stated that although the Dragon Clan's strategy was to temporarily avoid conflict with the ancient celestial court, it did not mean they should merely endure. Such forbearance would only embolden the ancient celestial court. Therefore, a necessary attitude must be maintained. Exiting the reception hall, Long Qingqian noticed the passage had narrowed somewhat, though it was still wide enough for two vehicles. Subsequently, Sukin turned and leisurely made his way north along the main road, devoid of any sense of urgency. Aware that surveillance cameras were present in the room, the need to feign ignorance was quite disconcerting, particularly during moments of using the restroom or showering. She slightly gasped as she removed the handkerchief. Her lips tinged with blood. The stark red stain on the silk-white handkerchief was glaringly conspicuous, accentuating her increasingly frail and sickly appearance at this moment. Although the individual remained alive, perhaps due to their cultivation level being merely at the entry level of the human sovereign realm, they had been severely maimed by the missile, their breath faint and filled with despair upon seeing the mech piloted by Su Can. Chapter 105. The hordes of the undead at long last. You have awakened. Not wanting to disturb your peaceful slumber, I refrained from rousing you. As I opened my eyes, Tang Xiushui exclaimed with sudden excitement. Your complexion appears rather unwell. It seems you are not in the best of states. Although the Star City can restore both the Void Hellfire and the Great White Crow to their normalcy, it is unable to fully contend with the subterranean creature during this process. Zhang Xiuhuang was drenched in cold sweat, momentarily suppressing the urge to report Jiang Yu to the city lord, and obediently withdrew. But on a bright day, how could there be mist? Lu Ji murmured, gazing at the approaching bodyguard. This left old Zhu completely perplexed. The situation here starkly contrasted with that of the Lan Lake in the Taiwei Cave Heaven. Why could he not command his thoughts? Fan Yi seemed to be quite renowned in this place. Wherever he went, those around cast him varied glances. After a violent bout of coughing, Beast-turned King struggled to catch his breath while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with resentment as they fixated on Fu Shi. They had graciously extended an invitation for collaboration, affording ample respect, yet received no response whatsoever, only to be met with sudden aggression. Even an ambush. As the saying goes, it is rather late to mend the fold after the sheep have been lost. The village chief ordered the completely open stable to be bricked up and secured with a gate. Henceforth, no horse was ever again lost from the village's stable, although players might not collapse like these cold weapon armies upon the death of their commander or losing contact with the main force. Lin Dong still took his demise quite seriously. It was evident that his luck had faltered this time, as he had chosen the most perilous path. However, prior to their persecution, they were all vibrant lives, stripped of their hope and right to survive due to the ambitions of a select few. How could she possibly fall for such a man? To love such a man is to be destined for a devastating defeat. Curiously, with her abilities, locating the third princess would not pose a challenge, yet she had never sought her out. Instead, she vented her frustrations on inconsequential individuals. Fortunately, her actions only caused injury, sparing lives, which left many feeling quite helpless. The waters of Qixin were far deeper than Mingwe had anticipated. Its advantageous geographical position, adjacent to Qin and Han, made it a coveted locale for the vast lake Xiaoyu cheat if utilized well. It could serve as a sharp blade. However, accompanying this was the harsh reality of entrenched local powers, deeply rooted and difficult to govern. Very well. It merely feels as though you are offending even more people. Zhao Zhongyang was thoroughly impressed. Such matters were once beyond his imagination. Now, among the 6 states of Shandong that could contend with Qin, only the recently risen Zhao, under the reign of King Wuling, who donned clothing and practiced mounted archery, remained that as per usual, it was yet another day of work. However, today bore an exception as Zhao Yunwei entered the office without disturbing Qin Shao, instead dutifully proceeding to Feng Zhihui's office. The scattered sparks were entirely absorbed by the radiant twin tree, and the golden-hued fruits gradually became resplendent, eventually transforming into a crystal-clear golden hue. Fizhuohan, upon taking flight, immediately glanced to the side. Due to the night, visibility was not particularly clear, yet aided by the faint starlight, he could discern that he was now quite distant from the ground, truly soaring into the sky. Thus, there was no need for Mo Air to introduce any assistance to him. However, sensing Mo Air's desire to depart, Roger graciously stated that he would inform Siglea. Although Ling Yun felt a twinge of confusion, he nonetheless pursued them as the figures of the two departed. A gaze from the high platform swept across, imbued with a faint, elusive smile. Listening to the confident words of Nagong Chanfeng, Xinyi's exquisite visage displayed a hint of surprise and admiration. She delicately pressed her ruby lips together, nodding with a silent smile. A sight that radiated an innocence and beauty beyond description. Chapter 106. The coffin beneath the temple. Just as I was about to reach the limits of my endurance, a sudden cloud of smoke materialized before me. And to my astonishment, I found myself face to face with a terrestrial immortal in the hospital. My heart instantly felt a measure of relief. Yet, who could have anticipated that this immortal would not only fail to rescue me, but would, in this critical moment, mock me and even add insult to injury? There is a saying, heed not the words of the good, and you shall suffer the consequences. The reason was quite simple. The Golden Crow Holy Palace possessed a far deeper understanding of the Holy Fire Hall than anyone present. The manner and might of the Holy Fire Hall's relics were utterly unfamiliar to them. While the prolonged suppression played a part, it was insufficient to account for the sheer ferocity of the red fire. There must be a deeper reason behind it. I in my domain. I alone hold the authority. The instructor was reluctant to continue the banter, as he found himself easily led astray in conversations, a communication style he detested. Song Ping observed keenly. Precision in shooting was not rare, but the rarity lay in penetrating armor from such a distance. As Gaochang's large contingent entered the valley, the alarm sounded at Jingyang Ridge, and the ground trembled with the report of cannon fire. The mountain-dwelling creatures and red fireworks erupted within the valley, followed by the sound of 2 grenade explosions, an indication of a serious enemy assault. Merely for amusement, this incident became the first weapon of banter between her, Baogu, Kinggu, and Li Yu. The mere mention of it would undoubtedly flush Li Yu's face redder than Guangong's, leaving him speechless. Witnessing Li Yu's embarrassed crimson face, what could better encapsulate the amusement? I can inform you, but you must agree to one condition. Only upon your acceptance will I divulge the method, the elder stated. Upon hearing this, Luo Ping exhibited no surprise. After all, he had previously eradicated the covert forces of the Hehuan Valley within Nangong City and had recently slain disciples from the same valley. Severely wounding Shouji, mind your own business. The lava dragon suddenly erupted from the lake, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Li Tan, stemming from numerous humiliations endured in their past battles. Today, this scoundrel dared to breach the mountain's depths, clearly seeking endless conflict. The foolish dragon had no other talent than to persist in the fight, even with injuries. Moments later, 2 beams of light gradually merged, transforming into a stunning blend of blue and green. In a flurry, Meng cast a resurrection skill upon me, enabling my reluctant revival. My eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty red light. Better to drag someone down as a cushion than to perish alone. Drink. The dragon flame sword Qi was unleashed. Tiao Feng, based on his conjectures, offered an explanation just before entering the Grand Hall, having previously cautioned Kong Ling Er. Although it is a divine beast, it does not possess immortality. Moreover, having recently fused its bloodline, it has yet to mature, merely appearing as insignificant in the eyes of Zhao Xiang. In the tranquil space, a notably loud sound of slurping echoed, causing Su Zhixin, who lay quietly on the stone couch, to slightly flutter his eyelids. Furthermore, if executed skillfully, as demonstrated by the current black-robed mage, The effect appears truly impressive, since all the branches are established in neighboring counties, after deducting transportation and other expenses. The profit at the end of the month is almost negligible. Adding rent into the equation would likely result in a loss, thus necessitating a solution to this predicament. Within the palace, Zhao Xuanning incessantly hurled porcelain and decorative furniture to the ground. Venting her inner fury, boom, Su Yunxian forcefully tossed Yin Zhe to the floor, his gaze icy as he fixed his stare on Yin Lin, a hint of mockery evident in his expression. However, you can still enjoy the other benefits of the Sorcerer Star program, including the card-making formulas and materials provided by the association, should you be unable to participate in other activities and educational resources. I can take the initiative to convert them into cash for you. There is no denying that Brother Zhang is truly exceptional. Even within the confines of a predetermined narrative, the power of his own strength defies the rules binding him to the script. Albeit only slightly, yet it is undeniably remarkable. Chapter 107. On the brink of death, the Earth Immortal continued to urge me anxiously. Yet, the more desperate the Earth Immortal became, the more I felt that something was amiss. Noticing my hesitation, the Earth Immortal began to grow increasingly exasperated. If you do not act as I instruct right now, the consequences of this matter will be dire, far beyond what either of us can bear. Just as I hesitated over whether to heed the Earth Immortal's advice to incinerate this coffin, the second primordial spirit, after digesting a substantial amount of energy with closed eyes, finally opened them again. And with a mighty clap of his hand, the entire demonic ape was reduced to mere ashes. Whoosh! The long spear, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, lunged toward Oka's waist, the attack appearing both cunning and vicious. For unlike the chest, the waist is a broader target, making it challenging to evade with agility. Before she could finish her harsh words, she noticed Zhang Yi turning away and walking into the distance. Her heart suddenly filled with urgency. She bore a prohibition set by a shape-shifting demon at the transformation stage, and without breaking this restriction, she could not move an inch, given her own cultivation level. Attempting to break the prohibition was akin to a fool's errand. When Changning awoke once more, her cultivation had stagnated at the lower tier of the 9th stage. The longevity fruit tree let out a soft sigh, acknowledging that the holy tier was indeed not easily attained. After saying this, the primordial energy within the space ceased to flow into "I understand now. Upon transferring the necessary procedures, you may leave." The police officer wore a haughty expression as he regarded Xiaoming, his eyes flashing with disdain. However, while it appeared he was exerting considerable effort, in reality, it was utterly painless, as Tuatha Li was aware. Yet, her mother's unexpected reaction left her in utter shock. This was not the case. She merely learned of it through the maidservants and guards brought by the Feng residents. As Qi reached this point, a sheen of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Hiss! A violent release of pressure erupted, and the destroyer was expelled from the cargo hold by a powerful gust of wind, tumbling out of the gravity field of the aircraft carrier. A fair maiden awaits. I dare not tarry. A strong scent of peach blossoms wafted through the air, causing Yin Qing to furrow her brow slightly. The initial agreement explicitly stated that the church's obligation was to maintain confidentiality, thus deceiving Qian AI. In a certain sense, was also a means of self-preservation. In a discreet encounter with a figure clad in black, Tatori candidly revealed her intentions, to which the other party readily acquiesced. This competition format evidently aims to heighten the intensity of opposition, rendering the score-based contest more challenging and transcendent, leaving the outcome uncertain until the very end. They are all top-tier experts, fully aware of what Mo Fan signifies. However, in this moment, astonishment was etched upon their faces. Zhao Nanqi found it difficult to fathom how Shimin Kuang could forge a bond with such a lecherous and Qingfeng was not one to dismiss the supernatural. Yet the essence of a river deity remained elusive. Could it be that the great fish and turtles, having gained sentience in the waters, truly received offerings from mortals? Upon her utterance, Zhang Wu hesitated to advance, retreating several paces in fright, for she was with child, and any mishap would be a grave matter. Qin Fan possessed commendable tolerance for alcohol. Consuming this modest amount of beer was akin to drinking water for him. However, Dong Wanru, after a few glasses, was already inebriated, her eyes glazed, and her steps unsteady. Were it not for Qin Fan's support, she might well have collapsed on the roadside before reaching home. The one who seized the Lava Serpent King's lava Xinhuang fruit was none other than the Lava Lion, which had been hiding elsewhere and rushed over upon seeing the fruit ripen. Chapter 108. Trapped again, I was utterly bewildered, glancing up at the time. It was just past 5 in the afternoon. Are you suggesting that after finishing breakfast, I did not leave and instead slept until now? I turned to inquire of my father, dim my mind felt rather. Perhaps I had truly grown weary of listening. The crown prince seized the opportunity while the crown princess wiped her tears and dashed away in a flash. The ice-armored pterosaur, enveloped in a violent cold current, surged directly towards the courtyard of the Paleobiology Research Institute. Its frigid aura coating the tomb guardian in a layer of white frost. Qin Jian, who previously harbored a fear and dislike for dogs, found himself compelled to care for one for the sake of his son, and now had to tend to the dog's wounds. At this moment, someone sought to challenge the will of the underworld's heavenly path, aspiring to become the world's sovereign, and the commotion was bound to be immense. Mulan Xiong's eyes reddened, her lips pressed tightly together as she gripped the edge of the dining table, striving to maintain her composure. After all, even a grenade launcher used by the 8th Route Army classified as heavy artillery. And for someone like Tang Yongquan, who had managed the daily grind of life in a poor household his entire life, he viewed by Hao Qiang's actions as a sheer waste. Qiuqiu's gaze unwaveringly followed the shadow's trajectory. Once it entered combat mode, its disposition transformed from one of affection to an embodiment of fiery energy, a perfect manifestation of its essence. In order, by Hao Qiang cursed under his breath, slamming his fist onto the ammunition box as he issued commands. If an Izo were to be with Gu Qingcheng, even after a divorce, she would no longer belong to him. However, the longer this suppressed fury lingered, the more violently it would erupt when finally unleashed. In typical political strife, one would merely remove an opponent from a position of power without excessive self-serving actions. Yet when it came to Mo Yin, those from Jiuan had resorted to lethal measures. He was not in a hurry to retreat to the bathroom to attend to his daily necessity of bathing. Instead, he retrieved a bottle of exquisite liquor from his safe and poured himself half a glass. Savoring it slowly, the wall that once stood firm now crumbled under the weight of collective disdain, as the territory of the wild chicken clan suddenly became a coveted prize for tribes both near and far. The fate of the wild chicken clan seemed inevitably doomed to extinction. The tribes that had previously suffered at the hands of the wild chicken people were naturally eager to rally in support of the official army. Furthermore, we could advise them from a military perspective. If they did not concentrate their forces but instead dispersed their available strength in both northern and southern directions, exhausting their armored main forces in Basra or getting their troops bogged down here. How could they ever hope to reclaim Abadan? Listening to Qin Feng's inquiry, Xia Yang also set down his teacup, his countenance shifting from frivolity to solemnity. This matter was not at all difficult. In truth, I was merely attempting to intimidate him. Fan Wubbing immediately expressed his stance. As he settled into the pavilion, he busily prepared tea for the guests, attending to them with great care. The Han brothers exchanged glances, for they realized that Lin Yang's demeanor today was far from her usual playful banter by the Qinhuai River. Instead, she radiated genuine joy and sincerity, and even Han Cheng, who was quite familiar with her, seemed to be meeting her anew. She no longer wished to gaze upon the affluent and handsome. Unbeknownst to her, ever since Yun Mu's appearance, her attention had been wholly captivated by him, leaving her with little inclination to attend to class leader Gao. Transformed by dark powers, Wang Hao remained the same valiant hero of the Shenzhou. Yet, in his words and actions, he had shed the shackles of morality, acting solely upon his desires without restraint. Chapter 109. A scene revisited. I pounded on the bathroom door with great fervor, shouting for help, but after quite some time, no one came to my rescue. This was the second time I had found myself locked in here, and in despair, I surveyed my surroundings. If this blood continued to spread at its current pace, I feared I would drown here within mere hours. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, I suddenly heard a faint sound of footsteps approaching, and in a panic, Wu Xianyan, you woke up so early? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed by the bedside, and Yi Xianyan realized that she had slept alongside Su Hanyan the previous night. Why had Ling Tian come to Peng City, beyond assisting in Qi? The primary reason was to seek cultivation resources. The distinction between wealth and poverty is but a thin line, and this line refers to the exceedingly rare underground caverns at present. Sister so-and-so is someone noteworthy. Yet the only one deserving such treatment seems to be Brother Zhang Guorong. He had sacrificed so much for this film, merely wishing to pat his grandfather's shoulder during its airing, exclaiming, "Old man. See, I invested in this military film. What do you think?" Hidden beneath dense foliage, A seemingly unremarkable valley occasionally revealed remnants of crumbling walls amidst the trees, the unfamiliar style hinting at the ruins of a city from an unknown era. Casting a glance around and finding no one in sight, I leaped onto the low wall, using some protruding clumps of earth as footholds to ascend further. The scarlet flame immortal emperor quietly exhaled in relief before gritting his teeth and striding out of the grand hall. His expression dark as he made his way towards the palace where Yin Ryu resided. However, despite the advantage that Yu Qiangong had previously occupied, he did not believe that Yu Qiangong could triumph all the way to victory. This grand formation, known as the primordial 5 elements and 5 Qi Great Array, generates countless sword energies of the 5 elements that can both attack and defend, protect and entrap. In the future, Kong Xian would also comprehend a divine ability from this formation, named the primordial Great 5 Elements Immortal Slaying Sword Qi. A resounding explosion echoed as Yang Tian struck down with his palm, ruthlessly slaying a group of warriors. As Yang Tian became invigorated, he retrieved the holy sword from his storage ring and unleashed the third style of the holy sword in midair, the sword that annihilates the world. The four engaged in a fierce battle in the skies. Feng Qing Feng, a peak tribulation transcending powerhouse, faced 3 opponents single-handedly, showing not the slightest sign of falling behind. Purple light surged toward the heavens, flames soared, and sword light flickered, traversing the battlefield with abandon. The Yuhua Manor and Donghua Palace were once one entity a millennium ago, known as Donghua Palace. However, due to a significant incident, the deputy master of Donghua Palace led a majority of the elders and disciples to defect from the sect and establish Yuhua Manor, asserting their independence. Although the villagers were unaware of what was inside the carriage, upon seeing the outsiders, they rushed forward in unison to block the vehicle. Morong Xian was naturally referring to a mansion, where not only did she possess an alchemical furnace, but everything found in pharmacies and alchemy rooms was also present there. Her favorite pastime was to seclude herself in her chamber, studying these matters. If I couldn't even persuade Tang Wan, then there was no hope of convincing the ghost bodhisattva, and I could only smile wryly and fall silent at this moment. Luo Xinin suddenly came to his senses. Giving himself a hard slap across the face, he shook his head and then moved to embrace He Tian. Chapter 110. 2 stones. After a moment of stunned silence, the Earth Immortal couldn't help but nod repeatedly. I remember what I said. Rest assured, since I promised, I will certainly fulfill it. Once the task is accomplished, I will not let you down. Looking into the Earth Immortal's expectant gaze, I realized he wished for me to immediately incinerate this coffin. However, I took a step back, intending to negotiate. Since you previously mentioned that no, I can't accompany you any longer. If I keep chatting, I will be left incapacitated. Li Haolong shook his head and said, limping toward the exit of the tavern. Xiong Ti lay slanted on the ground, his entire body numb, his voice rendered mute. He listened to the conversation between Tong Muyang and the golden-haired elder, growing increasingly bewildered. Regardless of whether these two were the current era's unparalleled masters, they were undeniably 2 martial experts dealing with the bizarre. Rest assured, with the care of Master Aaron and Mel, she will be fine, and Lot reassured. With a beaming smile, Dilisai supported Yashue, who stood there with her head bowed. From Yashue's somewhat rigid body, Yifeng could distinctly sense that her heart was as tense as his own. As the thunderous roar reverberated throughout the space, all the celestial law enforcers witnessed the meteors falling like a cataclysm. Fear continuously blossoming within their hearts. Leaping over several halls and traversing through the dense bamboo groves, Xiong Ti caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure ahead. However, due to the vast expanse of dense bamboo swaying in the wind, there was no other path, so it was likely that the individual would not venture too far away. At the moment when the demon was about to escape, a mysterious figure within him informed Lung Tian that he would temporarily lend him some of his energy, enabling him to continue his assault on the demon. A prolonged silence was shattered by the voice of the purple silhouette. Li Hai, do you truly believe the words of Wan Shitong? Silence. If you are to act like a dog, you must learn when to refrain from barking. Reed scolded, slightly irritated by Mickey's interruption while he was deeply engrossed in discussion with Regner. The Moon Spirit Queen was still alive. Initially, she sought the secret of corpse refinement from Emperor Jinwu, and Li Qing had promised to assist her in feigning death, subsequently entrusting Ran Bing with her rescue. In a mere moment, however, Shireen could no longer withstand the pressure, and as a shadowless thunderbolt struck Shireen's corporeal form alongside Li Ziming, Shireen was instantly obliterated into nothingness, with even the nascent soul failing to escape. How utterly bizarre! Why could she not see it? Jiang Panpan rubbed her eyes, fearing she had misperceived the scene. Chen Fei recalled that the digivis had been discovered within an egg, implying that its attributes were indeed related to the digital monsters. Lin Xiaojin did not conceal her strength either, nodding in agreement. Nevertheless, since they had already entered, she could only reluctantly accept the reality and began to explore the surroundings. Fantasizing about amassing wealth through modern ideas, Li Wuyo gently nodded, raising his hand to touch a soul enduring torment. Although he had not yet transcended to the God-King realm, the pressure he exuded was catastrophic. Unrivaled by any evil, the serpent-bearers were inevitably ferocious, their fury unmistakably palpable, unable to be concealed. Fang Qinggu, have you gathered all your belongings? Let us ensure nothing is left behind, Ao Shui urged her parents to double-check. Anxious and fearful, her heart raced, and she kept glancing around, feeling as though her footing had vanished. The uneven ground, littered with holes and wild grass, nearly caused her to stumble, her body becoming caked in mud, resembling a monkey that had rolled in the mire. Thus, the cycle continued, the trajectory of the light beam gradually corrected until, at last, it was aimed squarely at Qingtian City. Chapter 111. The helping undead. I was in a state of utter panic, and the sound of the coffin being struck persisted. With a wave of his hand, the Earth Immortal rekindled the candle in my grasp. I intended to rush forward and ignite the coffin. Yet, as I approached, I noticed a talisman drifting out from the coffin's seam. Before I could react, the coffin lid was abruptly lifted into the air, and then it crashed to the ground, shattering into two pieces. The divine physician sighed, aware of Ning Yan's status and identity overseas. Not even the modest Shui family could compare to him, let alone the prominent families from the capital. Son, why not go for a blind date tonight? Zhu Jiangwo said, settling beside his beloved son. Observing the burly man charging towards him, Lin Feng smirked coldly. Evidently, while the man possessed considerable strength, he regrettably lacked intellect. The first boy mentioned was the class monitor, named Lu Yinhai, who had garnered votes from the entire class. Led by UX, and Mi Do was so absorbed in her own speech, passionately articulating her thoughts, that she remained oblivious to the barrage of comments erupting around her. At this moment, Jiang Wu was engulfed in anxiety and fear. Standing before the most powerful man in the vast cold land, that it was impossible for her not to feel trepidation. Despite her apprehension, she had to confront the situation and maintain her composure. The flesh and skin bestowed upon her by her parents were typically not subjected to autopsy, should the cause of death remain elusive. Any dissection would regrettably result in the reparation of the flesh, allowing the deceased to retain a complete body. However, the matter of the wounds inflicted before and after death, as mentioned by Lu Ning, was an area he had not yet explored. Chun Xiao instinctively halted her steps as Lu Ning had already taken Jiang Ji, who had come out to investigate the noise, outside. Initially, Xueqing felt gratitude towards Ning Yan, but now, she gradually came to acknowledge him from the depths of her heart. If Guangqing Yuan's earlier choice had involved the declaration, whoever kills Guangqing Yuan shall be Dong Sanjiang, without knowing Tang Li's prowess, he might have unwittingly dragged Tang Li into a deadly entanglement, leading to either the annihilation of Dong Sanjiang's forces or his own demise. It was conceivable that after dispatching Dong Sanjiang and his men, Tang Li might have seized the opportunity to strike Guangqing Yuan. I am acutely aware of my limitations. I fear that with just 3 more breaths, I may succumb to the pain. Wu Yin meticulously categorized various materials. Feeling as though he had just plundered a sect, the assortment was vast, with both ordinary and rare items haphazardly mixed together. He organized everything he recognized into one storage bag, while the unfamiliar items filled another bag to capacity. No, I refuse to believe that my student would strike someone indiscriminately. There must be a reason behind this, Lin Xiang insisted. The team leader and several close associates even attempted to remove Lu Zuangxin's mask, only to be met with the revelation of a 2-star earthly immortal artifact for self-defense, which nearly caused them to lose control of their bladders in fright. Ling Xiao erupted with a terrifying aura of vital energy, causing the surrounding void to tremble, and a multitude of divine lights erupted forth, shaking the heavens violently in an instant. What should I do? Su Tian steadied his mind, realizing he needed more time to acclimate to his newly attained realm of cultivation. I cannot believe it. I must hear it from her own lips. Otherwise, I shall not trust what anyone else says, Siebin declared, storming out without regard for the consequences. Yet, Yang Hao advised her against such actions, as they bore little significance. The concept of hunger marketing was not about starving fans, but rather creating a sense of possibility amidst uncertainty. As the words of the 5-star rating faded, A vast expanse of golden light mist suddenly erupted behind her. The youth felt as though his hands were grasping two blazing flames. Yet this intense heat did not inflict any sensation of burning pain. However, Lin Shen would not allow them to depart easily. He desired to inquire about the events of the previous night. Ultimately, Lin Shen managed to detain them, ushering them inside. Chapter 112. The eerie female driver. If a living dead were to lunge at me, this stone would be my last lifeline. However, the living dead did not pursue. Instead, it stood still, gazing at the earthly immortal that I had initially thought the earthly immortal intended to subdue the living dead. But to my astonishment, the latter knelt before the earthly immortal with a thud. Observing this peculiar scene before me, I was taken aback yet continued to watch intently. Did I find myself in a state of melancholy? Having just engaged in boastful banter with Ji Guogua, the thought of losing leaves me wondering where I might hide my face. Without hesitation, Xiao Yun strode forward, the compass illuminating the surroundings. Yet, before we could discern what lay within, a chilling breeze swept through, stirring up the dust from the beams above and the ground below, causing Yang Shu to cough uncontrollably. And a massive feline beast raced along the hillside, upon whose back lounged a young man clad in black. "Pray tell, who might this noble gentleman be?" inquired Zhao Dogwan with a polite cough, his demeanor amiable. Upon departing from Dangkong City, Jiang Han, with the assistance of UCC, had managed to identify all individuals from the Divine Wind camp, among whom were certainly puppets, some deeply entrenched and irredeemable, whom Jiang Han dealt with decisively. The crowd, filled with indignation, vehemently denounced Li Rulan and her associates, their words flying forth with fervor, just as Lin Huixing rushed in, flustered and anxious. Meanwhile, Li Rulan lay on the ground, bruised and battered, curled up in a ball, moaning softly, devoid of her former authority. Chu Xian spoke with conviction, and Shen Xiao was willing to entertain the notion that he truly had hired a nutritionist. Otherwise, such a statement was beyond the imaginative capacity of a straightforward man like him. Yi Yuan conversed with Jiang Yanran for a while, imparting some important matters to heed before concluding the call. However, this only served to pique the emperor's curiosity further. She had become particularly sensitive to the supernatural and vengeful spirits of late. Additionally, there were items such as sharp-toothed wild boar legs, coyote fangs, and black diamond snake scales, with each category boasting a varying quantity. In contrast, encountering orc warriors on human territory was not uncommon, yet elves were virtually unseen. Thus, upon first encountering the legendary elves, Rosen could hardly contain his composure, captivated not only by their beauty but also bewildered by the presence of elves in a human city. Yet, since you wish to kill me and threaten the Songlong group, your fate is sealed, Yi Qinghan remarked, nodding slightly at the visibly relieved elder leader, before shifting her gaze to Zheng Shengli, speaking with a calm demeanor. The situation regarding Yili drew the attention of those around. Although the peculiarities on the stage had vanished, many powerful figures remained, and upon witnessing this scene, an unusual light glimmered in nearly all their eyes. "The invitation is meant for guests. You are family. Come and go as you please." "What need have you for an invitation?" Wan Ling said sharply. When Elder Yun made his statement, the expressions of Lei Gong and others below shifted noticeably, their gazes growing colder. It appeared that Elder Yun had come prepared this time. "This matter will be resolved. There is no need for undue concern," Fu Ling declared, lifting her head to spot Zhou Qi approaching. The scene remained reminiscent of a meteor descending, and Kong Riguang, having learned from prior experience, took the opportunity to appreciate the magnificent landscapes of the continent below, even though such distant views offered little clarity. Chapter 113. The patient climbing through the window. Yet, it is quite late now. Why did you not announce your arrival? I am subtly expressing my dissatisfaction. Upon hearing my words, Xiaoting's expression immediately fell. She even pouted in a somewhat aggrieved manner and asked, "Why must you speak to me like that? Do you find me distasteful?" Observing the pitiable visage of Xiaoting, the hour was precisely marked, and the sun had taken on a rosy hue. Bai Hanyan sat by the window, flinging it wide open to allow the brisk wind to caress her increasingly frail face. Her eyes lost in contemplation of the sun, as if her thoughts had drifted to an unknown realm. Gazing at the resplendent, mist-enshrouded water deity hall, Xuantoa and Makuan exhibited little discomposure. The entire estate's aesthetic leaned towards classical Greek motifs, featuring peculiar mazes, inexplicable flamingo sculptures, and clusters of vibrant red flowers whose names eluded her, resembling a vast sea of flames. "Miss, The tea has grown cold. Allow me to pour you some hot tea," said Gidge. Chun Jiao also perceived the unease in Ji Wanrong's demeanor, yet was at a loss for words. Even in her state of hazy consciousness, Bai Hanyin could sense the chill as a gust of cool air relentlessly invaded her neck. An inexplicable cold that emanated from the depths of her being. After a struggle, she managed to suppress her cough, lifting her gaze to meet Shangjing Us, only to find Yi Qingyan also looking at her. Jin Siqing cast her a glance, suddenly feeling irritable, particularly when she mentioned her hunger, causing his body to tense. After cautiously besieging for approximately 5 days, Mill had depleted a significant portion of Lin Huaqio's forces. Noticing the prolonged lack of reinforcements for Lin Huaqio's army, Mill led his well-rested rear guard into a fierce assault, breaking through the Guidu defensive line, and reached the protective barrier of Guidu in just 1 day. Unable to contain themselves, all the sailors clenched their fists tightly, bowing their heads in shame. Their naval identity, which once filled them with pride, now brought them immense humiliation. Although Liang Dehai was a self-serving individual, he still heeded the words of Maposi. For 50 miles around, a gray haze enveloped everything, rendering visibility nearly impossible. After Kumabai descended, he remarked that it was only then that Qingyu recalled she had fire sticks in her clothing. Upon seeing Lu Ping sitting in silence, she wished to inquire about something but was unsure how to begin. "Young master, come look at this." Bai Yuechan suddenly pointed to an icy blue ring adorning the finger of a skeleton. "I have heard that Xiao Long possesses considerable strength. I shall meet this king of the underworld in Jinghai City tomorrow," Feng Shishan said, his eyes glinting with coldness, enunciating each word with precision. "What kind of physique do I possess, Liang Luzhu? You cannot speak with a disregard for your conscience. Is my physique not sufficient to satisfy you?" Wu Qi was equally incensed, while he was indifferent to other matters. Her doubt regarding his physique felt like a personal affront. Amidst their conversation, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly pierced the air, even drowning out the thunderous roars. Suddenly, He Qingchuan produced his identification badge, and after reviewing a new message within, addressed Li Yang and Tong Jingyuan that he repeatedly cautioned Yin Shirxiu, feeling the need to fill the silence. As she looked at Yin Junjia and felt a pang of sorrow that a gust of wind swept through, rustling the pines. Deep within the ancient pines, the once white clouds swiftly turned dark, as if a deluge of tears was on the verge of cascading down from the heavens. This year has been particularly frigid, and the weather forecast predicts snowfall. As when Jing ventured out from home, she found no signs of snow. The family first proceeded to the restaurant they had reserved for a meal, followed by a visit to the cinema to watch a film. In a world cloaked in a deathly white, a solitary red flower stood out starkly, entirely detached from the surrounding universe. Chapter 114. The ward is unkempt this time. The sound was not only palpable, but seemed to draw nearer. Startled, I lost my balance and plopped down onto the stairs. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted before me. A man clad in a hospital gown approached, chuckling, and assisted me to my feet. It was then that I clearly discerned. When Su Koyu spoke, his gaze did not even glance at Kai Huadao. The situation seemed to imply that Kai Huadao had misspoken, and Su Koyu exhibited a disinclination to engage, observing the triumphant expression of the black tower bear and the aggressive demeanor of the ring-eyed leopard demon. Qi Yubai felt a sense of despondence. Ultimately, Lei Jun had spared him embarrassment. After all, he was also his captain, and if he were to be humiliated, it would reflect poorly on himself, perhaps aware that prolonging their standoff would yield no results. Both parties wisely relinquished their hold, allowing Yi Xiao to seize the initiative without hesitation. No, let us check the restroom, just in case it's urgently needed. I fear I might not find it. Lu Fan resumed his seat without reaching for the chopsticks. Since they were gambling on stones, it was inevitable to place a wager. Otherwise, some individuals would never learn from their losses, the elder of Shudian remarked, with veiled implication. Besides that, there were also Shirtu and several others who would timely render assistance in perilous situations. He meticulously observed the daily changes and finally discerned a trace of if he could remain out of sight after leaving the group during daylight for the duration of half a stick of incense. Though not lengthy, it provided him a moment for deduction. Absolute zero. Before Lu Fan and the others loomed a more formidable challenge, as they had unconsciously found themselves encircled by a hard layer of ice crystals. The chilling frost advancing with grace. This individual was none other than Loki, the malevolent god hailing from the divine realm of Asgard, now the king of Asgard and brother to Thor, the god of thunder. Ani was sent flying, his feet dragging deep marks into the ground. the intense friction stripping away flesh to reveal bones as pristine as jade. Not only him, but Huaxiao had also long noticed Li Zhu and met the mischievous gaze of the scorpion. Yet, he turned away, feigning ignorance, treating them as strangers. Of course, Lu Lin had to maintain appearances to avoid accusations of favoritism. Thus both of us were summoned to the office for a reprimand as the insect eggs were entirely consumed. They began to turn on one another, ultimately leaving approximately 2,000 plump caterpillars, each spinning silk to form cocoons and entering a pupation state. You are doomed at I Shui's voice buzzed like a mosquito, her body gradually succumbing to Xing Tian's increasingly explicit words and actions. Liu Xiangyi chuckled, disinterested in debating with Nian Nian about the extent of Zhou Sen's sacrifices for her. She was well aware of it. However, if Xing Tian were to erupt in fury, could we still offer an explanation? Our intentions were for the peace of the continent, and besides, how could we have known that the seventh star instrument resided with Xing Tian? Another frail old man presumptuously remarked. Having witnessed the multitude, Yuan Yao had come to understand the sheer brilliance of true top-tier talents. Now, with his enforced task of guarding Shouchuan yet unfulfilled, he naturally refrained from acting rashly. For should Shouchuan fall, his fate would be sealed. By the way, can the Blood Clan control monsters through initial embraces on the airplane? Li Wu's eyes suddenly sparkled with inquiry. Chapter 115. Indeed, there are mysteries. I was taken aback. How did you know my name? Huang Yu chuckled, gesturing toward the outside. Isn't your name posted on the wall? So that was it. It startled me. I awkwardly chuckled a couple of times. Soon, the duty room fell into an oppressive silence. The atmosphere exceedingly awkward. Yet, 5 years later, he reappeared in this place. But the river had long since transformed, leaving only a framework, devoid of a single drop of water. It seemed that the cataclysmic battle of your had indeed been earth-shattering. And the dramatic changes to Lianhua Mountain had irrevocably altered this river. Take medicine? What kind of medicine? Hua Xiangrong stared at the murky concoction, her complexion turning decidedly unpleasant. Wasn't detoxification supposed to be as simple as a single pill? Why was she being forced to consume such a repulsive substance? Hua Xiangrong harbored deep suspicions that Lin Yuming was deliberately setting her up. Wei Jiuxiao's lips twitched slightly as he stepped forward to the bath. Seemingly intent on grasping Yu Miao Miao in the water, the phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, Zhang Donghai found an unfamiliar number. Julie anxiously inquired, "What on earth is happening? Is this a case of poisoning?" Zhang Donghai took 2 quick sips. "Then let us search. But Ming'er, do not stray too far from me. I am not adept at dealing with blood demons, and merely providing them with a gap to exploit would be insufficient." Han Fei expressed his concern. "All right. I will grant you both an opportunity shortly. Let us join forces," Xiao Yunfei remarked nonchalantly, asserting that as long as they were not masters, no matter how many of them there were, they would merely be vegetables, differing only in the manner of their dispatch. Li Zhu nodded, refraining from further inquiries, though her heart remained heavy with unease. However, observing Tong Shuang's confident demeanor, she felt it inappropriate to press further. "If I were to absorb these star cores, you two would likely be no more significant than ants," Lin Ming stated coolly. What she had just said made him believe that rumors could be silenced by the wise. He doubted that the Queen of Shieling would lose all her memories to this moment. Upon seeing Han, she tightly bound by ropes not far from Xia Sun. The 5 who had rushed to this spot visibly trembled. Meanwhile, a nearby waiter promptly brought 2 steaming cups of blue beverages, placing them before Lin Ming, and Mis Yunwan furrowed her brows, slightly raising her gaze to the man across from her. "This sounds rather sour?" Not only this remark, but his tone moments ago also carried an unmistakable acidity. I asked this man jealous. Why? Seeing Wan Gu's nearly uncontrollable emotions, Nangong Luojing felt a stirring in her heart. She reached into her sleeve to retrieve a handkerchief and offered it to Wan Gu. She was unaware of the events that had transpired in recent days, but she could not bear to witness Wan Gu in such a state of heartbreak. This moment, Zeus has lost the vigorous spirit of his former days. Although he still appears tall and imposing, his face bears several grotesque scars, suggesting that he has endured torment in the court of judgment. Chapter 116. The little brat in the hospital room. I could not afford a moment's respite and had to continue running forward. The female ghost was already in close pursuit, drawing nearer with each passing second. In my panic, I accidentally dropped the stone from my hand as I bent down to retrieve it. I rushed too hastily and inadvertently kicked the fallen stone, sending it rolling into the adjacent drainage ditch. Amidst the chaos, I intended to pick it up, But at that moment, a chilling wind began to swirl. The tumultuous sea crashed against the shore, waves soaring several meters high. While the whisper of the wind in the darkness resembled the final whimpers of a wild beast, tragic yet defiant, the captain remarked, "If there are no issues, I shall not interrupt your work. You know how to reach me." Qin Shueshan, speaking as she gathered her bag, pulled me out of the office, her thoughts seeming remarkably advanced. Nonetheless, I found it delightful, haha. The upcoming mercenary convention is being secured by one of the three major mercenary factions. The Blood Battle Mercenary Corps, which has established countless checkpoints throughout the vicinity. With her arms tightly wrapped around the soft form in her embrace, Li Muzi's beautiful chest pressed firmly against Lin Songhai's body. In a swift motion, a powerful punch was unleashed, sending a surge of combat energy crashing against Su Feng's chest. This time, not only did he remain standing, but he also managed to shield himself with his hand, dissipating the full force of the energy. However, this map was not complete. It resembled merely a fragment of a larger whole. Originally, Su Feng had paid little heed to these gemstones and was at a loss as to how to proceed. Thus he felt no particular concern. The so-called transcendental and forbidden powers, in the eyes of Xiao Feng, were even less than insignificant insects. A single glance or thought could instantly obliterate countless foes. Shen Tianxuan raised an eyebrow, astonished by her father's eloquence, nearly swaying her to his perspective. As for Yu Biyun, she found herself torn between the desire to cling to this rare opportunity of bearing a child and the torment inflicted by this demonic fetus. Truly enduring great suffering. Cheng Liping nodded, remaining silent. After having breakfast in the city bureau's cafeteria, Cheng Liping called his mother to inform her that an old friend had come to Liqing, and he would accompany him for a couple of days. Cheng Liping gazed at the ceiling, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. The bowl of stir-fried rice noodles remained untouched on the table until the following morning. He Qishuang felt like crying without tears. What sort of senior brother was this? To stab her in the back was infuriating. Meanwhile, Du Jingtang felt that her lengthy explanations had been in vain, as if she were playing the lute to a cow, and her legs had gone numb from squatting. Bailey, she was taken aback, glancing at Xiao Li, who was gazing at him with a faint smile, her calm and unruffled expression making him feel as though she could see right through him. Previously, she had relied on her connections with Lu Zish, and even now, she was still recognized instantly by his subordinates upon her arrival, granted passage without question. As for the others, it is a meticulous process of layers upon layers of scrutiny. With an exceedingly rigorous examination, Lu Sueki seemed to feel a sense of awkwardness in her presence. Thus she took the initiative to propose assisting Tang Runan in controlling the Zixiao spaceship. Li Jun nodded in agreement, fortunate that He Qiao possessed a pleasant disposition, and He Cheng and Zhang Lian were not overly talkative. Being practical and capable individuals, it was permissible to give a little more. She bestowed upon Gu Qinyi one final vestige of trust, hoping that this time, he would not betray her again. Chapter 117. You are right. Fortunately, I remembered the position where the stone had fallen. I leaned over the edge of the pool, extending my hand, and after a prolonged search, I indeed felt the stone. I grasped it tightly in my palm and lifted my arm. However, as soon as the stone was clutched in my hand, an unexpected chill swept over me from behind. Casting a sidelong glance, I perceived a fleeting shadow passing behind me. Yet, when I abruptly turned around, I found, unbeknownst to them, this action had irrevocably unleashed the colossal ape, which had been straining to restrain itself. Upon witnessing a cascade of bananas fall beyond the protective barrier, it ceased all movements. Youth, does it not embody a more vibrant existence? Perhaps that is why they are capable of overcoming seasoned warriors. Yet Yin Qin remained oblivious to the turmoil within his heart. All she knew was that he had betrayed her trust, exonerating Xinjun when a letter brimming with genuine emotion rests in your hand. The sincerity woven through its lines allows Chu Shu to perceive the expressions that Anwan could not articulate with words. Indeed, her lips were too clumsy to speak, but her actions bore testament to the irreplaceable friendship she held for Chu Shu. Lin Meng felt exceedingly unfortunate. Had this commotion not condemned her to remain here all day, she tiptoed to retrieve the swimsuit he had hidden atop the wardrobe, but upon failing to reach it, she leaped to grasp it. Jiang Zia felt a deep sense of grievance. This was the elixir given by the Antarctic immortal, with no relation to any demonic arts. She seemed to suffer from a fever that eluded detection by the thermometer, sometimes severe enough to cloud her vision. Yet the thermometer readings remained nearly normal. That it appeared his intentions were clear, aimed at engaging in ranged combat, as this location was unsuitable for cavalry assaults. He had not brought any, instead directing the infantry to serve as shields at the forefront. Generally, concubines serving beside Fu Mayuan, having garnered the favor of both the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, would likely find themselves floating on air. Wei Limu let out a heavy hum, cherishing the delicate. Today, he had summoned her for revenge, truly unaware of how to write the characters for cherishing the delicate. The latter raised an eyebrow, shifting from sitting on the edge of the bed to occupying a chair under Ji Qing's seemingly smiling, yet discontented gaze. Tang Feng lounged with his legs crossed, leisurely savoring jasmine tea while discreetly observing the entrance. Previously, 5 batches of guests had entered the hall, yet it appeared that few lingered, all calling out to be led into private rooms. He felt a tinge of confusion. He distinctly recalled returning to the Qianzheng Hall after the palace banquet concluded last night, yet upon awakening this morning, he found himself in the sleeping quarters of the Jinhua Hall. Upon his return, Yinfeng discovered that the old man had vanished without a trace. After stowing away the desolate tripod, he resumed his journey, once again retrieving the 2 array stones, which he held tightly in his grasp. As he sped towards the northwest, inside the hall, Gong Lin Su, alone, flipped the bamboo tube, causing another half-broken chopstick to slip from it and into his palm. Regardless of which stick Yanli drew, or the order in which he took them, he would invariably select the broken one. Although Song Yuan's defeat left all the observing disciples in shock, it did not deter them. Rather, it intensified their desire for combat. Chapter 118. The essence of reality. As my vision gradually cleared, the scene before me began to shift. I was utterly astonished, yet the door remained resolutely shut. In a moment of distraction, I found myself turning foes into friends. Why have we received no news from our nation? This must be your scheme, is it not? Nangong Yi, fully aware that everything Nangong Yi had stated was indeed true, deliberately misinterpreted his words. For the news regarding the North Cloud Kingdom's reconciliation with the South Spirit Kingdom was unknown to others. Why were they so intent on tearing them apart? He needed no love beyond that of Inu. Why could no one comprehend his plight? A courteous smile graced his lips, yet his eagle-like gaze was chillingly indifferent, the smile failing to reach his eyes. Feng Lin, noticing the subtle sadness in her eyes, felt a pang in his heart, suppressing his sharp sarcasm and adopting a solemn demeanor. If this continues, will there be anything left for us to discuss? A wave of restrained helplessness and sorrow weighed heavily upon his chest, his lashes slightly lowering as he refrained from meeting her gaze. Forcing himself to stifle the shock within, Yingxue furtively glanced at Bai Yi, her fists clenched tightly, for she had perceived the same astonishment reflected in his cold eyes. Simultaneously, 2 thunderous roars erupted, as the dragon's breath incinerated the sand in the air, compelling everyone to gaze skyward, captivated by the writhing, soaring dragon, evoking a profound sense of reverence from the depths of their hearts. However, some beasts did perish at the hands of those within the divine hall, though they constituted but a mere fraction. Brother Tang, your words hold merit. Lu Zhanyan, after all, has yet to ascend to power. Humph, even if I were to usurp Lu Zilong's share, what could he possibly do to me? At worst, I could return him a trifle of goodwill in the future. Wang Longyin chuckled heartily. Tang Baobao rushed towards her, exclaiming, Mummy, I'm fine. He instinctively reassured her, knowing she was worried for him. He maneuvered the keyboard with his left hand to control the left map, while his right hand directed the right map, as if engaged in a game of pursuit and evasion. Yet, despite her grasping at her collar, the shallow V-neck could not conceal the obvious marks on her delicate neck. Yi Qing's movements halted abruptly, as she questioned her own hearing, raising her head in disbelief to find Gao Yu, whose face radiated warmth and affection, prompting her to unconditionally trust that his earlier words bore no semblance of falsehood. Thus, a week passed, long enough for Xian Luo to forget the existence of Lu Qinghao, believing he was merely stringing her along. When he finally received the letter from the Lu family from the tailor who had come to measure him, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Is that so? Then you shall remain here and wait until tomorrow's appraisal results are revealed. We shall converse then. Gong Ting uttered coldly. The notion of feigned capture, akin to Jiang Taigong fishing, implies that one must first possess composure. Do you understand the essence of aloofness? Lung Yuchen personally demonstrated what it means to embody such detachment. Bai Lu, your repeated deceptions towards your master. What is your true intention? Gu Yu's final roar resonated like thunder on a clear day, striking Bai Lu with unrestrained fury. During the 7 days of waiting, he forged strong friendships with the 7 refugees sharing his quarters. Hailing from the nations of Zhao, Yi, and Yun, eventually, he became particularly close with Fong Can, a compatriot from Yun. Although his existence in this realm would ultimately fade upon the completion of the Blood Cloud Pillar, the opportunity to ignite such fervor in battle was indeed worth the endeavor. Chapter 119. Am I engaged? As he traversed this path, he arrived at the entrance of the community, where the surrounding scenery felt extraordinarily vivid. He even took a moment to touch the flowers and grasses along the way. Finding nothing amiss, Tio further validate his experience. Upon exiting the community, he entered a nearby convenience store, selected a few snacks, and when it came time to pay, he deliberately shook hands with the proprietor. The proprietor's hand was warm, and the sensation was remarkably genuine, leaving the owner in a state of astonishment at this moment. Luo Qi felt utterly exhausted. Despite having only opened 5 acupoints, he had expended a significant portion of his internal energy. He was uncertain whether the remaining energy would suffice. What would happen if it proved insufficient? However, the sight of Dai Yunyu supporting her face stirred a flicker of irritation within Yifeng, prompting him to rise once more amidst her startled cries. This arrogant fox had revealed her true form. I can no longer hide my own prowess. Upon seeing the 9-tailed fox, Longmo's lips curled into a smirk, as the dragon crystal within him quivered, causing his form to elongate and thicken. Cloaked in dark dragon scales, naturally, the guards were no match for an elite assassin like Regner. Within a mere 10 minutes, the 2 guards beside Salong and the 4 patrolling sentinels were thoroughly dispatched by him. The more elusive the prey, and the greater the risk of escape even after a successful capture, the more it ignites a man's desire for conquest. Su Lanxiang nodded, contemplating whether to present a gift to her teacher. Regardless, her concern for Beibei was evident, and the gifts she had bestowed were not in vain. Meanwhile, Bing Ning, gritting her teeth, darted towards the void, gazing at Yifeng and the opposing warrior from a distance. Yet she too dared not approach too closely. As the surroundings gradually returned to tranquility, Xiong Ti relaxed upon observing the valley's banks, noting no further anomalies, but suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Tang Xiao perceptively sensed that Cheng Lai's mother seemed somewhat disappointed in her, or perhaps it could be more accurately described as disfavor. Although Ding Yu had also reached half-step divine realm and mastered the 3,000 avatars technique to great extent, his proficiency paled in comparison to that of its originator, the mystical Taoist. Wei Er asserted confidently, promptly moving all her belongings into the palace, taking residence in the imperial hospital, and Shizai decreed that all imperial physicians would henceforth heed Wei Er's command. As they were to find a method to cure Lan Mo, he gazed at her with a sense of achievement as he observed her nervousness, her flustered demeanor, and her transformation into what he perceived as a fool. Lin Wei felt a twinge of annoyance. Due to Su Bei's silence, her heart inexplicably tightened. Could it be that Su Bei did not desire children? After a considerable pause, Amu sprang up from the ground. The room was dimly lit, yet sufficiently bright for Amu to seek out his target. That a knife is a deadly weapon, and bloodshed is an ominous sign. Furthermore, the very fate that brought him here was intertwined with the cursed blade, leading Ding Yu to conclude almost instantaneously that his venture into the chaotic paradise would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. He decisively exchanged 3 coins for a can of beer with a low alcohol content, yet potent enough to induce intoxication. What now, Stinky and Ichio? With the skilled ones gone, do you still dare to snatch an easy? Lan Mo queried with a harsh tone. Cousin, it's all right. I believe they will forgive you. Now, let me take you for treatment, she said, pulling Han Xiaoxin away. Chapter 120. A harmonious scene. Can I rescind the agreement? I feel our relationship has not yet reached the stage of discussing marriage. No sooner had my words escaped my lips than my mother swiftly covered my mouth. This child, what nonsensical things are you saying day by day? After being engaged, you're already talking about marriage. Spouting such nonsense. The night demon's body stiffened, frozen in a pose as if to wave, yet its head drooped. Lang Chen flicked the short stick in his hand, causing sharp spikes to extend 10 centimeters from either end, aiming them at the head of another night demon that was poised to enter through the window. The two turned their attention back to the magical screen, and it wasn't long before a new figure materialized upon it. The darkening and ferocity of Zack, Toby's immense magical power and self-healing abilities, Dai Pei's possession and ancient techniques, Diaz's bloodline secrets, and Cat King's void claw. Analyzing the sources of these powers was not urgent. It sufficed to preserve the samples for gradual examination at a later time, or perhaps a master from the Mofa world, under extraordinarily coincidental circumstances, traversed into another realm and took on disciples from that world as successors. In the blissful early days of their marriage, Lu Yu and Ting Wan were deeply enamored with one another, yet this also left Lu Yu little time to focus on his studies and pursue an official career, which in turn sparked discontent in Lu Mu. Lin Shun, have you become resolute yet? Mo Jianwei asked, leisurely pouring a generous mouthful from the bottle. In a mere 20 minutes, nearly 200 local survivors in the courtyard were almost entirely bitten to death by zombies. Nobody anticipated that the camp they had painstakingly managed over the months would be breached from within. Fortunately, the outer perimeter, secured by an iron gate, had not succumbed to an immediate zombie onslaught. The surrounding students, upon hearing this term of address, mused to themselves about the elderly gentleman who, despite his advanced age, still endeavored to adopt such playful nomenclature. The terrain of this area had been thoroughly explored over several weeks, and the whereabouts of various facilities were well understood. Anyone venturing out would carry a rudimentary map. Parking the vehicle within the building, concealing it, and locking it up generally ensured it would not be discovered by other survivors. However, such matters were inherently difficult to articulate. Denying the existence of something would be absurd, yet acknowledging it felt somewhat unsatisfactory. At the moment of intense collision, the tension in the jaw momentarily slackened, causing the ancient ingot knife to bounce and descend, its sharp blade aimed directly at Sun Jian's body. However, in the next instant, Sun Jian had already risen, gripping the hilt of the sword, and with a diagonal slash, he cleaved an arrow in two, which fell to the ground, exhausted. Meanwhile, Lei Ming, accompanied by two others, ascended to the rear, assisting the injured soldiers onto the helicopter from above. As he spoke, Fu Shi deftly flipped his hand, sending the heavy sword flying towards De Pang, who immediately understood, leaping to catch the sword and twirling it in his grasp, a smile involuntarily spreading across his lips. This stick was rather challenging to locate. It needed to be sharp yet slender, facilitating the piercing of serpents. The village chief glanced around, surveying the underbrush, seeking something suitable for ensnaring snakes. Although Gan Ning was impetuous, he possessed a meticulous nature. Not underestimating the situation, especially within Cao Cao's prime ministerial estate. However, while lethal strikes were unattainable, merely inflicting severe injury upon Lu Jin, incapacitating him for half a year, would suffice to achieve his objective. Yet, after a brief moment, although Xiaofeng's body had restored impeccably, her breath had yet to return, signifying that she remained a lifeless being. Gazing at the three shadow insects in his hand, Fu Shi realized this was no mere coincidence, and a possibility began to surface in his mind. Chapter 121, Number 13 Psychiatric Hospital. Yet today, not only were my parents present, but also Xiao Ting and Xiao Xian, which enveloped me in an exceptionally warm family reunion atmosphere. Before me, if it doesn't matter, then all is well. As before, I shall assist you in whatever you need, Shi Wuxie declared. As evening approached, the group from the demon class had amassed nearly 300 magic crystals. Despite Yun Yi's awareness that she should distance herself from Fei Mo, fearing that her presence might cast an unfavorable shadow upon him in broad daylight, suddenly, a car behind honked, startling Luo Yu, who quickly turned her head to see the green light and resumed driving. Within a secluded courtyard, in one of the rooms, a man clad in a white coat meticulously examined freshly developed CT scans under bright light. Boss, how about we beseech Miss Yi? If she consents and allows the esteemed emperor to bring the disciples of the imperial palace, the Miao tribe will be saved, Elder Miao anxiously suggested. This is not Tianhua Palace, replied Di Juyin calmly, as he sat down at the stone table, reflecting that rebuilding what had been destroyed only served to amplify the regrets of the past. Luo Yunqi furrowed her brow, feeling the oppressive weight of the celestial laws, which rendered her uncomfortable and hindered her strength. Yun Yi furrowed her brow, listening to Gao Wanjing recounting what Situze had said. Even as Wanjing did not deliberately conceal the romantic words uttered by Situze, as the two strolled leisurely, Qin Zhenyan suddenly halted, grasping Su Limu's arm and pushing open the door beside them. However, before he could comprehend the situation, a forceful impact struck the back of his head, causing him to stagger and his vision to darken momentarily. The following morning, enemy troops led thousands of warhorses to the riverbank to drink and wash. Pang Tong personally rowed to the river, with Shui Yu trailing closely behind. Seated at her vanity, Ling Xie drew open the drawer and retrieved a jewelry box, revealing its contents that a necklace string lay severed, while a bullet necklace, tied by her hand, rested peacefully within. The wind brushed by, leaving no trace, immune to the awakening wounds of ash, as dark, fiery arrows rained down upon Li Yunzi, who, confident of his impending victory, made his move. In a fleeting moment, he appeared before Li Yunzi, intent on delivering a fatal blow amidst the downpour of arrows. The old marquis, intrigued, carried his obedient grandson, mingling with the common folk, joining them in the frenzy of acquisition, snatching up items such as the Zhang family's renowned sausages and Li's signature roast chicken. He Lao San was fortunate, had he not been the first to reach out, and with their past collaborations in a previous life, it was uncertain whether Li Yunzi would have chosen to ally with him this time. And her expression, far from one of fear of missteps, clearly revealed her eagerness to provoke some action as she observed the scene before her, letting out a silent sigh on behalf of her son-in-law. Annihilate the barbaric foes, seek a title of nobility, kill, kill, kill. 3,000 spears were raised high, and the faces of the 3,000 soldiers of the Tiansu army were alight with excitement and fervor. Their fighting spirits surged ever higher, echoing through the heavens. Chapter 122. Awakening consciousness. Gazing at the hospital before me, an unprecedented sense of familiarity washed over me. I distinctly recalled having visited this place before. Just as I prepared to delve deeper into my thoughts, a searing pain radiated through my head. I clutched my temples and sank to the ground. Sharp sounds pierced my ears, and everything around me blurred. As I felt myself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, the sensation gripped me, as though my memories were gradually resurfacing. Staring at the large characters on the plaque, Zhang Tianyang felt a twinge of recognition, and upon closer inspection, he nearly gasped in astonishment. The phantoms behind the three shopkeepers swiftly merged into their bodies, only to be followed by a cacophony of cracking bones echoing like exploding beans. The entire palace stood tall against the sky, crowned by a colossal purple sun, dazzling and resplendent, exuding an overwhelming aura that struck a profound visual impact. Upon hearing those words, a realization dawned upon me. It seemed we had indeed arrived a moment too late. Hongming and the others had truly come. Had Yang Tian lost his sanity? Witnessing the storm of lightning enveloping Yang Tian being consumed, many felt a shiver run down their spines. Would his body explode under the tumultuous onslaught of tribulations? The aquatic grasses swayed gently as the old man, who had appeared so ethereal just the previous night, crawled out in a disheveled state. He was indeed crawling, as he seemed to have sustained severe injuries. Yu Luo dashed between Hua Turbo and Hai Li, grasping one in each hand as they sprinted toward the lakeside, leaving a cloud of dust that choked the air and caused the painting-like scenery to cough incessantly. Dealing with a deranged, ordinary person was challenging enough, let alone a martial sage of unparalleled prowess. He had already departed. The silence on the other end of the phone lingered for a considerable time before a single sentence finally broke through. It must be said that Qin Fengyi was well versed in the subtleties of political discourse. His words evoked a flurry of speculation, suggesting the tacit approval of the great emperor. If the great emperor harbored intentions toward establishing the Southern King, or, given his previous favoritism towards the Southern King, were to suddenly lose his senses and permit the Southern barbarians to forge their own weapons, it would not be entirely implausible. When would this transpire? The stars, indifferent to their surroundings, gazed upon the slowly vanishing meadow and remarked, if this languid disappearance continues, who knows when it will finally fade away. Sun Suha recalled that his mind was solely preoccupied with the thought of impending punishment. Yet in this moment, he found himself reflecting on a childhood memory, experiencing an entirely different sentiment and understanding. Then, what do you suggest we do? Lord Lihua exclaimed, breaking free from Sun Sua's grasp, his face a portrait of anxiety and indecision. The homeroom teachers of each class were seated around the table, while the principal stood silently by the window, hands clasped behind his back. Behind him lay a sprawling darkness, with only a solitary street lamp illuminating the lush thicket, casting a dim and scattered light upon him, rendering his silhouette increasingly obscure. Fear not, fear not. Once we finish our candy and recharge, we shall find the Lord, Sun Suha reassured hurriedly. This was a unique green fruit of the Lanling tribe, ripening only once every decade, not only delectable, but also possessing the ability to refresh the mind and spirit. Please, do not hesitate. Indulge yourselves, he added, promptly plucking a vibrant red fruit and biting off half of it. I salute the esteemed young master. Guan Anji and Daoist Xian Zhang, having recognized Zheng Kazang's identity, hastily stepped forward to pay their respects. However, at this moment, these immensely powerful cultivators found themselves utterly powerless before the unparalleled ferocity of a monstrous beast. With a mere inhalation, the beast drew them into its maw, transforming them into vengeful spirits. Chapter 123. The false father. This creature resembled a diminutive giant, stark naked, its skin a shade of brown adorned with numerous scars. Reminiscent of a charred corpse, as I gazed upwards from its feet, I was struck by the sight of its head, whose surface was similarly wrinkled and dark, with the only discernible feature being its pair of eyes, peculiar and unsettling. Small yet disproportionate in their sclera and pupils. Moreover, to further propagate rumors of Chun En's intricate background, even if he performed flawlessly, the online discourse could easily drown him out. Lin Yuanping had already squandered his initial opportunity. However, it appeared that Huan Shan was now isolated, if that were the case. Lin Yuanping and his companions were not entirely without hope. The Guan family, abundant in numbers and opinions, wondered if anyone besides the second elder had their sights set on her undying crimson flame. Before the gathered crowd lay a disarray of objects, which were precisely those confiscated from the elder by Yi Tongxian. The crimson steam emanating from its surface surged with the wind, transforming into a dragon shape. Aimed not only at Qian Yi, but also at the patterned figure behind him, who was on the verge of completing the tailed beast seal. Initially, he believed his spiritual power had reached the yellow level, only to discover it surpassed that, attaining the purple level. Having overcome his initial confusion, he trusted that Zhou Xian would not deceive him. Thus he resolved to fight for his family one last time. Just as he contemplated his next strategy, Xing Xinzhua Na charged towards him with a long blade in hand. With the opening of the delivery room door, the resounding cry of a newborn pierced the air, followed closely by a nurse cradling an infant at that moment. Zheng Wan's desire for confrontation dissipated, and she immediately rushed forward. The ground was marred with bloodstains, littered with discarded aluminum cans, plastic bags, blood-soaked papers, and an array of miscellaneous refuse. Aside from a brief inquiry at the police station, Jiang Lai and her two companions spent the entire day indulging in delightful fare at the Pirate Flag Inn. Ren Zixin clearly observed the astonishment in her eyes. With a playful arch of her brows, she cast a smiling glance at Lin Qingsong before turning to leave. However, given her previously demonstrated analytical prowess, Wan Xiu's intuition suggested that Jiang Lai's recommendation must hold some merit. Yet this time was different. He was to assist Su Mingyao in confronting the Star River trial, necessitating his presence, which would inevitably lead to an encounter with Jun Ruashi. Qin Yi contemplated continuing her discourse when a sudden epiphany struck her. Ren Zixin was detained by Li Shangshang, thus leaving no time for her to linger around Lin Qingsong. That it was a well-known truth that both villains and heroes could fall victim to excessive words. A lesson that Siyu had grasped. This hellhound, having roamed the netherworld for a span of 3 years, had feasted upon numerous ghostly entities, utilizing its unique ability to vanquish souls. Above the iron-barred gate hung a weathered wooden sign emblazoned with the words "No Entry." Her complexion was ashen, her face weary, as she was thrust forward by Cryan, evidently lacking the strength to stand, when he aimed his gun at her forehead. Any impulsive movement on her part would likely result in her already lying lifeless on the ground. At that moment, she could only watch enviously as Xing Chuan accepted the 6 event passes from Zhou Mingfeng. Memories of school flooded back, where Qin Xiu was known for her ruthless demeanor. No one dared to insult her so brazenly to her face. When Li Do awoke once more, he discovered himself bound to a pillar, his eyes lifting to reveal a factory long abandoned. Such derelict factories were rare in Jinan, with only a few undeveloped sites behind Jun Mountain. Had he been kidnapped? Chapter 124. Meeting Mother, I glanced down, tearing a strip from my t-shirt, and with both hands and teeth, I fashioned the fabric into a makeshift bandage above the wound. Soon, the bleeding ceased, and despite the pain, I steadied myself against the wall and made my way toward the hall that I never anticipated that I would be betrayed by someone so familiar from now on. Trusting others would not come easily, and the dusk settled as Shi Yang observed the nightmare, whose ultimate ability had cooled down for over a minute yet remained idle, tirelessly farming in the wilderness. In the evening, Zhang Yinzu received a call from Su Yingdong, informing him that Du Hong had passed away at 6:50 p.m., his final moments enveloped in tranquility at the age of 45. That this news unsettled everyone, prompting them to disperse, each reluctant to act in unison, as they were wary of potential betrayal lurking in the shadows. Why are you waiting for me here so early, senior brother? Luo Cece stepped forward slightly, gazing up at the sky, which still appeared to be quite early. Tang Long, having consumed his lunch, was overwhelmed by drowsiness and promptly sought refuge on a sofa, where he soon succumbed to slumber. As he lay there, peacefully snoring, Qin Dandan gently pushed the door open and stealthily bestowed a kiss upon his lips. Though Tang Long was aware of her presence, he chose to feign sleep. The two exchanged knowing nods, each familiar with the routine. One crafted a mystical barrier, while the other scattered toxins to erase any trace of their activities, ensuring no creatures would disturb their sanctuary. With a card, he unlocked the door to his room shared with Yang, only to find Gobel frozen at the threshold, bearing a tray of bridge rice noodles. Before he could utter a word, Qin Huiyan waved his sleeve, unleashing shadowy figures that swiftly lunged towards Zhang Liang. A chilling aura accompanying their advance, the old man initially attempted to seize the grotesque power within me, although I remained oblivious to the true nature of this peculiarly named force. Yet, such details were of little consequence. Zihan immediately intervened, recognizing the object as belonging to his mother, unwilling to part with it for Tingting. He was taken aback to discover that his father had entrusted the family's heirloom to a sorcerer for Tingting's sake. Their intent was clear: to belittle GMO by first ridiculing his defeat at the hands of a divine offspring, then asserting that their own heir to the celestial path was on par with the divine. This was a blatant reminder to GMO that he was no match for the celestial heir, a calculated attempt to undermine his resolve. Shu Ling's gaze meticulously scanned the surroundings, leaving no stone unturned. To his surprise, the area was enveloped in an eerie silence. Devoid of any anomalies, the surge of profound divine energy coursed through my meridians, its source akin to an ocean, exuding an inexhaustible force. He believed it prudent to pay a visit to the Meng residence, perhaps summoning their physician for a consultation. Given their relationship, the Meng family would likely extend this courtesy. The demonic soldiers who had followed closely behind him were thrown into disarray, some wearing expressions of deep concern, even fear, while others appeared unfazed, dismissive of the situation. The most realistic element was undoubtedly the wooden sword from Maoshan, yet I could discern no distinction between it and the sword the old man used for morning exercises. The historical figures paused, perplexed by the tattered trousers. At last, tranquility descended. Blood dripped steadily from Bai Chi's injured hand onto the ground. Shin Ming grasped my waist, compelling me to meet his gaze. The sudden proximity allowed me to detect the faint fragrance that clung to him. Chapter 125. The bride mom that I turned away, my voice breaking as I called out desperately towards the door. Yet, my mother's figure abruptly vanished, casting my world into shades of gray. As I stood there, lost in despair, I was jolted by the sound of footsteps behind me. Turning around, I was confronted by the sight of a 2-meter-tall monster looming ominously at my back. If the preceding remarks bore a hint of politeness, this statement was imbued with genuine, unwavering concern for her well-being. Gu Qingqing, perceptive as ever, grasped the sentiment immediately, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Dear guest, which fabric do you prefer?" the trembling proprietor inquired, hesitating to approach the imposing yellow creature. Could it be that his assumptions were erroneous? Cold Xiqing truly harbored no fondness for Gu Qingqing, and marrying her was merely a reluctant means to an end. Just moments ago, as he embraced her, he distinctly felt her stir slightly, even shifting forward a bit, yet she remained silent, her eyes still closed. The village chief gazed at Dogdan and burst into tears, reassured that the person was unharmed, though the bruise on her neck appeared rather alarming, prompting him to speak to Yunyang. Upon hearing the words of Duke Zhao, Han Huitian gestured for him to summon Yunyang upstairs, recalling some rumors about Yunxiu that had reached his ears. Han Huitian's mind conjured the scene of Yunxiu tending to him for a month. "Hush!" She raised her alabaster-like finger and gently pressed it against her soft lips, uttering a delicate sound. When Nanxing Palace, Xie beheld Sidu Qingyu. His exquisitely handsome visage wore an expression of considerable displeasure, dark and foreboding enough to instill fear. That, of course, the new era had television, yet life was fraught with difficulties. People's spiritual needs were not as refined as they had been centuries ago. Soap bubble idol dramas could not survive, as no one wished to use their tax money to support actors. Television stations aired only serious news and military films themed around the Earth's defense war. "Why are you rambling? I merely asked you to summon someone to bring snacks. You've said far too much. Don't delay, go." "Have you angered Zhang De? Are you still intent on living?" Jiang Yinbin sternly reprimanded the tea and wine scholar, who swallowed hard, lowered his hands, and departed hastily to relay the message to Zhang Wang at the snack shop. So, you are truly so kind-hearted. Rest assured, heaven will not treat you unjustly. Noamin lifted the porridge from the bedside table and stirred it with a spoon. You must be hungry. Here, have something to eat. Regardless of whether he wanted to eat or not. She scooped a spoonful and brought it to his lips. His voice was hoarse, as though his vocal cords had suffered significant damage. Reminiscent of a saw scraping against paper, a sound that drove listeners to the brink of madness, sending shivers down their spines. That a flicker of concern crossed Huang Mama's eyes, yet she nodded and smiled. Indeed. They say he is a diviner, but can one truly predict fate? Seeking trouble is a common occurrence. Judging by his demeanor, he appears accustomed to fling. Eli Donroy sat down again, smiling and nodding. Suddenly, the green cauldron trembled. Its mouth directed towards a certain point in the universe, voraciously absorbing, not only drawing in the essence of the cosmos, but also generating a mysterious resonance. The end of May, Chen Qingmai was reinstated as the head of the Ministry of Justice. Having performed poorly in the palace examination, he ranked outside the top 5 and was originally meant to serve as a selected candidate for the Marquisate. However, having connected with the Deputy Chancellor of the Privy Council, Lordly, he found this selection more favorable than a direct appointment. Chen Qingmai successfully passed the examination, was granted an official position, and was soon to be married. Truly a season of flourishing success. Bronze rings, moons and wells, the staff of judgment, the law god necklace, skeletal sprites, and the Juma guardians. After finishing dinner, Lung Majin pulled me upstairs into the room, where he swiftly lifted me and pressed me down onto the bed, gazing at me with displeasure. Chapter 126. Dream within a dream. The feeling of resistance within me diminished, and shouting turned around, suddenly sitting on my lap and wrapping her arms around my neck. Her forehead pressed tightly against mine, our breaths intertwining. We were already engaged, and from this moment forth, I belong to you. Shouting spoke alluringly, her voice resonating with a captivating charm. Although the video capturing this news was filmed at night, its astonishingly high pixel quality rendered her features distinctly visible, revealing an intimate embrace with another young woman, irrefutably substantiating the claims. Following the modifications, the Leakin supercar emerged as the sole one among the mere 7 in existence to possess autonomous driving capabilities. Its revamped exterior exuding a strikingly futuristic allure. Subsequently, a plethora of flattering remarks circulated, particularly with the addition of several researchers, amplifying the atmosphere to a euphoric zenith akin to clouds chasing the moon. Meanwhile, Lu Hao, concealed underground, instinctively released his soul energy to survey his surroundings, a habit ingrained in him over time. What? He had been deceived by her. Tai Lao Si felt a rush of darkness engulf him, nearly causing him to faint from rage. Gritting his teeth in resentment towards Yuxuanji, he rose indignantly to depart, only to be met by her nonchalant voice trailing from behind. The two indulged in food and drink, with Cui Xiao informing Hua Chang of her recent purchase of a new home, promising to host him once the renovations were complete in 2 to 3 months. Hua Chang, having imbibed a few too many, hoarsely declared that the housewarming celebration must be grand, rallying everyone to join in, leading to a collective departure, assisted by one another. Prior to the banquet, she had confided in him that she needed to spend ample time with Hua as they were engaged in conversation. Thus, Meng Xia had to navigate her interactions with others. Now, the weapon they had pinned high hopes on could barely manage a mechanical spider. How could they proceed? I stated that in order to stand equally beside Jiang Cheng one day, I do not wish for others to refer to me solely as Mrs. Jiang. I am an independent entity, not an appendage to anyone. Otherwise, aside from Huazhan, I would completely offend the Ning family, leaving the Eastern County Prince's mansion and the 9th Prince with little chance of success. The favored concubine looked up at him, a shiver coursing through her, and she dared not enter, repeatedly declining. Very well, then I must trouble directorly to take my grandfather along as well. Xue Zining sighed deeply, aware that it was somewhat perilous, yet recognizing that there were no better alternatives at this moment. Mu Qing, how dare you inquire how we arrived? Do you realize the consequences of deceiving us? Disrupting official duties? Should we not imprison you all for your transgressions? The leader seethed with anger, while the other soldiers, having been struck, were expressions of fury. Yet, with the wedding date fast approaching, how could they proceed with the ceremony without the elder brother? Xiao Lingjun furrowed his brow. Appearing utterly helpless, "Please set me down," Chushin whispered softly, finding it quite challenging for him to hold her while also managing to knock on the door with one hand. Secondly, the sins lie in the chaos of the court. The ill-gotten wealth accumulated beforehand, and the arbitrary judgment of the hall's decorum thereafter. Nothing could be more deceitful. Such a glaring flaw tarnished what seemed to be an impressive ability, relegating it to the lowest echelon. This utterly frustrating ability left Chen Feng feeling exasperated. Yun Feng was astonished. The elder truly spoke no exaggeration, for the map presented was indeed impeccably crafted. Xing Xi gazed at Lu Ying, her face flushed with indignation. Ultimately unable to retort, muttering a verse of Buddhist scripture before dismissing her. Chapter 127. Ignored the moment I settled myself at the edge of the bed. Darkness enveloped my room instantaneously. It was needless to say that the Earth Immortal was bound to make his appearance once more. True to expectation, before I could even exhale a sigh, the Earth Immortal stood before me, silent for an extended period. "Speak your mind if you have something to say. If not, I shall retire for the night," I declared impatiently. The flattering words of Yuan Langjun elicited a laugh from Taiping, though she remained unable to shake off the persistent hand lingering at her waist. Turning her head, she shot him a disdainful glance. It is worth noting that Yunming's is a vast lake where everyone resides on islands. Who rides horses here, truly? Upon her entrance, she was greeted by a sight of water strewn across the floor. Igniting her ire as she raised her hand, poised to strike Chen Shufeng across the face as the conversation concluded, Rosen and the others continued to follow Silena, weaving through the woods, and Rosen began to feel the pangs of hunger. Invisible waves of energy rippled at the school gate, where voices echoed similar sentiments from every corner. That a portion of international students at Shilling University, featuring some Western faces, garnered little attention, unbeknownst to anyone. However, a group of the world's most elite assassins gathered inconspicuously on the unremarkable street outside the school. Yet after acquiring the futon, this individual adopted an entirely different visage. Over the course of the past month, they had been relentlessly pursued by numerous formidable members of the Zhu family, until they found themselves cornered today. Despite having endured a life-and-death struggle, and even the delightful indulgence in a hot spring being thwarted, the camaraderie among the group grew stronger. Status should not serve as a barrier. Lu Chong's classmates addressing him as Chong Xiao felt more like sycophants than friends. Finally, Rosen landed on the rocks, silently apologizing to the Wind Wolf. After exchanging a glance with Sasha, he charged towards the Fire Lizard King, intent on inflicting as much damage as possible within this final minute. The gaze of the Grand Elder merely brushed over Mu Yin before locking onto Yi Li, his dim yellow eyes seemingly harboring a glimmer of something profound. At this moment, Chen Fangping felt a light slap on his face. Yixiao's strength was not particularly great, yet Yixiao lacked the courage to face Chen Fangping, whom she had just struck, a test of willpower that could overwhelm anyone lacking fortitude. Wu Bing raised his hand, wiping the beads of sweat from his jaw with his sleeve cuff. Were it not for the winter season, he would likely be perspiring profusely. Once his breathing steadied, Wu Bing approached Yi Junxian and Su Hanas for the 100,000 taels of silver. They were all left for his grandfather, who was currently quite prosperous and indifferent to such wealth. This fellow was simply unsettling. Xuelon muttered a quiet curse, while Yulus sighed, choosing silence instead. After dispatching all foes, the Demon Flame Lion King let out a triumphant roar, signaling yet another victory. This made it 8 consecutive wins, with dozens having perished beneath its claws. "Sister, another item user. Allow me to teach him a lesson, shall I?" Su exclaimed with excitement. The news of the Jiang family prince's impending nuptials spread like wildfire through Jincheng, leaving the esteemed young ladies in tears. Due to the inexplicable emergence of a wild girl, nameless and unrecognized, she has managed to capture Jiang Sen's heart. It is evident that I surpassed that wild girl in countless ways. Yet, how could such a sudden turn of events occur? Chapter 128. The old residence. I still donned the security uniform, and not a soul was around me. Beneath my feet lay a path crafted from bluestone slabs, flanked by ancient-style walls. Behind me, another wall stood, resembling the end of a dead-end alley. For a moment, I found myself in a daze, utterly unable to recall how I had arrived at this place. Xiao Chuan cheerfully remarked, "Just make do with wearing this for now. During the day, I will take you to the streets to find something suitable." The demon beast was taken aback, springing from the ground in panic to evade. Despite its efforts, it still lost a tough to fur to the Guyu sword. In a state of alarm, the beast, harboring a sliver of hope, was infuriated by Gong Yihaomiao's ambush. It bared its teeth and barked twice before lunging towards Gong Yihaomiao. Among the three top forces in South China, one was the enigmatic Wu Yuer, who never graced shopping plazas with her presence. Unexpectedly, this tactic proved effective. The Hongming sacred fire did not repel the purple mist. Instantly, the mist surged towards the barrier of the Hongming sacred fire, which then transformed it into the fire, condensing it within my body. After completing this, a demonic claw emerged once more from the corpse demon's aura. Subsequently, two claws gripped the peaks on either side of the valley, exerting force to fully reveal a monstrous entity from the corpse demon's energy. With a nonchalant smile, I observed as Xie Yu suddenly accelerated, reaching the apex of the ancient divine serpent in an instant. The next moment, Xie Yu raised her right hand, and countless star patterns swirled from her palm, converging towards her fingertips. After berating Qian Wui, Yang Wei promptly placed his order. Based on his choices, it seemed he frequently visited the barbecue stand. Ji Xian remained silent, eyes closed, her fingers entwining with her hair, brushing against her neck while her other hand encircled her waist. The words of the beast domain lord were exceedingly arrogant and domineering, showing little regard for the five great sacred realms. Village chief Mura Masuru's adoptive mother, Oshima Yoshiko, found herself firmly shackled to a large pillar. Each individual possessed early-stage Yuan-Ing cultivation and were all body cultivators, each wielding a heavy sword that surrounded Li Im in the Ling Tian realm. Nearly everyone practiced cultivation, even those lacking sufficient affinity for spiritual energy, who could not break through to the qi condensation stage, engaged in body refinement and gained some understanding of the cultivation world. Thus, shops selling cultivation-related items were ubiquitous throughout the Ling Tian realm. In a scene of blood and gore, soldiers fell to tea as the days passed. Li Chirui found himself increasingly subjected to peculiar glances, which inevitably stirred a sense of suspicion within him. While Xiesheng scrutinized the 9 individuals, they too subtly cast a few glances in Xiesheng's direction. As long as there existed a weakness, there was nothing to fear. Thus, Li Mo resolved to select the most potent and unyielding materials to concoct a pill specifically designed to combat demonic powers. Upon hearing this, Yu Yi's grip on the paper tightened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, emanating an intimidating chill. The princess consort of Muyang, the legendary warrior consort. Wait, you must be referring to the new emperor of Songyun Kingdom. Where did a new emperor come from in Lingwu Kingdom? Lord Longxian suddenly had an epiphany. Such a beautiful maiden leaping down, only to be shattered like a broken watermelon, is truly a pity. Alas, what could she possibly be thinking? If it were for love, she might as well come to me. A boy with golden hair tossed his shirt over his shoulder, having just taken several photographs, and with a swift tap of his finger, he posted them to his social circle. Chapter 129. I am here to protect you. In that moment of exertion, the old man's form transformed into a wisp of smoke, dissipating before my eyes. That I was momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing that everything before me was but an illusion. After the old man vanished, I exhaled in relief and dashed towards the entrance. But before I could reach it, I was met with a wave of mourners clad in mourning attire that I attempted to hide. Yet I was still discovered. These individuals, the ones disembarking from the plane, were none other than Ouyang Jin's father and mother, Ouyang Pu and Shen Meiyuan. However, if we were to marry, that token would be entrusted to them. Baisha hesitated. Bodyguards are typically present only for significant guests, and considering it was merely a short drive for coffee, I honestly never anticipated such a situation. Moreover, it always felt somewhat odd to be accompanied by a group of people at all times. Alas, she had just thought he was about to kiss her again, and unbeknownst to herself, she had instinctively pursed her lips, as if in eager anticipation. The elder extended his hand to help him up, and at the moment his carefree arm brushed against Xiao Yuan's warm palm, he was overwhelmed with tears. Lin Tianbao looked slightly surprised at Han Yu, whose hand was still suspended in midair. Before his expression shifted to one of anger. In that final moment, the Taoist Fa Hua raised his hand and heavily patted Qing Yuan's shoulder. With a long sigh, he relinquished all burdens, all attachments. Do dear. Qin Xiaojia, isn't he the officer mentioned in yesterday's news who single-handedly infiltrated a den of tigers and rescued over 20 abducted infants? Damn, the news is never accurate. He is clearly from the National Security Bureau. This is bad. Those two have truly ignited a fierce conflict. When Gongsun Changfeng and the other elders witnessed the emergence of a Qilin alongside the dragon form, they instantly sensed the gravity of the situation. Thus, as this scene unfolded, Gongsun Changfeng and his companions surged towards the two like lightning. These passages were labyrinthine and convoluted, with no indication of where they might lead. Apart from Bart and Norman, who followed Claire, 3 others had also arrived. Evidently privy to the latest military intelligence, Luce expressed gratitude to the old master for his reminder, and then bid him farewell. The old master smiled in return, parting ways amicably. Although he ultimately could not master the art of magic, at the very least, he could summon spirits through rituals, which, in the eyes of the world, rendered him a mage of sorts. At that moment, she even began to suspect that the reason her veil had fallen was somehow related to Su Liu. Just as the midwife had settled into slumber, she was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Hastily, she gathered her belongings while calling for the old man beside her to open the door. However, the thought that her injuries had been inflicted by those guards, who had since concealed the truth from her, filled her with a murderous intent as she gazed at them. The imperial troops were notoriously susceptible to ambush in mountainous terrain, and light cavalry rarely ventured into the hills. Furthermore, their forces were not particularly numerous at that moment. Thus, to recklessly divide their ranks in pursuit of the scattered infantry across the hills would undoubtedly lead to a vacuous chase of the fleeing bandit cavalry out of the city. I understand, Rosa Joshi nodded, remarking that Charles's notion of a last stand was merely to play a supporting role for Cornwall after the emperor's demise, or to flee. After all, this royal residence was vast. If individuals were to be relocated and concealed elsewhere, locating them would prove to be no simple task. All right, Hunter 1, sensory test complete, mobility test accomplished. Jarvis, display the scanning information. We are about to engage in combat. The uncontainable excitement and anticipation in Tony Stark's voice were palpable. Chapter 130. The Savior arrives. I glanced around, realizing I was at an impasse. Gritting my teeth, I approached the small door set into the wall. Once again, I felt that familiar sensation. Before I could draw near, a powerful suction emanated from within the door, and my body was drawn in once more. The light before me flickered between black and white, and soon I found myself on the ground, enveloped in darkness. Upon careful inspection, I noticed, just as I was about to knock, I heard a melodious laughter near the east wall, a sound that seemed oddly familiar. Those who seek the path of knowledge should indeed refrain from using their skills to harm the innocent. Your actions could be considered a righteous endeavor, agreed Su Jinxian, fully endorsing Yi Xiu's previous actions. The scarred monkey stood there, utterly stunned. Even as a hybrid of this planet, he possessed no such capacity, and yet these zombies exhibited an astonishing defensive capability. Truly, they were favored creations of this world's maker. This task must be executed flawlessly, with no room for error, and the individuals you select must be of the highest caliber, Feng Wuhen cautioned. After Su Chen finished speaking, he fondly touched the Qing Hanyu bracelet. Though it was nearly transparent and lacked any tangible sensation, offering only a faint warmth. Hearing Xia Ho Dun's inquiry and the concerns of those present, Cao Cao appeared as if he had just awakened. Looking at those around him in his tent, that I thought to myself, it would be ideal for a servant to discover her. If none did, I would have to call out myself des for those who have provoked the Emperor of 10,000 poisons. Even the mightiest of beings would meet an inexplicable end, illustrating just how formidable and otherworldly the Emperor's lethal prowess truly was. Due to these circumstances, not only my dear friend, Peanut, but nearly everyone in Jiangsheng proclaims that I, Lin Jian, am the happiest man in the world. The lawn appeared devoid of any anomalies. However, a thick, ominous mist was continuously rising that, if not mistaken, the front court was entirely vacant, with at most only one Kobe vying for the offensive rebound against himself. How could he possibly compete with his own prowess? Shuiwei, Su Zong is here. You should quickly relay to him what Huang de Tao intended. Moments ago. Yi Chun chuckled softly. Mo Shi, embraced by Yin Rojun, immediately seized Yin Rojun's ear, triumphantly declaring, "Let's see where you can escape to now," entirely unconcerned about her leg injury. Who could have anticipated that the fortune already in hand would be relinquished by Yi Qiu, who directly bestowed it upon his disciple? It remains uncertain whether Adeside had been misled by Dumas, as he proudly proclaimed his identity as a bodyguard. Miao Miao's father, buoyed by the praises of Miao Miao's mother and the gleam of admiration in her eyes, found his confidence bolstered. "Grandfather, How did you come down? I hurried over, placing Zhou He on the ground, grasping my grandfather's hand in inquiry. Luo Haiqing, on the brink of achieving the nascent soul stage, would find that even the most formidable defensive formations posed merely a delay for him. Within 2 minutes, Emoshi had crawled beside a surveillance camera, removing a hairpin from her head, one hand steadying herself on the windowsill while the other fiddled with the camera. The burly man raised his axe once more, preparing to strike with ferocious intent, determined to reduce Mo Fan to a pulp. However, the pilot seemed to overlook a crucial detail. If Yang Wei claimed to know all this, how could he remain unaware of Su Chen's precise address? The gun, named Thunder Punishment, demands your life. Celia brandished her spear, appearing before him, the tip aimed menacingly. She held a particular disdain for those who showed no mercy towards the innocent. Chapter 131. Accepting the trial. The old Taoist shook his head. This is not the gatekeeper, but merely a corpse manipulated by malevolent energy. As the old man spoke, I rose and approached the window of the guardhouse, glancing in to discover the gatekeeper comfortably lying on a small bed within, which relieved me greatly. Do not worry. By tomorrow morning, he will. Yin Shan directed her gaze towards the window, and soon after, she heard El Ming's voice softly resonate. Lu Sanlang recognized him. Yu Zhengzhu turned to Lu Ziqing, raising an eyebrow at his pallor that he bore little resemblance to the battlefield commander, a war fanatic of yore. Beiqing would never take the initiative to seek medical attention. I must lend him a hand. Hua Ying resolved quietly. His instincts had always been reliable. He sent a message to a friend, requesting assistance in tracking Chen Yan's recent whereabouts. Lu Qingxing was momentarily stunned by a slap, and upon regaining her composure, she covered her face and shouted angrily, tears streaming down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Jia Jia continued to indulge in slumber. Upon seeing the staff, she became even more unabashed, lazily sprawled across the bed, unwilling to budge. The leader nodded repeatedly, no longer daring to inquire further, and reluctantly scribbled the address down. Just moments ago, upon waking, she had seen Lin Mo with his eyes closed, his large hand gently caressing every inch of her skin. Upon witnessing the situation, Du Shaoling commenced an attempt to pledge allegiance to the broken sword by dripping blood upon it, subsequently leaving a spiritual mark of his soul within the sword's spirit. You, now a noble, endowed with a grand residence and status, lacking neither wealth nor means, have acquired a multitude of maids and servants to command as long as you do not impose harsh treatment or cruelty. You are liberating them rather than oppressing them, contrary to your initial assumptions. Lan Shi, having encountered the extreme nature of Feng Jingyan's relatives, was acutely aware of his concerns. It was then that Shun Yuan realized his overthinking. Thanks to the presence of the void robe, the surrounding void elements refrained from attacking or devouring Shun Yuan, instead enveloping him like warm water, even bestowing upon him an unparalleled sense of comfort. The onlookers turned their attention back to the intoxicated ruffian. What is this? Is he truly attempting to play both the lute and the flute simultaneously? How could that be possible? Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted, causing even Tian Lu to experience a bout of tinnitus. Fortunately, at that moment, Lier was in a good mood and did not dwell on the matter. Instead, he chuckled and explained, could I truly be unaware? Yet, consider the days ahead. What shall transpire in Lingnan? That simply will not do. You are not my sister, so refrain from such expenses. Lan Yunjia hastily waved his hand, declining Lan Shi's kind offer. However, there was discontent. And that discontent was embodied in Lin Chong, who was infuriated. Today, Zhou Zishu appeared as if invigorated by some elixir, excelling in every training session, overshadowing him and leaving him utterly frustrated. Although Yuanshi rejected the idea of a second child, he ultimately could not deter Yumi. As the two entered a barrier, they began indulging in shameless activities within the confines of the room. Yet in the pursuit of overcoming tribulations, Yuheng consistently bore the burden of filial impiety, meeting a dismal end each time. Nevertheless, Yuanshi observed keenly that Yuheng yearned for familial affection and invariably met his demise due to this very longing. It is worth pondering that many affluent companies indeed engage with martial artists. For not all martial artists are wholly devoted to the martial path. Some are content to indulge in pleasures, easily swayed by monetary incentives. However, the spectral beings of the underworld have perished alongside the floods, making it far easier to confront the thunderwing birds now. Within, there are apprentices as well as full-fledged adventurers, with the battleground for full-fledged competitors being significantly more expansive than that of the apprentices. Chapter 132. The the sorrows of the mortal realm. Soon, my entire being began to tremble that it felt akin to being electrified. A sudden jolt surged through me, as if something within was tumultuously roiling, leaving me feeling as though half of my essence was no longer my own. Before long, a sensation of palpitations enveloped me. My heart raced, and my breath became hurried that I sought to calm myself. Yet this sensation was entirely beyond my control. The surroundings began to blur. This historically formidable family, faced with the deliberate disregard for the space program and the coveted longevity slots, maintained a steadfast silence. He harbored no fear of engaging in political machinations. Once grounded, he possessed the capability to overturn the table at any moment. Xiaoling diligently pursued the craft of tailoring, earnestly apprenticing under a master. In the past, the old city of Shun had been replete with masterful tailors. 6 days had passed since Lu Da's demise, and Lu Huai wore his customary cold demeanor, revealing no signs of grief or any other emotion. At present, he exhibited not even a hint of pallor, appearing to have rested quite well these past few days. Having thus reassured himself, Cui Yu promptly continued, "Since you are aware of the county lord's interest, why do you not await further developments?" Zhai Yuan gazed at them, reminiscent of the film that had led many unsuspecting youths astray in his previous life. His expression laden with complexity. Consequently, less than a year later, Li Shi was brutally gunned down in the streets, resulting in a significant decline in his family's reputation, and the once illustrious Li theater faded into obscurity. With the relatives of both families scarce, a modest banquet of 4 or 5 tables would suffice, each table prepared at the cost of 688 from the restaurant, complemented by the Dragon and Phoenix Hall for photographs, ensuring an adequate display of decorum. Regarding Lin Chu, Su Jinji had also heard them mention a few matters, suggesting that imprisonment was a possibility, though the police had yet to provide a definitive outcome. The following morning, in Liaonan town, over 80,000 soldiers from Tashan town began their march northward, halting only 10 miles from the encampment of 300,000 Japanese troops to set up their own camp anew. Gujuha, upon realizing this, promptly issued a retreat order, but alas, it was too late. The Ming cavalry had already encircled them at this juncture. Retreating would merely expose their backs to the Ming forces, leaving them vulnerable to indiscriminate slaughter as they pursued their fleeing foes. That a rift was torn in the fabric of the heavens, a void eternal and primordial, lingering within this universe, never to dissipate. Beneath the stroke of that sword, even time itself stood still. What benefit has there been for me, having labored so arduously from the first level of the demon ceiling tower to arrive here? Cheng Tian inquired. Upon hearing this, Yu was rendered speechless. How could the user identification system of AI Xing technology mistakenly recognize this esteemed figure as Kuei, Jianmu, and Yao Yining fixated on the stone figure, retreating step by step in unison? To them, the war god was more a legend than reality. Even if they had encountered him, it had only been during specialized training, where he appeared as a coach. The old man gazed in anguish at his precious sword, now transformed beyond recognition, his heart heavy with sorrow. Only in her presence could he engage in meaningful conversation, yet now, dining alongside Qin Zhao, she seemed to have an abundance of words to share. As the recording concluded, Bian Wei maintained a stoic demeanor, quietly listening to the dialogue between himself and Zhang Jiejun, hearing the low, venomous curses that followed the severing of Zhang Jiejun's carotid artery. Even managing a faint smile. Instant noodles might quell his hunger, but they could not dispel the torrent of unanswered questions swirling in his mind. Chapter 133. Arrival in Hell. Just as I thought I was on the verge of liberation, the bathroom door suddenly burst open with a crash, and the elderly woman rushed in, crying out as she seized my hand and quickly tied it with a nearby rope. "Child, you are so foolish. Cherish your life, for value will eventually reveal itself," she sobbed while dialing the emergency center. "Just let me." For centuries, humanity has endured relentless incursions from the Orc Kingdom. Even those in the supposed safe zones of Yestiji and the Baja's Empire had heard countless tales of the orcs slaughtering cities and devouring the populace. It was precisely because of the countless so-called artworks deemed essential for maintaining noble status that my family had fallen into financial ruin, compelling me to engage in unsavory endeavors. Noticing Big Mom had sustained grave injuries, Kelly Jia's pupils constricted as he commanded a legion of biscuit soldiers, striving to disrupt Luo Zi's battle. Nothing much was amiss. Wiley propped herself up and turned to gaze out of the window. Fortunately, the outside world was still shrouded in the deep hues of night. Lacking a watch, she strained to catch a glimpse of the time on Qin Lang's wrist, yet the figures remained elusive. Ultimately, it was Qin Lang's considerate gesture of lifting his hand closer to her eyes that provided clarity. That was just right. The flying mouse continued to feel fortunate for being merely a skeleton. For no one could discern the expression on his face. The sound of Buddhist chants echoed in succession, and there, behind the king's vessel, an ethereal figure emerged, clad in garments as pure as snow. Treading upon the forbidden golden sea, exuding an otherworldly grace, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. At that moment, Yu Zhou raised a hand, conjuring a fist imprint with a surge of vitality. Radiating brilliantly like a resplendent sun, an immense aura manifesting abruptly as he casually took the scroll, the armored figure's smile deepened, and with a flick of his wrist, a blood-red jade token materialized in his grasp. This strike nearly stifled Doflamingo's eerie laughter mid-flow, causing his pink feathers to scatter as blood trickled from his mouth. Once more Ao Fan, struck as if by a devastating blow, spat forth a mouthful of dragon blood. His body swaying perilously, while the nearby ape's spirit rushed to support him, astonished by the opponent's overwhelming presence that had inflicted such grievous harm. Noticing that Yun Xiaoming had yet to awaken, Yu Longxiang refrained from disturbing her, choosing instead to quietly observe her peaceful slumber. Her temples were faintly flushed, her cheeks aglow, and her delicate, cascading hair veiled her alabaster forehead, presenting a visage of remarkable beauty. Despite the multitude of concubines in the residence, none could rival her allure. Yin Ruli understood that following this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, the quality of the celestial artifact would inevitably diminish, requiring centuries to restore its former glory. Such a sight was truly astonishing. At that moment, dawn was breaking. Long Ci observed with clarity that the black girl had transformed into a red girl. Her entire body smeared with dried blood. One could only wonder what immense willpower she had summoned to endure alongside Long Ci until this juncture. Yet, she could still distinctly sense Tang Luo's gaze, which unsettled her, rendering it impossible to concentrate on her tasks. Wang Tian noted that the gathering was nearly complete, with Lu Fei and others already present, resting in the lounge. Thus he decided against lingering at the entrance. She remained oblivious to the identity of the youth who had saved her yet caused the demise of the entire village, leaving her and her mother to lead a life of constant evasion. Huang Meiyu and Ling Yu exchanged a glance, a flicker of alarm passing through their eyes, and they hurried towards the direction of the blazing flames. Chapter 134. Journey to Hell, Part 1. I wished to turn and flee, yet my body remained firmly restrained. Once more, I was pinned down by the little ghosts, who wielded scissors, piercing my palms. After several agonizing seconds, my fingers were brutally severed, blood cascading to the ground, the excruciating pain surging through me. The saying the 10 fingers are connected to the heart proved true. As the agony drove me to my knees, the desire to surrender growing ever stronger, raising my hand into the air. A teacup materialized from thin air. After taking a tentative sip, the teacup vanished into nothingness. After completing the room, one ought to observe the movements of other players, to see if anyone has already discovered the treasure map corresponding to the coordinates of the ruins. Tang Zheng quietly contemplated her plans. Disciple Qingwu, I pay my respects to my master. Zhu Qingwu knelt on both knees, her head bowed in humility, patiently awaiting Zhu Yu Rong's admonishment, with a sharp sound of a sword unsheathing. The blade was drawn a mere inch, and as Su Tianya gazed at the chilling edge of the sword, his dazed expression gradually solidified into one of resolve. Shun Yuanjing chuckled lightly and remarked, "You should lie down as well." Just as the words left his lips, his right hand reached out and seized the opponent's wrist. With a surge of vital energy, the strange person appeared as though their bones had been extracted, collapsing limply to the ground with a thud. However, this stone seemed to possess the ability to manipulate rock, summoning all the movable fragments of stone around it to form a thick protective shield composed entirely of stone. The elite cavalry of Beatty approaches. Please mount, young master. Though Zhongli, he did not fear the Beatty people. Even the strongest among them could not rival the might of 1,000 troops. Zheng Hua was dead. In a previous life, she had been sold to Huang Shuisheng by Zheng Hua, who had caused her a lifetime of suffering. This time, she had met her demise nearly a year sooner than in her past life. Dr. Qinjihua also conducted research on medicinal formulas, and the abduction by the XK organization likely aimed to exploit him for some development. Surely, this would require raw materials? Shin Ti and I watched helplessly as the opponent's primordial spirit utterly disintegrated. vanishing without a trace. After a prolonged silence, Shin Tianai finally located a more suitable spot, waved his hand, and excavated a deep pit to bury Imo Tianqing's remains. Discussions buzzed among the audience, yet Su Shichen appeared oblivious. Soaring directly onto the arena, the prison guards, each on high alert, sealed off the entire facility, barring any vehicles from entering or exiting. Very well. This idea is brilliant. Point 5 at the 9th level of the Holy Void Realm, and 1 at the 1st level of the Tao Void Realm nodded in agreement. Ah, how truly unfortunate. Long Hao Yin self-deprecatingly remarked, a look of helplessness crossing his face. When money was mentioned, the faces of both merchants and drivers lit up with radiant expressions. Sometimes, money can indeed work wonders. As is evident in this moment, the bodies of those ghostly beasts were shrouded in ghostly energy, the most apparent feature being their crimson eyes, devoid of any spirit. After calling out a few times, a shadow finally materialized hazily before me. Li Hao Miao regained his paralyzed state and immediately transformed into the figure of the Grand Elder. With 72 transformations, AI Air took a deep breath. And based on the physique of Old Man Lu, he expanded the source energy around his body, forming a protective layer of energy in advance. Thus, even if ambushed, he would not suffer excessively fatal injuries. Lan Pingtian paused, as this was precisely what he had intended to say. He stopped, gazing at Wang Mingdao with a look of astonishment that I still wish to detain Jinfania and Jinshi. I suspect they are connected to the recent incident at the Trial Tower, Dubin stated. Chapter 135, Journey to Hell, Part 2. Yet my body was not under my control. I was propelled by an unseen force into the depths of the oil cauldron of hell. With cries of anguish echoing, accompanied by the acrid scent of smoke, instinctively, I covered my mouth and nose, but my body was lifted by others, carrying me closer to a boiling cauldron of oil. As my body was unceremoniously thrown into the cauldron of boiling oil, an intense agony engulfed my entire skin, while the scalding hot oil surged into my mouth. This pain, the gentle drizzle, was hardly frightening. It merely signified a departure from Zhifeng, devoid of the ethereal presence of the Xianxian and Zhuanzing. In this transformed atmosphere, the drizzle morphed into a dominion ruled by a certain terrifying species. With the same precision as in training, Eon confidently executed a long-range three-point shot. After all, he was accustomed to simulating the noise of live matches with a speaker every single day. Zhang Jin, having navigated the corridors of power for so long, instantly discerned Lu Guanyo's intentions, which caused a ripple of unease within him. After exiting the military district, he refrained from proceeding further, instead opting to halt the vehicle by the roadside. Lowering the window, he lit a cigarette, contemplating Lu Guanyo's attitude with utmost scrutiny. The realm of Shuangdan, also known as the realm of Bian Dan, features 2 purple Dan floating in the sea of wisdom, with those who attain mastery often being bestowed titles such as Danxia, Huixia, and Dixie. Jiang Dong, wielding Qinyu, delved deep into his spiritual consciousness and discovered a protective seal, akin to that of Qianjiang, safeguarding the most potent techniques associated with the Qian family. Should one attempt a forceful breach, the seal would shatter, taking Qianyu's life along with it. Just as Xia Sisi was engulfed in confusion, the car doors suddenly swung open, and 4 men surged forth, unceremoniously dragging both her and her companion into the vehicle. On June 25th, at the final match point of CEST in Citio, 4 of the most elite teams emerged from a sea of competitors nationwide. Having been selected after countless fierce battles to vie for the ultimate championship, there remained 7 or 8 outfits, as the number of photographs taken far exceeded initial expectations. Upon opening his eyes, Lu Xiaoheng found himself alone, with no sign of Luo Xinting. Rubbing his eyes and rising, he surveyed the room, only to discover it was completely emptied at this moment, having finally arrived in a city possessing a spatial wormhole. A flicker of joy illuminated his heart at that time. Elder Xiao Taishang and Mu Qingqing both turned their gazes toward the immense blade of the divine sword. However, it seemed that the establishment was thriving. For after waiting for a cigarette's worth of time, Su Xing noted that Xia Tuoling had yet to bring the car to his side. Unable to resist the overwhelming drowsiness, he unwittingly found himself dozing off on the curb. She was utterly thrilled, exclaiming that Hua Hua had arrived, to which Wei Dao paused, asking if it was the Millennium Iron Birch. Yet, Le Zhongzi interjected, expressing concern that the Demon Lord was currently scheming to eliminate them. If the Demon Lord were to use Hua Hua as a guise to harm them, wouldn't that seal their fate? But at that moment, a a sudden pain gripped his abdomen, causing his staff to tremble. And the gathered true energy threatened to surge uncontrollably that Chi was jolted by alarm. What was happening? Hadn't 3 minutes yet elapsed. Why was he unable to mobilize his true energy? What kind of vehicle had sustained such damage? Had the exhaust fumes suffocated him? It had only been a brief moment, and yet he could hardly articulate a coherent response. In light of the previous night's shadows, when you felt a deep-seated fear of provoking Su Xing's wrath. Though her words remained defiant, her steps instinctively strayed toward the direction indicated by Su Xing's remarks. In his eyes, figures of Su Ji's stature were akin to celestial beings, since he was not concerned with how the road should be repaired, but rather inquired about matters following its completion. It indicated that this hypothesis was essentially a foregone conclusion. It was merely a matter of time. Chapter 136. The Journey to Hell, Part 2. At long last, I arrived at the 17th layer of hell, known as the Stone Mill Hell. Before I even set foot inside, the grinding sound of the mill reached my ears. I was seized by the little demons, who forcefully bent my body in half, and I found myself unceremoniously thrust into a colossal stone mill. Soon, the grinding noise intensified, and excruciating pain coursed through my body. I could even hear the sound of my bones being pulverized. I felt the very fabric of my being. Yet, in the face of the formidable adversaries I had previously vanquished with ease, my powers were now fully awakened. Pain became a distant memory as I wielded my blades with unwavering resolve. Soaring into the skies like an eagle if it were possible, Wang Miling would rather not utter such impolite words to her own sister. However, she had come to realize that since becoming pregnant, her sister had indeed become quite aloof. Zilos felt an icy chill as Yel Juanming's fist bore down upon him. He wished to evade, to escape, but his entire body had turned to stone, rendering him immobile. Her astonishment, Ning Chongyao actually recoiled, leaving her at a loss for what to do next. Could she truly bestow the golden snow dagger upon one of the men present? What scandal would that incite, and how would it tarnish her reputation? Yet one thing was clear. The disparity between dragonborn warriors and demon warriors lay greatly in the evolution of their physical forms. "Mother, you have come," Hua Jins exclaimed upon seeing her mother approach, hastily thrusting the basket of flowers into a maid's hands before turning to greet her, since the weeding treasure was destined to be lost. She thought it better to offer it to the county magistrate than let Zhao Debao have it in areas populated by commoners. He would not dare be so arrogant. Yet with his abilities of teleportation and forward slash, he could still uproot any mixed-blood elite that posed a threat to him. No need to announce my presence. I am well acquainted with Lord Su, Zhu Yojiao interjected, halting the servant who was leading him, and ascended the steps directly into the hall. The ample preparation of gold, the establishment and production of mints in Beijing and Nanjing, the favorable turn of events in foreign warfare, and the repercussions on the gentry of Jiangnan all provided the emperor with the confidence to take the first step towards abolishing the silver currency and changing the era. What a clever scheme, he mused, but man's plans cannot rival those of heaven. Given the time, I shall eradicate the Zhang family utterly. Feng Lingtian chuckled coldly to himself at this point. If even the Wu River required a power level that exceeded all bounds, Xiaji would surely begin to doubt the very reality of this world. Ripping off his storage ring, Zhong Baigua exerted force, shattering it with a resounding crack, and a cascade of spiritual stones materialized before his eyes. Nothing but spiritual stones remained. The news of the king of Yuzhou hosting a grand banquet for celebrations reached the ears of the Jiang emperor, infuriating him to the point of spitting blood, aggravating his injuries further. The golden-winged rock soared once more into the heavens, its gaze icy as it watched the rapidly departing Zhou Mian. Suddenly, Xiaji, who had felt relatively at ease throughout the journey, found herself gripped by a surge of anxiety. As if she were about to meet not the president of the disciplinary committee, but rather a ferocious beast poised to devour her. At this moment, the four individuals in the clouds exchanged subtle nods, their feet shifting as they positioned themselves towards the east, south, west, and north. With a graceful flick, they cast the four swords of extermination into the air, reciting incantations. The extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the entrapment sword, and the absolute sword hovered majestically above the four gates, their gleaming lights flickering intermittently, from which emanated a divine image radiating waves of celestial light. Chapter 137. The Truth. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I extended my hand, and the paper crane alighted gently upon it. Upon unfolding it, I discovered a line of text inscribed upon the crane. hastened to the temple. This was akin to the leader of the Xianin division in the city of Minghai, who indeed harbored thoughts of recognizing the other as a son. Although a minor adjustment could resolve the matter, Lin Pingyan felt an inexplicable awkwardness within. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he spoke of his ghost exorcising endeavors, revealing the mastermind behind it all. As this wave of internal energy surged forth, the founder of the creation sect could no longer conceal himself and emerged to observe Lei Yuan in silence. The fine, thread-like tentacles barely grazed the talisman paper, igniting a cacophony of crackling sparks. Tao Dingxiang's seat faced the entrance, while Shou Chongfu's workstation, positioned directly across from her, fortuitously turned its back to the door, leaving them oblivious to its opening. If they possessed such methods, why not disclose them publicly? Did they harbor no desire to share with the authorities, or was it simply a consequence of the mountain's environment? As a master chef, Shaju was not merely adept at stir-frying and simmering. His grilling skills were equally commendable. Once the commotion subsided, the onlookers resumed their revelry, and Jiang Ying prepared to turn away but was halted by the brothel keeper descending the stairs. Yang Ying exclaimed, forcibly rising from the bed. Though her complexion remained pale and dizziness still plagued her, she was willing to endure any hardships for the sake of marrying Yi Tianhao. Since refining the black heavy sword, Jiang Mo had increasingly recognized the unparalleled sharpness of the Tiangxing ancient sword, far surpassing its previous state. The doorway was exceedingly low, approximately a meter in height. I had been so engrossed in examining the inscriptions on the stone wall that I had overlooked its existence. Just as Ren Fifan was engulfed in confusion, Lin Langtian coughed up a mouthful of blood, and within the crimson liquid lay a blood-red array flag. These individuals were indeed the several prodigies, along with a few notably strong young warriors, who possessed immense confidence in their own resolve. On the eve of their departure, Lin Yi and Qin Xionglan entwined passionately throughout the night, before finally embracing in slumber. Different individuals perceive the essence of strength in varied ways, thus leading to diverse interpretations of the true meaning of power. Once everything was settled, the guards and the Zhao Biao trio gathered together. Engaging in conversation, through their days of companionship, they had grown familiar with one another, eliminating any sense of distance. The 12 ancestor witches formed the 12 divine fiends' great array, standing in opposition to the heavenly court's great array of celestial stars. With malevolent energy swirling on one side and constellations shifting on the other, competing fiercely. With a command from Yongchen, a robust young man clad in black strode in from outside. He was strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of formidable strength, revealing himself to be a master at the essence soul level. In truth, Qin Ming's appetite was merely average. However, due to the recent absence of troubling matters, as the saying goes, a carefree heart leads to a plump body, and thus, his weight had begun to rise correspondingly. The home of the middle-aged village chief, though superior to that of other villagers, remains modest, primarily constructed of timber with mixed clay bricks. Indeed, Elder, who is referred to as the camel of 10,000 miles, had his family been around, I wouldn't have had to force my way into the forefront. On this day, he sought out Zhao Rui, remarking, "The results of our work these past few days have been quite impressive." Upon witnessing the sly, fox-like grin of his boss, Zhao Rui immediately sensed that there were ulterior motives at play, particularly concerning Qin Ming. Chapter 138. Return to tranquility. However, the true instigator behind all these troubles is the Earth Immortal, a malevolent spirit that grows stronger by absorbing negative energy. It seems that the death of the old Taoist is likely linked to the Earth Immortal. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that all of this is about to conclude. The letter from the old Taoist revealed that my mother's physical remains are located in the refrigeration room on the second floor's southeast corner of the hospital's inpatient building, while her spirit is confined within the office building. Indeed, it is I. I have been by your side all these years. It is merely that you fail to recognize my appearance." As Laoli spoke, his eyes glistened with a hint of moisture. In his life, he had only knelt twice. The first was before his father's spirit tablet after his father's passing, and the second was before the venerable elder before him. "Is that so? Since your Lin family is so formidable, then why not designate Yin Jing for me to manage?" Ning Xiao replied nonchalantly. "What did I tell you yesterday? Why stir up trouble for her?" Gu Jiachi had to chide him. His actions were akin to slapping the Empress Dowager's face, signifying defiance against her authority. The Empress Dowager Li, of course, would not take this lightly, targeting the two of them, thereby unwittingly aiding Emperor Jing in his schemes. Upon hearing this, Chuilan immediately grasped that they were currently part of a pilgrimage team, rather than in Gao Laozhuang. concerned about the encroaching darkness. Manager Luo and Steward Wang, reluctant to linger, rose and followed Pu Chao to the vegetable shed. Both were newcomers to such a spring-like haven and could not help but explore their surroundings with curiosity. In the end, Steward Wang led the group outside to move vegetable baskets, while Manager Luo settled accounts with Pu Chao regarding the finances. Words must be backed by action. Empress Wang Qinbinger also desired to enter the heavenly pit to join Emperor Yun in vanquishing Lu Shoguang. Emperor Yun agreed, and thus, the two departed from the celestial realm, hastily making their way to the mortal world. Consequently, when Flower and Fruit Mountain was besieged by the heavenly forces, it found itself utterly defenseless. The Pink Demon King, the Jiao Demon King, and the Lion Camel King all made their swift escape, including the previous one. Yifeng and his companions had already subdued 4, leaving 3 who, though frightened, still shouted defiantly and hurled stools in their direction. The Zhang family is a lineage of military nobility, their achievements earned through generations of perilous endeavors. How could they raise inept individuals? Upon uttering his words, Lin Tianyao realized his folly, a flush of embarrassment coloring his face as he hastily lifted his teacup to sip, masking his discomfort. Sea transport is indeed the most convenient and cost-effective, yet it is susceptible to interception at any moment. Rendering land transport significantly safer, I must take my leave. Yi Lu Yun bid farewell to Su Songhai, then proceeded to the headquarters of the Golden Blade Guard, with the 200 taels earned at his residence. He now possessed over 300 taels, extending his lifespan from 1 month to 2 at this time. We shall undoubtedly accomplish our mission with resounding success, completely annihilating the ostentatious western fleet of the Zhaoyao Kingdom. Determining the fate of the world in a single battle, Shang Wanyan exclaimed with excitement. Well, that assertion may not be entirely accurate. After all, he may not be a monster, yet he cannot be deemed an ordinary person. Most importantly, after the dispersal of the 5 tiger generals, it is indeed necessary to cultivate a few capable subordinates. She was, as always, adorned in a splendid long dress of predominantly black, embellished with intricate patterns. At present, Xia Han, instead of venturing out for a game of cards, remained nestled at home, engrossed in a football match, intermittently erupting in cheers. The ancestral demon statue, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, had all 3 heads now opened their demonic eyes, shimmering with an extreme chaos of demonic light. Over the past 3 days, whenever the two found a moment of respite, they would immediately engage in cultivation. Shi Mengmeng played the violin while Li Yin practiced his punches, absorbing the sense of control emanating from Shi Mengmeng's melodies. Ha! Splendid! With your participation, we now have over a 70% assurance of success in this mission. We can finally cease our worries about insufficient manpower. Fan Hu declared joyously. Point 1 Life. 1 Sovereignty. Splendid introduction. Cultivating the female supporting role to ascend. Splendid introduction. Path of Light. Splendid introduction. Tai Wang. Devouring the Heavens technique. Splendid introduction. Guardian of the Zodiac. Splendid introduction. Tattoo Awakening. Beginning with left dragon and right tiger back engraved with Azura. Splendid introduction.